Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 81. Ruins on the outskirts of Yuvajin city. How many years has it been since 13 of us got together? Nobunaga, a man dressed as a Ronin warrior, spoke. Phantom Troop, Number 1, Nobunaga Hachama. 3 years and 2 months, but this time there are 2 new people, Number 4 and No 8. The scarf covered his mouth and nose, revealing a rather handsome young man with peach blossom eyes. Phantom Troop, Number 2, Fiten Batoo. Maki, will Number 4 come today? Number 7 Franklin, a strong man with huge earlobes, said in a deep voice. Number 4 is the new member of the brigade this year, namely Hsoka, but this guy has failed to successfully perform several missions before, so he faces a lot of criticism in the group. As for the Maki he was talking about, it was the red-haired girl who treated Hsoka's broken arm. She is Number 3 in the brigade. Before anyone could say a word, the big man Franklin and the swordsman Nobunaga were already fighting each other. It seems that these 2 guys have a bloody fight whenever they meet. It seems to have become a habit. Everyone who was not surprised didn't bother to pay attention and allowed the 2 of them to fight fiercely on the sidelines. During the conversation, several people walked into a dilapidated building. Surprisingly, there were other members of the Phantom Troop arriving one after another. Number 5, Finks, is a guy with an extremely fiery personality who often gets angry. Number 8, Shizuku, an innocent girl with a great figure and black-rimmed glasses, looks extremely innocent. Number 10, the monster guy who peeled off Lefontaine and Xiao and had his whole body covered with bandages. Number 6, Shulnark, has a baby face that looks like a female boy with short hair, but he is indeed a boy. Number 11, Wojin, a muscular man with a head full of muscles. Number 12, Kyubi, the guy whose hair is so long that it can be used as a quilt. And Number 4, Hsoka. And standing on the high platform at the front of the room was a handsome young man wearing a big cloak and a special cross tattoo on his eyebrows, who looked like a gentle guy next door. Phantom Troop Leader, Number 0, Krollo. What? Our mission this time is to loot all valuable things? Take them all away. Finks, the man with short blonde hair, was stunned for a moment and said a little uncertainly. Captain, are you serious? The underground auction has gathered gangster organizations from all over the world. If we do this, we will be declaring war on the underworld all over the world. Yuvajin, a muscular man with hair like a wild lion, said in shock. He usually likes to bully people with his fists and has a fiery and bellicose personality, but he would never do anything so reckless. Use the brigade alone to challenge the global gangs? This? What's wrong? Are you scared? Krollo smiled slightly. Ha! No, I'm so happy. Give the order, Commander. Yuvajin's facial muscles were almost distorted with excitement, and his eyes were burning with an unprecedented intensity of enthusiasm. He doesn't care about the destruction of the world or the destruction of the brigade. As long as you let yourself fight happily, even if you die, it will be worth it. The other members present did not show any nervousness on their faces, but looked full of expectation. Those tasks in the past were simply too trivial, only this kind of big news is what they really want. Give the order. Captain. I can't wait, oh. Hey. Many members of the group were already roaring excitedly. Oh, now, I order you to kill them all. Krollo slowly turned around and spoke calmly. The next moment, excited cheers echoed behind them, like a carnival on Christmas Eve. The members present could not hide their excitement, it was as if they were yeshi who had just been released from a cage. Hsoka, who was leaning against the corner, didn't say anything, but slightly squinted his eyes, as if he was resting with his eyes closed. Right manner. Daezoan has been on the phone for half an hour. Finally. He came back with everyone's expectations, but the expression on his face already told everyone the answer. Mr. Chen Nuo, the boss wants to speak to you personally. I'm afraid your request. Dazuonai handed over the phone with a troubled expression on his face. It doesn't matter. Chen Yo smiled faintly and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen Yo, I am the boss's assistant. Norris, I have heard about you. The one-star hunter awarded by the association this year, you are indeed very outstanding. The person who answered the phone had a steady middle-aged man's voice, and he praised Chen Yo as soon as he opened his mouth. But obviously, this was just a normal tone of polite refusal, and Chen Yo didn't care. I casually chatted with the other party for a few words. Mr. Chen Yo, your arrival has brought great glory to the Wright family. The boss told me that he is willing to give you 1 billion ring nim as a gift, but as for the bodyguards, the boss has a suggestion. I don't know what Mr. Chen is willing to do. Don't want to hear it. The tone of this so-called butler Wright was quite respectful, because in the previous phone call with Dazo Nei, the other party praised Chen Yo to a very high position, and even said that Chen Yo's strength was at least 10 times that of him. But from the perspective of the Wright family, as gangsters, this so-called combat power that exceeds 10 times that of Dazo Nei may not be necessary. Because almost all the underground gangs in Yukizan City are related to him, there is no need to worry about insiders causing trouble. As for the outside, the gangs and these bodyguards should be enough to protect the safety. Chen Yo is indeed very powerful, but why spend tens of billions on things that can be solved with hundreds of millions? Like buying a car cover for a Wuling van that costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan? Is it necessary? But the Wright family naturally did not dare to offend Chen Yo directly. The boss's suggestion is that he hopes Chen Yo will attend the auction as a distinguished guest, and if nothing happens during the period, he will pay Chen Yo 1 billion ring Ni as a reward. If there is a crisis that Dazuonai and others cannot handle, the most critical one involves his precious daughter Ong Ni. If there is no other way, Chen Yo must take action, and he will pay 30 billion in withdrawal fees. It can be said to be buying a double insurance. As expected of a businessman, he made clear calculations, not to offend Chen Yo, but not to cause too much loss to himself. Can. Chen Yo smiled and agreed to Wright's request. I didn't expect this result. After getting the news, the colonel welcomed Chen Yo and others with great enthusiasm. With so many guys here, the security operation this time must be foolproof. Certainly. What we have to do now is to take them to see the protection target this time. Otherwise, if the bodyguard doesn't know the owner, then no one will know about the protection. Wouldn't it be a joke? Soon. The group of people walked through the long and magnificent corridor, and after twists and turns and even several body searches, they finally arrived in front of the palace-like hall. Behind the heavy curtains, the maids lifted the curtains one by one, revealing the figures behind them. Chen Yo noticed that these maids seemed to have a good foundation. They seemed weak, but in fact it was difficult for 3 or 5 big men to get close to them. They were considered masters among ordinary people. But it's a pity, I don't have a single thought of possession. Of course, Nian is not a bad thing, and even some professional hunters may not have Nian. If you want to hire a strong person from Nian, the price you need to pay is extremely high. Novice nun such as Karapika is offering 50 million yuan to become a nun, and it is based on merit. This is the boss, Miss Ani. Dazuonai introduced. At the end of the red carpet, on the extremely gorgeous bed filled with various dolls, a beautiful girl with blue waist-length hair and an extremely pure and lovely appearance looked at everyone with a smile. Please give me more advice. Dear newcomers. Half an hour later, everyone boarded the Wright family's private airship. VIP lounge. Hey! I didn't expect this to be the boss, I thought he was a fierce old man. Gon couldn't help but sigh. Killua also deeply agrees. No one would have thought that the person behind the Wright family, which has risen like a rocket in recent years, is actually a seemingly innocent girl. The other bodyguards present were also quite surprised by the scene. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, I am afraid that even Ong Ni in front of them would not think that she had anything to do with the Wright family. This is exactly what a pure school girl feels like. Kurapika and the three of them didn't see each other, and they were telling each other the stories that happened during this period. After midnight. After seeing that Chen Yo and the others were already chatting, the bald Tuya girl suddenly came over and bowed very reservedly and politely. I am Melody, Mr. Jao Guang, and several of my colleagues. If anything happens in the future, Mr. Chen Yo and a few of them may be informed at any time. Melody seemed a little worried about being rejected, and looked at Chen Yo and the others with a hint of fear. But she definitely has a nice voice. If he had worn a mask in his previous life, he would have most likely become a popular anchor. Chen Yo. Chen Yo smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Tuya girl was flattered by the other party's sudden response, while Fei Ji, a beautiful woman who had been eager to try but didn't dare, was dumbfounded. She always thought that Chen Yo was the kind of cold-blooded guy who kept others away from him and even killed people without blinking an eye. But I didn't expect, it seems to be easy to get along with. Can even Tuya girl hold her hand? Hello. Tuya's sister Melody was a little excited. She is Melody, boss, my best friend here. If you can, you must take care of her today. Kurapika said. This moved Tuya May Melody. The reason why she came here to make friends was because she heard that Chen Yo's heartbeat was surprisingly steady. He was also the boss whom Kurapika admired so much, so there was no doubt about his strength. Please give me flowers. And she didn't hear the feeling of a dangerous person, and her intuition told her that the other person might be approachable, so she chose to make friends with him. As a bodyguard who walks on the edge of life and death, sometimes making a friend may save your life. Tuya girl knows this very well. Master Chen Yo. I am Fei Ji, I am very happy. Seeing Tuya girl going so smoothly, Fei Ji finally couldn't hold back anymore. I'm not interested in you. But Chen Yo's words made her feel as if she were falling into an ice cave instantly, especially the cold eyes of the other party, which made her choke on the next words in her throat, and she could only retreat in the end. Haha, I have already said that this gentleman is not interested in a SY woman like you. The bearded man Basho chuckled unceremoniously. Humph. Although I have kissed many men, I am definitely a virgin. Who made mine look like this? I will definitely chase him. Fei Ji felt itchy with hatred. Then I'll wait for your good news. The plantain monster smiled, the other bodyguards also snickered, and Fei Ji even suppressed her blush. Chen Yo didn't really care about them. Fei Ji's figure and appearance are indeed acceptable, but he is indeed not interested in this kind of woman, or rather. As long as he is willing, with tens of billions of assets, he can easily find 100 women who are more beautiful and cleaner than Fei Ji. As for being interested in Tuya girl, that's more purely because of Nian. Yes. Chen Yo was surprised to find that there was a strange thought in Tuya girl's body, which was distributed throughout her body. As she said, it was because she listened to the Demon King's dark sonata that her body shape and appearance changed. A very strange method of using mind power, even more subtle than the box Jin left behind. The Hunter continent is indeed full of surprises. Chen Yo looked at Tuya girl curiously, which made her heart beat nervously. But fortunately, the other party didn't make any excessive requests. Tuya girl comforted herself. There was a whole convoy of cars transferred from behind the airship to confuse the public, but there were no problems along the way. The group of people arrived at the top-level suite booked in Yukizan City without any danger. What made the security team member Zhou Ni a little tearful was that the boss actually made a request before leaving. Let him stay and play cards with me. Miss Wang Ni pointed at Chen Yo without any concern. Sorry, boss, this gentleman is not our bodyguard team, you can't. Is it true that Zhuo is in danger? He didn't expect that the boss would give him a problem at this time. He is now a sandwich, and neither side dares to offend. If you have money problems, just ask my dad. He will stay and play cards with me. Wang Ni said forcefully. Dazuo Ni. Okay, I'll stay. You are responsible for the outside. Kurapika, Gon, Killua, pay attention to the auction. If there are any problems that cannot be solved, let me know. Chen Yo shrugged helplessly. But this Gon is very good looking, and her boudoir is just a few personal maids. These maids are also very good looking, and they seem to be the same people who played cards with her before. What else did Dazuo Ni want to say? This Gon was the big boss's pet peeve. He couldn't even get close to a man on weekdays. If the big boss knew that he kept a strange man in his boudoir, he would kill him. But if I stop him, I will not only offend the little boss, but also Chen Yo, the perverted one-star hunter. Nothing. This is my order. Get out quickly, he stays. Ani ordered. All right. Dazuo Ni had no choice but to tell everyone to leave, so he could only leave honestly, and also took the door with him. In order to prevent some embarrassing things from happening, he simply moved the two bodyguards guarding the door a few meters back, just in case he heard any inappropriate noises. Then, let's play cards. What can four people do? Chen Yo didn't care at all, and just sat down casually. He also knew some ways of playing cards in this world, and playing poker with a few girls seemed to be a good reason to stay up all night. Do you know why I want to keep you? Because you are different from them. Wang Ni looked straight at Chen Yo and said. Chen Yo looked at her curiously. Hey, did you see that I am a time traveler? You are the only one who looks at me without fear, and Dad said not to let me get close to other men, but I am curious, are there any dangers to men? I want you to let me see. Wang Ni said seriously. Chen Yo. Is this the peculiar hobby of the rich lady? Chapter 82. The auction in Yuvajin city was held as scheduled. As the world's top auction, countless rich people came to participate, including many gang leaders. It's not that you have to buy something expensive from the auction, but as long as you participate in the bidding at the auction, you will have the opportunity to show your face here and increase the influence of these gang leaders. Therefore, in this auction, the prices of the items far exceed their own value, and this auction is regarded more as a publicity opportunity. The magnificent hall is filled with rich people from all walks of life dressed in elegant and noble clothes. Welcome everyone. So we don't need to be polite. On the auction stage, two men in suits were speaking. Unbridled smiles appeared on their faces. The strong man with unusually long earlobes leaned forward, spread his arms and let out an excited growl. Die all of them. As the words fell, all the fingers on his hands suddenly fell off, revealing a black hole. What the hell is this? The faces of the people sitting in the audience changed slightly. They were all lickers of blood. This black thing looked like the muzzle of a gun? How could Karen's finger be the muzzle of a gun? This thought flashed through countless people's minds, but the next moment they saw the result. Two-handed machine guns. Da-da-da-da-da. Countless bullets shot out from the strong man's fingers, making a dense hail of bullets. All of a sudden, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the entire venue was in chaos. There were sounds of panic, screams, curses, and wailing mixed together. The VIPs standing in the front row were pierced like a sieve, with blood flowing all over the floor. And some gangsters also bring bodyguards with telekinesis. 703. Including the balloon telepath who previously tested Kurapika, they can create telepathic clones of the 11 people under the roof. But the telepathy clone that he was so proud of instantly fell apart under the opponent's random bullets. The remaining bullets penetrated his body one after another. He looked at himself in astonishment, covered in blood holes, and still made an unbelievable sound before he died. It's telepathy. Transmuter telepathy, is it so powerful? The order of the entire venue has completely collapsed. It was Franklin and Phaeton who committed the massacre here. Top floor. Boss. There was an accident at the venue. Kurapika's somewhat solemn voice came from the communicator. Someone broke into the venue and killed everyone. Killua, we are ready to go. Brother Chen Nuo, what should we do? Gon and Killua also sent messages. Sir Chen Nuo, please come and help me immediately. The person who broke into the venue this time is very powerful. Our bodyguards suffered heavy losses and are no match at all. The excited exclamation of the security captain Dazuo Ni came, and it seemed that he himself had fallen into a very passive battle situation. What we promised is only to protect Ong Ni. As for the venue, it is not within the scope of consideration. Kurapika, Gon, Killua, stay in your own positions and don't move. Chen Yo said calmly. But, okay, Anyaliang. Understood, Brother Chen Yo. Yes, boss. Gon and the other three obeyed the arrangement and did not make any move even though there was a mess below. Your boss Chen Yo is really strange. His heartbeat has never fluctuated much. Could it be that he has already anticipated this attack? The bald Tuya girl Melody said in astonishment. Kurapika looked at her pocket watch, then looked upstairs. Without saying anything, she chose to close her eyes and rest. Since boss Chen Yo has such an arrangement, he must have deep intentions. And at this time, in the underground security warehouse of the auction, the bodyguards in the narrow corridor have been killed, and there is a faint trace of blood floating in the air. The extremely thick solid alloy security door was opened. A figure is loading up these auction items inside. The auction items inside are worth more than 100 billion. It contains almost the most top-notch and most expensive things in the world, which is also the top priority of security this time. If you want to get here, you must first pass the strict security inspection and surveillance, and you must have a security door key, otherwise the alarm will be triggered. But this so-called impregnable vault is now open, as if it is being moved, and is being moved by a person holding a big bag inside. His cloth bag is very strange. Any large auction item will automatically shrink after being put in it. After working for almost half an hour, the people inside emptied the entire underground vault. The grey cloth bag, which was as big as a small mountain, strangely shrank to the size of a keychain and was placed on the waist of the thin man. Hey, you bunch of idiots, let's make a scene, the more noisy the better, I really want you to make a scene, ha ha ha. The thin man smiled strangely, but his smile suddenly froze. He looked with some surprise at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of the warehouse door. The surveillance seems to have failed. No one can find out here. This is still good. Leave your things behind and people can leave. It was Chen Yo who spoke. When he turned on the hidden circle, he accidentally sensed that someone took advantage of the chaos at the venue to sneak into the bottom of the vault. Moreover, all the people in the surveillance room were taken care of long ago, and all surveillance cameras were destroyed, including the bodyguards in the corridor. All their fatal injuries were on their backs, which meant they were seeing familiar people. He was attacked and killed without warning. Chen Yo also suddenly understood the reason. Black eats black. The brigade that came to attack the venue today successfully became the scapegoats. The items in the safe have been emptied out by hackers, so, this bad debt will naturally be blamed on the brigade. And it is naturally those silly and cute brigades that offend gangs all over the world. This hand is really good at playing. But it's a pity. Since others have made such good arrangements, Chen Yo, as a young man with 4 hobbies, should help others, so why not do it? Who are you? Kid, it's not a good idea to seek death here. The thin man stared at Chen Yo with sinister eyes. Only his team knows about this mission, and he is the famous leader of the Yin Beasts Xiao. Directly take orders from the top gang organization, the Tenlawai. Me? Who do you think I am? Chen Yo smiled slightly and raised his right hand. A black spider tattoo appeared with the number 4 clearly marked on it. Phantom Troop. Xiao couldn't help but sneered. In his opinion, the Phantom Troop, which had become famous over the years, was just a bunch of rabble. I just didn't expect that there would be someone in this brigade who was so shrewd and discovered him. Number B%. In order for the people in the brigade to take the blame more easily, he must not survive, and even the body himself needs to be disposed of. After thinking about it clearly, the smiles on these owl faces became kinder. I have heard of your group's reputation a long time ago. As long as you are willing to quit, I can give you half of the lots. Xiao slowly took off the shrunken cloth bag hanging on his waist, and took advantage of Chen Yo's blink of an eye to flick it away. The bag grew suddenly in the wind and carried Chen Yo head on. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. If you enter my bag, just wait for death. Don't worry, you won't survive for a while. Xiao couldn't help laughing excitedly, packed the bag and left directly. And at this time, Chen Yo, who was put into the bag, looked around curiously. It is a strange space, only about 30 meters long, wide and high. The telepathy in the hunter world is really good. Chen Yo felt the surroundings in surprise. There was no light in it, but his telekinesis was like a tentacle, allowing him to see the surroundings clearly in an instant. Many auction items are suspended in this space, extremely stable. Chen Yo was curiously studying the trajectory of the movement of telepathy in Xiao's body, as well as the method of constructing this special space. Time passed bit by bit. 10 minutes later, a black ring condensed by his mind appeared on Chen Yo's hand, and he casually placed an antique vase towards the ring. A strange scene appeared. The vase actually entered the space of the ring. It turns out that the so-called mind space is just using mind power to create a special spiritual realm, which is equivalent to attaching a layer of mind to everything to achieve the effect of shrinking. With a mental attribute close to 270, Chen Yo finally figured out the basic principle of this space command power. However, because it was just developed, the telepathy space of his ring is only less than 1 cubic meter. But it doesn't matter. Once you master the remaining space, it's just a matter of course. Chen Yo simply put the lots inside into the system space first. Anyway, the storage space provided by the system is not used in vain. After a while, none of the priceless antiques in Xiao's Qunkan bag were left. After knowing the characteristics of this kind of spatial telepathy, Chen Yo casually popped up a finger gun, accurately hitting the weak point in the space, and instantly penetrated Xiao's cloth bag. Easily slip away while he is busy running away. All the big treasures worth hundreds of billions fell into the hands of Chen Yo. And at this time, outside the auction, a large number of police cars and gangsters have arrived, and they have surrounded the place. But what makes people angry is that the other party has completely disappeared. It's like disappearing. But the hundreds of corpses of wealthy people lying upside down at the venue all told everyone a cruel fact. There just was a fierce fight here. The casualties of the bodyguard team were also extremely tragic, with more than 5 people who were simply strong in telepathy dying. After finishing everything, Chen Yo quietly returned to the top floor. Then came the emergency gathering of Tatsuo Nei. Chen Yo discovered that the charming girl Fei Ji who was supposed to die at the hands of the brigade was actually still alive. According to others, Fei Ji stayed near the top floor and was not affected. Instead, it was the 11 people under the roof who died in the battle, as well as several others. As for ordinary bodyguards, there are countless deaths. Especially after receiving the news that the safe warehouse had been looted, Inzuo looked as if he was mourning. Mr. Chen Yo, is the big boss's phone number. The crying Dazuo Ni handed over the phone dejectedly. If he can do this as a security guard, he, the captain, can almost resign, and this will definitely be a huge stain on his resume in the future, and he will not even be able to work in this industry anymore. That was an auction item worth hundreds of billions, involving dozens of top gangsters and rich men in the world. Chen Yo calmly took the call. He doesn't mind the mantis stalking the cicada and the oriole behind. Anyway, the money of these gangsters is not very clean to begin with. It doesn't matter if he eats something like black and white, it's just a way of doing justice to God. Mr. Chen Yo. Please be sure to. I have to protect my daughter Ani. I am willing to pay a salary of 30 billion jin. The voice of old butler Wright came from the other end of the phone. Oh? Aren't you the old housekeeper? How can you be Wang Ni's master? Chen Yo said with a half smile. Ahem. Sorry, I was just trying to hide it from others. In fact, I am Ani Nisla's father, Lut Nisla. I hired you as Ani Nisla in the name of the Nisla family. Ni's personal bodyguard is willing to pay Mr. Chen Yo and the three of them 30 billion ringgit. If possible, sir, please help me recover the stolen warehouse items. Wright Nisla was already anxious. If such a major loss cannot be settled, I am afraid that his auction venue will probably lose a lot of reputation, which will make him vomit blood even more than the compensation. That's not within the scope of our agreement. If you are willing to pay 50 billion gots, I can help you find it, but there is no guarantee that you will find it. Chen Yo said with a smile. The other end of the phone was silent for a long time, and then said bitterly, Mr. Ching must protect Wang Ni first. If you want money, I will remit it to your designated account immediately. It's easy to talk about. Chen Yo smiled and hung up the phone. Karapika, Gon, and Kilo looked at Chen Yo with expressions of surprise and admiration. 30 billion ring NS, just got it. And at this time, an inconspicuous alley leads to road 1.1. Have you got the stuff? A man in black with earrings leaned against the wall and smiled lightly. Of course, is there anything else I can't do? Go back and tell Shi Lao that they have got everything they want. If it's the blame, let those stupid guys take the blame, ha 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 ha. Hey! Xiao laughed wildly and touched his Kyunkan bag. But the next second his smile froze, turning into shock, disbelief, panic, and then hysterical anger. Damn! Everything is gone? My pocket is ripped through? It's that BD. Xiao looked at his bag with a hole in it and was filled with shock and anger. No matter what he did, not a single item appeared, and it was completely empty. Lots worth hundreds of billions are all gone. It was the BCH who was caught by him. How did he destroy his pocket? Damn it! The owl's back molars are almost broken. The majestic leader of the Yin Beast, the #1 fighting force under the 10 Elders Association, was actually being teased? Who is that guy? Damn it! How dare you steal our things? The man in black who came to greet him also showed a furious look, but with a hint of suspicion. It seems to be saying, could it be that you, the owl, are guarding and stealing by yourself? Cao Mu Ma. Doubt me? I am the leader of the Yin Beast, and I will never betray the 10 Elders Association. Xiao suddenly became anxious, it's Phantom Troop. Number 4. That BD stole our things. I must kill that BD with my own hands. At this time, ruins on the outskirts of Yukizan City. Phantom Troop Number 4, Magician Hsoka is taking a nap against the wall. Ah, sneeze. He sneezed out of nowhere and rubbed his nose. Chapter 83. Under night. A hot air balloon slowly landed on the ruins on the outskirts. Coming down from above were the people who were on the journey for this operation, Phaeton, Franklin, Shizuku, Maki, and so on. I originally thought I would return home with a full load, but I never thought. Everyone who had never failed this time returned empty-handed, which disappointed other members who had been looking forward to it for a long time. Something is missing. Krollo, the brigade leader sitting on a rock, said somewhat surprised. Well, there is nothing in the vault. I learned from insiders that someone went to the vault while we were making a big fuss at the venue. How could our actions be known to others? That would be too much of a coincidence, right? There is a traitor among us. None of the returning members looked very good, and there was even a gap between them. So weird. They never make mistakes of this level. It feels like they have been betrayed by their teammates and asked the other party to prepare in advance. No, none of us will choose betrayal. Reputation? Status or money? You don't lack either. Crollo spoke calmly. I did get the information, but not everyone. Those ordinary guests didn't bring any bodyguards, which means they didn't know about it. The only people who really knew about it were the top brass of the gang, but I'm curious about how they knew about us. Action. Crollo was lost in thought. He absolutely trusts his team, including the number 4 Hsoka who joined later. Even though he seems a little dangerous and restless, the other party has no intention of betraying him. So more problems should lie in other aspects. I felt a special thought at the venue. I don't know if it was an illusion. The thought just passed by in a flash. It felt like it almost covered half of the venue. Shizuku, the girl with glasses who looked a little cute, spoke. Because when she summoned her mind beast to kill everyone at the venue today, she rarely found that her mind beast vacuum cleaner had a trace of fearful mood swings. It was at that time that she noticed the passing thought. Smaller than half the venue? Then it must be at least more than a kilometer away, right? A circle of 23 kilometers? Isn't that a joke? No one in this world can reach that level of circle, right, Nobunaga? Muscular man Yuvajin crossed his arms and laughed. Nobunaga's face suddenly turned ugly. What the hell? Isn't this Dogecoin just making fun of yourself? As a member of the brigade, he is only 2 meters round. What the hell is a 1,000-meter circle? Why don't you brag to the sky? Nobunaga rolled his eyes, not bothering to argue with this idiot. It's on the top floor. Because our purpose this time was the vault, we didn't pay attention to anything else. When I passed by the top floor, I felt very strange, like being watched. If Shizuku is right, there should indeed be a guy with amazing roundness on the top floor. The red-haired girl Maki frowned slightly and said. Her words immediately silenced everyone else present. Maki's telekinesis is indeed not the highest in the brigade, but his perception is definitely the most sophisticated, otherwise he would not be able to perform super-speed fatigue surgery. Since Maki said so, then 9 times out of 10, there was most likely a terrifying monster staring at them on the top floor of the auction venue. Maki's words made the group leader Crollo fall into silence. Not just him, but also other brigade members present, including Hsoka. 1,000-meter circle. If it really exists, then the opponent must have inhuman levels of terrifying combat power. But how could the gangsters at the auction hire such powerful people? Is there any news from Grey Street recently? Crollo raised his head and glanced at everyone. Rat Nest Carter left Yukizan City 2 days ago. He went in a hurry. I was busy with the auction, so I didn't pay attention. Shulnark thought for a moment and spoke. You mean? Finks, the man with short blonde hair, realized something. That guy must have seen your so-called 1,000-meter circle monster, and he had a premonition that there would be big problems in Yukizan City, so he chose to leave in advance. Leader, the 1,000-meter circle, shouldn't be. Could there be such a monster? Nobunaga frowned. For a while, everyone in the entire brigade looked at Crollo. An unprecedented solemn atmosphere. Everything seems to be pointing to one fact. That is, a terrible monster appeared in Yukizan City, and unfortunately, they are most likely to have been targeted by the other party. And while everyone in the brigade was discussing, there were shrill whistles and open gunshots outside. It's the gangsters who are here. I don't care about the 1,000-meter round monster. Ha 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 ha, let me crush these little ants to death first. You are not allowed to interfere, I will take care of them. Yuvajin, a muscular man with crazy hair, laughed wildly and rushed down the cliff of the ruins. This guy is still so manic. Phaeton couldn't help but complain. Captain, Shizuku said cutely. Let's watch the Yuvajin show first. If these gangsters really have that so-called monster, we might as well see who it is. Crollo crossed his hands, with a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were as sharp as ever. Hearing this, the other members also breathed a sigh of relief. Since the leader has said so, there is no need to worry about the rest. Shulnark and Shizuku simply played cards here. It seems that Yuvajin is extremely reassured. Below, a large number of gangsters have arrived in their cars, and they are surrounding Yuvajin with their pistols raised. Are you the ones who robbed the guests? With a pistol pressed against Yuvajin's chin, a man in a suit who looked like a leader asked coldly. Not bad. Hee. Yuvajin grinned wildly. There are so many bodyguards here. You are so courageous. Who is your leader? The little boss threatened. But there was no fear on Yuvajin's face, instead there was contempt. Right. It was a feeling of contempt, as if he was holding a toy gun. Hateful. The little leader pulled the trigger and the sound of gunfire made everyone look over in shock. But what shocked him was that there was no blood splatter as expected. The bullet from the pistol was actually bitten by the teeth of the muscular man in front of me, Yuvajin. What kind of monster is this? The little boss's mind was blank, but Yuvajin had already broken his neck with a slap, and then held his hand as big as a casserole. Click! The hard head burst like a watermelon, with red and white things scattered everywhere. This scene scared the bodyguards nearby and all turned pale. Crushing the skull with your bare hands? How strong is this guy's grip? Every time I watch Yuvajin fight, it's like he's tearing down a house, making everything a mess. Nobunaga, dressed as a samurai, yawned. Like a chimpanzee dealing with a small ant, Yuvajin is indeed the most powerful body in our brigade. The strong man Franklin sighed. Both are muscular men, but in terms of strength, he is not on the same level as Yuvajin. He is a transmuternan, while Yuvajin is a pure enhancer, best at close combat, and even in regular combat, the leader may not be Yuvajin's opponent. It's really hard for them to come so far to die. Let's continue playing cards, a pair of two. Shulnark glanced down at the valley below, then returned his attention to the cards. Boom! The dull and powerful sound of a sniper rifle sounded. Yuvajin, who was standing there, felt as if his head had been hit hard by something, and was carried to one side. Hit! This idiot, this is an anti-equipment sniper. A bodyguard shouted excitedly, but the shout soon got stuck in his throat. He widened his eyes and looked at the intact Yuvajin in front of him in disbelief, with only slightly broken skin. What the hell is this? Anti-material sniper rifles can directly defeat even tanks. Even if it is simply the inertia he carries, even if he has a steel head, this amazing thrust is enough to break his neck. But in front of me, a guy as strong as a beast actually blocked an anti-equipment sniper rifle with his neck and temples. It hurts so much. Damn it! A sneak attack from a distance. Yuvajin rubbed his sore temples and suddenly threw the pebbles he picked up in his hands. 1,000 meters away from him, the sniper who was hiding in the dark was directly penetrated in the chest, leaving a hole as big as a bowl. He died on the spot and could not die again. Damn! You all get out of the way! Suddenly, a bald man with an RPG rocket launcher on his shoulder jumped out from the crowd of bodyguards. Type A rocket launcher specially designed to hit tanks. Boom! Without hesitation he pulled the trigger. A rocket made a harsh sonic boom, dragging hot air waves through the sky. What is surprising is that Yuvajin, who witnessed the rocket, did not choose to leave. Instead, the corner of his mouth showed an extremely excited, even crazy smile like a wild beast. It's so sad. You compare me to a mere tank. Yuvajin laughed wildly and stretched out his hands to meet the rocket launcher head-on. Rumble. Boom. A deafening blast. An astonishing wave of catharsis swept across. The bodyguards standing nearby were trembling with fear. They just came here to be bodyguards. It felt like they were directly on the battlefield. This madman. Dead. Use your body to resist rockets? Either there is something wrong with his head or there is something wrong with my eyes. Absolutely dead, not even a scum left. The smoke slowly dispersed. The bodyguards present also breathed a sigh of relief. The moment the rocket hit the target, it meant that the winner had been decided. If the other party chooses to escape, I'm afraid it will take a lot of trouble. Unexpectedly, this guy has some problems with his head. DB. Everyone finally saw clearly where the rocket exploded. What greeted them was not Yuvajin's torn corpse, but a man with burnt black eyes but bloodshot and red eyes, who looked like a beast and a wild lion. Ha 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 ha, it hurts so much. Don't even think about running away. Yuvajin's shirt had completely melted and exploded, revealing his strong tendons. He roared with excitement and rushed straight into the crowd of bodyguards. The first person to be caught was the bald man who was resisting the rocket launcher. All he saw was that Yuvajin forcibly squeezed the rocket launcher out of shape like a twist, then stuffed it directly into the guy's stomach, and then punched his head into his stomach. Extremely tragic. Yuvajin at this time is like a wild beast released from a cage. Every blow will definitely break the muscles and bones of these bodyguards, or even kill them on the spot. The scene is extremely miserable and it becomes a one-sided massacre. 10 minutes later. The massacre in the valley is coming to an end, and there are twisted and crushed corpses everywhere. Only the Yuvajin son, covered in blood, like a hell demon, stands on the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. A few hundred meters away from the valley, 2 black Mercedes Maybachs stopped in front of a hill. They came to chase Dazoan, Basho, Melody, Skavara, and Fei Ji. As for Karapika, she didn't come because of Chen Yo. The situation is worse than expected. The bodyguards who arrived before us are all dead. Guns are no match for these guys. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Dazuoni's forehead. As an experienced bodyguard, this is the first time I have seen such a shocking large-scale massacre. Those are elite bodyguards, but here, they can only serve as fragmentary corpses. That guy can tear people into pieces like pieces of paper. This is too exaggerated. I'm just getting paid to be a bodyguard, not for my life. Skavara said with a horrified expression. I won't go either, I'm no match for him. The strong man Basho looked frightened. Mom, I haven't finished enjoying men yet. Going there will definitely lead to death. Whichever of you likes to go there. Fei Ji complained endlessly. The remaining bald Tuya girls also shrugged fearfully. Obviously. They are all experienced bodyguards and hunters, but they are more than one level weaker than a murderer like 110 Yuvajin. How about we notify the boss and see if he can get Chen Yo to show up and consider taking action? If it's our flower, he shouldn't be a match for that person. After hesitating for a while, Tuya's sister Melody said cautiously. Master Chen Yo. But he is now responsible for protecting Miss Wang and I, so he may not be willing to come over. But if it is his 2 friends and us, they should be able to deal with this guy, right? Dazuo and I was a little unsure. But he also spoke highly of Gon and Killua, at least thinking that they were much stronger than him. There's a heartbeat approaching quickly. But, it doesn't look like a human heartbeat. Tomb. Melody's expression suddenly changed. Dazonai and others followed the sound, only to hear something approaching quickly. Yet, leave this to us. These people are experts in killing people. If you are an expert, let the expert deal with it. Yet, hee. They are not ordinary thieves. Several voices sounded from all directions. Dazonai and others suddenly discovered that a strange figure emerged from the ground, while several others came from unknown sources. Each of these guys exudes an extremely powerful and amazing aura. At the same time, the auction is on the top floor. Chen Yo looked at the time, put down the poker in his hand, yawned and said, I won't play anymore. I'm a little tired today. You should go to bed early. Those who lose according to the agreement must listen to me. Wang and I, don't wander around, keep an eye on Miss Wang and I. You. Okay, I will keep my promise, but Mr. Chen Yo, can you stay with me here tonight? I'm scared to sleep alone. Wang and I said with a pitiful look. I need to be busy with something, so be obedient. Chen Yo smiled and rubbed the head of the wealthy daughter, who immediately blushed and went to sleep obediently. This scene surprised the two accompanying maids. They knew that their young lady had a princess temperament, but they did not expect that Mr. Chen Yo would treat her docilely in just one night. She was indeed a one-star hunter. After settling Wang and I, Chen Yo walked out of the door directly. Gone, Killua, you guard her here to prevent anyone from coming over. In addition, she is not allowed to leave this room for even half a step. If she leaves, she can be taken back by force. Chen Yo gave instructions. Brother Arnold, where are you going so late? Gon was curious. Go out to do something with Kurapika. Just wait for me here. Soon, Kurapika, let's go. Ah? Okay, Boss Chen Yo. Kurapika looked confused, but still followed Chen Yo out of the auction. Where are we going? Boss Chen Yo. He finally couldn't help but ask. Go find the Phantom Troop people and take revenge on you. Chen Yo smiled slightly. Kurapika froze on the spot, and her beautiful eyes instantly turned scarlet. Chapter 84. Suburban Valley. The Yin Beast group that just came to support has been completely destroyed. The Yin Beast Earthworm tried to sneak attack underground, but was killed by Yuvajin's super destruction punch. Leeches, sick dogs, and porcupines, these were the strongest Yin Beast thugs under the 10 old men, but they also died suddenly at the hands of Yuvajin one after another. This guy, is a monster. Dazuo Nei, who was watching the battle from a distance with a telescope, had cold sweat on his face. Any one of these members of the Yin Beast group is far stronger than him and can be called a monster. But facing Yuvajin, no matter it's a sneak attack or a head-on battle, they will all be defeated. The situation is very bad. Then, shall we go back? Since even the Yin Beast group has been wiped out, if we go, we will just die in vain. Basho said with some trepidation. 2 heartbeats approaching fast. Tuya's sister Melody suddenly exclaimed. Oops, did they discover us? The beautiful woman Fei Ji showed a hint of panic. Her ability is that after kissing, the opposite S*X becomes a slave who obeys her. But according to the current situation, there is more than 99.999% probability that she will be killed without getting close to the other party. Before they could figure out how to deal with it, they suddenly saw 2 figures flying towards them. Mr. Chen Yo? Kurapika. Dazuo Ni felt mixed emotions. Why are you here? You have nothing to do here, you can go back. Of course, it's okay if you want to watch the excitement, but it's best to stay away. Chen Yo shrugged and passed by Dazuo Nei and others, followed closely by Kurapika. Should we go back? Basho was a little hesitant. I won't go. I want to watch Master Chen Yo fight here. Even if I die next to Master Chen Yo, it will be a happy thing. The beauty Fei Ji's pretty face flushed and she was very excited. Master Chen Yo's mood is very calm, but Kurapika, I have never heard such an angry and hateful voice. Tuya's sister Melody stared blankly at the backs of the 2 of them. Then let's stay here. If anything happens, we can support Mr. Chen Yo, but don't get too close. Dazuo Ni finally made arrangements, but he didn't dare to go too far. You know, that guy Yuvajin killed snipers from a distance. I hope Master Chen Yo and the others are fine. Skavala, who was of some black descent, sighed, and the others did not leave, but just watched from a distance. In the valley, Yuvajin was annoyed that the leech guy had got some parasite eggs, and Shulnark told him to keep drinking water. The arrival of Chen Yo and Kurapika stunned the people in the brigade. Are there two guys who are not afraid of death? Haha. Yuvajin grinned. He was in the mood to kill at this moment, staring at the two of them with ferocious eyes like a wild beast. Shulnark, who was standing on the hillside, was also stunned, because what he cared about was not Chen Yo, but the guy number 4, Hsoka. The guy who was originally like a transparent person with a very low sense of presence actually stood up slowly at this time, with a slight smile on his lips, and other members stepped forward with astonished eyes. It's that guy. The red-haired girl Maki said to herself. That person? Have you met him? Hsoka seems to know him. He shouldn't be a friend. Nobunaga asked curiously. I saw it on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Maki recalled. Ah? Ha 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 ha, Sky Arena? Where did I think it was? It turned out to be the kids' player's house? Chongjin would not lose to such a guy. Finks, with short blonde hair, laughed wildly. The others immediately showed disapproval, except for the group leader, Krollo, who seemed to have a serious look in his eyes. He's strong. Maki's voice was not loud, but it suddenly made the brigade's laughter subside. Strong? Maki, this is not you in the past. No matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than that guy Yuvajin, hehe. Finks, the short-haired man, smiled. No, he is my prey, don't touch him. Hsoka suddenly spoke, with a very light voice, but with an undoubted murderous intent. Is this guy serious? Feeling Hsoka's killing intent, Finks frowned. Hsoka, so be it. Don't forget the rules of our brigade. The leader, Krollo, reminded him loudly. There are not many rules in the so-called brigade, but one of them must be followed, that is, group members cannot kill each other. Below, Chen Yo and Kurapika were already standing in front of Yuvajin. The spider tattoo on the opponent's lower waist was extremely dazzling. The moment he saw it, Chen Yo could even clearly hear Kurapika's angry heartbeat. His eyes turned ruby red in an instant. But it was hidden by the black contact lenses he specially wore. Kurapika. Chen Yo gently placed a hand on Kurapika's shoulder. Kurapika, who had almost lost her mind with so much hatred just now, slowly came back to her senses. Oh, ha ha ha, there are two brats who are not afraid of death. Are you the same group of idiots just now? Get out of here while I have no interest now. Yuvajin glanced at Chen Yo and laughed wildly. Although he single-handedly defeated several members of the previous Yin Beast group, he was also infected by leech parasites. Hearing that the leeches would multiply and grow from his balls in the future, which made him miserable, made him feel very irritable. However, Shulnark said that as long as he drank more water or beer, it would be fine. There are too many of them to deal with at once. You should be able to handle the injured one, and leave the rest to me to stop them. Chen Yo said softly. Kurapika stared at Yuvajin and nodded slightly. Hehe. Hsoka chuckled and slid down the hillside, which made Shulnark and others above couldn't help but become curious. This guy actually wants to take action. I've never seen Hsoka's true strength. Shulnark asked curiously. Hsoka seems interested in that kid? Did they know each other before? Nobunaga frowned slightly. I know, Hsoka had targeted that little guy before in the Sky Arena. Maki said calmly. Other members of the brigade also showed some interest. Normally, Hsoka seemed not interested in anything, but it was rare that he was interested in someone. Now that you're here, the rest is. Yuvajin moved his shoulders and turned around to leave, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that an iron chain had tied him up. This kind of chain can be broken by just yawning. Isn't this just funny? Yuvajin was laughing inwardly, but his expression changed when he moved his arms but was still tied up, unable to move. This is not a chain. It's telepathy. Damn it, how can you have such strength? He looked at the other end of the chain with great silence, which was connected to Kurapika's ring finger. Kurapika, who harbors hatred, still uses the rules to enhance her telekinesis to the extreme against the brigade. Whoosh! The bound Yuvajin was suddenly pulled out and fell at Kurapika's feet. That boy Yuvajin is really unlucky. He was accidentally attacked while in Daxia. Phaeton yawned, feeling a little listless. Go and save that kid, he is one of ours after all. Nobunaga slowly stood up. Finks also moved his shoulders to prepare for action. I told you, he is mine. Hsoka's voice suddenly sounded, and he turned to look at everyone. If anyone wants to touch the person I like, I will kill him. His words stopped Nobunaga and Finks, who were about to take action. What a BD! I really don't know why I let this guy join the group. Nobunaga glared at Hsoka, crossed his arms and sat down angrily. Then let's see. Maki, a young man Hsoka likes so much, has he made a mark? Phaeton pouted. Do not worry. The red-haired girl Maki responded, and her telepathic threads had stuck to Yuvajin's body at some point. At this time, Kurapika had already been dragged in front of him and stepped on his face. Yuvajin roared like a beast, but still couldn't break free of the chains. He stared at Kurapika and Chen Yo as if he wanted to kill someone. You can take care of it yourself, Kurapika, and leave this to me. Chen Yo gave a faint instruction. Yes, boss. Kurapika looked deeply at Chen Yo, turned around and left with Yuvajin. He understood that he would most likely become a burden to Chen Yo here. No matter how Yuvajin cursed and roared, Kurapika still dragged him away with an expressionless expression. It was just this scene that made the other members of the brigade on the hillside itch with hatred. You really want to kill this BD Hsoka, but you told us not to do it. Finks gritted his teeth. That guy, just really knew how to kill people. Shizuku, wearing black-rimmed glasses, muttered to himself. The others also choked and couldn't help but look at the group leader, Crollo. According to the rules, members cannot kill each other, but the way Hsoka looked at him just now, as long as they go up to deal with Chen Yo, it is very likely that they will actually commit murder. At this time, Crollo didn't say anything, he just crossed his hands and held his chin, looking down with interest. Long time no see. Hsoka greeted him warmly and twisted his neck. Chen Yo didn't answer, just looked at him calmly. The person Maki mentioned on the top floor of the Chamber of Commerce must be you, right? Hsoka looked at Chen Yo with strange eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect you gave me such a big surprise after we haven't seen each other in such a short period of time. It seems like today should be a good day to pick the fruits. Come on. Let me taste your wonderful taste. The words fell. Hsoka's figure disappeared from the spot, like an afterimage. Chen Yo was also extremely fast and turned into golden light. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. The speed of the two people's fight was dazzling. Sounds exploded everywhere, and it seemed that there were traces of the two people's fight everywhere. It's amazing. Mr. Chen Yo is so strong. Tizone, who was watching the battle from a distance, exclaimed. Basho, Shikuvala, and Feiji were also extremely shocked. Kurapika is here, let's go quickly. Melody whispered. Kurapika took advantage of this gap to tie up Yuvajin. This is a member of the world-famous brigade. The bounty for one person exceeds 2 billion jihadi. Let's go quickly, the boss will take care of the rest. Kurapika said in a deep voice, and Tizone no longer hesitated, and the group got into the car and fled quickly. And on the hillside, the brigade members who witnessed the battle between Hsoka and Chen Yo were horrified at this moment. Too fast. Nobunaga never thought that Hsoka's attack would be so fast, and that boy also had terrifying speed. The two of them were competing in pure speed. Hsoka may not be able to win if this continues. Should we take action? Captain. Finks frowned. Crollo looked down calmly, and finally shook his head slightly. No, Hsoka said no. Shulnark, Shizuku, and Phaeton also stopped playing cards. In the valley, Hsoka and Chen Yo were fighting in the simplest form of close combat. The two sides fought directly for more than 10 minutes, but they didn't know that they had fought thousands of times. Eventually the distance grew. Chen Yo's breathing became slightly deeper, but there were no wounds on his body. Instead, it was Hsoka, who had several burnt marks on his body, one of which penetrated his shoulder. It seemed that he was seriously injured. That guy Hsoka is actually against the wind. Nobunaga was a bit unexpected. At this time, Hsoka showed an extremely excited and enthusiastic expression. He looked at Chen Yo as if he was admiring some unique treasure. He made a trembling voice with excitement. That's it. That's it. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Then you go and die, Wang Qian's. The next moment, Hsoka's expression suddenly turned sinister and vicious, and densely packed cards shot out from his hand. Ding 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 ding. There was a crash like steel. Hsoka's cards were all played against Chen Yo. But at this time, Chen Yo looked a little strange. His skin showed a peculiar dark color, even reflecting a steel-like light. The cards that were powerful enough to penetrate the human body accurately hit Chen Yo, but what surprised Hsoka himself was that, the cards that were as sharp as iron were all shattered. The dark-skinned Chen Yo didn't even have a single wound except for some damage to her shirt. Armed color full coverage. Chen Yo just wanted to test his self-cultivation during this period, and it seemed to be very good. But this scene directly shocked the people in the brigade. Even Phaeton, Crollo, and others couldn't help but stare in the direction of Chen Yo. This guy, what kind of move did he just use? He even blocked all of Hsoka's attacks. Finks was extremely wary. It's not Nian, it's another physical skill, but except for Yuvajin, I've never seen someone who can temper his body to such intensity. His intensity is even higher than Yuvajin. Maki couldn't help but exclaimed. Isn't that guy Hsoka's cards a juggling act? Nobunaga complained. The expressions of the other members present were extremely solemn at this moment, and they no longer had the leisure and ease they had before. At this time, Hsoka's heart sank to the bottom. He had never seen Chen Yo use this move before, and the person standing in front of him now looked like an Iron Man. Is that the extent? Hsoka, if there are no other performances, then I will take action. 27. Chen Yo, who was covered in military uniform, smiled slightly. It's just that his smile is somewhat dark and penetrating. Chapter 85. Hsoka's expression changed instantly. Because he suddenly noticed a change in Chen Yo's momentum. If Chen Yo was just unpredictable before, then now he is like a tiger released from the cage. Instant air burst. Boom. Chen Yo's legs are slightly bent, and the muscles on his body are bulging, like a strong black cheetah. But with just one push, the hard ground was instantly broken. Chen Yo's figure exceeded the speed of sound in an instant, producing a sonic boom, and even a circle of white air waves exploded. This guy's speed is too exaggerated. Phaeton's expression changed slightly as he stood on the hillside. Not only him, but other members of the brigade present felt frightened. Crollo couldn't help but stand up, squinting his eyes slightly. Phaeton, Nobunaga, you go after Yuvajin. We should have done that a long time ago. That idiot Yuvajin should be eager for us to rescue him now. Nobunaga said this, but he chased after him extremely fast. Phaeton followed suit. Other people. Crollo wanted to make some arrangements, but was shocked to hear two dull explosions. The two people who had just walked out and tried to chase Kurapika had retreated. Nobunaga's cuffs were even more burned and blackened, and his expression was extremely ugly at this time. Chen Yo. Or The other two Chen Yo appeared in front of Nobunaga and Fiten respectively, and forced them back with just one punch. Psychic clone. I saw him use it before in the Sky Arena, but, how could it be so strong? Maki was a little shocked. She had watched Chen Yo's match before. Was it against Hua Shiliang, or? Chen Yo didn't seem to have shown the ability to clone before this, but only learned it after a fierce battle with Liu Shiliang? Not that strong. Crollo suddenly found the key to the problem. It was obviously a telekinesis clone, and it was understandable that it forced Nobunaga back. It was equivalent to a sneak attack. But even Fiten seemed to have suffered a small loss just now. Hsoka in front was in even worse condition, completely falling into a passive defensive situation. Maki's words made other brigade members, Finks, and others feel awestruck. Before that, they wanted to laugh when they heard the name Sky Arena. It felt like saying in front of college students that someone was very good at the elementary school math Olympiad. Isn't this pure nonsense? It's something that can't be put on the table. But now, the situation between Nobunaga, Fiten, and the elements made everyone aware of a serious problem. The handsome young man in front of me is seriously underestimated. His telekinesis clone seems to have been learned when he fought against Hwashidoru, or his telekinesis may be able to control the target's ability under certain 800 conditions. Copy. Maki said a little uncertainly. Because the mastery of clones displayed by Chen Yo at this time definitely doesn't look like a newcomer who has just learned how to read clones. Her words instantly made Crollo's pupils shrink. Copy. His Nen is copying, and there are very strict conditions. And the boy in front of me. According to Maki's information, it is possible that he also has the ability to copy. If that guy is really like this, then it is definitely very dangerous. Boom. There was a moment of silence among several people. There was a deafening explosion. I only saw Chen Yo's armed colored fist falling on the hillside, and it was like a missile hitting the mountain in an instant. A collapse depression more than 10 meters in diameter exploded. The mountain actually suffered a landslide. Hsoka, who had avoided the fatal attack, looked extremely embarrassed at the moment. His body had been scratched by gravel, and he was dripping with blood. He was panting violently. Obviously, this intensity of fighting was also a huge burden for him. On the other hand, look at the direction of Chen Yo. At this time, he was like a black iron man, with no visible energy consumption. Hsoka. Leader, come together, this guy is too dangerous. Nobunaga looked at the dented fist mark on his sword and felt pain in the bones of both arms. Fiten also stared at Chen Yo's clone, no longer as calm as before. I haven't lost yet. Hsoka growled, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes like a dying beast. All he saw was his fingers pulling violently. In an instant, the rebel that fell to the ground flew up into the air as if by magic, and shot toward Chen Yo from behind. Ding 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 ding. A series of explosions. The gravel, which was as powerful as a bullet, fell on Chen Yo's back, but it only left white marks, as if it was scratching an itch. That's it. Hsoka, it's so disappointing. Chen Yo moved his shoulders. Hsoka's attack disappointed him. This extremely popular killer in his previous life couldn't even break through his defense. The expressions of the brigade members standing on the hillside have changed. Is this guy a human being? Damn it, Hsoka will definitely die if this continues. This kid's physical strength is probably even more exaggerated than Yuvajin's. Captain. They have all seen that the current situation is completely Chen Yo suppressing Hsoka, even crushing level. Crollo didn't speak again, but just gave everyone, CDBC, a look. Everyone immediately understood. The next moment, the members of the brigade dispersed and surrounded Chen Yo from all directions. This is my prey. The red-eyed Hsoka growled and glanced at the many brigade members. Sorry, Hsoka, now he is not only your prey, but also the prey of our entire brigade. Krollo refused without mercy, staring at Chen Yo with a pair of cold eyes as if he were looking at a dead thing. He had a very strong intuition in his heart. If you can copy the ability of the kid in front of you, then his telekinesis will be perfectly developed, and he will no longer have so many restrictions, and become a human being who truly breaks the limiter. So, to deal with Chen Yo and get the opponent's ability, he must do it. Maki. Krollo breathed softly. The red-haired girl Maki flicked her fingers quickly, and golden needle threads shot towards Chen Yo in front of Hsoka. But none of these golden needles could hit Chen Yo. All were dodged. You all get out of the way. Give me a blow to save you. Finks, who was standing behind the crowd and was spinning his arms rapidly, roared excitedly. This time, he promised that he would definitely spin his arms the most times. Already over 50 times. The power is even greater than Yuvajin's punch. Certainly. This super powerful punch requires the cooperation of teammates to fix the target, otherwise Fink's attack will not be easy to coordinate. So. Chen Yo stared slightly. In an instant. The threads that traversed the air suddenly locked tight. It's the golden needle thread that Maki just made. Chen Yo was about to dodge, but suddenly felt his limbs being pulled by a force. It's Hsoka. This guy didn't know when he had his telepathy attached to him. Isn't it surprising? When you resisted the gravel attack before, they were already attached to your body. Although I really want to eat you alone, I thought about it and let it go. It is very likely that I can't eat it by myself. You are so delicious, little brother Chen Nuo. Hsoka laughed wildly, with an expression of intoxication and greed. Relying on Hsoka's short-term obstruction, Maki's silk threads had already imprisoned Chen Yo in place. Densely packed, at least hundreds of them. Boom! Fink's frontal punch followed. The air is directly compressed and exploded. The terrifying punch directly plowed the ground into a deep ravine, and accurately hit Chen Yo in the eyes of Krollo and everyone else. Loud noise. The place where Chen Yo stood turned into a large pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters. The strong wind blew up and trapped those who were hit by the gravel, making it difficult to open their eyes. But everyone in the brigade still stared at the hit area. This guy won't die with no bones left, right? Nobunaga slowly put away his sword because the Chen Yo clone in front of him had disappeared. Phaeton also put away his fists. Even if I tighten my grip, I would never dare to receive Finks's punch that goes beyond the limit head-on. This is the person the leader wants. Finks, don't you know how to control your strength? Shulnark, who has already started free mode, complained. I shouldn't need to dispose of the body, right? Shizuku, a pure girl with black-rimmed glasses, said cutely. Finks was also rubbing his sore fists and frowning. Not being able to control his strength well was something he seemed to have never been able to do well in his life. But at least the brigade's troubles were solved, which can be regarded as, the merits outweigh the faults. The smoke gradually dispersed. Everyone finally saw clearly what was going on inside. Chen Yo still stood there, but there was a look of shock on his face, and there was a hole the size of a wash basin in his chest, and his whole body was almost penetrated by Finks. What a pity! This guy is quite handsome, and he is so young. He will definitely become more powerful in the future. It would be great if he could join us. Shizuku pushed up his black-rimmed glasses. You should be dead now. With such a fatal injury, even if the King of Heaven comes, it will be useless. Franklin put away his Gatling gun. Which of you is looking for Yuvajin? I won't go anyway. I'm a little tired today. Phaeton yawned. The brigade members present seemed to be very indifferent to the miserable death of Chen Yo in front of them. Or for them, killing people like hemp is the best explanation. Wait, how can that guy's blood be golden? Maki frowned slightly as all her telekinesis threads were cut off. She keenly discovered that the blood flowing from Chen Yo's chest was golden. Golden? Crollo and others were also stunned for a moment. At least they, who have killed hundreds of thousands or even millions, have never encountered a human with golden blood? How could this be human blood? And why hasn't this guy fallen down yet? His chest was almost completely broken by Finks. It's so scary. I was beaten to death by you just now, but now I'm alive again, hey? Chen Yo, who had already died, suddenly raised his head, grinning with an extremely unrestrained smile. This smile instantly changed the expressions of all the members of the brigade. This guy? Not dead. An unbelievable thought emerged in his mind. How could he survive such a fatal injury? But the state of Chen Yo in front of him was definitely not that of a dying person. What is going on? Not good. Maki suddenly exclaimed, and she clearly felt something strange was happening with the silk thread that tied Chen Yo. The other party's energy is flowing rapidly. Yes, it's flowing. In the horrified eyes of Crollo, Hsoka, and others, Chen Yo's body was quickly shattered and scattered after a huge hole was opened. It turned into countless golden light spots. What's going on? Nobunaga was stunned and stared at the countless golden light spots. The next moment, these points of light converged in front of Hsoka at the speed of light. An intact Chen Yo. The top has completely collapsed, revealing his strong muscles and healthy complexion. As for the huge hole in his chest, it suddenly disappeared. Finks was dumbfounded when he witnessed all this. He looked at his fist again and felt that everything was like a dream. How about this magic? Hsoka. Chen Yo appeared in front of Hsoka with a grin. The latter reacted and wanted to distance himself, but Chen Yo suddenly held his head down. Wash your head and wash your floor. Rumble. Boom. Under the horrified gazes of all members of the brigade, Chen Yo held down Hsoka's head and pulled it out on the ground like a rag. A bloody ravine 100 meters long was plowed. Hsoka's entire face was almost flattened, and it looked horrifically bloody. He screamed in anger and pain. Crollo and others could no longer control themselves and ignored the so-called brigade demeanor. One by one, they activated their strongest posture and swarmed towards Chen Yo. This guy is an absolute monster. Even Hsoka lost so miserably. Once the opponent reacts, he will definitely defeat him one by one. Now it is no longer a matter of face, but a real matter of life and death. Click. The sound of flesh and blood tearing apart. Chen Yo was surprised to find that Hsoka slipped out of his hand like a loach, and the other person's right arm was broken in his hand. Oh! Looking at Hsoka's broken arm in his hand, Chen Yo burst into laughter. I didn't expect that the so-called Suoda would also have to break his arm to survive. With a slight squeeze of his hand, a blazing golden thought force emerged and wrapped around Hsoka's broken arm. Light ultra-high temperature. The shining fruit developed by Chen Yo has two main abilities, movement at the speed of light and ultra-high temperature. This is a special ability that has never been developed by Kizaru in previous lives. Light means particle activity, and the movement of particles can naturally generate heat. The development of the fruit comes from the user's understanding of drying capabilities. Kizaru cannot understand the wave-particle duality of light, but Chen Yo can. In addition, now that he has telekinesis, he has perfectly integrated the shining fruit ability with telekinesis. Ever since this special light thought operation mode is formed, and the thought power fused with light is wrapped around the target, which can create a terrifying effect similar to a furnace. Hsoka's severed arm turned into charcoal and smoke fell under the horrified eyes of everyone in the brigade. Rumble! 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 There were dense explosions. A series of attacks followed. But something shocking happened to Crollo and others. This guy Chen Yo turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky. Then it hovered hundreds of meters in the air among all the eyes. It was so scary that he almost got seriously injured. Chen Yo, who was shining in the sky, smiled slightly. Crollo. Feeden. Shizuku. Owner. The collective was dumbfounded, looking at Chen Yo in the sky. Is this still a human being? Grass. What kind of monster did I provoke? Hsoka this BD. The scene was eerily silent. Chen Yo's height can already prevent most attacks. And at this time he... condescending. It's like a god looking down at the world, with a contemptuous and uninhibited smile on his lips. The existence of the shining fruit means that he has stood at the top of the hunter world. How could the ants understand? I could only see his right hand making a virtual grasping motion, which seemed to be aimed downwards. Suddenly, an unsafe aura enveloped everyone's hearts. Then, what is this guy doing? Finks was sweating heavily on his forehead, and his voice, which was usually extremely arrogant, was trembling. It seems that the direction Chen Yo is aiming at is him. A slight buzzing sound. Countless light particles gathered in Chen Yo's palm. In a blink, it turned into a shining spear that shimmered with dazzling golden light. The killing gun of light. Chapter 86. This guy can fly. Hateful. It's like a devil. The members of the brigade roared in their hearts, but they could only watch helplessly as Chen Yo rubbed his light gun in the air. Finks. Realizing that something was wrong, Krollo suddenly growled. Whoosh! But the light gun is faster. In everyone's field of vision, they just saw a golden light flashing away. Boom! Then a mountain behind Finks exploded. And he stood there stupidly. But I don't know when. There was a blackened hole as big as a fist in the middle of Finks' head. The look of shock remained on his face. He collapsed under the shocked and angry gazes of all the brigade members. Finks. This BD. Definitely kill him. Damn it _W. The brigade present were all angry, but Chen Yo's current flying altitude was beyond what they could handle. Phew, I'm a little tired today. Hsoka, Captain Krollo, and everyone else, I will come to hunt you all when I have free time next time, ha 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 ha. Chen Yo laughed wildly, and his figure turned into a golden light and disappeared. The brigade on the ground was silent at this time. Everyone looked at Finks' body with wide eyes. Died. Although Finks is not the strongest guy, he ranks high in combat effectiveness among the entire brigade. But he couldn't resist an attack from the opponent. No. Not just Finks, but anyone. Chen Yo's attack at that speed just now was simply difficult to resist. In addition, everyone was shocked by Chen Yo's sudden resurrection, which caused a slow response, so Finks directly received the lunchbox. Rather than seeking revenge for Finks and looking for Yuvajin, everyone present was more worried about Chen Yo's harsh words. This guy is coming to hunt everyone. A high-altitude super sniper that can fly and attack sneakily. It is an invincible monster in terms of speed and frontal strength. How can everyone play with this? Just think about it. If everyone is asleep, Chen Yo will come over for a sneak attack in the middle of the night and hit them with a light killing gun. Who the hell can resist this? Captain Nobunaga couldn't help but call out, but suddenly found that his entire back was covered in cold sweat. The palm of the hand holding the knife was also covered in cold sweat. For a while, all the members, including Feeden, couldn't help but look at Krollo, as if expecting his leader to give an answer. And leaning against the rubble, Hsoka, who looked almost inhuman, was like a wounded lone wolf at the moment. He was covered in blood and panting violently. His entire face was covered in blood and flesh, and his right arm was completely broken, but his eyes were bloodshot and seemed to be filled with overwhelming hatred. Hsoka hates it. He never dreamed of it. You will lose so miserably. I originally thought that the other party was a clown, a fruit that could be picked off at any time, but now I discovered that I was the clown. But revenge must be avenged. Hsoka held his almost useless body and walked hard towards the distance, seemingly planning to leave the brigade directly. Hsoka! Krollo exclaimed softly, and the other members looked over in unison. "We are members of a brigade, and we will avenge you." Nobunaga spoke with difficulty, but everyone could hear the insincerity in his tone. "Or no one has the confidence to deal with a monster like Chen Yo." "Ah!" Hsoka just sneered, the voice seemed to be saying, "You can save your own life then, street boy." Finished. Broken arm. Hsoka's blood-stained back gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. There is an inexplicable feeling of sadness. "Commander, Yuvajin, he is in the hands of those guys," Franklin said solemnly. At Chen Yo's height before, even his Gatling teleportation bullets were hard to reach, and even if they could reach it, they probably wouldn't have much lethality. After all, Chen Yo's weapon color can even resist Hsoka's cards. It can be said, Crollo's team has no prevention and control capabilities at all. It's not that the brigade is not good, but there are too few people in the world who can fly. Even if there are those who can fly, they will never have the terrifying light gun attack like Chen Yo. It can only be said that Phantom Troop has offended a monster now, and it is difficult to get off. "Give up." Crollo suddenly spoke. This answer stunned all the members. "Captain, do you know what you are talking about?" "Captain, when we joined the brigade, we said that members of the brigade will never betray each other." Nobunaga suddenly became anxious. He and Yuvajin have been fighting for many years, but the two have the deepest friendship. But Nobunaga never dreamed that Crollo would just give up. The other brigade members present were also stunned for a moment, but then showed expressions of relief. "Nobunaga, the leader did nothing wrong. I'm afraid we are no match for that monster." Maki sighed. As someone who has fought against Chen Yo at close range, she can clearly feel the surging telepathy in Chen Yo's body through the previous power thread. Even when she was imprisoning the other person, Maki had an illusion, as if she was imprisoning not a person, but an ancient giant beast. That terrifying sense of oppression, as if the other party could break free of his own mind power threads at any time if he wanted to. Then, Yuvajin and Finks can only be regarded as dead in vain. Franklin sighed. Finks can be considered a good friend of his. This guy is usually very arrogant, but his strength is definitely not weak. But he never thought that Finks, who was still alive and kicking a few minutes ago, was no longer a cold corpse. "Since it is the captain's decision, we can only follow the captain's arrangement, Nobunaga." Phaeton put his hands in his pockets and said in relief. "Before we find the ability to completely suppress the flying system, we have no chance of winning against that guy, and the other party's light gun can shoot us from a very long distance. Making an enemy of such a monster means that we will be restless for a long time." Crollo said calmly. He felt that he needed to change his plan now, and the direction of Nen he needed had to be adjusted. That rascal! Too strong! Completely crushing Hsoka, and even having the strength to challenge a brigade alone. Especially this kind of abnormal air flight, ultra-long distance light gun in the air, and the ability to move at the speed of light. Ordinary people only need to possess one of them to become a world-class expert, but this guy has them all. It's the next Netero. No, it's even stronger than Netero. I don't want you to die. As for Yuvajin, let's mourn for him and leave Yukizan City. This place is no longer suitable for us to stay. No matter who it is, even if it is me, if it falls into the hands of that monster, I will ask you to save it without any need." Crollo said slowly. "Then let's just forget it." "Damn it! Damn it!" Nobunaga couldn't help but draw his sword and roar to the sky. But he also understands. Crollo is right. Once Chen Yo is really taken over, all members will never want to live a good life in the future. The other party will launch a high-altitude sneak attack. What can you do to him? No, we won't forget it. Since we can't take action against him, we can entrust others to do it. Crollo said calmly. He has decided to entrust the hunting of Chen Yo to the black market assassination family. If the other party chooses to leave, it is very likely that the other party's telepathy is about to be exhausted. This is their only chance to win. Next time you want to deal with Chen Yo, don't do it in an open area like this, otherwise the opponent can just leave if he wants and there's no way to stop him. Crollo's words made the atmosphere in the team slightly better. At least. The Phantom Troop is the top assassination troop in world civilization. One of its own people was killed. How dare you let go of one of them? This can't help but chill the hearts of the members, and will also seriously affect the reputation of the brigade. But Crollo's approach is a good one. In a room in Yukizan City. After kidnapping Yuvajin, Kurapika and others did not return to the auction. They were worried that they would lure the people from the brigade directly there. Kurapika, is there any news about Mr. Chen Yo? Feiji was a little worried. They have been fleeing for almost an hour, and there is still no news from Chen Yo. Kurapika shook his head, he had not received the Chen Yo message yet. Ha ha ha. The so-called boss in your mouth may be dead. He should have died miserably. There is a high probability that his bones will be removed. If you want to live, let me go now. When my friends arrive, I will consider letting you live. Yuvajin, who was tied up with 5 flowers, slowly woke up. He was extremely angry. As a member of the brigade, he was actually kidnapped? This was simply a shame and humiliation. But in order to prevent these guys from doing dangerous things, he had no choice but to threaten his kidnappers with harsh words. Being stared closely at by Yuvajin, Skavara's face was extremely ugly, and his heart was a little unsettled. It's you. I know you're scared. You should have heard of Phantom Troop. If you choose to resist, I will kill all your family members. Yuvajin threatened with a grin. Can't you understand the situation now? Damn you BD! The security captain Dazuo Ni cursed angrily and stabbed the opponent's neck with a dagger. When? Sparks flying. The alloy dagger couldn't penetrate Yuvajin's neck? After being stabbed several times by Dazuo Nei, it suddenly broke apart. Please give me flowers. This scene made everyone present feel numb. He is telling the truth. He is confident that, the people from the brigade will follow, and we will all die. Tuya's sister Melody said in a trembling voice. Melody's words immediately changed the expressions of everyone present. Because this period of time together made everyone understand that Melody has the ability to distinguish lies. Suddenly, everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. Instead, Yuvajin, who was tied and fixed to the bed, was extremely excited. He even wildly asked Feiji to buy him beer. Because he had been infected by leech parasites when dealing with yin beasts before, he needed to urinate constantly to relieve the pain. He didn't want his balls to be filled with worms and hurt to death. Feiji's expression was also very different. The opponent can't be killed just by lying there and being attacked? Ha 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 ha. Let me go quickly, otherwise when our people come, they will peel you off bit by bit and make you regret being born in this world. Yuvajin laughed wildly and threatened everyone. Dazuo Ni. He now feels like he has kidnapped a hot potato. If you can't kill yourself, you will become a burden. But he is obviously the bodyguard captain. If he chooses to surrender now, it means that he will not be able to gain a foothold in the bodyguard world for the rest of his life. Surrender to the enemy? But this will definitely ruin his reputation. But if you don't agree, as the other party said, I'm afraid Kurapika's boss won't be able to resist for long, and may even be dead now. Then I will face the other party's monstrous revenge. Kurapika also has worries in her heart. He did have a grudge against the brigade, but if he really killed Yuvajin directly, he was not sure of revenge against the brigade. The other party will most likely kill all the people he knows. Those guys who kill like crazy don't care about how many they kill. Kurapika doesn't want to implicate these colleagues. Jingle bell, jingle bell. Suddenly, Dazuo's cell phone rang. He looked at the unfamiliar number above with some surprise. This is an internal phone, so there will be no calls from unknown numbers. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Dazuone still pressed the answer button, and Fei Niang, Basho, Kurapika, and others present couldn't help but listen attentively. The smile on Yuvajin's face grew even bigger. I am Krollo, leader of the Phantom Troop. A calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Dazoan's hand holding the phone was almost shaking, and his forehead was sweating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The other party's ultimatum is coming. Melody even heard the wildly changing heartbeats of the people present. Dazuonei, Feiji, Basho, and himself were nervous and frightened. And Kurapika is filled with unspeakable hatred and rage. Gilu. I am Dazoonei, the head of the Nisla family bodyguard group. No matter who you are, if you attacked the auction, we will never let you go. Gritting his teeth, Dazuonei almost exhausted all his strength after finishing the call. He seemed to be completely drained now, and he could hardly even stand still. Amir Yuvajin had killed all the bodyguards and the Yin Beast team before. There are several other people on the other side, if they all come together. I'm afraid the entire Yukizan city will be overthrown. What can a small bodyguard leader do on his own? But for the sake of honor, for the sake of reputation for the rest of my life, Tatsuonai must at least reply forcefully to the other party now. Ha 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 ha. Idiot! How dare you talk to the leader like this? You will be dead later. Of course, if you want to live, you can let me go now. I promise, as long as you let me go, and I will put in a good word for you later and ask the group leader to let you go, otherwise, hee. Yuvajin, who was tied to the bed, laughed wildly and stared at Skavara with his sinister eyes. The bodyguard who was earlier than Kurapika swallowed a mouthful of saliva and moved with difficulty, as if he was planning to let Yuvajin go. Because, he is really scared. The Phantom Troop is the most notorious troop and has even massacred a city. Shikuvala doesn't want to die now. He comes here to work as a bodyguard just for money. If it costs his life, it's definitely not worth it. Skavara. Kurapika's angry shouts woke him up, and Skavara's face turned red. Of course, he was a black man and couldn't tell. Me. He wanted to explain something, but everyone else present understood it, but no one spoke, and everyone's face was full of bitterness. Yuvajin, leave it to you, in exchange for informing your people that our grudges will be wiped out. Yuvajin, if you have any last wish that you would like us to help you with, please tell me. Krollo's voice was calm. But it fell in everyone's ears like a bombshell, causing a storm. Chapter 87. Nanny. Yuvajin thought he heard wrongly, his face full of disbelief. No, leader. What did you just say? Yuvajin, please tell me your last words. We will try our best to help you complete it, but this time, I'm sorry, Finks has died in the battle, and we have no chance to rescue you. Krollo's voice was calm, as if he was telling an irrelevant fact. Yuvajin's eyes widened and his head went blank. Finks died in battle? Isn't that guy Finks with the group leader and the others? That is to say, not only was the BD who was in charge of cutting off the rear not killed, he actually killed Finks. Even the group leader Krollo had to choose to give up on himself? What exactly happened? Not only him, but also other bodyguard members present were dumbfounded. The strength of the brigade is obvious to all. Just one Yuvajin wiped out the entire Yin Beast group, as well as hundreds of elite bodyguards. Now even though they are bound and fixed here, they can't even break each other's skin? What is this? The opponent who can be called a monster is now willing to give up his companions just to gain temporary peace? That Kurapika's boss, what on earth did he do? The minds of Dazoan, Feiji, and Basho are now blank. Kurapika's pupils are also dilated, and it seems that she is still having difficulty digesting the content of the phone call. No. Absolutely impossible. Captain. As you said, members of the brigade will never betray each other. This is our original agreement. Yuvajin roared hysterically like a trapped animal, struggling desperately to break free. But being sedated, he couldn't use much strength at all. Sorry, Yuvajin, that guy is too dangerous. If he saves you 4963, he will even take up the entire brigade. Hsoka has been seriously injured and left. Finks died in the battle. Even we are also. That guy was threatening. Krollo said calmly, and then hung up the phone. At this time, Yuvajin was like a lion imprisoned in a cage. He roared and shouted angrily, full of unwillingness. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. I am not willing to give in. I am not willing to give in. I am Yuvajin, how could I die for you little gentle ministers? Yuvajin growled. Dazuo-ni and others felt like they were in a dream. To this day they still can't believe what happened. The Phantom Troop, which was so notorious that it made police all over the world helpless and killed many well-known professional hunters, actually gave in? Boss, 1. Kurapika took a deep breath and finally recognized the reality. Before this, he was worried whether Chen Yo would die in battle, but now it seems that Chen Yo probably has the absolute upper hand. Mr. Chen Yo, 1. Melody also reacted, with a look of excitement on her chubby face. Dazuo-ni, Fei Ji and others were ecstatic. Actually 1. Chen Yo, who had previously felt unreliable, was able to suppress Phantom Troop head-on. It was even known from the conversation of the so-called leader Krollo that the other party also killed another member Finks and seriously injured one named Hsoka. What an amazing combat power this is! The price of 30 billion renunciation is absolutely worth it. At this time, brigade direction. The atmosphere was horribly depressing. Everyone is unwilling to let Yuvajin be given up, especially Nobunaga. Although this guy usually fights with Yuvajin when they meet, they are the ones who have the deepest affection in the brigade. But now, Fink's body was still cold, and the scorched black hole on his forehead was so shocking that it seemed like a fatal warning. No one wants to have such a hole in their head opened by Chen Yo. Krollo's choice was a no-brainer. The ultra-long-range sniper that can fly has the ability to kill with one hit, which is too much of a deterrent for the journey. Everyone understands. This unprecedented and shameful response is the only best way for the brigade to deal with it. Krollo dialed the number of the underground black market assassination force and directly issued a sky-high reward for the assassination of Chen Yo. And the first person he looked for was the most famous Zoldyck family. Wait, you said, the assassination target is one-star hunter Chen Yo. The person who answered him was Wu Tong, the housekeeper who was responsible for daily tasks. He Yiping was a little surprised. Krollo changed his voice, but felt a bad feeling in his heart. There seemed to be silence on the other end of the phone, and soon the voice came again, but it was another person's voice. We refuse to accept this order. Please find another job. The person who spoke was the head of the family, Silva. He narrowed his eyes slightly and was thinking about something quickly in his head. A bounty of 100 billion ring nuns. It is definitely the Zoldyck family. No, looking at the entire assassination world, it has the highest reward price ever. Krollo thought that no force could refuse him, but he never thought about it. Zoldyck was the first person to come to him and rejected him directly. That guy, his background is so big that even the Zoldyck family doesn't want to mess with him? An inexplicable thought came to Krollo's mind. Captain. Phaeton looked at Krollo in surprise. After being rejected, the Zoldyck family is unwilling to accept this reward, so they can only find the second and third families. 100 billion demise is the highest price we can pay at present. This Chen Yo is very troublesome. If he can't find it, before restraining his ability, we will not have direct contact for the time being. Krollo spoke calmly, and then began to contact other assassination families. Kurulu Mountain, within the Zoldyck family. Silva gave the news to the old man Zeno. Oh? There's a reward on the head? 100 billion demise, can you tell who it is? Zeno was a little surprised. This price is really amazing, even some consortiums may not be able to give it. The other party hid his voice, but there are not many forces that can give this price. I will understand if I ask Killua when the time comes. Will this news be leaked to Chen Yo? Silva said solemnly. Not for the time being, just arrange for someone to secretly observe the movements of other assassination families. Those guys should be very happy with the 100 billion ring NI order. If you have the chance, protect little brother Chen Yo. Zeno put his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. He would not refuse this kind of favor sent to us. As the top assassination family, the grandson Killua and Chen Yo now have a very good relationship. As long as this situation can be maintained, Chen Yo will surely rise to become a Netero-level superpower once he is 100 years old. By then, it won't be a problem to protect the Zoldyck family for another 300 years. This is a sale that will definitely not make you lose money. A valley full of corpses. Crollo has already issued this sky-high reward to other assassination families in front of many members. Everyone was somewhat relieved of their dissatisfaction with the group leader. This is undoubtedly the best solution. But at this time, Nobunaga, a member of the brigade, suddenly turned around and left. Where to go? Nobunaga. Shizuku spoke with some confusion. Leave the brigade, you are greedy for life and afraid of death, but I am not. If you can watch Yuvajin die today, then he can watch us die tomorrow. Nobunaga's voice was filled with anger and hatred. Obviously even a reward could not calm him down, and he was already planning to take revenge alone. You're sending yourself to death. Phaeton spoke coldly. It's better than you wimps. Nobunaga sneered without looking back. Nobunaga, is this how you talk to everyone? Maki was also a little angry. They also wanted to avenge Yuvajin, but everyone understood that before, Chen Yo was only afraid of the members of his brigade being together, but once they were separated, they would most likely be defeated one by one. Anyone who is not an idiot can understand the current situation. Let him be, now that Nobunaga has decided. Crollo did wave his hand and stopped Maki, Franklin, and others who were about to take action. He looked at the tall, short-haired woman beside him, looking at Pakunoda, number 9 of the brigade, a member with the ability to steal memories. Pakunoda, I leave the information about Chen Yo to you. It's best to find out his weaknesses. Before we know all his abilities, let's all separate. There is no need to take on any more tasks during this period. Try to hide it as much as possible. Stand up. Crollo spoke. Clear. Pakunoda nodded. The expressions of the other members were also complicated, and they could only look at Nobunaga's lonely figure from a distance. The famous Phantom Troop has faced its biggest crisis of trust since its establishment today. In an apartment in Yukizan City, Chen Yo has arrived. Boss. Kurapika's eyes were slightly red and full of gratitude. Chen Yo sacrificed his life for him, and he owed Chen Yo too much. Mr. Chen Yo. Grown-ups. Sir, are you okay? Dazo Ni, Feiji, Melody, and others were pleasantly surprised. Everyone thought it was a doomed situation before, but they never thought that Chen Yo would actually make a comeback. But at this moment, the expression on Zheng Zhen's face, which was lying on the steel frame bed, was extremely different. He did not see the scene where Chen Yo faced the brigade, but he also heard some information from the tone of the brigade leader Crollo. The brigade suffered too many losses in the hands of this guy. Finks actually died in the battle? Hsoka was defeated? This little devil! But now I am waiting to die like a fish on the chopping board. This feeling is terrible. I don't accept it. I, Yuvajin, don't accept it. I can die, but I won't die in such a cowardly way. Yuvajin struggled and roared, veins bulging all over his body. But he was injected with a large amount of sedatives and couldn't exert any strength at all. Chen Yo had no intention of pampering him. Just when he was about to speak, Karapika spoke. Do you know why you were arrested? Do you remember those people you killed? Karapika's contact lenses have been taken off, revealing those very rare scarlet eyes. You? This is... Yuvajin looked at Karapika's eyes in shock, recalling quickly in his mind, and finally thought of something in a dusty memory nook. Koluta clan. A very rare race, their eye color is known as one of the 7 most beautiful colors in the world, and is fetched a sky-high price on the black market. A pair can be sold for hundreds of millions or even billions of ring nip. The Phantom Troop massacred Karapika's entire race just to get this flaming eye. Wow! Karapika directly removed the restraint that controlled Yuvajin. At this time, his whole person was enveloped in a monstrous hatred, and his eyes showed a strange and beautiful red color. Boss, please let me do this battle. Well, let's go outside. Chen Yo nodded, he understood cool. Karapika, or... Karapika's only purpose in living is revenge. Naturally, it was hard for Dazuonai and others to say anything. Moreover, Chen Yo, the super werewolf who had defeated the entire brigade, was present. They even consciously listed themselves as their younger brothers and listened to everything. Arrangements from Chen Yo. An open space in the suburbs. Karapika and others stand with Yuvajin. Give you the last chance. Your life and death will be decided by Karapika. If you defeat him, he will let you live. If you lose, he. Chen Yo said with a slight smile. Yuvajin frowned, but his eyes fell on Chen Yo and Karapika. In his keen perception, Dazuonei and others are just a bunch of fun, so there is no need to worry. The only thing to be careful about is the red-eyed kid in front of you, and Chen Yo, who made the group leader give up. Frontal breakthrough and escape? It's not that Yuvajin hasn't considered it, but his bellicose personality doesn't allow it, and his dignity as a warrior doesn't allow it, and Yuvajin has a hunch that Krollo can admit giving up frankly. The opponent's speed is very likely to be far faster than his own, which means that he cannot escape. Karapika, it's too dangerous. Yet, what if that guy killed Karapika? As long as Mr. Chen Yo is here, nothing will happen. Well, I hope so. Tatsuonai, Melody, and others who were watching the battle were worried. But fortunately, Chen Yo was present, otherwise many people might not even dare to watch the show. How did it feel when you killed one of my people? Karapika, who exuded a strong energy, stared at the opponent and said. I don't feel anything. 5.7 It's just a pity that I didn't kill you together. The way those people begged for mercy in front of me was really pitiful, like dogs, you know. You know? I crushed their heads but I controlled my strength very well. It is a technical job to take off the eyes intact. Yuvajin sneered, as if telling a story. But Karapika's eyes became scarleter. He managed to get PD off. Then go die. Karapika raised her right hand. Bondage middle finger chain. The chain on his hand quickly stretched and was whipped towards Yuvajin like a steel whip. Boom! It's obviously just a chain as thick as a little finger, but it explodes with astonishing lethality. The ground cracked and exploded on the spot. Watching this scene, Dazuonai and others couldn't help but gasp. Chen Yo was a little surprised. Because he could clearly see in his field of vision that when fighting the brigade, the intensity of Karapika's aura almost exceeded that of Hsoka. This guy is worthy of being the one who refined himself into the brigade's tank. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. Yuvajin, who could easily kill the bodyguards at first, was attacked in an extremely embarrassed manner, as if he had no power to fight back. This shocked Tatsuoji and the others at Karapika's power. Before this, all of them thought that Karapika was just an ordinary novice hunter, but now it seems that the opponent is even stronger than Yuvajin. Yuvajin was also shocked. He didn't expect this kid to be so strong. But after the outburst, Yuvajin actually broke through the obstruction and punched Kurapika hard, breaking Kurapika's arm, causing it to become twisted and bruised. But before he could be happy, he was shocked to see chains wrapped around his body. This guy! When did he attack himself? Chapter 88. How could this be possible? Your chains are clearly... Yuvajin looked at the chains that were tied around his body in horror. He had tried Kurapika's chains before, and even he, who was famous for his strength, couldn't break free. He is clearly the strongest man in the famous Phantom Troop. But now, he was defeated at the hands of a young man? You are not the only one who has yin. My chains are not the ones you see. I am also, not an enhancer. Kurapika spoke calmly, holding the chain in one hand. He always wears a bracelet on his right hand, which leads everyone including Yuvajin, Melody, Feiji, Dazoan, etc. to think that he is an enhancer. Only the enhancer's mind controller can strengthen a chain as thick as a thumb to the point of being as steel-like and indestructible. But I never thought about it. These chains are all embodied by Kurapika. When Red Eye is on. Kurapika, proficient in all series. This is the power of Red Eyes. But the reason why Kurapika's telekinesis is so amazing is because he attached rules with his life. All his telekinesis will only be effective against the Phantom Troop. Once he attacks someone outside the troop, the sharp blade hidden in his heart will kill him. So that's it. You are a manifestation type. You usually turn the chain into a physical entity on purpose, so that everyone thinks the chain is real. Damn it! I was actually deceived. Yuvajin finally reacted, but now it was too late. Bingo! But there is no reward. Tell me the abilities of everyone in your brigade. Kurapika said with an indifferent expression. Haha, tell me? And then you let me go. Yuvajin scoffed. His words suddenly touched the nerves of Dazonai and others. Kurapika, you must not let this guy go, otherwise he will definitely cause trouble for us in the future. Yes, if he escapes, it will be us who die next time. Please, Kurapika. Dazuonei, Shikuvala and Feiji couldn't help but feel worried. Melody remained calm because she could hear Kurapika's 23 heartbeats, but she was still shrouded in utter hatred. No, you will still die, but I will make you die a little faster. Kurapika said coldly. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Do you know what they did before they died when I killed your tribe? I crushed their heads one by one. But Yuvajin laughed wildly. He had already tried, but he couldn't break free of this fatal chain even with all his strength. Kurapika's eyes were even scarier. The small cross sword at the end of the chain instantly penetrated Yuvajin's knees. But this strong man like a wild lion did not show any pain. Instead, he smiled more and more crazily, still talking about his great achievements when he killed the Kurapika people. Poof! Finally! Kurapika couldn't bear it anymore and pierced Yuvajin's heart with the cross sword. The dignified Phantom Troop member died in Kurapika's hands at this moment. Yuvajin's tall body collapsed, with the last hysterical and crazy expression on his face. Maybe he already understood. Ever since Krollo gave up on him, even if he defeated Kurapika, he would inevitably suffer a thunderous blow from Chen Yo, and he would probably not be able to survive. I just didn't expect that he couldn't even defeat Kurapika. Dead, this guy. Dazuonei let out a long breath and sat on the ground as if he had been emptied out. Melody, Feiji, Basho, and Shikuvala also relaxed. Finally died. The famous Phantom Troop. Zilla. A golden light flashed. Astonishingly, it was Chen Yo who stretched out his finger, like a golden laser cut. Instantly cut off Yuvajin's head, then picked it up and threw it to Kurapika. 3 billion, don't waste it. *T. Kurapika was moved in her heart. If Chen Yo hadn't appeared, even if he could kill Yuvajin in a sneak attack, he would have been hiding and wouldn't even dare to use Yuvajin's body to claim the reward. But now, even if he uses Yuvajin's head to collect the bounty, he doesn't have to worry about retaliation from others. Including the brigade, they will never dare to pursue it in a short time. This seemingly simple stroke made Dazonai and others' eyes almost pop out of their heads. They have personally experienced the strength of Yuvajin's body. That guy is just steel. But in Chen Yo's hands, it was easily cut open like a block of tofu. What if the golden laser was used against me? I'm afraid that the person and the handle can be cut into pieces in an instant, right? Worthy of being a one-star hunter. Sir Chen Yo. Thank you for this time. Sir, please leave me a contact information. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you. Dazonai stepped forward with an extremely respectful gesture. Fei Ji, Baiseo, and others also reacted. Where the hell do you need a phone number? This is a life-saving gold medal. You must know that they witnessed the killing of Yuvajin. If the Phantom Troop people pursue the case, those guys dare not provoke Chen Yo's brow. But what if you deal with yourself? But having Mr. Chen Yo's phone number is different. Once you are hunted down, you can hope to contact Mr. Chen Yo for help. As long as we have this life-saving straw, we will have some stability in these stormy days in the future. Fei Ji almost pressed her whole body against Chen Yo, with an extremely charming posture. This scene made Kurapika blush a little. Okay, please leave my contact information. If the Phantom Troop comes to trouble you, you can contact me. Chen Yo naturally saw their thoughts at a glance. As a colleague who has witnessed his own moment of pretentiousness, he still has some tolerance for this, not to mention that they are indeed affected. Chen Yo left their contact information for them one by one, and the woman Fei Ji even bluntly invited Chen Yo to have dinner, and said personally that she was absolutely a 100% authentic virgin. Chen Yo, who does this woman think she is? Chen Yo decisively agreed to Fei Ji's invitation and had an in-depth communication with her that night. While Chen Yo was busy training Fei Ji, there were some small gaps in the direction of Phantom Troop. As they were preparing to leave Yukizan City in a vehicle, they were attacked by the Yin Beast group. The leader is clearly the leader Xiao. In his words, the people in your brigade took away his things and still wanted to leave? How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? And they directly talked to number 4 and asked him to come and die. Krollo said that number 4 Hsoka has left the brigade. Then, the two sides fought fiercely, and the Yin Beast group, which could not distinguish between the big and small kings, was wiped out. Only the leader Xiao survived. Certainly. The reason he survived was that Krollo needed his abilities, and he would be imprisoned in an unknown place as a vegetable for the rest of his life. The Phantom Troop who was attacked was also confused. He only thought that these evil beasts were arranged by the gang. After all, those idiots had a bounty of 3 billion on their heads. Xiao, who had become a vegetative state, had no time to describe the appearance of number 4 Chen Yo. The next day, the sun is shining brightly. After yesterday's fierce battle, the gangs in Yukizan City suffered heavy losses, and the Yin Beast group, known as the strongest combat force under the 10 old men, was even wiped out. However, Kurapika took out Yuvajin's head and received 3 billion ring NI after being verified as a member of Phantom Troop. He became famous all of a sudden. Earned the honorable title of Brigade Hunter. Sir. In the VIP room, the beauty Fei Ji was completely exhausted and fell down. Under Chen Yo's abnormal physical strength, she felt like she was about to be beaten to pieces. But to be favored by such a powerful person, Fei Ji felt extremely satisfied and happy in her heart at this moment. Chen Yo didn't say anything, he just left 100 million demise in cash to her as a reward for this romantic relationship. Of course that's not what he said. Very good, I'll use the money to buy some nutritional supplements, and we'll see you next time I come to Yuvajin City. Chen Yo left with a light word. Wright received him with great enthusiasm. He learned about the horror of Chen Yo from Dazo Nei and others. A super strong man who can intimidate the phantom troop. Fully 50 billion funds. According to Nisla's words, he wants to hire Don Yo as the spokesperson of Wright Group. There is no need to be responsible for anything, and consumption in any property under the Wright family will always be free in the future, and he will try his best to introduce his daughter to Chen Yo. To put it bluntly, I just want to wear Chen Yo's name and use it as a talisman. Chen Yo does not reject anyone who comes. Received 50 billion in funds and distributed 10 billion to Gon and Killua each. By the way, I rested for 2 more days. I have also worked hard on this Miss Wang Ni dozens of times. Anyway, he is a time traveler, and now he is powerful enough to kill people, so it doesn't matter if he has a few more wives. Chen Yo doesn't have many restrictions on himself, and he is not a saint who can sit still. Wright himself was extremely excited and beaming. Finally, after dealing with these women, Chen Yo finally got out. He found a total of 7 game cards worth 8 billion among the treasury items that Xiao had previously transported. These cards are most likely going to be auctioned. As a result, Chen Yo directly took over. It also saves me a lot of things. Then, Kurapika said she would go after the brigade and said goodbye to Chen Yo. Gon and Killua could only say goodbye, because everyone knew that this was Kurapika's lifelong goal from the time he took the hunter assessment. The 3 of them later found Liu, who had come for an appointment. Chen Yo originally wanted to invite this guy to play games together. But who would have thought? Liu? Brother Arnold said you haven't awakened your telekinesis yet? You guy. Gon couldn't help but said. Sure enough, Liu, you lied. Killua also rolled his eyes at him. Ah? You, well, actually I've touched the edge of telekinesis, and now I'm just about to realize it. I'm very sorry, boss, I still plan to take the exam first. It has always been my dream to join the National Medical University. Liu didn't blush, he was indeed a little embarrassed. Both Gon and Killua have awakened their telekinesis, and even Kurapika has become famous after hearing about it. At the same time, Hunter himself became a leader. But actually you can't blame yourself. During this time, he was busy reviewing medical matters and had no energy to practice telekinesis, so it was natural for him to lag behind. But as long as I pass the exam and join a medical university, I will definitely be able to awaken my telekinesis in the future. None. Come on, Liu, work hard. Enter the medical university, and then awaken your telekinesis. You can try to learn healing telekinesis. Chen Yo smiled and patted his shoulder. Understood. Boss. Everyone, you should be more careful. Then wait for my good news. Liu said goodbye to Chen Yo and the others with a smile. It really made everyone feel a little bit reluctant to leave for a while, as if they were back to the time of the hunter assessment. But the top priority now is to enter the game and find clues about Jin. As a time traveler, Chen Yo naturally understands what this game is. He also has his own purpose. Find a hotel and go in. After entering the game, people will disappear in the real world. Killua suggested. For unnecessary trouble, Chen Yo readily agreed to 900. He has no shortage of game cards in his hand now. He just bought a game login device on the way, and then left a clone of his own light. Yes. Chen Yo's light thought clone. Now he can make a clone army similar to Mo Lao. The strength of the one he made now is about 1/10 of his, but it can last for more than a month. Except that his intelligence is not very high, he is also very good. After arranging a clone to serve as a sentry in the apartment, Chen Yo and the other 2 directly chose to log into the game. Gon uses the card that Jin left behind. Chen Yo and Killua used new cards. I wonder if we will be together after we go in, Brother Yo. You have to be careful, there is Killua too. Gon said. Of course, you too. Chen Yo and Killua nodded. 3-card insert. Suddenly, a strange power of thought emerged, wrapping up and swallowing the 3 of them. In front of me is a flower. What appeared in front of Chen Yo was a brand new world. Countless complex lines and dazzling interior space. In front of him was a lowly girl with big eyes wearing a mechanical hat, sitting on a floating console. It's like a front desk. Welcome to the world of GI. The lowly girl introduced herself in a friendly manner. Her voice was very clear and pleasant, giving people an extremely friendly feeling. After taking a look at Chen Yo, the girl's slender hands tapped quickly on the keyboard, seemingly looking for Chen Yo's information. Hey? Your information is incomplete. This is the first time I have discovered this kind of data loss. But it doesn't matter. I will now introduce you to the basic rules and content of the game. The girl was stunned for a moment, but soon returned to normal, as if she had been corrected by something. According to her, this is a card collecting game. The number of some cards is limited and you need to complete certain tasks to obtain them. When calling, you can summon your own card collection book and summon the specified card. Very interesting setting. Items, monsters, and even others in the game world can be sealed as cards. Anyway, there are a lot of bala bala, which makes Chen Yo's ears hurt. Do you understand? I need to repeat. The lowly girl said enthusiastically. Okay, okay. Just go down from here, right? Then I'll leave first. Chen Yo rubbed his sore ears and walked directly down the stairs designated by the girl. Looking at Chen Yo's disappearing back, the lowly girl sitting at the front desk took a long breath. There was some fine sweat on her pretty face, and she murmured. Who is he? Mr. Jin. This is the player you found after you who has such amazing quality telepathy. I hope he won't do anything too outrageous. Sigh. Benevolence. Chapter 89. It's such a strange feeling, all the perceptions are real, and the power of mind can still be used, including the shining fruit. Chen Yo walked down the spiral staircase and looked around to see a vast expanse of grassland. This place is definitely not in some virtual brain computer game. I'm afraid, a real reality zone. Brother Arnold. Brother Chen Nuo. Excited exclamations came from behind, and it was Gon and Killua who had also just entered the game. The two walked down from the other 2 turrets, and were surprised to find that the 3 of them were actually at a login location. I have a feeling that the wall is cracked. Someone is watching us from these 2 directions. Surveillance consumes a lot of energy and attention. It is very repulsive for one person. Even if 2 people take turns to monitor, they will usually choose a location not far from the village. Too far away. I wonder why they want to spy on us. Killua frowned and looked into the distance. If you can be discovered at such a distance, it shouldn't be a difficult opponent. Chen Yo smiled slightly, he had naturally noticed the new player's monitor early on. Or GI games will be under surveillance once you log in. Brother Arnold, which direction should we go next? Gon wondered. Killua also looked over. The 2 of them were completely led by him. As long as Chen Yo chose, there would be no doubt. Chen Yo took out a coin and tossed it casually. Front. This way. Chen Yo put away the coins and smiled. It doesn't matter which way you go, you have landed in a game world similar to Sword Art Online, no, definitely more real than Sword Art Online. This is a happy thing for Chen Yo, he just wants to experience this innocence. Game world. This operation made Killua and Gon ashamed. I thought Chen Yo would give some wise choices, but I didn't expect that it was just luck. The 2 of them didn't worry about anything and followed the direction pointed by Chen Yo. At the same time, outside world. Inside the Jinhua group in Yukizan City, the corridors were filled with the bodies of security guards. Almost all of them were cut off by Lan Yao, the incision was extremely smooth, and they were cut off in one breath. There were even deep cuts left on the reinforced walls on both sides. The air is filled with the smell of blood. In the main control room, the researcher responsible for adjusting the host has fainted in the corner. A samurai covered in blood and holding a sword stood like a ghost. Phantom Troop Nobunaga. At this time, his eyes were bloodshot and he clicked the game card slot on his phone. Next to Nobunaga was a thin man with earrings. Are you sure they will log into the game? Nobunaga glanced at the earring man. Of course, my calculation will not be wrong, and I heard the news from the hunter named Gon. He has the archive card of the GI game in his hand, so it is extremely possible for them to log into the game. Big. The man with earrings said tremblingly. Haha, very good, this is a promise to you, go away, if I hear you say this news elsewhere, no matter where you are, I will find you and cut you into 100 pieces, not more, not one paragraph will be missing. Nobunaga threw out a gold card. The man with the earrings immediately picked up the card and fled quickly as if he had been granted amnesty. In the main control room where the piercing alarm sounded, only Nobunaga stood alone, holding the card tightly in his hand, with the flame of revenge shining in his eyes. Kid! I will take your head off for Yuvajin. Nobunaga almost squeezed out the words through his teeth, his expression a little twisted. In GI game, Chen Yo and the other three are trying out the game operations instructed by the front desk lady. Chen Yo groaned, and a card collection book suddenly floated in front of him. It feels real when you hold it in your hand. How truly wonderful! The world of Hunter can actually build such unique abilities, which is equivalent to empowering every player who logs into the game. Simply relying on this ability, or genius, and creativity, is definitely the top power. Jin Fujili really gave me a lot of surprises. Boom! Just when the three of them were familiar with the novice operation, a harsh sound broke through the air. The three of them looked up and saw a ray of golden light coming rapidly from the sky and crashing down in front of everyone. The smoke and light dispersed. What suddenly appeared in front of me was a strange man with a wind and thunder tattoo on his shoulder, curly braids, headphones, and a card collection book floating in front of him. Who is this guy? Are you here for us? Gon and Killua suddenly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy, staring at the guy in front of them. Here, oh, it's the plane next to the starting point. So, this is your first time playing this game, right? The headphone man smiled. Hey? You also have a card collection book in your hand. Are you a player too? Gon was surprised. But what shocked him even more was that the other party actually flew over. This kind of ability was unheard of and unseen outside. Hee, yes, rookies. The headphone man grinned, already understanding that these three guys were newbies and absolutely the most suitable targets for robbery. But just in case, so as not to capsize in the gutter. He was still very experienced in taking down a card from the card collection book. 1001 Peeping, G level 200, limit. Card ability, see a target player's free pockets, only players encountered in the game. 1001 represents the card number, and G level is the card acquisition level. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to obtain it. Currently, the highest level known is S level ultra rare cards. The 200 at the end represents the limit, which means that there are only 200 such cards in circulation. Please use the peeping spell to select the player you want to spy on. Subtitles suddenly appeared on the card collection book, and the players he had met recently were also listed. Yuru. Jeff Espa. Grey Cross. Killua. Gon. Chen Yo. It turns out to be Killua, Gon and Chen Yo. The headphone man said with a smile while operating the card collection book. Ah? How do you know about us? Gon looked confused and couldn't remember that he had seen this guy before. Killua frowned. Chen Yo watched the other party's operation with a smile. These two brats seem to be headed by him, so check him out first. Choose Chen Yo. Headset male with voyeur card made the choice. There is nothing in Chen Yo's free pocket, the peeping card is cancelled. Subtitles appeared on the card book. As expected, he is a novice. He doesn't have any cards and is still a child. But such a rookie is the most suitable for robbing. Let's use this card. The headphone man suddenly smiled. He has been in the game for many years, but he is still at the lower level, otherwise he would not come all the way to guard the novice landing point. His winning rate against other veterans is very low, so he can only pin his hopes on these newbies. Put a tracking tag on the novice, and then once the target gets the card, they can come and rob them. While the opponent has not grown up, you can harvest as much wool as possible. This is his tactic. Use tracking. Select Object Chen Yo. The headphone man pulled out the card tracking in the card collection book, 1027, serial number, E-level 90, limit. Suddenly a strange beam of light shot towards Chen Yo. Chen Yo was slightly startled and retreated. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. It's impossible for you to avoid card spells in this game. Even if you escape to the end of the world, you will be marked as being followed. There is no need to waste it. The headphone man laughed wildly. Here the cards are all the rules. What Chen Yo is doing now is as if he is trying to avoid his own shadow under the scorching sun. How ridiculous! But the next second the earphone man stopped laughing. He opened his mouth as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes almost popped out, and he looked at him in horror. Chen Yo actually avoided the tracking card. A line of words appeared on his card collection book. Tracking failed, card has been consumed. What? No, absolutely impossible. How could this be? The headphone man felt that his outlook on life had been severely shattered, as if people on Earth suddenly discovered that gravity did not exist. After being around GI for many years, this is definitely the first time he has seen a card fail to be used. This has never happened before. It's like someone really took off his shadow. Damn it! Is it dazzled? The headphone man rubbed his eyes and looked at the tracking card that disappeared from the card collection book. It is true. What a hell it is today. Medusa's sigh. I don't believe it, it was definitely a bug just now. With a sudden thought in his heart, the headphone man took out another card and used it directly on Chen Yo. A coquettish snake girl appeared in front of Chen Yo. Sakura's lips vomited. Hula la! Including Chen Yo, Gon, and Killua were directly transformed into stone sculptures. Ha ha, ha ha ha. It was indeed a bug just now. I wasted one of my petrification cards. Damn it, but as long as I put a tracking tag on it, I will definitely get back from you in the future. The headphone man was a little angry. Medusa's breath was a rare card. It could be said that he spent a lot of money to mark the rookie this time. It's definitely not worth it if you don't play for a few years. But his smile didn't last for a few seconds, only the sound of rocks breaking was heard. Cracks appeared on Chen Yo's stone sculpture. How is it possible? The petrification effect lasts for 30 minutes? It's only been 3 seconds now. The man with the headphones felt like his outlook was shattered. He witnessed the collapse of Chen Yo's petrification effect. The other party moved his hands and feet and praised his very good ability. Damn it! I've definitely seen a ghost, run away. He no longer has the idea of abusing food. There must be a bug in this stupid game. If you are killed in this game, you are really dead. Keeping the green hills, you don't have to worry about having no firewood. Use rewind. Go back to Masadora. Damn it, hurry up. The headphone man suddenly pulled out the card he carried most with him and rewound it. Similar to a quick escape scroll. Activate the rewind, consume the rewind card, and specify the destination Masadora. Subtitles appeared on the card book. The headphone man breathed a sigh of relief. A layer of golden light appeared on his body. He couldn't help but look at Chen Yo and the others with a grin. Kids! I wasted these cards on you today. Sooner or later I will get them all back. Just wait. Ha 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 ha. This should be the so-called rampage before departure. Bar. The man with the headphones turned into a golden light and rose into the sky. And what shocked him was, he only saw the kid Chen Yo who was standing on the ground, still looking straight at him. The next moment, boom! That guy turned into golden light and rose into the sky. And it's even faster. Mid-air. The man with headphones wrapped in golden light looked at Chen Yo flying alongside him in shock. The other party suddenly stretched out a hand, plunged directly into the golden light, and grabbed him. Ka ka ka. A sound similar to the sound of gears breaking. Rewind failed, the rewind card is consumed. A line of subtitles appeared on the collection card book. Headphones for men. Damn it! What a fool! He was roaring with fear in his heart. He was shocked to see that he was actually being carried by Chen Yo with one hand, and then he flew back abruptly and landed on the original grass with a crash. Killua and Gon were watching him curiously as he flew away and then came back. The headphone man's expression at the moment was uglier than his dead mother. Hey? Why are you back again? Gon said unexpectedly. Hey! You were captured by Brother Chen Nuo. Didn't you say you wanted to cause trouble for us before? Killua stared at the other person with cold eyes, and the fingertips of his hands in his pockets became extremely sharp. Ah! The man with the earphones knelt down on the ground with a loud bang, kowtowing as if he was pounding garlic. I was wrong. My lords, I am blind. What I just said was to give up. My lords and brothers, just think of me as a fart and let me go. I was wrong. I swear, if I dare to cause trouble to any of you big brothers in the future, I will be punished by heaven and earth. The man with the earphones was begging for mercy with runny nose and tears. He looked pitiful. He still feels in his heart that today is definitely a ghost. GI games have been running for so many years, and I have never seen a rewind failure. Forget it if you fail, what the hell is it that you were caught directly in mid-air? And he has clearly read the other party's card collection book, and there is not a hair on it, but the other party can fly? What the hell is this principle? Now besides begging for mercy, the headphone man, no how, can't find any other way. Hand it over. Chen Yo didn't take it seriously and spoke coldly. If it weren't for the fact that the effect of his shining fruit could be activated here, or if the three of them were weaker, they would definitely be the unlucky ones. These new independent players are the ones being cut off in this game. What? Headphone men pretend to be stupid. Cards, all of them. Chen Yo said lightly. Ah. Sir, these cards have been mine for more than 3 years. I hand them over, I hand them over. Weave. The man with the earphones was crying and his intestines were about to turn green. Damn it, how about drinking alone at the Masadora bar? Did he get his head caught in the door and come here to cut the leaks? It's fine now, I lost all my money. He had no choice but to hand over all the cards. They were all a bunch of stupid cards. Even the petrification cards he used were pretty good. As expected, nothing could fall out of this stupid monster. Nice one. Chen Yo randomly took a few cards and gave the rest to Gon and Killua, asking them to distribute them. Of course, this kind of robbery is definitely the fastest way to get rich. Besides, Chen Yo looked down at the kneeling headphone man and said, "What else? Sir, my card collection book has no cards left, I'm completely done." The headphone man begged for mercy. "Take off your clothes." "Ah. I take off my clothes." Headphone guys are going crazy. Then, with only his red underpants on, he was shivering in the cold wind. The clothes he took off were burned to ashes by Chen Yo in front of him, which made him tremble even more with fear. He understands. AGI game bug has arrived. This guy, is he the big demon boss? He's not a bullshit player at all. That must be it. Grass. These damn 3 guys are NPCs. You must let this news out. Looking at the trio going away, the headphone man roared in his heart. Chapter 90. Outside World. Ancient City, Batra Castle. After strict interrogation and background investigation, a group of inspected personnel were finally sent to the underground of the ancient city. There are host computers prominently placed here. The GI game strategy team, headed by Huju Ziiju La, is responsible for assessing and leading these newcomers to join the team, many of whom are even strong players who have obtained hunter licenses. The super rich Batra spent a lot of money to buy dozens of sets of GI game archive cards. The normal auction price of these cards at auction is 8 billion jin and upwards. The bearded Hujwezijuela introduced the situation of GI and some precautions. Among these people, there was a guy who stood out. His whole body was covered with white bandages. It was obvious that his figure was extremely strong but not bloated. His right arm was a strange mechanical arm and he was extremely taciturn. According to other people's descriptions, this guy killed 2 other people with his own hands in order to obtain a quota. Only then was he admitted. Okay. This is what you need to pay attention to. Everyone takes turns to enter the game in order. Remember that our purpose of this game is to break the level and get 2 cards Archangel's Breath and Rejuvenation Potion. As long as you get these 2 cards, you can get 50 billion ring NI rewards. The bearded man said loudly. Suddenly, all the recruiters present were extremely enthusiastic, and a cold light flashed in the narrow eyes of the man with the bandaged mechanical arm. Soon. The GI game strategy team formed by the super rich Batra has been launched one after another. GI game. You have arrived at the bounty city of Andochiba. A line of subtitles appeared on the collection card book. Wow! There is actually a city. It looks so real. This is a real world. Killua couldn't help but marvel. Chen Yo also sniffed his nose slightly, and there were various smells floating in the air. In the distance are row upon row of brick and stone houses, towering lush old trees, and pedestrians walking on the streets unaware. Although this game is limited to 100 sets, there are definitely more than that number of gamers here. Of course, this includes a large number of NPCs. Wow! There are so many bounties, and you can get prizes for all the bounties. Gon was immediately attracted by the densely packed reward notices on the street. Chen Yo and Killua also followed. Reward: find your dog and reward the cursed statue of Lady Luck. Reward: kill enemy macro, reward charging paladin as reward. Reward: Archangel's Lament 830, I am willing to exchange 1 S card and 4 A-level cards. Reward: a lot of news. Here. Anduokai's moon pulling contest, September is the guessing contest, and the winner's prize is the Sword of Truth. Brother Arnold, do we want to participate? Both Gon and Killua looked at Chen Yo expectantly. The Sword of Truth is a relatively rare card. Even if there are better cards in these bounties, the difficulty is definitely far higher than the competition, let alone the guessing game. Guessing? Then let's join in. Chen Yo smiled. If you want to pass the GI game, you must collect all the cards. Among them, the Sword of Truth is one of the more important cards. Now that you have obtained the information, you will naturally not let it go. But the game won't start in 4 days. Before that, let's fill our stomachs first. How about this? Chen Yo rubbed Gon's head, and Killua blushed even more because his stomach just made a growling sound. A special reward was placed in front of the 2 of them. Super Big Eater Competition. If you eat a super large portion of delicious food within 30 minutes, you can get the Garuga card. How could this kind of activity with free food and gifts not be exciting? Chen Yo and the others were excited to cook. As a result, the 3 people finished it all within 10 minutes. It's a pity that the boss chef is an NPC with a very low IQ. Like an elderly machine, it can only answer some specified words and does not have much intelligence. Ding! You tasted E-level delicacies, activated your gourmet talent, and gained attribute increases. Congratulations on your strength +1, agility +1, spirit +1, and food points +10. A system prompt sounded in Chen Yo's mind. Cool pen. Chen Yo couldn't help but exclaimed with excitement. Really? My guess is right. GI games are not virtual at all, but are played in a special world, or a special area, and everything is real. Because the food system here is judged to be real. This is definitely your perfect place. So cool. But it's a pity that this NPC boss only has this one delicacy. Congratulations on completing the food challenge and receiving the reward Garugata. The NPC gave the reward. Name, Garugata, Special Lantern Fish. Serial 1217 Class F185, Limited. Explanation: one of the 3 delicacies on the Greedy Island, its delicate taste cannot be imagined just by looking at its appearance. Everyone says that eating its eggs can lead to longevity. It tastes great when boiled or grilled. Very simple instructions. Use Garuga. Chen Yo chose to use it directly from the card collection book. The next moment, a top-notch fish that was half the height of a man was summoned, and it was still alive and kicking. Chen Yo cooks it directly as ingredients. Gon and Killua were even more excited to watch. Chen Yo conveniently borrowed the chef NPC's kitchen. Soon, a top-notch delicacy is ready. Cooking Garuda. You're welcome, let's get started. This is indeed a paradise for gourmets. Chen Yo waved his hand, signaling Gon and Killua to start. The 3 of them started eating directly. Ding! You tasted the sea-level delicacy Garuda, the gourmet talent is activated. Congratulations on getting the attribute bonus, strength +15, agility +15, spirit +4, and 140 food points. A voice like the sounds of nature sounded. Waves of warm currents poured into Chen Yo's body, rapidly strengthening his body. Cool. Chen Yo couldn't help but be excited. His basic attributes have been directly refreshed. Strength 171. Agility, 218. Spirit 273. Food points, 340. Reached a higher level again. Sure enough, the richness of food in this game is beyond imagination. It's a pity that this attribute bonus can only be refreshed once and cannot be refreshed repeatedly. Otherwise, Chen Yo could become the ultimate boss here. Hello, Chenjui is 2,310 yuan. The fat NPC chef said respectfully. Do you still need more money? Chen Yo and others were a little stunned. The Big Mac pasta is free, but there is a fee for ordering ice cream soda and using the kitchen. NPC explained. I see. Well, we ordered some ice cream, so I'll give you the money. Gon scratched his head and smiled, taking out some coins from his pocket. Now they are all billionaires. Chen Yo gave Gon 10 billion at the beginning, so there is no shortage of money. Sorry, this is not a transaction currency on the island. It is no different from waste paper. Money on the island can only be used on cards. If you can't take out the money from the card, then Trader Song is here to wash the dishes, said the chef. Gon and Killua looked at each other on the spot. Can you believe it? A billionaire was forced to wash the dishes while eating the king's meal? As for making trouble here? That's not very realistic. Players who dare to offend NPCs in this game will generally not end well. This is the simplest rule of the game. Is this enough? Chen Yo suddenly took out a card and handed it over. Of course, that's enough. I'll brush it for you. The chef immediately smiled and swiped cards for several people. Gon and Killua were surprised when they saw this scene. I got the card from a robbery before, but the amount in it is not much anymore, there is still more than 10,000, that guy really doesn't have much money. Chen Yo explained. I see. Fortunately, Brother Arnold, otherwise we would have to stay here to wash the dishes. I saw that it only costs a few dozen yuan an hour to wash the dishes. I don't know how long it will take to wash the dishes. Gon breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Chen Nuo, how about, we go and rob some more? The money is not enough. Killua suggested while holding his head. Chen Nuo. This kid actually likes to make money through robbery, but think about it, how can the genius of the Zoldyck family understand the pain of going to work? Forget it, I heard you can make money by killing monsters, so it doesn't matter if we kill monsters then. Chen Yo said with a smile. Really? You can get money by killing monsters? Who gives you the money? Killua asked curiously. I also saw it, maybe it's the game setting, like killing monsters will drop gold coins, it sounds very good. Gon said. In this GI game, you have to pay for many things. You can eat, buy clothes, stay, or even have S*X money is indispensable, and you can't escape the control of money even in the game. What is that? Let's go and see. A group of people were walking casually. The sharp-eyed Gon suddenly noticed the front and rushed forward quickly. Ahead. A large number of player NPCs are gathered together, seeming to be watching something exciting. Chen Yo and 3 others also squeezed in. On the ground. A player died tragically. His body was almost exploded into 2 pieces, with blood splattering and internal organs flowing out. The picture is extremely realistic. No, this should be the real situation. In this game, if the player dies, they will completely and truly die. It can be said to be a weird game played with life. This guy, I have some impression that he came from the novice area before, but he didn't expect to die. Killua looked solemn. When she and Chen Yo arrived together, there were only 3 of them, but after dealing with the headphone man, they saw some other newcomers on the way, including the short-haired man with a beard in front of them. He looked quite strong, but his death at this moment was extremely tragic. Excuse me, what exactly happened just now? Gon asked a passerby next to him. I don't know. I just heard a bang and this guy's body exploded. It was weird. Passersby also looked confused. Everyone came over to check after hearing the noise, and saw the scene in front of them. To be precise, it was actually what happened a few minutes ago. Chen Yo narrowed his eyes slightly. Explode? His luck wasn't too bad, it was probably the bomb devil's fault. That house. The guy's telekinesis attribute should be a bomb. Actually. As long as Chen Yo is willing, he can release even more amazing light explosive bombs and destroy the entire city. It's just that his focus is not here now. What he wants is to get various food attribute bonuses. As for the bomb demon, if he encounters him, he can only blame himself for his bad luck. Isn't this some kind of card? Brother Arnold can dodge those cards, but we can't. If we are hit by this thing, we will die miserably. Gon looked solemn. Killua also remained silent. They don't have the bug speed of Chen Yo, and they can't escape the lock of the card. If the explosion effect comes from the card, it is equivalent to danger. Don't worry, there is no such card in the game. It should come from some kind of nin, which is released by other players. It is, hunting players. A man with a stubble and dark circles under his eyes came over. You mean, players will kill each other? Why is this? Killua was stunned. You also know that the number of some cards in this game is limited, and more players mean that the chance of obtaining cards is getting lower and lower, especially for some cards that are already very rare cards, so, the fewer players there are, the greater the probability of getting the card. And, in this game get money as fast as possible, naturally it's robbery. Huzanan explained, but his eyes always fell on Chen Yo. Because he clearly felt that both Gon and Killua seemed to be headed by Chen Yo. Oh, that's interesting. Chen Yo smiled slightly. But our method is just the opposite. We win with the number of cards, never with bloodshed. You must have just come to this game. Are you interested in joining us? Our way until we break through. The bearded man said with a mysterious face. Brother Arnold. Gon and Killua looked at Chen Yo expectantly. Chen Yo pondered for a few seconds and understood. A few minutes later, under the leadership of Huzanan, several people came to an open square. There are a lot of players here, but some of them are obviously nervous and vigilant. They are far from the calmness of the experienced players, and they look like novices at first glance. Surprisingly, they also included many members of the Batra game strategy team. My name is Nickens. Welcome. The bearded man introduced himself. Chen Yo and the other three also told them their names. In fact, this thing cannot be hidden. The other party can easily see the real name by using a spy card or other cards. Oh, we didn't promise to join you. Chen Yo's words made Nickens' smile freeze, and he became a little embarrassed. That you? Nickens looked at the three of them slightly embarrassed. The other members of the breakthrough group in the square also looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed to be inexplicably tense. And Chen Yo seemed to have noticed an inconspicuous guy in the crowd. A thin man with short blonde hair, triangular transparent glasses, and a blue scarf. Ganshu. Or. This is the bomb maniac who has been hiding in the breakthrough group for 5 years. As a time traveler, Chen Yo could tell at a glance, but Nickens and other members of the clearance group obviously didn't notice it. And Chen Yo's telekinesis swept across. It was clearly seen that almost most of the members, including Nickens, had been attached to invisible force bombs. Tisk tisk tisk. The house thief is right in front of you, but you can't see it. Isn't this the bomb demon you consider your formidable enemy? But now is not the time to expose the bomb devil's background. This guy is very likely to detonate everyone here, and Chen Yo's plan will come to nothing. I'm going to make a deal with you. Chen Yo stepped forward, glanced at everyone and said with a smile. Chapter 91. Trade. Nickens was stunned and looked at Chen Yo with some doubts. Yes, trade. I need various cards that can be made into delicious food. If you have them, I can pay for them or exchange them with other cards. Chen Yo said with a smile. The food card? What ingredients are you referring to? Isn't it? Don't you think you are here just to clear the level? There is a reward of 5-00 million. What a weirdo. I think this kid is teasing us on purpose. The other players in the square were talking a lot, and they all looked at Chen Yo and others with strange eyes. This is a popular 100 million gold card. You can tell the authenticity by yourself after leaving the game. As long as the harder and more precious the ingredients are, the price I will offer will be higher. Of course, if I have the right card on hand, I can also will consider exchange. Chen Yo smiled slightly and handed a gold card to Nickens. This kind of outside money is useless to NPCs, but it is a huge temptation to these players. Now Chen Yo has more than 60 billion in liquidity on hand, plus the items from the auction. His absolute assets are astonishing. Ah! Chen, Mr. Chen Yo, this. Nickens was stunned. A small goal of 100 million. Or just as a deposit. How arrogant is this? At least as an ordinary player, it is a fantasy to earn 10 million nuns in a lifetime, let alone 100 million. Wow! This guy is so rich. Brother Chen Yo is so handsome. Can you add me as a friend? I have a kind heart and can do anything. It's so awesome, I thought he was bragging just now. Damn, this money is definitely more profitable than breaking through the barrier. If you break through the barrier 50 billion, everyone can't share much together, but this uncle just gives you cash. I have some food cards here. This 100 million completely ignited the enthusiasm of the members of the clearance team. The reason why these players are keen on completing levels is not because they have any attitude towards completing the game. But the wealthy Barrett outside spent 50 billion to break the sky-high reward. 100 players can each share an average of 500 million. In the minds of these low-level players, it seems that even distribution is natural. However, some smart players naturally understand that if they want to break the level, it is these low-level cannon fodder players who will die, but the one who takes the big head will definitely not them. So in comparison, compared to the illusory 50 billion, the money in front of Chen Yo is more realistic. I have the golden crab card here. This is the top seafood ingredient. A thin player walked up excitedly. Oh! Chen Yo glanced at his card. Although it was not as exaggerated as he said, it was indeed a good quality ingredient. 100,000 ordination nuns. Chen Yo said lightly. Make a deal. The thin player was extremely excited and handed over the card with trembling hands. He has almost lost his temper during this period. He has been immersed in the GI game all day long. Because he has not broken the level and cannot get the reward, it is like a blank check. He also has a large group of wives and children at home, and 100,000 kainai is enough to cover his family's expenses for several months. I have one too. Elf Elk, this is the best forest animal food, I got it after a lot of effort. I have it, I have it. Magic mushrooms. And I. For a while. The whole square was extremely lively, and these players couldn't sit still, and they dug into the bottom of the box to see if they had any suitable cards. Certainly. Chen Yo directly rejects all ordinary goods. He only buys high quality and rare food cards, and the prices he gives are very good. One guy even took out a rare card, the mysterious fish of Laguna Nigu, and received Chen Yo as a reward of 10 million ring nuns. This moment completely ignited everyone. Chen Yo has become the ultimate dream of these players to get rich overnight, and some female players can't wait to go up and chat with Chen Yo. Nickens was shocked when he saw this scene, as well as the trio of Bomb Demon Ganshu in the crowd. Boss! This guy is trying to win people's hearts. I just arrived and sold a card and got 500,000 ringgits. Let's go out for a nice dinner tonight. I'll treat you. Ganshu was about to express his thoughts, but he didn't expect that one of his younger brothers had already been bribed, with an excited expression on his face. It seems that Chen Yo has become a victim in everyone's mind. Finally, after a full hour of excitement, everyone stopped. Chen Yo spent nearly 7 to 80 million yuan to acquire nearly 100 cards. At this time, the way everyone looked at him completely changed. What was previously dismissive has turned into enthusiastic fawning. This is the real god of wealth. Almost half of the people in the entire level-breaking group have made a lot of money, more than they have made after playing games here for several years. I really don't know which landowner's stupid son wants these cards. Okay, your cards are almost ready. I will come here every Sunday to trade with you. Also, let me emphasize that I will not acquire duplicate cards. You should understand what I mean. Who can sell the cards first? Whoever gives it to me can make money, and no duplicate cards will be accepted in the future. Chen Yo's voice was not loud, but all the players present listened very seriously. Money can make people go crazy, and this is true in any world. Yes, sir. I have a question. Suddenly a player in the crowd spoke. Explain. Chen Yo said lightly. Sir, can you only buy from us in the future? Our team is definitely the organization with the largest number of people in the entire game. The player said anxiously. Other players also reacted instantly. Because Chen Yo does not acquire duplicate cards, these ingredient cards are more free cards and do not need to be included in the card collection book. There are many of them. But once Chen Yo acquires the entire game, countless players will flock to it, and competition pressure will increase dramatically. There may even be situations where the card you want to sell has already been sold. Oh, I can consider it, but I can't guarantee it, but I won't make a public acquisition for the time being. That is to say, at least during this period of time, you have absolute priority. When the time comes, I will let Nickens sort out the cards I need and the ones I have already purchased, and check with him before you want to sell them to me. Chen Yo smiled faintly and glanced at Nickens. As one of the leaders of the team, Nickens was speechless. He was the leader of the team, so why did he become Chen Yo's wage earner now? Nickens, do you accept the monthly salary of 10 million Nickens? Chen Yo stretched out a finger. No problem. Mr. Chen Yo, Nickens, promise to check everything for you. Listen carefully. I will count the cards that Mr. Chen Yo wants and the cards that have been purchased. Everyone. This is Mr. Chen Yo's right to check. Our gift. Nickens, who had been so stoic just now, immediately turned around and flattered Chen Yo. Gon and Killua were stunned at this scene. The other players present were even more jealous and envious of Nickens. His monthly salary of 10 million yuan. That's more than 100 million yuan a year. Outside of this, even senior professional managers are probably at this price. But Nickens is nothing. Outside he is just an old otaku, otherwise he would not look like an unshaven and poor man in the game. The reason why everyone is able to come together to overcome the barrier is not for the sake of the 50 billion nuns that are far away. Now we can make money in a more stable way, wouldn't it be faster? However, Chen Yo's approach has also elevated Nickens' status even better. This one of the leaders of the breakthrough group has become his spokesperson in disguise. Sir, these are some basic cards that are needed daily: leave card, return to city card, tracking card, peeping card, travel card. After appeasing everyone in the clearance team, Nickens came up with a glowing face and enthusiastically gave some commonly used cards to Chen Yo and others. And the game contact information of Chen Yo, the sponsor's father, was also specially added. Finally, after explaining what happened next, Chen Yo was ready to leave. Mr. Chen Yo. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded. Chen Yo and the others stopped. The people coming towards them were the bomb demon Ganshu and the others. Of course, these guys are still one of the leaders of the clearance group, at least they are well hidden. Hello. I am Ganshu, a member of the clearance team. Ganshu extended his hand in a friendly manner. What's up? Chen Yo, however, had no intention of accepting the offer. Instead, he assumed a condescending attitude. The corner of Ganshu's mouth twitched a few times and stopped. This BD. So rude? But I am afraid that he is also the son of a certain rich man, and he has his own eyesight. It does not seem to be particularly smooth to directly install a bomb on this guy. Ganshu's hidden bomb needs to touch the target. But Chen Yo didn't give him this chance. If nothing goes wrong, we'll leave. Nickens, remember what I told you. Let's go, Gon, Killua. Chen Yo was too lazy to talk to this guy. If these people in the clearance team were not still useful, he was worried that killing the bomb demon would cause these hidden bombs to explode collectively. Wouldn't he be missing this group of workers? So I just left Ganshu alone for the time being. Certainly. Chen Yo also understands that these guys will not be working for long, and Ganshu will detonate bombs soon. It will be troublesome to disarm these bombs. Either Ganshu is willing to do so, or he can find a mind-killing master. Please give me flowers. Ganshu is a psychopath. The purpose of playing games is to kill people, and there are very few mind-killing masters. We can only wait until later to make a decision. There is never a shortage of players in this world, and Chen Yo is not a good person, so he has to save these wage earners. After leaving the clearance team, Chen Yo and the others went straight to a hotel that seemed to have a unique atmosphere. The next time is to cook delicious food. There are nearly 100 cards. All are high-quality ingredients from GI games, including those from the sea, valleys, grasslands, deserts, etc., all kinds of different. So Chen Yo is also flexing his muscles these days, taking his culinary talents to the extreme. Gon and Killua both had chubby bellies and started eating every day. 5 full days passed like this. These nearly 100 cards were finally consumed. And Chen Yo's attributes have also reached an exaggerated level. 342. Agility 408. Asterisk 455. Food points, 1621. Incredibly gorgeous property panel. Power reaches man. 34 times the basic physical attributes, 40 times the agility, and 45 times the spirit. This is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Just like 99 points to test 100 is much more difficult than 50 points to test 60 points. Breaking through the limits of human body attributes, even a slight improvement in one's own quality is extremely astonishing. Even if Chen Yo is standing still, no professional hunter can break through his defense. Even if he died, bullets could not penetrate his body. Definitely a real little Superman. Whether it is defense, recovery, nerve response, muscle strength, poison resistance, fire resistance, ice resistance, etc., they have all been improved to an exaggerated level. GI games are indeed my paradise. Chen Yo was very excited. Compared to hunting Warcraft outside, the Warcraft here are far superior in both quantity and quality. Moreover, the monsters he has hunted now are less than 1/10 of those in the entire game, so one can imagine the room for growth in the future. So cool! In addition to increasing the attributes of these top quality ingredients, Chen Yo also gained a lot of points. These points can be directly used for lottery draws, and some of the remaining delicacies were packaged and placed in the system. In the system space, it can be used as a blood pack, antidote, etc. Ding! It is detected that you have enough food points. Do you want to perform a random hunt? The system prompt sounds. There is no need to worry about being harassed by others in this hotel. Chen Yo can be used directly. Earn 1000 points for 1 advanced hunt, 600 points for 6 intermediate hunts, and keep the rest. Forget about low-level hunting, dogs won't even play with it. Use 6 intermediate hunts. Chen Yo thought silently in his heart. Ding! 100 points will be deducted to start the intermediate hunt. Congratulations on getting the level 3 head, from the World of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. A level 3 helmet appears in the Chen Yo system backpack. Chen Yo. Ding! 100 points will be deducted to start the intermediate hunt. Congratulations on getting the famous sword Kyushui from the World of Pirates. A shiny black sword appeared. Yo! This is not bad, it looks very cool, but my swordsmanship, well, it can also be used as an accessory. Chen Yo was a little surprised. This was Ryoma's saber Kyushui. It was very sharp. It was worthy of being an intermediate lottery, with good things coming out of it. The remaining 4 are respectively, KFC Super Burger Set, from the Parallel World, Drawing a Sword and Cutting the Sky, from the Suanji Martial Arts in the Cultivation World, Deep Sea Caviar, from the Parallel World. Acting in this world, Body Technique, from the world of Naruto. It is indeed a mid-level lottery. It seems that I have been holding it in for a long time, and what I got is really good. Chen Yo was overjoyed and immediately learned the art of slaying the sky with his sword. There is an extra line on the properties panel. Sword skill, drawing a sword and cutting the sky, Xian level, advanced sword drawing technique, the sword is kept in the sheath. The longer the suppression time, the more powerful the sword is, and it can cut the sky and split the earth. Ninjutsu, 3-body jutsu, basic ninjutsu in the Naruto world, clone jutsu, substitute jutsu, and transformation jutsu. Equipped with the famous sword Kyushui and possessing the skill of drawing a sword to slay the sky, Chen Yo seems to have the demeanor of a swordsman. Certainly. His swordsmanship, that is, the moment he draws the sword is the strongest, but there are not many people in the world who can draw the sword like he did. Even though he is a mere Xian-level martial artist, the problem is that Chen Yo's attributes are too unbelievable. The principle of defeating all laws with one force. Hey, the rest depends on this high-level lottery. This is the first time, at least I have to place a European single. Chen Yo took a deep breath to calm down. He stared at his points. Use advanced lottery. He thought of Earth silently in his heart. Chapter 92. Ding. Deduct 1000 points, use advanced hunting. Ding. Congratulations on getting the Saiyan royal bloodline, which comes from the Dragon Ball world. This bloodline has no side effects and will automatically fuse itself for you. A voice like the sounds of nature sounded. Chen Yo was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. A tube of strange red blood appeared in the field of vision, with a strange color like red emerald. This blood automatically merged into Chen Yo's body. At the moment of fusion, Chen Yo felt a cool and refreshing feeling all over his body, followed by a burst of heat, as if every cell was burning. There is even an illusion. It seems that the gene chain is disintegrating and reforming into a more reliable and amazing Saiyan gene chain. Chen Yo gritted his teeth, his body temperature soared rapidly, and layers of foul-smelling dirt emerged from his pores. Fortunately, he had already left Gon and Killua in advance, and stayed alone in the bathroom to complete the lottery. This kind of pain comes and goes quickly. After the pain disappears, your body becomes soothing and extremely comfortable. The 5 senses of sight, hearing, and 6 consciousnesses seem to have become sharper. You have merged the royal Saiyan blood, and your own attributes have been improved to a certain extent: strength plus 80, agility plus 40, spirit plus 20, and you have awakened the Saiyan royal blood talent, will of the Saiyan King. The will of the Saiyan King, the top fighting will in the universe. After resurrecting from the dead, all its attributes will increase dramatically. The system prompts sounds. Waves of warmth flowed into his limbs. I didn't expect that this bloodline improvement could also improve my own attributes. Name, Chen Yo. Number of crossings, 1. Current world, Hunter x Hunter. J422. Agility 448. Spirit 475. Food points, 21. Talent, Gourmet. Skills, Cooking of max 430. Sword skill, Drawing sword and cutting heaven, Suinja. Ninjutsu, 3 body jutsu. Ability, Neon, Gold, Circle 4750 meters, Hidden Circle, Armed color domineering. Special, Perfect version of Shining Fruit, Will of the Saiyan King. Incredibly gorgeous panel. The attributes have greatly increased, and Chen Yo was pleasantly surprised by the will of the Saiyan King. In other words, fight to the death and grow like a Saiyan. This means giving Chen Yo a second opportunity for rapid growth. Certainly. Without an absolute certainty of a comeback, Chen Yo would not consider fighting to the death. The risk is too high, even if the rewards are amazing. But there is probably no one in this world who can push him to this level. I took a comfortable bath and washed away the dirt on my body. After bathing, Chen Yo's skin looks like mutton fat white jade, without any sense of bloated muscles. Instead, she has the temperament of an aristocratic boy. Each short black hair is as shiny as ink jade, the skin is crystal clear, and the eyes are as deep as the stars in the sea. Even just one look is enough to make those women fall. Well, being too handsome can be a worry sometimes. Moreover, his height is obviously higher than before. After all, he is still growing. It would be bad to become a short guy like Vegeta. Chen Yo, who enjoyed the sudden increase in his attributes, left the bathroom comfortably and put on clean clothes. Ah! Brother Arnold. Gon looked at Chen Yo with some confusion. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had seen it wrong. Killua, who was enjoying the delicious food, stayed in place biting the big chicken drumstick. What's wrong? Chen Yo looked at the two of them with a strange expression. You seem to have changed, it seems, you are much prettier again. It's so strange. Gon racked his brains and couldn't think of any words to describe it. Killua, who was biting the chicken leg, kept nodding his head in agreement. Today, Chen Yo has the famous sword Kia Shui hanging on his waist, and is blessed with the skill of drawing a sword and cutting the sky, giving him the temperament of a swordsman. Coupled with the sudden increase in bloodline and attributes, the whole person took on a completely new look. Like, the old version has been updated to the latest version. What are you thinking about? Eat quickly, there will be a guessing game later, and we signed up for it in the first place. Chen Yo smiled and hit the two of them on the head. Gon and Killua came to their senses and wolfed down the food quickly. Soon, the three of them left the hotel and headed to the place where they were injured. This month is a guessing game, which basically relies on luck, so there are many people guessing, and it is much more lively than those fighting games in the past. With his amazing reaction, Killua actually defeated Gon. This guy used two-handed guessing in the finals, causing Gon, the master of guessing, to be unable to catch it and lost. As for Chen Yo, he watched the two competing with great interest. He only focused on participating in this kind of competition. With Chen Yo's eyesight, he can completely see the subtle movements of the opponent's hands, and then directly predict what the opponent is going to do. He can easily defeat him. Including Killua, Chen Yo's attributes are too amazing. But this time the opportunity was left to the two little guys, and Killua lived up to expectations and got the rare card Sword of Truth. Wow! That's awesome, Killua, I didn't expect you to beat me. Gon was pleasantly surprised, knowing that he taught Killua the guessing game. Hey, I specially prepared the two-handed guessing game for you. It's a pity that Brother Chen Nuo won't come to participate, otherwise the championship should be his. His reaction is faster than mine. Killua smiled and scratched his head. A group of 3 people took away the Sword of Truth in the envious eyes of many players. Brother Anyo, is our next destination Mashadora? I heard that it is also a super prosperous city. Gon asked while playing with the Sword of Truth. Of course, now that we have almost exhausted all the food options around here, it would be a good idea to go to the next city to start our food journey. Chen Yo smiled. He had already made an agreement with Kenneth. He would ask someone to sell the cards on his behalf. The prices would be open and transparent, and he would not have to go to the square every time. Anyway, Kenneth has contact information with him. 3 brats in front of you, stop right there. Leave the Sword of Truth. Be obedient, because you don't have to be too ugly. Suddenly a strange man shouted from behind. No. Killua put his hands in his pockets and ignored him, and Chen Yo didn't even look at him. You few brats. I kept talking to you nicely, but you actually said something rude. If you were afraid of begging for mercy, I might change my mind, but now I have decided to use a trick. The strange man summoned the card collection book, just as he was about to select cards to snatch the real swords of Chen Yo and others. Boom! He covered his face and screamed, flying backwards. It was Killua who made the move. The silver short-haired Killua stepped on his chest. The stunned stranger had a look of horror on his face, and his front teeth were knocked out by Killua. Hand over all the cards. Killua held out his hand coldly. How could you interrupt me? I clearly. The strange man couldn't believe it. Are you as fast as a stupid pig? Hand over the card, or I'll kill you. Killua's expression changed, and his eyes were extremely cold and terrifying. The strange man was so frightened that he peed on the spot and handed over all the cards in horror. A few minutes later, a strange man wearing green underwear was tied to a telephone pole on the roadside and shivering, and all his card collection books had been emptied. Oh, why bother? Chen Yo glanced at the unfortunate guy and sighed. Killua and Gon were happily dividing the cards. Then, I walked a few streets before passing by. Use pickpockets. Tomb. A light drink sounded in the corner. A golden light flashed and fell on him. A thin man with short hair came out from the corner, holding his card book with a smile. But the next second he froze. Killua does not have the true sword, the prize of the competition, on him. Pickpocket card failed. Chen Yo and the others stopped. Here we go again. Killua looked at the guy who sneaked up on him with excitement on his face. My! Killua, you just solved one. Gon said excitedly, taking out his fishing rod. Okay, I'll leave this to you, remember to grab it all. Brother Chen Nuo said, these people are not worthy of pity. Killua said seriously. Robbery man. Nima? What's going on? No, everyone, don't you have a little bit of self-knowledge? Are 3 rookies going to kill me, a veteran? He has been paying attention to them for a long time. These guys are definitely novices, but they got the sword of reality by luck. This is a good thing. But before the robber could think it through, Gon was already in front of him. Gon shouted softly, and the card collection book appeared in front of him. Nima? Is this guy a rookie? He's not that good at it, right? How can he rush in front of others and use the card collection book? This is as funny as the 2 magicians rushing in front of the soldiers and shaking their fists. Doesn't he understand that the cards in the card collection book can be released remotely? As long as it reaches an effective range of 20 meters? What cards should the opponent use? If you are a novice, you should only have cool cards like strong attack, dodge, and stone. You guessed it wrong. It's a fist. Gon laughed loudly, and while the other party was thinking about what card he was going to play, he punched the robber in the face. Boom! The sound made Killua's teeth ache. The robbery man's entire face was crushed, and the bridge of his nose must have been completely ruined, as if he had been slaughtered a pig. A few minutes later, the robber, who was wearing a sling and showing off his leg hair, was tied to another pole. Hey, that's disgusting. This guy actually has such bad taste. I don't want his card. Killua rolled his eyes. I don't want them either. They are all useless cards. No wonder they came to rob them. Gon looked at it and chose to throw it away. Chen Yo even looked down on him. He was so weak. He was trying to imitate others in robbing someone at this level. He might as well find a place to wash dishes. These guys are really weak. They rely too much on the card collection book, but they neglect their own strength. Gon sighed. Yes, the difference in strength between these 2 guys is too great. If we encounter professional players, or multiple players, it will be difficult to attack them while they are chanting spells like we did just now, otherwise the game will not be able to operate normally. Killua nodded. Bang 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 bang. There was applause. Chen Yo, Killua, Gon and the other 3 stopped. Chen Yo also showed a hint of surprise. I don't know when. A dozen players with bad looks have surrounded the 3 of them. You're really self-aware. It's not just amateurs who covet the cards in your hands. If so, we are professionals, he he he. A man with a slicked back hair walked out first, with a confident smile on his face. He had wanted to get the Sword of Truth for a long time, but unfortunately, he lost the guessing game, so he had no choice but to snatch it. Don't think about attacking us like you just did, we have already activated the defense card. One of the horse boys smiled and said. These guys all had card collection books floating in front of them, and they were obviously much more professional than those 2 half-assed guys. It's surprising. We used concealment, and even strong guys outside can't detect our aura. Do you think you can resist us? Be good. Hand over the Sword of Truth obediently, and we won't need the other cards, because we have principles. Debaita walked forward and said with a smile. Chen Yo and the others clearly have the aura of rookies, and only rookies cannot skillfully summon a collection of card books. Alas! There are always people who can't tell the difference between big and small. Chen Yo sighed, looked at Gon and Killua and said, "This time, it's my turn, right?" "Of course, Brother Arnold." Hey, let me see the performance at the conference." Both Gon and Killua were so excited that they even took out their own little horses and sat on the ground with their cheeks in their hands, watching Chen Yo's performance with wide eyes, without any worry at all. "Are these brats looking down on us?" Dabita frowned and looked at Xiao with a somewhat troubled expression. The dozen or so younger brothers also had inexplicably ugly expressions. When a dozen dignified men are looked down upon by 3 brats, no one will be in a good mood. "I'll give you a choice, each hand over the best 3 cards, and then you can leave." Chen Yo stepped forward, his tall and straight posture calm and composed. "Hey kid! Do you have a problem with your eyes? Now we have an absolute advantage." Big Backhead smiled ferociously. He was already angry for 5.5 points, and he decided to teach this guy a lesson he would never forget. "FK him! Boss! Damn it! Forearm boy! What the hell?" The boys around him were all cursing and began to chant spells. "Well..." Chen Yo sighed softly and held his sword Qiushui in one hand. The art of drawing a sword and slaying the sky. Cut! Boom! A sword light like a crescent moon appeared. Sweep across! The terrifying sword energy swept across the street, and the buildings on both sides of the surrounding area were scattered and shattered. The group of robbers in front of them were all knocked down, and they fell to the ground wailing and screaming. There were wounds everywhere on their bodies. Some unlucky guys even had their hands and feet cut off. 5 minutes later, a row of guys with only their underpants left were tied up on the street, crying for their fathers and screaming in shock. Gon and Killua were excited to share the abundant cards. "Brother Arnold, that move just now was so powerful. Can you save me?" Gon's eyes even shone. "I haven't seen Brother Chen Nuo use a knife on weekdays. I didn't expect him to be so strong." Killua was also speechless. Just when Chen Yo was about to speak, a golden light suddenly shot towards him. "It's a spell card." Chen Yo immediately reacted and retreated, avoiding the thing. But Gon and Killua can't escape. 2 more precise hits. "You have been used a tracking card. You have been used a tracking card." Writings appeared on the card collection book of the 2 people. Chen Yo glanced at him and slashed down with his sword. The golden sword energy swept across. 2 figures in the corner of the alley ahead were hit, but with a loud sound they turned into smoke and dissipated. Its substitute card. Chapter 93. Killua and I were tagged? Someone is following us. Gon frowned. Killua's face was also extremely ugly. He is not as fast as Chen Yo, so he cannot escape the spell card effect. "It doesn't matter, just don't break up with me and go to Masadora." Chen Yo narrowed his eyes slightly. "The attack just now even deliberately forced me away so as to gain the opportunity to mark Gon and Killua. It seems that it seemed to be aimed at me? But it doesn't matter. There are probably very few people in this world who can deal with him." Chen Yo is also very interested to see who he is. Shortly after, inside the exchange store. "Dear guest, you have redeemed more than 1 million worth of cards in our store, and your customer level has been upgraded to VIP level. This is a gift we specially offer to you." The person in charge of the reception was a muscular, short-haired NPC man with a beard. "I really have some doubts about the aesthetics of this game. The front desk is actually handled by a strong man like a rugby player, which somewhat affects the game experience. The reason why so many cards are exchanged is because many of the cards harvested from previous anti-robbery operations are repeated and useless, and it is a waste to carry them with you. Excess duplicate cards can be sold directly at the exchange store. Because too many cards were sold, the hidden mechanism was accidentally triggered." Gifts? Wow! That's great, there are actually gifts for us. Gon cheered excitedly. Killua is also quite curious. After a while, the strong man brought a beautiful box from the back, and when he opened it, there was a card. Sequence 101, Island Map, D70. Description: a detailed map of cities and place names, as well as a lot of special product information, attraction recommendations, shortcuts, and other value for money information. Price: 65,000. Please accept it. This is a little bit of appreciation from our store. If you, the VIPs, have more cards in the future, you are welcome to come to us to sell them. As a VIP, you can enjoy a discount on your purchase and we will give you a 5% discount. The strong NPC said with a smile on his face. It's really interesting. It's the same as those stores in the previous life, but the routine has been popular since ancient times, so it's pretty good. Chen Yo accepted the card with a smile. Cards worth 65,023, they sold more than 1 million cards, which is equivalent to giving 5 points. The guy who designed this game really knows his way around it. Here. Masadora is here, we are going in this direction. Gon pointed at the map and said excitedly. We need to buy enough food and water before setting off again. There are no towns along the way, and there are even bandits and monsters marked, Brother Chen Nuo. Killua discovered the problem carefully. Of course, let's buy some of the things we need for our daily lives. Chen Yo smiled and then bought a lot of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Different from the outside world, everything here can be put into cards. So in theory, as long as there is enough currency in the game, there is no need to worry about the problem of weight, and you can even build a castle in the wild. Half a day later, the Chen Yo trio have left the city and entered the wilderness. Looking at the mountains ahead, Gon and Killua were very excited and did not feel tired at all. Chen Yo was also very interested. Please wait a while. Suddenly, a girl's cooing call came from behind. Chen Yo and the others stopped. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful loli wearing a princess dress and golden twin tails chasing behind him. She looked frail and looked at the three of them with begging eyes. Oh? Are you following us all the way? Killua said warily. Gon looked at the other person curiously. Chen Yo was slightly surprised. Because he suddenly found that the chi of Xinyu and Liu condensed in his body moved slightly. Or it's mutual induction. He had some impression of this lowly girl, a guy who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. She looks cute, but actually turns into a King Kong Barbie when she enters a fighting stance. And she is not at this age at all, she is a strong mother in her decades. It seems, it's still the same star rating as Hunter? It's just that Chen Yo has forgotten which star rating this woman has, but it's definitely not 3 stars. Heartfelt flow? That is to say, this twin-tailed loli also practices Shinjin Ry? The Shinjin Ryu boxing method is special. After successful practice, a special group of qi will condense in the body, similar to the qi of the heart. When this qi is completely condensed in the heart area, it can control the heart to guide the whole body, thus achieving the desired flow and reception of Wing. Moreover, as a side effect of this special heart flow, it will come with a resonant perception effect. Once someone who also practices the heart origin stream steps into the range, there will be a certain degree of mutual perception. The blonde loli in front of me is also a master of Shinjin Ry. And the Xinyu flow energy condensed in the body is stronger than that guy Wing. Interesting. Chen Yo smiled in his heart. Please let me join you. Everyone. The blonde loli requested with a pitiful expression. Can't. Before Chen Yo could speak, Gon had already righteously refused. Why? The blonde loli's eyes widened, her expression a little confused. But she was already going crazy inside. MMP. You want to get rid of me in just 2 sentences? What brats? You don't know that I am older than you put together. As long as I'm a little bit cruel, I can crush you all to death with one hand. Originally I just wanted to damage your relationship a little, but now, I must make you turn against each other, and there will be no possibility of reconciliation. And what did that cool kid look at me? Why does he have the aura of Shinzen Ryu on him? Could this guy be Wing's son? Countless thoughts flashed through Loli's head. Brother Arnold, which way should we go? How about this way? Gon, however, no longer cares about her, but is looking for a way out. Is it better over there? I think the road is easier. Killua chooses the other side. Chen Yo looked at the map and rubbed his chin. It seemed that route selection was more important. The pretty face of the blonde Loli was somewhat distorted with anger. But no one paid any attention to her. Chen Yo and the others chose a direction and left quickly. Please wait a moment. I will work hard and not cause you any trouble. Wait for me. The blonde Loli chased and begged all the way behind. Greed Island. Inside the information agency. Guest, there is indeed an SS-level Archangel's Breath card that heals everything, but this card is just a legend. We cannot provide the information you want here. An NPC intermediary said nervously. Oh, well, here's your reward. A man with bandages all over his body and a robotic arm spoke calmly. A card is thrown. But it directly cut the NPC's throat. The latter held his throat and couldn't make a sound. He struggled on the ground for a few times and stopped moving. Then his body turned into fragments and dissipated. The bandaged man turned around and was about to leave the dim room. Hsoka. Suddenly there was a voice from behind. Several figures walked in from the back door. It was the trio of Shulnark, Shizuku, and the long-haired monster Cubip from the brigade. The bandaged man stopped but did not look back. The leader wants you to go back, and we are also looking for a way to treat your arm, Westinghouse. Shulnark spoke. Members of the brigade have also entered the game one after another. Whether it is getting some precious cards or doing other things, GI is a precious opportunity that cannot be missed. The bandaged man was clearly Hsoka, whose arm was cut off by Chen Yo. But now his temperament seems to have changed drastically, and he is semi-retired from the brigade. Hsoka just looked back at him slightly, her eyes under the bandage were terribly red. You'd better take care of yourselves. His voice was hoarse and low, and he left directly. Looking at Hsoka's leaving figure, Shulnark was stunned on the spot. It's useless, Hsoka won't come back, at least he won't be able to reach the brigade until he kills that Chen Yo. Shizuku, the girl with black-rimmed glasses, said expressionlessly. I think so. The short man, with long hair that almost fell to the ground, Yunbai, whose face was obscured, echoed. Shulnark was silent. The difficulty of killing Chen Yo is probably more difficult than finding the breath of SS level Ka Dai. If there is any difference between that guy and the monster, then at most it is just a different name. Thinking of Chen Yo's speed and terrifying destructive power, Shulnark felt nervous now. This time when entering GI, the team leader specifically told him not to come into contact with Chen Yo. If you find that guy is also in the game, try to avoid him as much as possible, even if it includes robbing him. Card. He no longer wanted to see other members of the brigade die at the hands of Chen Yo. Meaningless. Alas. Okay, let him go. This world is definitely a real world, but the cards copied by QB cannot take effect. Chen Yo and the other two have already logged into the game. Let's tell the leader the news. Shulnark sighed. During this time, two groups of people from the brigade have entered one after another, one of them being the advance team for the game. But what surprised Shulnark was that this GI game was definitely not a virtual game. It's more like a telekinesis trap. To be precise. It means that the target who used Fa, that is, released the command power, is directly teleported to this island. So, hunger and death are completely real in the game. In addition, they also collected some other information. At this time, in the wild mountains and forests, night falls. The Chen Yo trio are still in the fast-traveling realm. That woman is still following us. Killua looked behind him with some displeasure. The blonde twin-tailed loli seemed to be crazy and still followed behind the three of them. With this physical strength, she is a weak girl. Yes, she has been following us for a day. I don't know how long she will follow. Gon was also puzzled. The reaction of the two people made Chen Yo dumbfounded. I remembered those jokes on Duyan in my previous life. When I was a child, a boy was surrounded by a group of girls and kissed me, but the little boy looked bored. Many people commented that this is the pinnacle of life, and young people don't know what it's like. This is the current state of Gon and Killua. There is no concept of a woman in my head. In fact, regardless of her muscular status, the little blonde loli in front of me is definitely the type that is easy to ride. Unfortunately, rather than playing with this kind of girl, Gon and Killua would rather play rock, paper, scissors. This is a very pure age. As for Chen Yo, because too, as a human being, I can't stand what loli looks like after her transformation, and after all, multiple women are a burden, and he is still a guy with a weird personality. Biscuit, the blonde loli who was following behind, had a serious look in her eyes. Because the physical strength of the Chen Yo trio far exceeded her expectations. These three little guys are not only extremely fast, but also extremely physically strong. Any one of them can be regarded as a genius. At least she has never encountered such a good talent in these years. Swish, swish, swish. Toom. Figures surrounded Chen Yo's trio. It's a sneak attack. Be careful. Killua reacted and his hands became extremely sharp. Gon is also ready. Plop, plop. Please help us. Please. But what shocked the three of them was that when these guys in ninja costumes rushed in front of them, the first thing they did was not draw their swords, but 960 knelt down in front of them. Ask for rescue. Chen Yo. The guy who designed this game has watched too many brain teasers, he is really a FG genius. Complaints are complaints. But Chen Yo understood that these bandits were not actually NPCs, but a card. His mind swept over and found that there was no difference between the aura of the bandit and the NPC in front of him. Interesting. The guy who made this game is really interesting. Even if he activates the hidden circle, he can't find any flaws. This card must be obtained if you want to pass the level. Chen Yo agreed to the bandits' request. A group of 3 people followed them up the mountain. Biscuit, the blonde Lolita who was following them, finally couldn't follow them anymore and could only hide behind them temporarily to see what happened. The bright moon hangs high. Chen Yo and others arrived at the villa. This disease is unique to the island. It starts with a low fever, slowly turns into a high fever, and eventually leads to death. The whole process will last about a month. The fever of this disease can only be controlled with special medicine, but the medicine's effect can only last for a week at most. After the medicine's effect wears off, the patient will have a fever again. This medicine is very expensive. Now there is no money to buy this medicine. Now everyone has this disease and cannot help tourists. If this continues, this child will die within 2 or 3 days. Can you please give us some money? Several ninja villagers kneeling on the ground sang in harmony, and in front of them was a villager child who was suffering from a high fever. Brother Arnold, this should be a hidden mission in the game, right? Do you have to pay money to get the hidden reward? Gon said seriously. It's possible, but how much does it cost to trigger this hidden plot? Killua also pondered. Previously, everyone sold millions of cards in the exchange store and triggered the hidden investigation rights. Now the matter seems to involve the issue of donating money. Could it be that the more you donate, the better cards you get? As a time traveler, Chen Yo naturally understands. At first Gon and Killua almost gave their underwear to these villagers, but in the end it turned out that the other party just really wanted to rob them and just used this kind of merciful method. Of no use at all. In fact, after the Gon Paladin necklace card later, the curse on these villagers can be lifted, and these living villagers will become the card healthy villager. The favorability level is directly maxed out, and a hidden card is given as a gift. This is the correct strategy for clearing the level. But now, there is no so-called paladin necklace in their hands. Sorry, we don't have any money, just let him wait for death. Chen Yo stood up and said calmly. Ah! His answer instantly stunned the crying villagers present, and Gon and Killua also looked confused. The entire atmosphere of the scene changed. Some villagers even took out the waste knives they carried with them. Chapter 94. How can you talk like this? Yeah, it's so heartless, just watching the child die. Woo 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 woo. The villagers who were originally immersed in a sad atmosphere were obviously hostile to Chen Yo and others. Oh, if you take action, he will really die. Chen Yo said calmly. Ah! These villagers were a little dumbfounded. It seems that, the IQ given to the villagers by the game makers is not very high. Technically speaking, I'm a doctor. Chen Yo said suddenly. Ah! This time it was Gon and Killua who were confused. When did my brother become a doctor? Why didn't they know? Doctor? Sir! Please save the child. The villagers present burst into tears as if they had grasped a life-saving straw. The waste knife in their hands has been put down, and everyone kowtows. Okay, the doctor can't spread the news 100 times, he has to take a look at his condition first. Chen Yo waved his hand and stepped forward. As long as the adults are willing to save the child, even if it is unsuccessful, we are grateful to the adults. The person who spoke was an old man, a family member of the NPC child. Yes. Sir. Please save the child. Sir, you are our benefactor, and our whole family will be grateful to you. Other villagers also quickly begged. It seems that there are many ways to increase NPC favorability. The degree of freedom of G-game is still worthy of praise. In fact, the reason why Chen Yo made such a move was because he wanted to truly try to understand the core of making this game. Or, the developers of this game themselves created this world with Nen as the core. It sounds strange. This should be a real-world area, and all objects and materials really exist. But it can be made into cards by telekinesis, including these NPCs and so on. This all shows that this is a very superb skill in using mind power, or a transcendent attitude of developing mind power. If Chen Yo can truly understand the core of GI games, it means, he can also become a similar game producer, which is equivalent to a counterfeit owner. In the respectful eyes of many villagers, Gon and Killua looked confused. Chen Yo stepped forward. The light golden thought power flowed from his fingertips into the sick child's body. Very strange feeling. The child in front of you looks real if you look at it with the naked eye, but if you look at it with his mind power, you will find that it is a special kind of membrane. It is equivalent to a visual shell created by mind power, which is different from the inside of a normal person. The reason why this so-called psychic doll becomes sick is naturally not due to the disease caused by normal people, but the telepathic instructions he was given. He deserves to be sick. It is a very special command, which is equivalent to a curse. After getting the Paladin necklace, you can erase this sick command to achieve the cure effect. Similar to some data modifications by programmers, what Chen Yo has to do now, is to act as a telepathic hacker. To be honest, as a time traveler, it was his first experience with the development of telekinesis, but he could not withstand his own terrifying mental attributes of more than 400. Both his comprehension and IQ have reached an extremely high level. Finally, after carefully groping for 2 or 3 hours, Chen Yo finally found some tricks. Golden telepathy surged, and the telepathy inserted into Chen Yo's instructions quickly entered the child's body. His high fever faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his rosy complexion returned to normal. Disease banished. Ah! All right. It's really good. It's so good. Thank you so much. We can never repay your kindness. Time. The villagers present were all excited, and the old man was even more happy as he quickly picked up his grandson. Wow, so powerful! Brother Arnold, when did you learn medical skills? Gon was even more impressed. He found that he could not understand his brother more and more. Swordsmanship, medical skills, is there anything Brother Chen doesn't understand? Killua was also confused, but he was not too surprised. He used telekinesis to heal the opponent. Brother Chen Nuo had this ability before, and now it doesn't seem to be a big deal. But he didn't know that Chen Yo was not using phototherapy this time. Or light therapy cannot cure the child in front of him at all. The child in front of him is infected with the telekinesis virus. What he is doing now is to create an antivirus program to directly and forcibly remove the child's curse. This is just like when others play games and fight boss, they pass each level one level after another, trying their best to level up and accumulate equipment. And Chen Yo did it. Just open the Xiaobing modifier, adjust the data values, and directly give the target the option to kill to pass the level. They are all passed, but in completely different ways. Chen Yo completely jumped out of the program and just pushed. Then came the other villagers. After this successful treatment experience, the subsequent treatments have become even more convenient. Basically, every villager can solve the problem perfectly in just a few minutes, then tens of seconds, or even the last 1 or 2 seconds. Chen Yo is already very skilled in this part of data modification. Not long after, all villagers infected with the virus have been cured by Chen Yo. The previously depressing atmosphere became relaxed and cheerful, and everyone's faces were filled with the joy of recovering from a serious illness and the excitement of the rest of their lives. At least in this game design, their definition of this disease is that it kills people. What Chen Yo is doing now is to pull them back from the brink of death like a savior. So, in just a few hours, the favorability points of all the villagers present had been fully refreshed. This is unprecedented. Ah, dear guest, thank you for curing my grandson and the villagers. In order to repay your kindness, please be sure to accept a little bit of our kindness. The village elder took out a treasure box in the eyes of many villagers. Wow! It's a reward for completing the level. Asterisk number. Gon and Killua were both excited. There was a beautiful card lying inside. No 75 Lucky Alexander Ray. It's amazing. It turns out that by treating these villagers, you can get the precious card number 75 Lucky Alexander Ray. As expected of Brother Chen Nuo, if it were Killua and I, we would probably be in trouble. The two were very happy holding the card. But before they could continue, they heard a bang. The villagers present turned into a burst of white mist and disappeared, and a card fell into Chen Yo's hand. No 263 Healthy Villager C50. Ah! They turned out to be cards? They seem to be real people. Incredible. Brother Arnold, we made a lot of money this time. Looking at the card in front of them, the two of them were a little stunned. Because in the previous negotiations, all the villagers showed good IQ, at least their communication was no different from real people. But now these villagers have turned into cards. This is really incredible. All of a sudden, Gon and Killua's interest in this GI game reached a higher peak. But at this time, Ada, the pretty lowly girl wearing a helmet at the game entrance, looked at the data in front of her in stunned silence. NPC data has been tampered with. The GI game has been invaded. No, it was an internal modification. It was done by internal players. Ada's pretty face was filled with surprise. This feeling is like, one day being told that the bank has been stolen or Alipay has been invaded by a virus. This is a game created by the world's top talents together. The other party did not directly destroy the game data from the outside, but modified it from the inside, that is, entering the internal modification as a player. It's him. As one of the administrators, Ada immediately retrieved the part where the GI game data had changed dramatically. The source was suddenly found. It is the Chen Yo trio. To be precise, it's the player Chen Yo. The existence of this guy that shocked her greatly at first, but after he entered the game, she discovered that the quality of his telekinesis was surprisingly high, even better than that of Jin Fuji. In fact, the entire GI game was developed by multiple partners. But there is only one that serves as the backbone of the game. That is the telekinesis power of Jin Fuji. Just like if you want to make a chip, you need a top-notch photolithography machine, even a good GI game needs a really powerful laser to support it. Jin Nian can do this. In other words, all NPC and card effects in this GI game are actually made of one raw material, Jin Fuji's Nen. It is precisely because of this incredibly powerful mind that such a colorful world has been developed. Other game administrators, including Ada, are also one of the developers of GI. What they actually do is game design, NPC design, plot design, data design, etc. If the intruder is an ordinary player, Ada will choose to inform another game manager without hesitation. Razor. In the original history, Razor directly rode all the members of the brigade to the island. These guys who came here as smugglers were all thrown out of the game. There is no doubt about his strength. Razor is responsible for excluding players who enter the game through illegal means. Exclusion cards and more can be used. But in fact, Ada, one of the developers, understands. Whether it is an exclusion card, a companion card, etc., the premise for all cards to be effective is that the other party's telekinesis pressure is lower than Jin Fuji's, or lower than Jin's special structure of telekinesis, so that it can take effect. But now, this player named Chen Yo, when he first logged into the game, Ada was shocked to find that the opponent's telekinesis quality and pressure were not even inferior to Jin's. He was a real monster. This means, it is very possible that those spell cards in the game may not necessarily have an effect on the opponent. Especially for the exclusion card that Razor, the security administrator, wants to use. Once that super powerful card fails to take effect, it will cause extremely dangerous consequences. Either Chen Yo is completely removed from the game, or the effect rebounds and Razor is removed, and the GI game has lost its firefighter since then. The worst result may be that the opponent's power directly destroys the exclusion, causing a series of chain reactions, causing all the cards in the entire GI game to collectively fail, or even causing the entire game to completely collapse and the server to shut down. It was these threats that stopped Ada, who had already put her finger on the beeper. At this moment, her pretty face is full of. He was worried, biting his lip, and seemed to be stuck in a difficult decision. Finally, Ada slowly lowered her hand, her beautiful eyes with a hint of pleading filled with grievances. Chen Yo, please don't cause more damage to the game. These things, even if they are in the past, sigh. Ada sighed helplessly. Now she can only take one step at a time. As long as Chen Yo doesn't turn the entire GI game upside down, causing the currency system to collapse or something, she plans to let this virus continue to spread. Rampant in the game. Hey, how much money do you still have? I have a lot of money here. As soon as he stepped out of the cottage village, Biscuit, a blonde twin-tailed loli who was waiting outside, walked up to her with a smile and a flattering expression on her face. She has seen countless players being cut off here. Therefore, she is naturally very familiar with this village, and even she has been cut off by the routines in it. Everyone thinks that as long as they give money, they can unlock the hidden plot. As a result, some guys were cut off with only their underpants left, which can be described as extremely unlucky. So now Biscuit is looking at the two of them with a somewhat gloating look, fully expecting Chen Yo and the others to compromise and let her join the team because of their money offensive. She seems like a fool. Brother Arnold. Is there something wrong with your head? This girl has been following us for a day or two. Both Gon and Killua looked at Biscuit in confusion. Blonde twin-tailed Lolita, Xiao Wang Xiao, the smile on Biscuit's face froze instantly. She was so angry that she wanted to tear Chen Yo and the three of them into pieces. She even had. I watched the scene where several people were killed, and I was so filled with hatred. Oh, don't worry about her. Let's go down the mountain. The area ahead is the monster area. There may be the ingredients we need. Chen Yo snapped his fingers and pointed down the mountain. Let's go, let's go. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to eat the delicious dishes made by Brother Yo. Killua, let's compete to see who can catch more ingredients. Okay. Gon rushed down quickly. Wait for me, okay, let's compete, whoever is afraid of whom. Killua also chased after him like a gust of wind. Chen Yo is no exception. He heard that this area is rich in monsters. He is now looking forward to what ingredients will be given to him. The blonde Lolita Biscuit stayed where she was dumbfounded. His expression was one of shock, confusion, shock, and anger, and hatred for Xiaojuju. Assholes. 3 bastards. Especially the little BD named Chen Yo. He actually let me let the pigeons fly here. It's strange, haven't they been deceived? Biscuit was going crazy, but her rationality told her to make these 3 guys extremely painful and make them turn against each other completely. As for what method to use, she has no idea yet. She will wait until she joins their team. However, driven by curiosity, Biscuit sneaked into the Villa Lu. She looked at the empty villa in shock. There's not a single bandit left inside. They killed all these bandits? Why, how come there aren't any bandits left? Biscuit was dumbfounded. But what made her extremely confused was that there were no traces of fighting here. Needless to say, blood, the NPC would be automatically refreshed when it was young. But the damage traces will not be refreshed, and there will be no traces of the slightest trace. What the hell? Where did they take those bandits? Biscuit is now as big as 2 heads. Chapter 95. Rumble. A dull roar sounded, and the earth trembled. The moment Chen Yo and the others stepped into the wilderness, a huge one-eyed monster emerged from behind the mountain. 1,2,3,4, OE, $1. Gon exclaimed. These leveled monsters appear too suddenly. Killua was also shocked. Before the 3 of them dispersed, many cyclops appeared from all directions. They waved huge blood-stained maces, with fierce light flashing in their one eyes, and swarmed towards the 3 of them. What a pity, it's a cyclops, I'm not very interested in ingredients in human form. Chen Yo glanced at these big men and sighed. His invisible circle swept around these cyclops, and he quickly understood. Gon and Killua have taken action. Now Gon's armor color can cover his arms, looking like he is wielding 2 big iron bars. Boom! Gon's fist hit the cyclops' face hard, and his seemingly small body forced the giant back a few steps. But what shocked him and Killua was that the other party seemed to be super rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and he rushed forward again without caring. Wow! There are so many cyclops, I don't know how long we will fight. Killua was a little crazy. 1 cyclops is so difficult to deal with. Now there are dozens of them in front of us. I don't know if we will fight until the end of the year of the monkey. Hit the eyes. Chen Yo gave an order. Gon was stunned for a moment. I see. Killua suddenly understood, attack the eyes, Gon, that's his weakness. He reacted instantly. The 2 moved extremely fast. Although these cyclops have extremely high defense, are huge in size, and are surprisingly powerful, they can smash boulders into pieces with one punch. But the eyes are the only weakness. If you don't know the weaknesses of these monsters, even some strong player teams may be destroyed here. Really? After following Chen Yo's advice, Gon and Killua's attacks worked wonders. These Cyclops will cover their eyes and let out a sharp scream as soon as their huge one eye is attacked, and then their entire body will explode into white smoke. Sequence 572, Cyclops G333. The card fell into the hands of two people. Wow, it turns out that eyes are really our weak point. Brother Arnold is so powerful. Gon waved the card in his hand excitedly. These monsters only have a few repetitive attack methods. Although their strength and defense are very strong, it is not difficult to deal with them as long as you know their 840 routines. But the real key is the information provided by Brother Nuo. Brother Nuo, how do you know that the weak points of these monsters are their eyes? Killua analyzed calmly. Both of them looked at Chen Yo in surprise, because Chen Yo didn't take action anymore, but he knew the monster's weaknesses better than they did. Experience, the more you fight, the more experience you will get. Chen Yo smiled. In fact, after Chen Yo's hidden circle is turned on, you can clearly feel the strength of the Cyclops' overall mental membrane. The weakest point is naturally the weak point, that is, the eyes. He basically scanned the monster. It can even be said that the vast majority of NPC monsters, cards, and the like in this game cannot escape Chen Yo's hidden circle scan. Awesome! If we continue with this momentum, we will move forward with Masadora. Killua cheered. Oh! Gon raised his fist in agreement. But just as the two of them finished speaking, they suddenly fell silent. Drops of cold sweat fell from Killua's forehead. Because they didn't know when, right in front of the two of them, a huge head appeared from behind the towering mountain. The head is covered with strange markings, and it is spitting out this forked tongue. Damn! What kind of monster is this? Chen Yo was also startled by this guy. Of course, it was just the other person's physique, and this appearance was really amazing. But under Chen Yo's hidden circle scanning, the essence of the monster in front of him was completely invisible. The weakness, is actually a mole? The mental pressure in that place was obviously much lower, and it was just covered up by a black mark. SHH, don't make a sound. I'm afraid this thing can't be dealt with. Gon and Chen Yo are in serious trouble. Killua quickly hid behind the mountain, his heart pounding nervously. At least in his opinion, the huge monster in front of him was even more impressive than his original guard dog, and it felt extremely dangerous. And it obviously doesn't have as obvious a weakness as the Cyclops. Gon also hurriedly hid. He felt that as long as he was caught by the other person's tongue, he would probably die on the spot. This guy's size is no different than that of a small whale. Whoosh! Chen Yo, who was standing there, suddenly had a small stone pop out from his fingertips. The harsh sound that broke through the air frightened the two of them. Pfft! The sound of stones breaking through flesh. It's impossible for such a small stone to kill, CDFG, this monster, right? Although Brother Chen Yo is very strong, but these monsters are thick-skinned. Countless thoughts ran through Gon and Killua's heads. But the next second, pang! The huge monster that was still peeping behind the mountain turned into a burst of white smoke and disappeared. A card fell into Chen Yo's hand. 697 Melanin Lizard E100. Description: a giant lizard can swallow one. There is a sensitive mole on the entire back of the cow that will die if pressed, so black spots of different sizes are used to cover up this weakness. Hey? It's actually an E-level card? This guy has nothing but appearances. He's a weakling. Chen Yo looked at the card in his hand helplessly. But at least this guy can be considered an ingredient. Gon and Killua, who were full of curiosity, were also stunned after seeing the result. E-class? That guy just had an E-level card? It's a shame he was so careful. This scene stunned Biscuit, who was chasing from behind. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Yo in surprise. This guy just used a small piece of gravel to kill the lizard? Although that guy is only E level, it is very difficult to deal with if you don't know the weakness. If I remember correctly, these three guys should be a pure game. It is impossible for newcomers to know this information. Only veteran players who have been in this game for many years will know the weakness of the lizard. So how did that guy know the lizard's weakness? Biscuit frowned and his eyes couldn't help but be extremely curious. Including the previous Cyclops, Chen Yo, as a third party, was the first to see the weakness. Innately keen intuition? Or do you have a special ability to detect weaknesses? Question marks appeared in Biscuit's head. Oh! Just when Gon and Killua were excited to get the lizard card, a black fur ball appeared in front of them. What is this? Gon was stunned. Snapped. The huge black fur ball raised its thin arm, holding a small fur ball and instantly hit Killua in the face. Killua! It's okay, this thing doesn't hurt at all. Killua rubbed his slightly red face and looked extremely alert. The next moment, the black hairball throws more small hairballs at a dizzying speed. So fast! This thing is so fast, Amazing! Gon and Killua were both stunned and were hit by the little fur ball from time to time. But only Chen Yo's position has never seen any big moves. But Biscuit, who was peeping from behind, was extremely shocked. Because she was surprised to find that it wasn't that the little black fur ball didn't attack Chen Yo. Instead, all its attacks are avoided by the opponent with a minimum movement. Chen Yo seemed to know where the attack was coming from and easily dodged it. Compared to Gon and Killua's embarrassment, he looked particularly calm. Brother Arnold! Grab this thing! Gon shouted. Chen Yo took a step forward, smiled slightly, and just made a shaking gesture. Snap! The little fur ball was caught and then thrown out. The big fur ball that bounced around in all directions like an afterimage was directly hit, a lump bulged on his forehead, and he fainted on the ground. Ha ha ha! Brother Arnold is amazing! This guy dares to compete in speed in front of Brother Chen Nuo. He is really looking for death. Gon and Killua collected the cards excitedly. It is a D-level plush chestnut ball card, which is very good and can be used as a special ingredient. Biscuit, who was hiding behind, was a little dumbfounded. Because she was just evaluating, the attack of this chestnut ball has a certain regularity, and she only needs to capture its moving route in a fixed way to intercept this card on the route. But Chen Yo's move was not a fixed route at all, but a forced interception. This guy was caught casually? Or is the speed just so abnormal? Is this kid a monster? How can players have such a level of reaction speed? Biscuit found it a little hard to accept. Originally, she was an old player who had been playing this game for many years. She got tired of playing and deliberately came to have fun and abuse her. But now she found out. The opponent seems to be more professional than a professional player, and his game level is ridiculously good. There seem to be a lot of monsters in this area. After dealing with Li Ziqiu, Chen Yo, and the others continued to move forward. Soon I encountered various monsters, including ugly zebras that spit colorful bubbles, giant ground-burrowing insects, black wasp swarms, poisonous slimes, etc. Some of these monsters are extremely difficult to deal with. In a trio, Gon and Killua usually attack first, and then Chen Yo when they can't solve them. What Biscuit couldn't understand was, even those monsters that seemed quite troublesome to her were as weak as squishy skin in front of Chen Yo, and they were basically killed instantly. What kind of monster is this guy? The more he continued to peek, the more Biscuit's heart couldn't bear it. For the first time she felt. It seems like I can't see through the kid in front of me. Yes, and Gon's arms covered with black dye can actually make a collision sound like gold and iron. What method of telekinesis did this guy use? Biscuit felt like his head was full of confusion. Soon, The three of them stopped, because a fully armed doll wearing armor and holding a shield and sword appeared in front of him. What a strong aura! This guy is very dangerous. Killua frowned. The monster in front of him is more dangerous than all the monsters he has encountered before. This is the instinct of a top killer. Gons. The beast sense also sensed something bad. Then you all go together, this thing has no weakness, it can only be demolished by force. Chen Yo spoke calmly and gave instructions. Okay. Killua, let's see who can defeat this guy first. No problem, but you have to be careful, the opponent's sword is very sharp. Gon and Killua rushed forward without any hesitation. As the captain, Chen Yo sat on a stone and watched at leisure. He also took out a coffee card and sipped the coffee by himself. Biscuit, the blonde Lolita with twin ponytails who was hiding behind and peeping, was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on her lips. She couldn't help but pat her chest gently and let out a long sigh of relief. It turns out that this guy is not a monster. He didn't even see the weakness of this armored monster. This thing is not the body of the armor at all. Its body is hiding under the ground. This armored man is nothing more than a puppet. Even if he is beaten to death, it will be of no use. Biscuit said proudly. It seems that this guy named Chen Yo is not as scary as he expected. On the contrary, his previous performance seems to be just that his observation is more keen. I was actually worried that he was stronger than me, the 2-star gem hunter. I almost scared my mother to death. Ahead. Gon and Killua have already fought fiercely with the armored man. Boom, boom, boom. Gon's black fist hit the armor heavily, and the armor room, which was as hard as steel, dented and collapsed. Biscuit from behind was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This kid, is his fist made of iron? It actually made a clashing sound? It even erupted with sparks. No. It's that guy. It's that white-haired kid, and his hand knife actually turned a faint pitch black? Sparks really flew out when he used it across the armor. Are these still human hands? Ha 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 ha. Brother Chen, I finally learned the armed color. In the battlefield, there were excited cheers. Chen Yo was also happy for him. In terms of understanding weapon colors, Killua is much slower than Gon. Nowadays, Gon can already achieve the armed color of both arms, but Killua finally awakened the armed color after fighting the armored man today. This is a month too late. However, Killua, who has awakened his weapon color, has obviously increased his combat power. His originally sharp grip was now no different than a fine steel sword. The armored man forged from steel now became extremely miserable under the ravages of the two men. Gon's fist dented it and twisted it, while Killua's hand knife was able to cut off his carapace. The two of them seemed to have turned into house-destroying madmen. In just a short moment, the armored man who was so majestic before had turned into a pile of scrap metal and fell to the ground. We won! The armed color is so awesome! Gon and Killua were so excited that they were sweating slightly. It's not over yet, continue to be surprised. But Chen Yo, who was sitting on the stone and sipping coffee, suddenly smiled. The two were stunned for a moment. Shockingly, I saw the armored man who had been shattered on the ground was automatically tied up again as if being pulled by some force. Those broken armors were perfectly repaired and fused. Early. Oh! Roar! The armored man roared and roared like a demonstration. After Gon and Killua came to their senses after being stunned for a while, there was no trace of fear or shock on their faces, but they were extremely excited. Let's do it! Gon, let's see who can demolish it faster. That must be me. The two young blacksmiths began their crazy journey of demolishing the house again. Chapter 96. Ding 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 ding. It sounded like the sound of a blacksmith shop being opened. At this time, the two of them had transformed into house demolition maniacs, frantically hammering and dismantling the armored man. The armored man, who was powerful and domineering and exuded a dangerous aura, was in an extremely miserable state under the ravages of the two men. He had just stood up and was torn into pieces again by the two men within a moment. But soon, the armored man was supported by an invisible force again and stood up again. The excited Gon and Killua are happy to demolish their homes again. Biscuit from behind was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Ta! What the hell is going on here? Armed color? What exactly is the weapon color they mentioned just now? It seems that the two of them, especially the white-haired child, have just learned it. Could it be said that this is a kind of skill? Martial skill? Telekinesis? Are they those black things? It's really strange that human arms can reach such incredible strength after being covered with armed colors. Almost as good as steel. And Biscuit was keenly aware that Gon and Ki weapon colors were slowly improving. To be precise, it was the black area on the opponent's hands that was gradually expanding. Although the amplitude was not very large, it was all captured by her keen eyes. Is this a weapon color? If that's true, wouldn't it mean that if this black substance could cover a person's whole body, wouldn't that guy look like a steel man? Isn't this too incredible? Biscuit, who had previously had a theatrical mentality and wanted to turn them against each other, now had a completely broken mentality. She was even more curious about this so-called armed color. And the more she looked at it, the more frightened she became, because she had a vague suspicion that the guy drinking coffee might have known for a long time that this armored man was not the real person at all, but was there for the purpose of training the two younger brothers. Did you do this on purpose? After being destroyed for nearly 50 years, the armored man was finally unable to stand up again. Gon and Killua also had a lot of wounds on their bodies, some of which were cut by sharp blades, and they were sweating profusely and panting from exhaustion. But at this time, their faces were filled with excitement, and they seemed to be extremely satisfied with this trial. Okay, it's almost done. This monster is still a little weak, but you can take it with you and use it as your sparring partner in the future. Chen Yo finally stood up. Gon and Killua looked at the armored man in confusion, which had been broken into countless pieces. Bring this thing, with you? But yes, I might recover on my own one day. But the two of them were shocked to see Chen Yo ejecting and punching the side. Boom! A punch of astonishing power. A depression with a diameter of more than 5 meters appeared on the spot. This made Biscuit, who was hiding behind and peeping, pale on the spot. Holy crap! This kid? How can he have so much strength? Biscuit was shocked. The power of this punch alone far exceeds that of Gon and Killua before. No wonder those two guys were led by him. It seemed that the man named Chen Yo was the soul of the team and the strongest. But what really surprised Biscuit? She clearly knew that the direction of Chen Yo's punch just now was the direction of the armored man's body. Really? Only a few screams were heard. The corpse of a little mouse appeared in the pothole. Its corpse exploded into white mist, and a card fell into Chen Yo's hand. 7-Eleven Remote Control Mouse H800. Explanation: emitter mice use NAN to manipulate objects to defend themselves. They are very timid and will be frightened to death when they suddenly encounter other creatures' strong reproductive capacity. You can find them everywhere on the island. Chen Yo. It's really interesting. It's actually only H level, and the number of them is astonishing. But this thing is indeed very good. It can control objects, which means it doesn't matter what kind of armor it is. If it can be taken outside, it is equivalent to having many more remote-controlled robots. It's also good for training Gon and Killua on weekdays. It turned out to be this guy. I didn't expect it to be a little mouse, ha ha ha. Looking at the little mouse card, Gon scratched his head and laughed. Hey! Chen Yo suddenly looked outside the mountain. Come out, aren't you tired after following us for so long? His words immediately stunned Gon and Killua. Biscuit, who was hiding behind the mountain, was stunned. I have used it to great effect. How could it be discovered? How did this kid discover him? Why didn't he notice it at all? Her pretty lowly face was filled with astonishment at this time. Hee, we were discovered. Originally, I planned to let you die quietly, but I have no choice. Now that I have been discovered, I have to kill you little by little. A thin man holding hair scissors slowly walked out from a short distance away and was looking at the third area of Chen Yo with a smile. This relieved Biscuit, who was still worried about being exposed. So it's this guy? I didn't realize it just now. He must have been thinking about the armed club, but it just so happens that this guy is here to test Chen Yo's strength. I just sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. Biscuit's beautiful eyes twinkled. The thin man in front of me is a notorious guy in the game. Wanted criminal, bonus hunter dagger. This guy is a complete lunatic. He likes to eat human flesh very much, especially the human flesh of 20-year-old girls. It caused the death of many players in the GI game, and even killed some NPCs. As a result, he was wanted by many players. But to this day, because this guy's whereabouts are strange and his strength is really good. Those really powerful bosses are too lazy to deal with them, and some are not strong enough and cannot be dealt with, so he is like a cancer in the game, and few people are willing to mess with this Deng Nyotu. This guy is considered an upper middle class player in the entire game. Brother Arnold. Gon clenched his fists and looked solemnly. Killua also stared at the opponent, and he naturally felt the dangerous aura of Deng Nyotu. Especially the look in the other person's eyes. At first glance, he looks like the kind of guy who cares about human life and has killed countless players. He is extremely cold, numb, and perverted. Gon, Killua, who goes first? But as long as you are injured, you lose. You need to take turns. Chen Yo, who was drinking coffee, smiled slightly, looked at the two people and asked. Then I'll go first. Gon waved his armed fist. Killua automatically took a few steps back, seemingly giving up to Gon. Don't forget to teach Yu Ning. When fighting, attach telepathy to your eyes to check the operation of the opponent's telepathy and whether there are any traps around you. Chen Yo warned. Yeah. Got it, Brother Arnold. Gon used his telekinesis, and there was a look of concentration in his eyes. This scene surprised Biscuit. Because Ning is already a high-level skill in the use of telekinesis, I didn't expect that these two little guys are actually quite mature in using it. It is very good to be able to use it to this level at this age. It's just that the two little guys seem to be a little confused. When dealing with armored men before, they could clearly use Ning to check, but they didn't know how to use it. Then the only possibility is that they have been exposed to Nyanya for a short time, including these high-level skills, which seem to have been learned in a short period of time, so that they lack combat experience. And from the mouth of the two children, we learned that Chen Yo is their mentor? Ah! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Kid, do you know who you are talking to? Deng Nyotu was stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly. His smile was a little crazy and twisted, and then his sinister eyes stared at Chen Yo. Didn't you choose to escape? Didn't you choose to deal with yourself together? Instead, do you regard yourself as a training tool? It's really ridiculous. Doesn't he know that if he fails, he will lose his life? But what makes Deng Nyoto a little angry is that Chen Yo doesn't care about him at all. Good. Very good. Then kill the kid sitting on the stone first. Deng Nyo grabbed Chen Yo and chose to ignore Gon and Killua. At least in his opinion, a kid of this age who is still nursing is not qualified enough to be his opponent. Your opponent is me. Gon's voice sounded. The speed is extremely fast. He cut off Deng Nyoto forcefully, and the dark fist smashed down on his face. Act recklessly. Diao Nyoto smiled coldly, and a cold light flashed through the hair scissors in his hand. Although this hair scissors are small in size, they are worth more than tens of millions. Deng Nyotiu spent a lot of money to make them with special metals that are extremely sharp and can cut through iron like clay. Let alone a human fist, even the opponent's iron sword can cut it off. This kid is really not afraid of tigers, so he actually chooses to attack directly with his fists. Could it be that his mother never taught him how to be polite when going out? The hairdresser flashed a sharp cold light in the air. Deng Nyotiu seemed to have seen the scene where the opponent's fist was cut off with blood splattering, and the smile on his face became more and more perverted. It seems that only killing other people and taking revenge on the entire world can satisfy him. Bang! It can take a second. Deng Nyotiu's eyes almost popped out of his head. When Gon's fist hit his hair clipper, there was no cut-off scene as expected. Instead, sparks flew everywhere and there was a metallic impact sound. Deng Nyotiu felt like he had been hit by a big hammer. The tiger's mouth burst open on the spot and blood flowed out. If you were any weaker, your precious hair scissors would definitely fly away. And he was completely smashed by Gon and flew out. His feet dragged a trail of more than 10 meters on the ground before stopping. This brat! Deng Nyotiu looked at his injured hand, his eyes fixed on Gon. There is just a white mark on the opponent's fist? Damn it! What kind of fist is this? Gloves? Are there gloves connected to the arms? And they look extremely flexible, as if they were painted black? Please give me flowers. What is this? It seems so good. If you want to deal with Brother Chen Nuo, ask me about my fists first. Gon raised his fists high and his fighting spirit was high. It rushed up like a little cheetah. At this moment, Deng Nyotiu finally put away his contempt and had to treat it with 12 points of caution. Boom! Gon's fist hit the ground, and a boulder half a man's height shattered on the spot. This frightened Deng Nyotiu. What kind of monster-level strength is this? If it hits a person directly, wouldn't it be punctured in the stomach? Fortunately, I am also a professional hunter. How the hell can an ordinary person handle this? But after all, Deng Nyotiu is an old player for many years. After seeing Gon's routine clearly, I felt a lot more relaxed. The hairdressing scissors flashed a cold light in the air, instantly cutting Gon's cheek and cutting off a strand of his hair. Gon closed his fist in shock. You lost, it's my turn. Gon. Killua excited reminder. Okay, I lose. Gon stepped back from the battle with some annoyance and put a band-aid on himself. Deng Nyotiu, who got Gon's hair, smiled ferociously, as long as I eat your hair, I can get information that even you yourself don't know, such as the quality of the meat, whether there are diseases, and genetics. The strength of your qualifications, after mastering all the information about your divine body, I can then love you as much as you want, et. Deng Nyotiu was eating Gon's hair, but his expression suddenly froze, and then he showed extremely excited ecstasy. Such a high genetic qualification. Genius! You little brat turns out to be a genius. Great, great! His face was flushed with excitement, as if he wanted to have S**X. Gon's qualifications are definitely the highest he has ever seen, bar none. And he is only 12 years old. Not only does he have telekinesis, but he has also learned a combat skill called armament, which is the ability to cover his hands with black. It's a pity that he couldn't analyze the armed learning method through these analyses. He just said that he knew the other party's information, just like having a product manual. This is a gourmet burger made by Brother Chen Nuo. Eat one to restore your strength. Killua suddenly threw a burger over. Deng Nyotiu was stunned. Are you afraid it's poisonous? Then don't eat it, but your recovery speed will be much slower. In a fight like this, I will have an advantage over Gon. Killua put his hands in his pockets and said. A hole. The little BD actually looked down on me. Deng Nyotiu's expression became extremely ferocious. Today was definitely the day he suffered the most humiliation in his life, and it was from two brats. So in order to avenge this humiliation, he must cut these little devils into pieces. Thinking of this, Deng Nyoto stepped on the burger made by Chen Yo. His inconspicuous action instantly changed the atmosphere on the court. Gon and Killua's eyes changed instantly. It is no longer the innocent look before. Instead, it became a bit dangerous and sharp. It seemed that Deng Nyoto had done something unforgivable. This scene also shocked Biscuit, who was hiding behind and peeping. Wasn't it just a hamburger that was crushed? Is it necessary? Anyone who tramples on delicious food will not be forgiven. Killua also became angry instantly. His eyes were condensed, and his hands were covered with a faint layer of black, like two extremely sharp hand knives. Fight fiercely with hair scissors. The crisp sound of steel clashing. Deng Nyoto became more and more frightened as he fought. What the hell are these two monsters? How come he knows this ghostly move that turns his hands as hard as steel? The kid before had amazing strength, but now the kid has amazing speed. Coupled with the sharp hand knife, if the neck is cut, the battle will basically be declared over. But it wasn't the two of them that really made Deng Nyoto start to fear. It was a man sitting not far away, sipping coffee. Chen Yo. That guy didn't look much older than the two brats, but he was extremely calm, and he couldn't tell the difference at all. If this situation continues, once the three of them choose to besiege, it is very likely that they will be defeated or even capsize in this place. Walk. An idea that he thought would never come up appeared in Deng Nyota's mind, and he couldn't get it out of his mind. Let's go. This is definitely the wisest choice. If you continue to consume in this situation, you will be at a disadvantage, but as long as you attack secretly next time, you will definitely have the upper hand. No matter. There is a need to be angry with a few Xiao. Anyway, they will soon become their own food. After thinking about this clearly, Deng Nyoto felt at ease. A set of smooth hairdressing techniques forced Killua to retreat. Then he laughed wildly, turned into stubble, and threw it back. The labor and management will remember what happened today. You little brats, prepare to wait for death. The labor and management will chop you into pieces one by one. Deng Nyoto fled quickly. Looking at his fleeing back, Chen Yo finally put down the coffee cup and slowly stood up. Chapter 97. These brats are monsters that come out of nowhere. A good man won't suffer the consequences. This time, labor and management have admitted defeat. As long as labor and management seize the opportunity, they will kill you all one by one. Deng Nyoto fled while gritting his teeth and cursing. As a fugitive bonus hunter, what he is most proud of is his speed. Where are you going? Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded in front of Deng Nyoto. He raised his head in shock and suddenly found a familiar yet unfamiliar figure standing in front of him. Chen Yo. Yes, that guy who drank coffee just now? Etc. How did he follow me? Damn it, it's impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Could it be that this kid is faster than me? Deng Nyoto was shocked. But at this moment, he instinctively cut his hair scissors towards Chen Yo's neck. A cold light flashed. Bang! The hair scissors missed Chen Yo, but the opponent's fist hit Deng Nyo's abdomen firmly. The terrifying power instantly made Deng Nyoto almost vomit out bile. He arched his body, and the huge pain made him almost faint for a moment. It even felt like his internal organs were directly displaced or even broken because of the blow just now. What kind of monster is this kid? It was only then that Deng Nyoto vaguely recognized the reality. He looked at the expressionless Chen Yo in horror. At this time, he no longer had any thoughts of resistance in his heart. He has only one idea. Escape. Escape from here and don't face this monster. How could this guy have such abnormal speed and strength? After thinking about these things, Nyoto didn't have the courage to resist directly. If he thought it was his fate when facing Killua and Gon, but in front of Chen Yo. 277 he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. It seems that the kid in front of me is unfathomable and is even very likely to defeat him easily. Damn it! How could I have such unrealistic thoughts? Taking advantage of the force of the blow, Deng Nyota turned around and fled. He was extremely fast, running away like a wounded wolf. But what shocked him was, he had just escaped a few meters, and Chen Yo was waiting for him again. In the last 3 seconds, if you still try to escape, then I will have to execute you now. Chen Yo's calm voice sounded, his eyes were cold and showed no emotion. Deng Nyota instantly felt like a frightened bird, so frightened that his legs almost gave out. 3. Chen Yo groaned. Deng Nyota turned around and fled, but was instantly intercepted by Chen Yo. 2. Diao Nyo refused to give up and fled again. He even swung his own dagger, but was still easily stopped by Chen Yo. Just when Chen Yo was about to speak, plop! Deng Nyota fell to his knees, with an expression of despair, madness, and fear on his face. Don't kill me! I surrender! Deng Nyota looked at the monster standing in front of him with great fear. The opponent's speed is much faster than his own. No matter how he escapes, Chen Yo can always catch up with him and intercept him faster. Plus that heartbreaking punch from before. Deng Nyota finally understood the fact that whether he could survive or not depended entirely on the mood of the monster brat in front of him. And far away. Witnessing all this, Biscuit, a blonde twin-tailed Lolita, also widened her beautiful eyes, but her face was filled with an expression of disbelief. Okay, so fast. Biscuit was stunned. Even with her strength, she could only barely see Chen Yo's movement route clearly. Too fast. Guy, or human. She swore that Chen Yo's speed definitely exceeded the speed of sound at the moment of action. Is this still the speed that the human body can achieve? What if the person standing there was not Deng Nyota but himself? Then the situation would definitely be very difficult. And Shinjin Ryu. This brat is a Shinjin Ryu. Could it be that he is Wing's son? An idea emerged that shocked even her. While Chen Yo was fighting, Biscuit clearly felt the resonance of the inner flow of energy in his body. Chen Yo must have also practiced the inner flow. But now in this world, he can be regarded as the master level of Shinjin Ryu, and he only taught it to Wing. At Wing's current age, is his son that old? Countless question marks floated over Biscuit's head. Oh, aren't you going to run away? Chen Yo sneered, become a sparring partner. I'll be a sparring partner for Gon and Killua for a month. You won't let me know how I feel in a month. Okay, sir, I will do my best. Deng Nyota was stunned for a second, then gritted his teeth and said. He knew he had no choice. Eat it. Chen Yo casually dropped a burger he made. Well. Deng Nyota was stunned for a moment, but finally picked it up with difficulty and bit it. This is somewhat similar to the burger Killua gave him. He was worried that the other party would be poisoned before and naturally refused to eat it easily, but now, if he didn't eat it, maybe the other party would kill him directly. But the moment he bit into the burger, Deng Nyota's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. This taste! It's soaring to the sky. An extremely enjoyable delicacy that is simply insoluble. And after eating this burger, Deng Nyo clearly felt that his exhausted physical strength was rapidly recovering, and even the internal organs that were injured by Chen Yo's heavy punch were also being repaired. Weird. Magical. How could there be such magical food in this world? Is it some special food in the game? Don't look at me like that, go be a sparring partner for Gon and Killua, this is the food you have to eat every day from now on. Chen Yo gave instructions. Deng Nyota's eyes no longer looked as ferocious as before, but instead showed awe and fear. He could only obediently go over and be a sparring partner. Gon and Killua have been waiting for a long time. The hard-working Deng Nyota naturally became a sparring partner. Ever since. A group of 4 people stopped here. What Chen Yo has to do every day is to drink coffee and watch the battle between Deng Nyo and Gon. According to Chen Yo's request, Deng Nyo must show his strongest strength. If he can kill either Killua or Gon, he can be let go. Deng Nyo was naturally extremely excited when he heard the news, and every blow was a deadly blow. Gon and Killua still have to be replaced after injuries, which is Chen Yo's rule. In fact, with him present, even fatal injuries can be cured with light therapy without worrying about the lives of the two of them. Half a month passed like this. This area has been pockmarked. At this time, in the venue, Gon and Drone Yacht were fighting fiercely. After half a month of actual combat training, Gon is obviously much stronger than before, and his weapon color has even covered the shoulder area. Before, it was easy to be attacked by Deng Nyota's hair scissors. But now, Gon's momentum is astonishing as he wields his fists. He has completely changed into a melee maniac who likes to use fishing lines in the original work. The airtight shadow of the fist fell, and Deng Nyota finally couldn't resist it and was hit hard by the punch. The whole person flew backwards for more than 10 meters, and his left arm was even fractured and twisted. At this moment, he was extremely horrified. These two brats are both extremely talented people. In just 15 days of training, they have given each other the power to suppress them. It's like a transformation. In the past, the battle between the two sides went from 82 to 73. Now, it has finally turned into 55, or even 4 or 6. Deng Nyota was at a disadvantage. And what really horrified him was that whenever he was injured, the scariest Xiao would come over to treat him. Phototherapy. A faint golden light shrouded his severed arm. The wound was repairing almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Healing? How could this kid be a healer? Isn't he an enhancer? How could Nen be proficient in so many systems at the same time? Deng Nyota screamed in his heart, but he still had to continue to play the role of sparring partner. When you're hungry, you'll eat Chen Yo's gourmet burgers to regain your strength, and when you're injured, you'll receive phototherapy. To be honest, Deng Nyota also felt that his strength was gradually improving during this period. These two brats were both monsters, especially the brat named Killua. The knife in his hand is astonishingly fast, and his movements are even faster than Gon's. Every attack is very fatal, and he even almost had his own throat cut. Deng Nyota is really feeling cold in his heart now. After recovering his physical strength, he was originally capable of stabilizing either of the two, and could even accept a duel between the two, but now only half a month has passed. The situation was somewhat reversed. Even in a one-on-one fight, he struggled and even fell into a disadvantage. Another 10 days have passed, and it has not yet been a full month. Now the situation has completely reversed. Bino was beaten like a sandbag, and his proud speed was crushed by Killua. Because this little guy Killua is actually very innovative in the development of armed colors. He has already learned to cover his legs with armed colors. Although the strength of the weapon color is not as good as that of Gon, this flexible use makes Killua's speed once again improve. It's enough to suppress Bino, and even easily avoid the opponent's hair scissors. Nowadays, Dano Toru is unable to fight Gon or Killua in a one-on-one fight. Even if he can use burgers to restore his physical strength, he is still no match for the two. You can leave the border. Chen Yo suddenly spoke to interrupt Bino's speeding. Ah! The bruised and swollen Deng Nyo stopped in shock, and when he looked at Chen Yo, his eyes no longer contained hatred, but even gratitude and admiration. A faint golden light fell on him. Phototherapy. Chen Yo treated him. "Yes sir, I." Deng Nyota suddenly felt that this day came so quickly. In the past, he was in a nervous mood, almost waiting to die, hoping to kill one and gain the qualification to escape. But later, slowly, he was shocked by the speed of progress between Gon Killua, and was shocked by the weird burger and light therapy. Gradually, as a sparring partner, Deng Nyota's mood has completely changed. He even likes this feeling, the feeling of constant challenge and continuous growth. Of course, his growth seems minimal. If Gon and Killua have S-level qualifications, then Dalnotru is at best B-level, which is good for ordinary people, but in front of geniuses, it seems to progress at a snail's pace. Now that the training was suddenly suspended, Deng Nyota found that he did not have the surprise and excitement of the rest of his life, but instead felt inexplicable loss and reluctance. How? Chen Yo raised his eyelids. I'll leave right away. Master Chen Yo. Master Gon, Master Killua. Man, thank you for taking care of me during this period. I have found a new ideal in life. From now on, I will not be a murderer again, I will definitely change my ways. Chen Nyota. Man, I swear. Bino fell to his knees and suddenly kowtowed heavily to Chen Yo and the others. This guy. Gon was a little stunned, but also a little reluctant because his heart seemed calm. Although this guy came to sneak attack everyone, after more than 20 days of getting along with him, eating together and training together, we have developed some feelings for him. And he found that Deng Nyota didn't seem to be that notorious. It seems that he is not a bad person by nature, but because of some experiences in his childhood, he hated this society and everyone. But after this period of torture, Denoto actually found his true self and purpose in life from the abuse. Man is really a strange creature. Oh, let's go with these things. Chen Yo was non-committal. He didn't care whether a murderer's words of remorse were true or false. He casually threw a few secret hamburgers to Danyo Dou as the salary of his sparring partner during this period. Bar. Seeing these burgers in front of him, Deng Nyota's eyes became hot, and he shed tears of excitement. Why is the gap between people so big? When he was very young, he did a good deed and gave his wallet to someone else. Instead, he was falsely accused of being a thief and was severely beaten. From then on, Deng Nyota hated everyone. But now, he wanted to kill Chen Yo and others in a sneak attack, but in the end the other party gave him such a precious hamburger. Any one of these burgers can definitely be sold at a sky-high price here, because having a burger means you can quickly recover your physical strength and gain an extra life in battle. Sir, I will never let you down. Danoto accepted the burger. It has nothing to do with me, just leave. Chen Yo was too lazy to answer, and Diao Yo saluted respectfully before leaving. Brother Anyo, I'm really not used to the sudden stop in training, but this dagger is still very powerful. Gon sighed. He had been injured by Deng Nyo several times before, and even almost pierced the heart once, but was brought back by Chen Yo's light therapy. 4.2. It's very fast, but you can restrain him by covering your legs with the weapon color. Killua commented. Wow! Killua, please teach me how you covered your legs with the weapon color? Why can't I adjust it? Gon was immediately interested. His weapon color grows faster than Killua, but his flexibility is far behind. The two little guys immediately put their arms around each other and were studying the use of armed colors. However, their clothes were in tatters and they looked a little inexplicably funny. Don't you think it's boring after watching it for so many days? Chen Yo suddenly stood up and looked towards a low mountain in the distance. Hey? Is there someone behind you? Both Gon and Killua were stunned, because they didn't notice anyone else nearby these days, but some passing monsters were taken care of by the two of them. The perception is naturally very strong. Pretty cool. Aren't you going to come out? Then I can go over. Chen Yo smiled slightly. How did you find me? I obviously used Zetsu. Biscuit, who was hiding behind the mountain, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He came out looking a little dirty and looked at Chen Yo with an angry expression. Peeping around every day is not a good habit, but it's nice to be hungry for so long. This is for you. But Chen Yo smiled and threw a secret burger, which was caught firmly by Biscuit. Humph. I don't. She said no, but Biscuit, who was very honest, swallowed her saliva. She looked a little dirty and looked like a little beggar. She has been very interested in this burger these days, and she thought she could proudly refuse. But after smelling the aroma of the burger, tears of dissatisfaction left the corner of my mouth. Biscuit ate Chen Yo's burger with big mouthfuls, and the pretty Lolita showed an expression of great enjoyment on her face. Chapter 98. Anything else? I haven't eaten for several days and I'm almost starving. Biscuit, a Lolita with blonde hair and twin tails, stretched out her little hand towards Chen Yo. The previous iron-clad attitude was gone, but now she showed a flattering expression. No way, Chen Yo's secret burger tastes so good. Would you like a barbecue? Chen Yo smiled. If you want, you can have anything. When Biscuit saw the barbecue that Chen Yo took out, tears fell from the corner of his mouth again. After tasting the barbecue, my eyes lit up. What kind of divine food is this? Too delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food in my life, it's simply amazing. Finally. After a hearty meal, Biscuit stroked his swollen belly and burped. Chinjui, 160,000 ordination nuns. Chen Yo smiled and took out a bill. Biscuit, Nanny. Didn't you say that this thing was given to you? Why, you still need to charge money. Money? Not to mention the 160,000 yuan for a nun, she wouldn't be able to pay even a dime, and the money is her own money. If you can't come up with the money, how about being a sparring partner for Gon and Killua? As you can see, it's the same month. Chen Yo said with a smile. Brother Arnold? She? Be our sparring partner. Isn't it too weak? It's not as good as Deng Nyoto at all. Both Gon and Killua were a little confused. In the eyes of the two of them, this blonde twin-tailed Lolita's fighting ability is definitely not as good as that of Deng Nyoto. What's the point of training as a sparring partner? What the hell? I'm a 2-star gem hunter. I can deal with someone like Deng Nyoto with just one finger. The arrogant Biscuit finally couldn't restrain his inner anger, and said loudly with his hands on his hips. 2-star gem hunter? So awesome! Really? How can a Lolita like you become a star hunter? Both Gon and Killua were surprised, and Killua was frowning with a puzzled expression on his face. I'm 57 years old. I'm older than you 3 brats combined. Biscuit huffed. Ah? So old. Gon was surprised. She turned out to be an old witch. Killua said even more venomously. You are an old witch. Your whole family is an old witch. Boy Chen Yo, I promised you, I will be their sparring partner. I am not paying back the money because I am 23, I just want to teach these 2 brats a lesson. Biscuit was almost furious. She cares most about her beauty, and she definitely looks like a beautiful loli now. But she was called an old witch by 2 brats. My uncle can bear it, but my aunt can't. Before Chen Yo could speak, Biscuit had already rushed forward. Careful. Gon. Killua reminded aloud. Biscuit's light fist landed on Gon's armed arms. This kind of fist? It doesn't look like it has any strength at all. A thought flashed through Gon's head. But his expression changed wildly in the next second. It was like being hit head-on by a racing tank in an instant. The terrifying power made Gon feel as if his armed arms were about to break, and his whole body was blown away like a sandbag. Killua also chose to take action directly. A faint armed color covers his legs and hands, and he is faster. Hey, speed comparison? Kid, you're a little too young. Biscuit grinned, and the moment Killua landed his attack, he ducked behind him and delivered a simple straight punch. Killua followed in Gon's footsteps. The 2 of them were embedded on the hillside, one behind the other. Biscuit clapped his hands, obviously very satisfied with his work. She is not the kind of thing that Deng Nyoto is. You're still far behind, kid. Biscuit mocked, his eyes finally falling on Chen Yo. Xinyuan Liu, who are you from Wing? Her voice was a little more solemn. Wing? What's your problem? Chen Yo was a little surprised. He had an impression of this little Lolita, but he couldn't remember the relationship between her and Wing. Wing's daughter? No, this girl is actually a muscular woman in her 50s or 60s, King Kong Barbie. That guy Wing is much younger than her. She is Wing's mother. A bold idea emerged in Chen Yo's mind. His expression immediately reminded Biscuit of something, and a hint of shyness appeared on Xiaoli's pretty face. It's not what you think. Wing is my apprentice. Since you won't tell me, I'll beat you until you tell me. Angrily, Biscuit waved his fist and attacked Chen Yo. Boom! Chen Yo dodged. But a huge crater of 5 to 6 meters directly exploded where he had just stood. Gon and Killua, who had just struggled out of the pit, were stunned by this scene. This woman is a monster. Such a strength, no wonder we are not her match, 2-star gem hunter? She is a star hunter. Gon and Killua were amazed. Biscuit is now like a humanoid lowly monster, and the strength of each punch is amazing, much more exaggerated than Gon's strange strength. At this time, Chen Yo just dodged Biscuit's attack with a smile. After some operations, Bai Tongji was so tired that he was dripping with sweat. But she didn't even touch the corner of Chen Yo's clothes. Don't run away if you can. After all, you're a man. It's embarrassing to run away against a girl. Biscuit said aggressively. Oh, I'm just a child now, and you're an old woman, so you have nothing to do with girls. Chen Yo smiled. Ah! I'm so angry. Chen Yo, if you have the guts, don't run away. Biscuit's twin ponytails almost stood up in anger, and his ears were almost smoking. The fists in his hands were naturally harder. But no matter how crazy she was, Chen Yo was always one step ahead of her, and all her fists were empty. This is not the way to go. Biscuit was shocked. I am a 2-star hunter. I like to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, but now, it seems that I have really become a pig. This is the only way. Biscuit's eyes changed slightly. Heart source flow speed posture. Buzz. In an instant, Biscuit's speed increased dramatically. The punch finally hit Chen Yo. Chen Yo was hit by her and flew out 3 to 4 meters away. Brother Arnold! Brother Chen Nuo! Gon and Killua exclaimed. They still rarely see Chen Yo suffer in frontal battles. Hey, didn't you say you are very fast? How about we see who is faster? Biscuit raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a playful smile. Zenyuan Liu boxing technique. She can switch between strength and speed postures. She is more skilled than Wing, and her strength and speed limits are far higher than Wing's. Yes, you are indeed very fast. Chen Yo glanced at the fist mark on his chest, just stretched out his hand and patted it, but stood still. Biscuit turned into afterimages, attacking from all directions. There are so many biscuits. Can't you tell the real ones from the fake ones even with your condenser? Gon was stunned. They are all real. In other words, every biscuit is filled with the same level of energy. Killua was also surprised. You can let me waste so much energy, the little guy is worthy of pride. For the sake of this meal, how about I can be your master? The multitude of biscuits burst into laughter. Then I'll talk about it after you win. Chen Yo smiled. Armed colors. Fully armed. In an instant, Chen Yo transformed into a black Iron Man. Dang 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 dang. A jaw-dropping sound. Each biscuit hit him hard, but only left a small white mark. Gon and Killua's eyes lit up when they saw this scene. It's amazing. This is the full body armor that Brother Chen said. Incredible, I even saw sparks explode just now. At this time Biscuit was also frightened. After activating the speed stance, she relied on her superb speed to create clones one after another and besiege the target. Of course, the relative strength will drop a lot. But even with her reduced strength, the power of each punch can easily kill a professional hunter at the level of Deng No Tuo in an instant. But in front of me, Biscuit felt that his outlook on life had been somewhat subverted. Her attacks can't even break Chen Yo. Damn it! What are these black colors? Weapon colors? Are they the weapon colors used by Gon and the others before? How can they be so powerful? Found it! Chen Yo, who was all in armor, suddenly grinned and showed his white teeth. He clenched his fists and faced one of the Biscuit head-on. Boom! 2 fists of about the same size collided head-on. A circle of airflow exploded. Chen Yo, who was all dressed in armor, just took 2 steps back. But Biscuit, who was hit, let out a groan, and was sent flying out, hitting a boulder heavily. The boulder immediately cracked and cracked. After repelling the Biscuit, all the other Baitonji figures disappeared. How did you find me? Biscuit was shocked. She rubbed her sore fist and found that the skin was already broken. This guy. After turning into a jet black color, the power of the fists may be even more exaggerated than in the power posture. Moreover, the opponent's reaction speed is extremely abnormal. You must know that this is yourself in the speed mode of the heart. I discovered it at a glance. Are you surprised? Chen Yo grinned. Okay, I admit defeat. You are just a bully. You are a pervert with strong strength and speed, especially your nerve reaction speed. Biscuit was a little discouraged. There is only one possibility for her to defeat Chen Yo, and that is to activate the heart flow. In that state, regardless of her strength or speed, she would most likely be able to overpower Chen Yo, giving her a slight chance of winning. This kid can also activate Shinjin Ry. If the other party also activates Shinjin Ry, she, the so-called Shinjin Ry master, may not be able to take advantage of him at all. Then that's it. Chen Yo smiled faintly, and the color of the weapons on his body became lighter. What is your relationship with Wing? Okay, let me explain first. I am Biscuit and he is my apprentice. How come you have the method of practicing Shinjin Ryu? And you have also reached the level of Xiao Sheng. Biscuit rubbed his sore fists and stared with bulging beautiful eyes. Oh? Are you Wing's master? He lost to Hsoka in the Sky Arena before, and then gave me the transcripts and insights of Shinjin Ryu. Now that I have met you, I will give these things to you. Chen Yo glanced at Biscuit in surprise. He didn't expect that this little Lolita was actually Wing's master. Certainly. Biscuit's true fighting stance becomes truly powerful when he transforms into King Kong Barbie. Forget it, since Wing has given these things to you, he naturally thinks highly of you, so you can keep them. As for Shinjin Ry, it doesn't matter if you want to learn it. Biscuit pretends to be generous. In fact, she also admired Wing's gaze. Since Wing gave this thing to Chen Yo, she naturally wanted him to carry forward Xinu and Lu. To some extent. Cough cough cough. He is Wing's master, so Chen Yo can be regarded as his half-disciple. Ha ha ha. Disciple. When he thought of this, the little devil in Biscuit stopped wagging his tail with excitement. Although I can't take advantage of Chen Yo in terms of fists, at least I can in terms of reputation, and Chen Yo's talent is indeed enough to make Xinu and Lu shine. Wait a minute, can Hsoka defeat Wing? Is he very strong? 737 Biscuit finally thought of something important. As an apprentice, Wing would probably vomit blood if he knew that his master was so careless. Well, it's very strong. Wing couldn't defeat Hsoka even if he activated the heart flow. But then I cut off one of Hsoka's arms, which was barely enough to avenge Wing. Chen Yo said lightly. The words were spoken very lightly, but when Biscuit heard these words, they were like thunder. Wing, who activated the flow state, lost? But Chen Yo cut off one of his opponent's arms? This little guy in front of me is so strong. Ahem, I'll thank you on Wing's behalf. He's still young. It's good to experience some failures to sharpen his character. Biscuit coughed dryly, but his big eyes looked up and down at Chen Yo. That. She was drawing Xiao Juju with both hands and seemed a little embarrassed to speak. What's the matter? Old witch, you just have to say it. Chen Yo said generously. Old witch? Gah. Kid. Don't bully me too much. I am Wing's master after all. You are half of his disciple. At least I am half of your elder, right? Humph. Biscuit was so angry that he wanted to jump up and hit Chen Yo. But after thinking about it, I chose to give up. As long as she doesn't activate the flow of her heart, she has no confidence that she can deal with this newly promoted one-star hunter. Well, cough, Chen Yo. Biscuit said with a red face, not sure whether he was shy or angry. You say so. Chen Yo's smiling expression. What is the color of the weapon you just used? Why is the defense so strong? And the strength is also obviously enhanced. Biscuit said with great curiosity. As a veteran of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, she has experienced countless battles, and the two-star hunter is naturally not a bluff. But this is definitely the first time I've seen something like weapon colors. You want to learn? Chen Yo said. Biscuit choked. Well. I am so embarrassed that I have been thrown into my grandma's house. Who wants to learn? Biscuit snorted and raised his little head proudly, but his eyes were secretly peeking at Chen Yo. If you want to learn, I'll teach you, Biscuit. Why don't you call me master and I'll teach you? Chen Yo said with a bad intention. Biscuit's eyes widened. Skills are not passed on easily. Wing went through a lot of difficulties in order to learn her Shinzen Ryu. But now, this guy, who is obviously much younger than me, actually casually agreed to pass it on to me? Isn't he afraid that his disciples will starve their master to death? Don't want to learn? Then forget it. Chen Yo waved his hand, turned around and left. Hey? Who said you don't want to learn, master? Biscuit became anxious and hurriedly chased after him, suppressing his blush but making a weak sound like a gnat. Chapter 99. A few days later. Wilderness area. The applied skill of taming Helian is Jian. Even if the defensive power is not as good as hard, it is certainly not as good as armed color, but it is still the most practical defense method. As long as you continue to practice, the total amount of chi and defensive power will increase. Biscuit pointed with his hands on his hips. Now, as Chen Yo's apprentice, well, a temporary apprentice, because he has to practice the armed color. She is responsible for teaching Gon and Killua how to use telekinesis. Although Chen Yo's training came from Netero's guidance, it was only one night after all, and many details could not be covered. But Biscuit is different, she is a real master of telekinesis. The current daily activities are that Biscuit is responsible for training Gon and Killua's telekinesis, while Chen Yo is responsible for teaching Biscuit martial arts. Gon and Killua are naturally still as miserable as ever. But I have to admit that Biscuit is still very capable in teaching telekinesis. Gon and Killua have been instructed to practice Zhoujian's hard high-level telekinesis skills. Ahem. Mr. Chen Yo, that armed practitioner. Biscuit came over with a pretty face and said slightly blushing. I will naturally abide by my promise to teach you and send you to the armed forces. Chen Yo patiently explained to Biscuit the practice of armed color. At first, Biscuit was confused, but with Chen Yo's careful demonstration, and both Gon and Killua already practicing the weapon colors, it would be really embarrassing for her as a master if she still doesn't know how to do it. Perhaps under the pressure of these multiple pressures, Biscuit actually awakened to armed color after a week. Armed color. On the wasteland, Biscuit waved her hands excitedly, and a faint layer of black suddenly appeared on her little hands. The fists clashed together, making a sound like gold and iron. Boom! Biscuit punched the ground hard, and a huge crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly opened. Biscuit is so crazy. Gon, who was practicing, was startled and couldn't help but gasped. Amazing! Killua's eyelids were also twitching wildly. In her opinion, the destructive power Biscuit had just shown was no longer separate from Chen Yo. Wow! This is the armed color. Biscuit's pretty face flushed with excitement and her beautiful eyes shone. The armor Chen Yo taught her seemed to open up a new world for her. Chen Yo was quite calm when he arrived. Biscuit was originally King Kong Barbie and was extremely talented in strength. It seems that people with strength talent will have an easier time practicing the weapon color. While practicing, Chen Yo's communicator rang. It's Nickens. His people had found the second batch of food cards and invited him to trade in the square. I'm going out, Gon, Killua, you follow Biscuit's instructions and don't wander around until I come back. Chen Yo ordered. Yes, Brother Arnold. Understood, Chen Yoshin. This guy, actually threw them all to me, hey. The three of them said goodbye to Chen Yo. Chen Yo directly used the companion card to fly to Nickens. He discovered that the flying speed of this companion card was actually not as fast as his own shining fruit flying user. It is still the square where the transaction was originally made. But something seems wrong with the atmosphere today. The way these players looked at Chen Yo was no longer the kind of fanaticism, excitement, but more of a sense of shame and daring not to look at Chen Yo. Sorry, Mr. Chen Yo, I have no choice. Nickens' face looked extremely ugly at this time. This surprised Chen Yo, but after seeing the current talker, he understood the situation clearly. Haha, welcome Mr. Chen. Why don't you welcome me? I'm Ganshu, and Nickens has been feeling a little uncomfortable these past 2 days, so I'm going to trade with you on your behalf. The person walking towards him was the bomb demon Ganshu, but at this moment, he had an extremely friendly smile on his face. Bring over all the food cards Mr. Chen wants. He gave the order, and immediately several boys around him brought some cards over. There are more than 100 food cards, which surprised Chen Yo. Sure enough, these teams are very capable. According to the price we agreed on, the total value of these cards should exceed 1 billion kiwis, Mr. Chen. Ganshu smiled and stretched out his hand to shake. Mr. Chen. Nickens's expression became extremely ugly, and his face was horribly pale. He seemed to want to say something, but after being stared at by Ganshu, he felt as if he had eaten a fly. The words hit his throat and he swallowed them back. He just looked at Chen Yo nervously. Haha, Nickens, you are not feeling well today. Someone, please let Nickens go down and rest. Ganshu sneered, and several of his younger brothers had already carried Nickens away. The other members of the original barrier-breaking team nearby also looked extremely ugly at this time, but no one felt like speaking. Okay, Mr. Chen, our transaction continues. Ganshu smiled. Chen Yo didn't mind and held his hand directly. Have you heard of the bomb demon face? Mr. Chen, this guy has killed many people in this area recently. Ganshu said with a mysterious expression. After saying this, his smile became even brighter. Ha 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 ha. Boss, this guy has been bound to a bomb and is dead. Boy. Our boss is the bomb demon. If you don't want to die in this game, I advise you to be smarter and hand over 1 billion nuns. No, 10 billion nuns come out to buy your life. Otherwise, hey. After confirming that Chen Yo had been bound to a bomb, Bombcat's two younger brothers couldn't restrain their excitement and directly pulled off their disguised masks and laughed wildly. Hey, it's a pity that I am the bomb demon. I have been with the breakthrough group for 5 years, and I have installed bombs on them, right, Nickens? Ganshu smiled, and Nice, who was ashen-faced among the crowd, was brought out. Not only was he present, but many other members of the clearance team also looked extremely ugly. Because the bombs bound to them had been activated just 3 minutes ago. Mr. Chen. I'm sorry for coming. He threatened the lives of all members, so I had to send you a transaction request. It was me who harmed you. Nickens said sadly. Mr. Chen, it's all our fault, but there's nothing we can do about it. Ganshu, this damn thing is so abominable. Master Ganshu, as long as you don't kill me, I will cooperate with you in anything. A countdown bomb appeared on all the members of the clearance team present. Someone tried to attack Ganshu before, but a bomb was detonated on the spot. The end was extremely miserable. Now, all the members of the clearance team have been planted with bombs by Ganshu, and no one dares to disobey Ganshu again. Mr. Chen, are you also curious about how I installed bombs on them? Ganshu looked at Chen Yo with a smile. He then explained the installation and detonation principles of his bomb, and told Chen Yo how to disarm the bomb, etc. Are you curious as to why I have to spend so much time explaining it to you? Ganshu Chen said with a smile. Not curious, because that's how you activate the bomb, isn't it? Chen Yo glanced at the bomb on his chest, and a countdown appeared. The countdown is reduced according to the heartbeat. The faster the heartbeat, the faster the countdown will be lost, so any tension and excitement will accelerate the bomb explosion. In fact, when they met for the first time, Chen Yo had already discovered that the other party was the bomb demon. And a bomb of this magnitude, let alone one, even 100 would not be able to break Chen Yo's skin. Chen Yo's answer made Ganshu's face change slightly. He didn't expect that the other party seemed to know his identity. Now that you already know your identity, why would you deliberately bind yourself to a bomb? Isn't this looking for death? Damn BD, can't you see the current situation clearly? As long as our boss gives the order, you will be bombed immediately. Hand over all your bank cards and passwords, including all your assets, otherwise you will die. Hey, did you see that? That's the consequences of disobeying the boss. Several of Ganshu's younger brothers smiled ferociously, and one of them even dragged out the body of the player who had been killed before, saying that it was too horrible to watch. Oh? Bank card? Do these count? Chen Yo smiled and took out some of his black cards, which contained a total of 30 billion in cash. The moment Ganshu and others saw the black card, their eyes widened. Damn! This guy! I thought it was a big fish, but I didn't expect it to be a giant. He is a super rich man. Even the bonus has exceeded that of Batra Rich. With this money, you don't need to worry about whether you pass the customs or not. This is 30 billion nuns, it's a black card. Get it? We caught a super giant thing. Ha 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 ha. The two younger brothers were extremely excited. Ganshu also opened his eyes wide and looked at Chen Yo in disbelief. Because the person in front of him is obviously just a teenager, but he has tens of billions of assets. From his understanding, it seems that the rich second generation of the rich man is not related to the current responsibility. Hey, Mr. Chen, it seems that your financial resources are far beyond our expectations. I have changed my mind. You should know many other rich people. We not only want your money, but also your help in tricking them into the game. Come. Ganshu laughed wildly and stretched out his hand to get Chen Yo's black card. This scene made Nickens and others regretful, but the situation forced him to have no choice. Ganshu asked him to call Chen Yo over. Ganshu got Chen Yo's card, but found that he couldn't pull it, and his right hand was still shaking hands with Chen Yo. The plan is very good, not bad, I don't intend to agree to it. Chen Yo smiled and held Gan's hand suddenly. Terrifying power emerged. Ganshu's expression suddenly changed, and there was a crackling sound of bones breaking in his right hand. This is the sound of hand bones being crushed. The severe pain made Ganshu almost scream. He no longer cared about taking the so-called black card and suddenly slapped Chen Yo. The target with a bomb installed can be detonated directly as long as it is touched by him. This is his true explanation. Boom! There was an explosion. The bomb on Chen Yo's chest exploded, and Ganshu, whose hands were tightly squeezed, suffered the explosive attack from the front, and the hot air waves burned his upper body to black. Ignorant idiot! Ganshu couldn't help but curse. It's all my fault! It's all my fault! Nickens collapsed and knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Boss, don't forget that black card. The younger brother on the side also can't help but remind. Ganshu naturally did not forget that it was a black card worth 10 billion yuan. As long as you get one, you can be an idle rich man for the rest of your life. But Ganshu was stretching out his hand, and his instinct made him tilt back a little. Whoosh! A golden light almost passed by his forehead, and a house behind him exploded. The violent explosion drew everyone's attention here. Only then did Ganshu see the situation in front of him clearly. His bomb did go off. But Chen Yo in front of him was not dead. Or the other party's chest was just shattered on his clothes, and no wounds could be seen on his body, which showed a strange dark luster. How is this possible? Ganshu was stunned. It's not just him. Including Nickens, other members of the clearance team present also widened their eyes in disbelief. Ganshu's bomb is powerful enough to blow a person into 2 pieces. But the Mr. Chen in front of him clearly had a bomb installed in his heart area and exploded, but he was completely unharmed? Is this hell? Or hallucination? Run! Ganshu made the decision almost instantly. This fact completely overturned his 3 views. Whether it was the terrifying golden light or the opponent's outrageous defensive power, he understood one thing. Well done, I kicked the iron plate, no, I mentioned the steel plate. Chen Yo's sword Qiushui has been drawn out. Cut. Hiss. Ganshu's right arm was cut off like a vegetable. He didn't even have time to scream, so he used the escape card and flew away from here and got off the plane. Boss. The 2 boys were still a little confused, but they realized something and quickly took out their return cards and flew away. Draw your sword and chop. Boom! An astonishing chop wave that was 10 meters long appeared. Even though the 2 younger brothers flying in midair had used their return cards, they were still cut into 2 pieces and fell down. They could no longer die. And even if Ganshu used escape, his legs did not avoid the chopping wave. All of them were cut off, and his screams were heard in the air. Blood splashed down like rain and mist. This horrific scene made all the members of the team present turned pale with fear. This guy is a monster. What a terrible attack! Is this still a human being? Oh my god, Gan was beaten away. But, how can we return the bombs on us? Nickens was so frightened that his legs became weak. Ganshu, who originally had a chance to win, Ganshu, the bomb demon, lost. And it failed miserably. His 2 younger brothers died tragically on the spot, and he himself became completely disabled. The entire square fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were looking in the direction of Chen Yo. At this moment, everyone only has that amazing knife in their head. Like a mighty sword. With one blow, all 3 bomb demons were cleared. He even resisted a bomb himself. This Chen Yo is so perverted. Yes, sir. As if thinking of something, Nickens resisted his violently trembling legs and walked to Chen Yo with difficulty. Chapter 100. Yes, sir, I had no choice but to invite you here. It was the bomb demon who threatened you with his life. I'm sorry, sir. Nickens knelt in front of Chen Yo and kowtowed. The other members of the barrier-breaking team reacted and kowtowed. That terrifying sword energy, if you are facing people like yourself, don't even think about it. Everyone will definitely make a clean break and live in hell. Compared to the bomb demon, what everyone is more afraid of now is Chen Yo in front of them. This incredibly young but incredibly powerful player. For a while, players in the entire square turned into kowtow monsters. Chen Yo didn't say stop, and they didn't dare to stop either. Haha, you are also forced by the situation. It was the bomb demon who forced you before, but I can't blame you. Chen Yo said lightly. The bomb demon has been lurking in the level-breaking team for 5 years, and what he probably wants is to make a fortune before the final level is cleared. But it's a pity. After meeting Chen Yo, his plan completely failed. Not to mention collecting all the cards, now I have become disabled. Certainly. If you can get the legendary Archangel's Sai, maybe you can still save him. Sir. I am also about to die. These cards are given to you as a way to make up for your frame-up this time. Nickens stood up and handed his card collection book directly to Chen Yo. Oh. This operation surprised Chen Yo. Mine too, my lord. My name is Ryan. And me. My lord. Whoa. I don't want to die yet. Sir, I will sell you all these cards. Can you give some money to my family? Please. My lord. For a while, all the players in the entire square looked sad and miserable. Because the marks of the bomb film on their bodies have not disappeared, and the countdown is still running smoothly, once the time is up, they will end up dead. Over the years, Bomberman has become the most notorious player in the game. Countless players died at his hands. So far, there is no way to defuse the bomb. And they don't have Chen Yo's exaggerated defense at all. Once the bomb explodes, everyone will die. The only way now. I just pray to Mr. Chen Yo in front of me to buy some cards and then send the money back to his family. Perhaps, this is the only thing these people can do for their loved ones in the end. Seeing that there was no hope of survival, some other members of the barrier-breaking group had directly quit the barrier-breaking group and left here quietly. You are waiting to die here, so you might as well choose to leave. What's more, they tricked Chen Yo once. If this king of hell is in a bad mood, he may directly suffer from the sword energy if he stays. The only ones left on the field now are the members of the 70s and 80s breakout team. Card? I don't want to repeat it. Chen Yo glanced at the card in Niken's hand. As the largest independent player group in the GI game, the clearance group has accumulated most of the cards, but is missing some designated cards. Chen Yo's words suddenly made the players in the level-breaking group present feel like they were mourning. Indeed. As a seller, they really cannot ask Chen Yo to acquire those duplicate cards. If it is just to clear the level, you only need one designated card. But this also means that the number of cards Chen Yo will acquire has become much smaller. Mr. Nickens, you come first. You cannot be blamed for the failure of our clearance team. We have been helped by your care over the years. Yes, Lord Nickens. The remaining members of the clearance team requested. Nickens was also in grief. He was also about to die now, but he never thought that there were so many brothers who still supported him. In reality, I am a useless person who has accomplished nothing, but in this game, I have so many brothers who can treat each other with sincerity. In this life, even if I die, I will not survive. Who said you are going to die? Chen Yo suddenly spoke. His words were like a bomb dropped into the lake, causing the scene to become silent for a while and then stir up a storm. No, no. Why did Lord Chen Yo say that? We have been bound to a stealth bomb, and there is no way in the world to break it. Sir, please stop making fun of us. We are all dying. Nickens also looks sad. He invested almost all his wealth, energy, and everything for the GI game, but in the end he gained nothing. Who says invisible bombs can't be solved? Chen Yo glanced at them. Ah? Could it be that? Sir. Do you really have a way to defuse the bomb? But we don't have the kind of defense you have. Yes, Yunkai. All of a sudden. The originally lifeless square suddenly became lively. Countless pairs of eager eyes stared at Chen Yo. If eyes could heat up, Chen Yo would definitely melt now. He seems to have incarnated the hope of all life. Grown-ups. Nickens also had a trembling voice, obviously not believing the result for a while. I'm not absolutely sure, but I can only say that if you give it a try, you have about a half chance of surviving. Chen Yo said calmly. Half chance? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Lord Chen Yo. When Nickens heard this, he was trembling with excitement. The other players present were also extremely excited. Let alone half the chance, even if it is only a 1/10 chance, they would rather believe Chen Yo. This is better than waiting to die. Oh? I won't save you for no reason. I have conditions. You might as well listen to it. Chen Yo said. Accept it. We accept it. Yes, Sir Chen Yo is a good person. He defeated the bomb demon. We believe in him. As long as you don't let me kill my mother, I will agree to any conditions. Me too. The crowd went wild. Almost all the players gathered around, like a drowning man grasping the last straw, and everyone's eyes were filled with the desire to survive. My conditions are very simple. From now on, you will be responsible for helping me find ingredients in the game. I will not buy duplicates. The price will still be as agreed before. In return, I will try to help you defuse the bomb, but there is no guarantee. Can succeed. Chen Yo said calmly. I promise. I promise. Mr. Chen Yo is a good person. What kind of condition is this? This is not a condition at all. I am willing to find ingredients for you for free. And I. Upon hearing this request, all the players were excited. I originally thought that Chen Yo would put forward some harsh conditions, but I never thought that it would be such a condition with almost no restrictions. Chen Yo asked them almost nothing. Then let's start with you, Hokansi. Chen Yo nodded. Yes, sir. Nickens said extremely respectfully, but he still saw nervousness in his expression. You guys stand back. Chen Yo gave instructions, and the other players retreated. Everyone knows that once this bomb explodes, it will also affect the people next to it. No one wants to be so unlucky. Nickens even had beads of sweat on his forehead. He didn't know how Chen Yo was going to defuse the bomb. Sir, you are ready. Nickens swallowed. Sir, if this bomb is forcibly defused, it will explode the moment it is defused. He couldn't help but remind. Oh. Chen Yo nodded and slowly pulled out his sword Qiushui. The glistening blade makes people shudder. The bomb's display digits flashed rapidly. It was obvious that Nickens' heartbeat was extremely nervous at this moment. Although I said before that I am not afraid of death, when death comes, people will still instinctively feel their heartbeat faster. Sir, how do you plan to dismantle it? One player couldn't help but wonder. Forced demolition. What? Nickens, you don't believe me anymore. Chen Yo glanced at him. The player's face suddenly turned pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Forced demolition? Kdech, did you hear correctly? Don't move around, it won't be good if I miss the mark. Chen Yo smiled slightly, and Nickens closed his eyes nervously, ready to wait for death. Not to mention whether Chen Yo can forcefully defuse the bomb, once the opponent's terrifying sword light comes into contact, he will definitely be killed or injured. Gilu. The other players present also held their breath and concentrated, not even daring to take a breath for fear of affecting Chen Yo's swing of the sword. And once Nickens comes after him, one of them might be next. Whoosh! The sword light fell. As it cut almost against Nickens' skin, he felt the coldness of the blade. The moment the bomb was cut off, the blade turned into golden light and swept away. Boom! The bomb exploded 3 meters away from Nickens. The wild air wave knocked Nickens to the ground, but his face was full of disbelief and surprise. There is no bomb on me. Was demolished. Was it just demolished like this? Ah! Ha ha ha! My bomb is gone. Master Chen Yo. My bomb is gone. Nickens came back to his senses and was extremely excited. Next. Chen Yo answered with satisfaction. Me. I'll come. Other players also became enthusiastic. So amazing. Mr. Chen Yo actually used a knife to defuse the bomb. It's simply unimaginable. There were constant rumbling explosions in the square. The voices of players crying with joy kept coming, and it would be unbearable for anyone to walk through the gate of hell. However, even with Chen Yo's fast hand speed and Shining Fruit's light speed hand speed, several players were still seriously injured because the bomb exploded too close. But they were also extremely surprised. At least compared to being killed by an explosion, this is considered a life saved. Not to mention how ugly the death of the player killed by Ganshu was. After 1 hour, the bombs of the remaining members of the clearance team have been defused by Chen Yo. Everyone, including Nickens, looked at Chen Yo like a savior or a bodhisattva, full of gratitude and admiration. My lord! You saved my life, Nickens. From now on, everything about me is yours. My lord! Nickens was the first to take a stand. And me, Ryan. I will be Lord Chen Yo's for the rest of my life. My lord saved my life. Thank you, sir. Time. All the players in the square knelt down and shed tears of gratitude. This joy of surviving the disaster is indescribable. 1 second he was waiting for death, but now he is reborn. I propose that today's barrier-breaking group is no longer what it used to be. We plan to change its name to Loyal Chen Guild. Loyal to Lord Chen Yo. From now on, it will be Lord Chen Yo's guild. Nickens shouted. Good. Loyal to Lord Chen Yo. From now on, we are no longer a barrier-breaking team, but a loyal Chen Hui. Everything is about finding ingredients for Master Chen Yo. Oh yeah. Looking for ingredients. All the players became excited and shouted the name of Zhongchen Hui. Chen Yo was speechless for a while. This reminded him of a person. Ding Chun Kaiu. Old monster Ding probably likes to hear these flattering words, but it sounds like his spine is going numb. Nickens is the real deal. Ahem, cough, Zhongchen meeting is too ugly. Let's call it a gourmet meeting. Nickens will still be the middleman, and you will be responsible for finding the ingredients. Chen Yo said. Nickens and others naturally have no objections. As long as Chen Yo says it, they are now in admiration. The pass-breaking group disappeared, and it was called the Gourmet Club from now on. The largest food collection organization in the GI game. It is also an organization exclusive to Chen Yo. After one day, a strategy area somewhere in the GI game. A large group of professional players are killing monsters. Sir! I heard that, the bomb demon was caught, and it's that guy Ganshu. The tall player Bale came over. Caught it? Ganshu? Isn't that guy one of the leaders of the clearance group? Juela was stunned for a moment and said in surprise. Naturally, he has met Ganshu. The clearance team is also famous in the GI game and is the largest independent player. That's right, that guy lurked for 5 years and installed invisible bombs on all the members of the team. He even had Nickens deceive a rich second-generation player named Chen Yo, but in the end he turned around. Library. Bale mused that he had obtained the latest news from the clearance team, which also surprised him. Ganshu turned out to be a notorious bomb demon. When he wanted to destroy the Guan group in one fell swoop, he was killed by Chen Yo. I heard that the other party can kill everyone with just one strike. Bale is a professional hunter with very good strength, and he is also the confidant of Juela. Chen Yo. I didn't expect that such a powerful player would appear. It seems that our plan will undergo some changes. Juezijuela frowned. Captain, we have obtained the information about Archangel's Breath SS level card. Suddenly a short, fat, and dark player walked over quickly. Rodoli. The Juezijuela group is the core member of Batra's wealthy team and one of Juezijuela's most trusted people. Is it finally there? The one who spoke was not Juezahula. It was a man in the team who was covered in bandages. His scarlet eyes were staring at Luo Duolai, and his voice was hoarse and low. So see. This is a conversation among the captains. Why did you go over and join in the fun? One of the other team players yelled that he was the team leader of Bandage Man Sosi. He just finished speaking. Blood spurted out from between his brows. It was as if something had penetrated the center of his eyebrows. The squad leader collapsed with a dull expression. The faces of Juezijuela and others suddenly changed. Rodoli, Bale, and others took a few steps back and stared at the bandaged man. Tell me where the Archangel's breathing card is, and then I'll let you go. The corner of the bandaged man's mouth raised a strange arc, and he said with a sinister smile. Chapter 101. Sir. This is my little thought. Please accept it. And mine, sir, you don't need any money. You are my savior. If you don't even accept this little thing, then let me live in this world with a peaceful face. Yes. Sir. The station of the customs clearance group should be called a gourmet party at this time. The players who had the bomb defused by Chen Yo expressed their gratitude and took the initiative to take out the ingredients in their cards, including some cards that they were reluctant to sell at the beginning. Everyone understands. If it weren't for Chen Yo, I'm afraid they would have become the corpses of Bomb Demon Ganchu's men by now. The grace of saving life is greater than anything else. Then you're welcome, Nickens, I'll leave this place to you. Chen Yo was not polite, and with a wave of his hand, he collected hundreds of ingredient cards, including more high-level cards than last time. After all, the last time I came here was a transaction, but this time it was more about gratitude. Don't worry, sir. I, Kenskin, will look for all the ingredients in the GI world for you. Nickens burst into tears of gratitude. In the past, the purpose of the clearance group was to find cards to clear the level, but now, it's more about repaying a favor. After a brief explanation with Nickens, Chen Yo directly returned to the wilderness where Biscuit and others were. At the same time, night falls. GI Greed Island. A line of black shadows walked slowly from the shore. I'm exhausted. I guess you are the only ones who can come up with this method, using the bulging eye fish to suck up the sea water. Shizuku, the girl with glasses, clasped her hands helplessly and said weakly. In order to land on the island, she almost burst the bulging eye fish and swallowed an unknown amount of seawater before she managed to land. What kind of place is this? First steal a come together and fly to any place. Phaeton complained. The situation is not very good. I heard that the bomb demon seems to have been dealt with by that guy Chen Yo. Shulnark wrung out the water from his clothes and sighed. Haha, a guy like the bomb demon is not even worthy of carrying our shoes. Kyubi, with his hair hanging down to the ground, sneered. Franklin, who is the tallest, also thinks so. But the news of Chen Yo's appearance still made several people wary. They have tried their best to avoid Chen Yo's sight. At least according to the previous plan, at least they will not recruit Chen Yo until they understand the nature of the GI game and get the rewards for completing the game. A monster that can instantly kill Finks with one blow and crush Hsoka. It is definitely not a lucky thing for anyone to face each other alone. Then where should we go next? I don't know why you want to find such a remote place to land on the island. Shizuku, the girl with glasses, murmured. Hey, I haven't met an uninvited guest for a long time, so I'm a little nervous. Suddenly, the lights in front of me were bright, and a tall, muscular man wearing a short sweatshirt and an extremely heroic man appeared with a smile on his face. First of all, let me ask you, are you not castaways? You will never be able to get to this island just by relying on the tide. The man walked slowly over with a smile. This guy is very strong. Phaeton frowned slightly and reminded. His words immediately caused the expressions of other brigade members present to change slightly. There are very few opponents in this world that Phaeton would call strong. Who are you? The NPC who came to guide us. Shulnark stepped forward and asked, but his vigilance had already been raised to the highest level. He also felt the dangerous aura on the other party's body. NPC? Haha, am I so shabby? Let me introduce myself, my name is Razor, I am one of the producers of this game, specializing in transmuter game design, using spells to move and deal with foreign enemies. Razor smiled. Game maker? Razor? Specializing in transmuter. Razor's answer stunned all the brigade members present. They didn't expect to meet the game producer here. Moreover, with the tone and attitude of the other party, Yi Ping did not welcome them. To a certain extent, they did not use formal methods to reach Greed Island, which was equivalent to a cheating invasion. This is a special spell that can only be used by the master of the game. To deal with foreign enemies, special props must be used. Sorry, you must leave. Razor smiled and drew a card from the void. 003 Discharge None Limit. Description: those who invade GI using illegal methods are sent to somewhere in the Ichen continent. No. This guy didn't summon the card collection book at all just now? Did he draw the card directly? Game producer? Could it be that he is the GM? Damn it, is that guy trying to deal with us? Razor's actions immediately caused the expressions of the brigade members present to change slightly. If we enter the island in a legitimate way, we are phantoms. If you defeat me, you can get props. Play games, and sometimes you have to fight. But you can't invade the game in other ways. Goodbye, map position. Razor smiled and turned over the elimination card. Damn it. We will come again. We will come in through the gate next time. Shulnark stared at the other man. Use exclusion cards. Card flipped. Suddenly, the brigade members headed by Phaeton were enveloped in a strange energy, and then flew to other places and disappeared. They are all a group of powerful guys. Razor glanced at the direction in which he disappeared, threw the volleyball high in his hand, and smashed it with one blow. Boom! The volleyball that shot away hit the ship anchored on the sea, and exploded like a missile. After finishing dealing with these intruders, Razor was not happy at all. Instead, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He looked into the distance with a solemn expression. Ada, what are you worried about? Are you actually unwilling to let me expel the intruders despite destroying the game? Razor murmured under his breath. As a game producer, he has discovered that some strange data has invaded the GI game. Above the wasteland, Gon and Killua are training in full swing. Boom! There was a loud noise like a missile exploding. It worked! It worked! Gon shouted excitedly. Under Biscuit's guidance, he successfully developed the rock-paper-scissors move. That is the powerful transmuter mind power similar to Qigong waves. And Killua also demonstrated a telekinetic attack move that absorbs lightning. What two little monsters, they can develop their telekinesis to such an extent at such an age. Biscuit couldn't help but sigh. She suddenly noticed a golden light falling from the sky. It's Chen Yo. It seems Biscuit taught me well. Chen Yo said with a smile. Brother Arnold. Brother Chen Nuo. Seeing Chen Yo's arrival, Gon and Killua immediately put down their training and ran over happily. Hey, hey, hey! Today's training is not finished yet, you two guys, They won't abide by the training rules when you come. Biscuit complained. Finish your training. Now Biscuit and I will cook some delicious food. Whoever finishes cooking first will eat first. Chen Yo smiled lightly, and Gon and Chi Ma, who had just rushed halfway, turned around and went back. Wow! Brother Arnold's delicious food! I must finish it first. How about we compete to see who is faster and more standard? Gone! Gon and Killua immediately ran back obediently and continued to complete the training mission for the same purpose. Gourmet food. Biscuit, on the other hand, looked at Killua with a confused expression. Of course, they didn't tell you that I'm actually a chef. Chen Yo joked. Humph. I believe you, but those hamburgers you had before still taste really good. Biscuit rolled his eyes, but soon couldn't help the tears on his lips. There are more than 100 ingredient cards. Chen Yo can unleash his cooking abilities. The dazzling knife skills made Biscuit astonished, followed by the extremely delicious delicacies. It's simply a dish that shines. Biscuit was completely dumbfounded. Just asking about the taste made people want to eat. At the same time, in a lush forest, the man with dark skin frowned. Abengani was one of the members of the previous clearance team, but he was not one of those who stayed, but chose to leave. Because no one knew at that time whether Chen Yo had the ability to defuse bombs. He was even worried that the other party would kill the entire team because of the past grudges, so to be on the safe side, Abengani left the team early. If you use companion cards to chase Ganshu, you may catch him, but there is no guarantee whether the opponent will directly detonate all the bombs. In this world, the range of spell cards is 20 meters. Once you get close to this distance, you may be affected. Abengani murmured in his heart that he finally chose a safer approach. Get rid of telekinesis in your own way. When he came to the forest, he seemed to perform some strange rituals and lit a bonfire. Then he held a strange wooden doll high and chanted some strange spells while holding it high. O spirit of the forest, please remove the impure thoughts from my body for me. Abengani murmured piously, and then pointed the specially made puppet toward Yin Dizixi on his shoulder. Looking at the puppets that had completed the ceremony, he felt a little uneasy, not knowing what the outcome would be this time. The puppet was finally thrown into the fire pit by Abengani. Please give me flowers. Boom. For a moment, the flames surged, and it seemed as if a huge monster could be seen roaring and hissing inside, tossing the flame pig endlessly. It's so big. It's indeed the sound of life. It's a very powerful thought. Abengani was shocked. His ability is to use the power of the forest elves to gather the life energy of the creatures living in the forest, combined with his own manifestation ability, to create a command beast that can devour or drive other people away to release Nen. The size and appearance of the mind beast vary depending on the object's power, the strength, nature, and form of the ability. Only when the user of the Nen swallowed by the mind beast dies or Abengani meets the conditions for releasing the Nen, the mind beast will disappear. However, no matter how powerful the Neon beast is, it cannot swallow the Neon left by the dead Nin. Therefore, there is a prerequisite for getting rid of these thoughts, that is, the person who released Nin is still alive. Once the opponent dies, these are called dying thoughts, and death thoughts cannot be swallowed. The flames have disappeared. The previous puppet turned into an ugly and strange reptile, crawled over slowly, and then sealed the bomb in one breath, hovering around Abengani's body like a python. Hey! Finally I don't have to worry about the bomb exploding, but I also have one more annoying guy. Abengani breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little irritable. This ugly mind beast lying on his body will not only cause difficulty in moving, but also make it difficult for him to go out and meet people. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, there was a sound of applause from behind. It's really a very good ability. 0. A chuckle came from behind. Abengani was stunned for a moment, and suddenly a young man wearing a black suit, handsome in appearance, but with a strange tattoo on his forehead was walking slowly towards him. Krollo, leader of the Phantom Troop. Shulnark and the others chose another login method, and after entering the game, they were divided into two groups. Who are you? Abengane stared at the intruder warily and instinctively took 2 steps back. Now that he is haunted by the mind beast, although he does not need to consider the explosion of the bomb, his own actions are also very inconvenient, and his combat effectiveness has been sharply reduced. I am a passerby and a good person. I want to tell you some very unfortunate news. The bomb demon has been seriously injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to log into the game for a long time, maybe for the rest of his life. Crollo put his hands in his pockets and smiled. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That guy Ganshu has been lurking in the team for 5 years and is extremely powerful. How could he lose in an instant? Abengane naturally didn't believe it. You can take a look at the status of Nickens and others. You should have friends with Nickens, and see if the breakthrough group still exists. I heard that it has been renamed the Food Club, so. Bomb Demon Ganshu had 1 arm and 2 legs cut off. Do you think he still has the ability to log into the game? Crollo smiled. Abengane's face instantly turned pale. If Ganshu no longer logs into the game, it means that the other party's account will be cleared by the game, but the remaining ability bombs will still be saved. This will also cause him to carry this bomb with him for the rest of his life, and the mind beast will always lie on him, even outside. This is definitely not what Abengane wants to see. What are you trying to do by telling me this? Abengane's face looked extremely ugly. He didn't expect that his plan would fail. Will he always carry this thing with him from now on? The existence of Nianzhu means that his combat power has also declined significantly. Don't worry, I'm just here to help you. Crollo smiled. Help me. Abengane was stunned for a moment. Yes, I will help you disarm the bomb. In return, I hope you can also help me with a little help. Luo smiled. You? Disarmed the bomb. Abengane naturally didn't believe it. Crollo suddenly pointed at Abengane's right hand. At some point, another time bomb appeared? What on earth is going on? Abengane was stunned. He just touched the other party. Etc. Touch? Bomb demon? You? Abengane stared at Crollo with a very different look on his face. I am not a bomb demon, just a good person passing by. I found the bomb demon in reality, and my ability happens to be borrowed. I can borrow the other person's ability. So disarming the bomb for you is a piece of cake. In return, I just hope to borrow your ability, First Thought Master. Crollo smiled, and a strange and ancient book appeared in front of him. He held the book with one hand and snapped his fingers with the other. Snapped. The bomb on Abengane's arm disappeared. Chapter 102. In the wilderness. Chen Yo and others are enjoying the food. Wow! It's so delicious. This is our paradise, Brother Chen. Gon's mouth is full of oil, but his hands have been holding delicious food for a long time, fragrant barbecue and all kinds of delicious food that he has never seen before. Killua even made a fortune in silence and kept eating like crazy. It tastes really good. I really underestimated you before. Gulu. Biscuit was guzzling drinks and eating meat. It was such a joy. She has never enjoyed such delicious food in a game. It's like a dream. Compared with the delicacies before, the delicacies made by Chen Yo are simply a godsend. The ones I ate before can be called dregs. Chen Yo didn't care. He could only get attribute increases from the first bite of these delicacies, and the rest were negligible. There are more than 100 food cards, which is even more exaggerated than the previous trip. The previous cards were purchased, but this time more players gave them away out of gratitude. It cost basically nothing, but the quality of the cards was far better than the last time. I ate it for a whole week. Chen Yo just ate all these food cards. His own attributes have achieved amazing growth. Plus 135. Plus 120. Spirit plus 160. Food points plus 1529. The property panel is refreshed directly. Strength 557. Agility 568. Spirit 645. Food points, 1550. Skyrocketing attribute values. This is definitely a foodie's paradise. Chen Yo is in a good mood. Waves of warm currents poured into his limbs and bones, rapidly transforming his body and all cells. Hundreds of points of three-dimensional attributes. Compared with before, Chen Yo's body has grown amazingly again. If we continue at this rate and simply accumulate three-dimensional attributes, we may become a legendary attribute monster. Chen Yo couldn't help but murmur in his heart. But he also understands. There is an upper limit on the types of ingredients in the entire GI game world. After his large-scale searches these past few times, the difficulty of finding those cards will probably be much higher. But one thing is undeniable, that is to say, the growth rate of attribute values obtained in this game world far exceeds that of the outside world. Not to mention anything else, even if Chen Yo squeezes out all these attributes, it will be enough to make a fortune. What a pleasure! Brother Arnold, we still need a lot of cards. After dinner, Gon looked through everyone's card collection books and found that there was still a lot left to pass. It doesn't matter, you can look for it later. Chen Yo smiled. But he was thinking about another problem. According to the settings of this GI game, all game cards will be kept at a certain number and will never exceed the limit. The higher the level of some cards, the more rare they become. Then the problem arises. These rare cards, no, even those common cards, once they are used and their number decreases or is even exhausted, where will they be replenished in the future? Is the replenishment automatically borne by the rules of the game, or will someone be making these cards? If it's the latter, does that mean that as long as you catch the guy who made the cards, you can get a steady stream of cards? Because some cards in GI games are still very interesting. For example, a fur that can lay gold dust every day, an egg that makes wishes come true, a candy that will make the designated person like you for a week as long as you eat it, a ring that will surely succeed in proposing? It can be said. These incredible cards come in all kinds of weird ways. It is understandable if it is implemented in this game world, because the entire game world is formulated and executed according to certain rules, and it is understandable that these cards can be successfully implemented here. But according to the rewards for clearing the game, anyone who clears the game can bring 3 cards from the game world into the real world and produce effects, which means that the effects of these cards can operate normally in the real world. This is simply unbelievable and incomprehensible, because the effects of some cards are so unreal. Rather than clearing the level, Chen Yo is now more curious about who runs this strange GI game world. What kind of power is there to place these cards in the outside world and function normally? The following days, Chen Yo and his team were busy tasting delicious food, while continuing to strengthen the training of Gon and Killua. It is worth mentioning that here Killua did not leave to obtain any hunter license. Now, according to Killua, practicing with Chen Yo is the most important thing in life. At the same time, in a small town in the game, a burly NPC guard captain wearing armor kept a fearful expression on his face. His head was nailed through and he was nailed to the wall. And in front of him was Hsoka, who was covered in bandages. Haha, is this the breath of the Archangel? Hsoka glanced at the card in his hand. Finally got it. SS level card, Breath of Archangel. Use. Hsoka groaned. Immediately, the card in his hand disappeared, turning into countless light spots, and a graceful figure emerged in the void. It was the Archangel with big golden waves. She breathed sweet breath in Hsoka's direction. Hsoka, bathed in the sweet smell, showed an expression of enjoyment and soon he noticed something strange about his body. All the previous wounds were being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye, including the severed right arm. Countless granules and bones grew. In just a few tens of seconds, all his wounds disappeared and he recovered as before. The white and delicate skin exposed by the bandages scattered on the ground was intact. He. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Hsoka couldn't help laughing excitedly. Really? Everything is real. GI Games is really a great place. I was diagnosed as having a disability that was absolutely impossible to cure in the outside world, but here I was miraculously cured. That's it for these amazing cards. Chen Yo. Ha 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 ha. Hsoka laughed wildly, his narrow eyes filled with hatred. Today's Hsoka no longer seems to be as bohemian and confident as before, but instead has a downright hatred and coldness. Because he understands. When facing that monster Chen Yo, I'm afraid that what I have is not enough. GI game. Only through this weird game can you achieve a comeback. But this day still takes time. He is no match for that monster yet. Today, Hsoka has a very clear positioning for himself. Half a month later. On the wilderness. Rock, paper, scissors. Gon growled, and golden light burst out from his fist. Then it fell like a golden egg of light. Boom! With a deafening roar, a huge boulder in front of him was blown to pieces, and a hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters exploded on the ground. Amazing! Killua couldn't help but marvel. The explosive power Gon showed just now is really amazing. Not only him, but Biscuit, the teacher, also looked surprised. This guy is really powerful. It is definitely an that combines enhancer and transmuter, and is closer to enhancer. Otherwise, how could it explode with such amazing attack power? Killua has mastered the power of thunder and lightning. He can fuse electricity into his telekinesis. Any living body attacked by him will be temporarily paralyzed and unresponsive. And thunder and lightning make Killua's attacks more penetrating. Coupled with the blessing of armed colors. Today, Biscuit is having a hard time dealing with the two little guys. However, it is worth mentioning that Biscuit's weapon colors are also available. What she learned first was, the chest. All right. As a Lolita, flat chest is beautiful, but to be honest, after Biscuit lifted the restrictions and became King Kong Barbie, the chest is not soft, but big chest muscles. If you use armed colors to describe it, all the men who look at it will just shake their heads. During this period, Chen Yo was not idle either. He conveniently put his points into a lottery. A high level 1. 5 times intermediate. Ding! 100 points will be deducted and an intermediate lottery will be conducted. Congratulations on winning the Manchuhan Banquet *1, from the ordinary world. A full Manchuhan banquet with 108 dishes appeared in the Chen Yo system space. It's pretty good. Chen Yo was a little embarrassed, but he could afford these things in the mid-level lottery. Ding! 100 points will be deducted and an intermediate lottery will be held. Congratulations on getting Bigu pills *100 from a certain cultivation world. 10 white jade vials appeared in the Chen Yo system space. Each of these small jade bottles contains 10 Bigu pills. The body appears dark black and is only about the size of a small pill. According to the system's instructions, if you take these pills together, you can feel full for about a week. 100 pills are enough to make people go without eating for 2 or 3 years. It's pretty good. Bigu pill can also be used as emergency dry food in some special circumstances. Chen Yo is quite satisfied. It is indeed a mid-level lottery, and it is much more reliable than the low-level lottery. Ding! 100 points will be deducted and an intermediate lottery will be held. Congratulations on winning Level 3A from PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Level 3A appeared in front of Chen Yo. Well, this time it definitely clicked. Level 3 armor can protect against long-range sniper attacks with sniper rifles, and the damage-free effect is very good, but the real defensive power Chen Yo feels is much worse than the weapon color. But this thing is better than nothing. It's useless. The only good thing is, at least it matches the third stage head in my system backpack. Ding! 100 points will be deducted for the intermediate lottery. Congratulations on getting the same version of Hulk's underwear. Authenticity guaranteed, absolutely elastic. From the Marvel world. A pair of black boxer briefs appeared in Chen Yo's system space. Chen Yo. Nice one. The system is really considerate. If you are worried that one day you will transform into a Super Saiyan and scare your opponents, you have specially prepared elastic pants. Not bad. Chen Yo was a little helpless, but this thing may not be useless. If there really is a situation where clothes are blown out, this thing is really an important item to save your respect. Epic equipment. Ding! 100 points will be deducted and an intermediate lottery will be held. Congratulations on winning the 6th Navy style, Moon Step. From the pirate world. Ding! It is detected that you have not practiced the moon steps and will automatically integrate the practice for you. You have learned the moon steps. Accompanied by the sounds of nature. It's actually Uebu. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yo couldn't help but be ecstatic. Countless information poured into his mind, and it was information about Uebu. Moon Step, an extremely superb physical skill in the pirate world. By stepping on the air quickly to create a recoil force, it lifts itself into the air. To put it bluntly, it is somewhat similar to Tianzong in previous martial arts novels. An extremely powerful light martial art. The air of talent is extremely unrealistic for ordinary people, because ordinary people cannot improve themselves by stepping on the air. But for those who are strong in physical skills, this can indeed be done. When the speed and strength of the legs reach a certain level, when they step on the air, a sound barrier or even an air wall will be formed. Contact with this almost physical rebound force will bounce up on its own. Naturally achieve the effect of walking through the air. The prerequisite for doing this is that your own leg attributes are enough to step out of the air wall. This not only requires extremely high physical attributes, but also requires amazing strength and speed attributes. Countless information flashed through Chen Yo's mind. He quickly mastered the technique and core of using steps. In fact, for a super monster like him with over 500 spiritual attributes, learning anything will become a piece of cake. Bang bang bang! There were 2 3.0 slight air blasts in succession. In the stunned eyes of Gon, Killua, and Biscuit. Chen Yo ascended to heaven. Brother Arnold has ascended to heaven. Gon bit into the barbecued leg and murmured with his eyes widened. Flying. Killua was also stunned. This, have I seen a ghost? Biscuit even murmured. She swore that he never saw the other party use any cards. He completely evaluated the power of physical skills and flew up. Damn it! I'm telling you, someone is flying into the sky. Believe it or not. Biscuit roared inwardly. The 3 of them were eagerly looking forward to Chen Yo landing and asking what happened. But Chen Yo, who was high in the sky, was also feeling the moon step. His foot just touched down slightly, seemingly slowly, but in fact he had already stepped out of the air wall. It's like stepping on something solid. Their moon steps look extremely superb, but as a user, Chen Yo just feels like walking on steps, like standing on flat ground, without any discomfort. Moreover, his physical strength is very terrifying. According to the consumption of moon step, Chen Yo can even choose to walk directly in the air. It doesn't matter. That's right. The moon step is a taijutsu technique of staying in the air, while the shining fruit is one's own flying. There is no conflict between the two. Chen Yo understood. If you don't overwhelm yourself with many skills, no one will care if you have a few more skills. Conduct advanced lottery. Chen Yo, who was standing in the sky, muttered silently in his heart. Ding! Conduct an advanced lottery, deduct 1000 points, and win the lottery. Ding! Congratulations on drawing. Chapter 103. Ding! The advanced lottery is completed, congratulations on getting Resurrection Stone, from World of Warcraft. A voice like the sound of nature sounded in my mind. Chen Yo suddenly discovered that there was a strange white cross stone in his system space. Name Resurrection Stone. Origin, World of Warcraft. Effect, when carrying this item, the carrier will be automatically resurrected in full health after death. Very simple and ordinary instructions. But the value of this thing goes without saying. It's great. It's truly a high-level lottery, which is equivalent to gaining an extra life. Chen Yo was very happy. This resurrection stone only needs to be placed in the system space to take effect without worrying about losing it. An extra life. Wow! Brother Arnold! What ability do you have? How can you fly into the sky? Below, Gon is holding his little face high, with an expression of great excitement and longing. Amazing! Killua was also stunned from ear to ear. Even Biscuit, who was a 2-star hunter, had his mouth slightly open at this moment and was in a state of trance. Chen Yo walked down high in the air like stepping on a staircase. Moon Step, a high-level physical skill. Chen Yo smiled slightly. Teach me. Master. After reacting, Biscuit immediately rushed forward and hugged Chen Yo's thigh. These are definitely super golden legs. The color of the weapon before refreshed her knowledge, and now the moon step. It simply made Biscuit feel that her life of 50 or 60 years had most likely been in vain. She had never heard of it. Me too. Brother Arnold. And me. Brother Chen Nuo. Gon and Killua were also excited. Chen Yo reluctantly explained to them the information about Yuvajin. Is it to use high-speed moving compressed air to jump up, creating an effect similar to floating in the air? This sounds very simple, but it can't be done at all. Gon was on the verge of tears. He followed Chen Yo's method on 26, but still missed the mark. A dull sound exploded. Gon looked aside in shock. My shoes are ruined. Killua scratched his head in embarrassment. The sound just now was made by him. He seems to be more talented than Gon in this area and found the direction from the beginning. The real difficulty of this thing is to reach the speed of the legs to the point of compressing the air. To achieve this level requires not only speed, but also absolute strength. Biscuit pondered. Chen Yo can only explain so much. Whether they can learn it or not depends entirely on their own understanding and growth. The sixth form of the Navy is a high-level physical skill that can only be completed by extremely talented people. For a while, the three of them were trapped in the difficult learning of moon steps. A week later. Haha! I can do it! Brother Arnold! Killua, Biscuit! Gon laughed excitedly. There was only a muffled sound, as if he had stepped on something. He stepped straight into the air and rushed forward. It rushed out more than 10 meters high and then fell heavily to the ground. The disgraced Gon was extremely excited. Although this height is almost the same as him jumping from the same place, it is at least a new beginning. This is the height he reached by relying entirely on moon steps. Killua is very talented in this area. Biscuit was filled with emotion. Not far away. Killua has jumped into the air. He can't walk in the air now, but he can complete a triple jump. It is much stronger than Gon, who rushes in place. How are you doing with your studies? Biscuit. Chen Yo asked curiously. Of course I'm better than them, but I'm still learning now, so I'll learn the colors first. Biscuit blushed and found an excuse to leave. She really has no talent in moonwalking, even worse than Gon, and she still can't step on the air wall. Unless the restrictions are lifted and you can use your own Barbie appearance. But that was definitely not what she wanted to see. Another player has used a cross message on you. Do you want to answer it? Suddenly, the card collection book automatically jumped out, and a line of writing appeared. Oh? You actually came to me. Chen Yo was a little surprised. The value of sending letters by card is not cheap. It is many times more expensive than a telephone call outside. The only advantage is that you don't need to know the other party's contact information and you can communicate only by knowing the other party's name. After pondering for a second, Chen Yo chose to answer. Hello, I am Jiazishu. If you want to exchange, we have No23 improvisation sheet music and no pearl locust. Of course, there are also some other cards. Your reputation is very big recently. Can we meet? We must have a lot to work with, Mr. Chen Yo. On the other end of the communication was a man who called himself Jiazishu. It's another team of players who have passed the level. I'm afraid they have accumulated a lot of cards now. Killua said. Jiazishu's team is a team that entered the game 3 years ago. They are very good, and they have a good reputation outside. There have been no problems in the exchanges. If we can get some cards from him, it will be good for us. Words will save a lot of effort. Biscuit reminded. She is also considered an old player in the game, so she is more or less familiar with these famous forces. Having previously killed the bomb demon Gansha trio, Chen Yo collected a lot of cards from them. Certainly. More cards died because of the death of his 2 younger brothers Sabu and Bala, and the card collection book also disappeared, which is equivalent to the disappearance of all the collected cards. This can also be regarded as a card recycling strategy in the GI game. Because of the appearance of Chen Yo, the Gansha trio did not really collect the cards from the breakout group, but these cards eventually fell into the hands of Chen Yo. Now he is less than 10 cards away from breaking the level. Then let's go and fill up the cards. Chen Yo made a decision. After one day, in a certain valley, many players have gathered. The leader was Jiazishu, a rather strong-looking man wearing a felt hat and a leopard skin jacket. This time he not only invited Chen Yo and others, but also invited some other players. It's said to be an exchange, but in reality it's more like a swap meet. Have you heard? The bomb demon is actually that guy from Ganshu? Is it true? Isn't that guy from the clearance team? Of course it's true. Those idiots in the mission-breaking team all had bombs installed, but for some reason, a player named Chen Yo defused them all. Defuse? Impossible? I've never heard of telekinesis bombs being able to be defused. Not only was it demolished, Ganshu's 2 younger brothers were cut into 2 pieces on the spot, and he even lost one of his legs. The player named Chen Yo is definitely a tyrant. It's so scary. Is this guy a human or a ghost? No way. I've never heard of such a number 1 figure before. Guy Gonfan is an old player, right? Whether it's true or not, Boss Jia invited that group of people this time. You'll see later. Everyone was talking a lot, and Bomb Demon Gan's teamwork surprised everyone. After all, the Breakthrough Group was a familiar organization before this, and many people like Ganshu had interacted with him before. That guy's strength is definitely not weak. I just never thought that a player of this level would lose to a novice, which was really unexpected. Moreover, according to the descriptions of other players, it seems that Ganshu's 2 younger brothers met an extremely miserable end and were cut in 2. Okay. Stop talking loudly, Chen Yo and those people will be here later. Jiazishu said loudly, and the other players present immediately became quieter. Boss, now Guo Linu, Yababai's group, Yashida's group, and Hangja's group have arrived, the only thing missing is Chen Yo's group. A younger brother reminded. Here we come. Boss. Another boy shouted softly and saw several beams of light falling from the sky. The people who came were none other than Chen Yo, Gon, Killua, and Biscuit. Are they all brats? You just defeated the bomb demon Ganshu? Is it true? Damn! I can deal with 3 of these brats with 1 finger. Where did you get the unreliable information? SHH, keep your voice down. These guys look small, but they are not necessarily weak. Hey, if they can really defeat the bomb demon, wouldn't our reputation be even greater if we defeat them? A pair of malicious eyes looked over. Having been involved in GI games for many years, these players present are all veterans. Brother Arnold Gon, who was walking in the team, reminded softly that he had felt the unkind eyes of these guys. It's so scary, master, you must protect me. Biscuit said coquettishly. Chen Yo. I wipe it. Don't you know you're a muscular Barbie? I'm done. Chen Yo felt helpless to complain. Are you Jiazishu? I heard that you have the card I want, so let's start the exchange. Chen Yo walked forward directly. Haha, hello, I am Jiazishu, who are you? Jiazishu smiled slightly. Chen Yo. I have long admired my name. It turns out that you are the man who defeated the bomb demon in the rumors. You are indeed a man beyond appearances. You are young and promising. Did Mr. Chen just enter the game? I found that you don't seem to know some of the hidden rules of this game. Jiazishu's words were not big, but they suddenly made the crowd commotion. New player? Solved the bomb demon Ganshu? Or is it because after that guy Ganshu was defeated by the breakthrough team, this kid's team picked up the slack? If it is true as the information and rumors say, then these people must have the cards owned by the bomb demon in their hands now, and the number of them is astonishing. If you can defeat them and get all the cards, wouldn't it mean that you will save yourself a lot of effort? And the reputation must be great. To put it bluntly, even if they can't deal with these little devils in front of them, they may have some hidden methods, but they want to do it just because they are novice players. It is easy to escape from their hands. It can be said that this is a huge opportunity. For a while, the eyes of most of the players present are fiery and greedy. What is the reason why they have been playing games for so many years? Including this time, coming all the way to the gathering, isn't it just to clear the customs and get the super rich Klang's 50 billion customs clearance reward? If you have to collect many cards by yourself, it may take a long time to collect them. But now, these brats have inherited the legacy of the bomb demon. I heard that Ganshu's cards fell into your hands. Suddenly a player from the crowd came out. Who are you? Chen Yo raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at him. Don't worry about who I am, I'm asking you, have you gotten Ganshu's card? The player sneered. What if you get it? What if you don't get it? Chen Yo said expressionlessly. Haha, Ganshu attacked our team before and snatched away several precious S-class cards 597 from my brother. Since you got them, you should return them to me. My name is Yababai. Yababai sneered, and the other members behind him realized something, and their faces showed joy and they all stood up to help. Yes. That BD Ganshu attacked our people. Yes. Since you have defeated the bomb demon, you should not come back with our cards. Hurry up and hand it over. Or open your card collection book and let us get it ourselves. Several members shouted. People in other groups also brightened up after seeing it. Because from Chen Yo's mouth, they probably already understood a fact. That is that bomb demon Ganshu has indeed knelt down. Although it is not clear exactly why he failed, there is a high probability that bomb demon's card has fallen into the hands of these people in front of him. Now that the Yabi team is in trouble, everyone wants a piece of the pie here. When it comes to things like cards, once you get it, you get it. If you don't get it now, you may not even get the hair when other teams take action. And us. Hangja Group. They traded some cards with us before, but they deceived us. Those cards must be returned. Yes. Hand it over. Kid, if you want the card of the greedy bomb demon, you are making an enemy of all of us. Hand it over. For a while, almost more than 80% of the players present began to put pressure on Chen Yo's team. Some guys have even summoned card collection books and are ready to enter battle. Damn it! These little guys are going too far. It was obviously Brother Arnold who defeated the bomb demon. Not only did they not say good things to Brother Arnold, but they came to divide our cards. Gon was so angry that his teeth itched. They are all a bunch of rabble. This is why I didn't like forming a team before. People are always greedy, just like white-eyed wolves. Biscuit said bitterly. Brother Chen Nuo. Killua put his hands in his pockets, his eyes extremely cold, waiting for Chen Yo's order. I'm really sorry, Mr. Chen. As you can see, this situation is not something I can handle. Ganshu has offended too many people before. Indeed, there are many other players' cards in his card pack. If you have seen. Jiuzishu looked embarrassed. Chen Yo sneered, he finally understood what these guys were thinking. Really? These strangers are the most unreliable. Oh, do you want cards? Ganshu did leave a lot of cards. I have collected almost 90% of the cards. I am only a few away from completing the collection. But you all said that these cards are yours. Who should I give these cards to? Chen Yo smiled slightly, summoned the card collection book, and spread it out for everyone to see. Chapter 104. The card collection book is filled with various cards. Among them are some rare S-level cards and A-level cards, which are so dazzling that the players are extremely excited to see them. That S-class card belongs to my brother. Give me that card and the 2 A cards. Yababai was the first to speak, and without hesitation he stepped forward to draw Chen Yo's collection card. Yababai. That's not yours. The Labor and Management brothers lost this card in the first place. I'm afraid your brother Ganshu has already used the card. The boss of Hang Ji's group also stood up. That S-class card is a solid card, but they are in short supply. Moreover, it is now priceless and has no market. It is an indispensable card if you want to collect all the cards. The quantity is very rare. Grass Mud Horse. Only your brother's card is used. This is the card of Labor Brothers. You are blind when you step on the horse. Yababai couldn't sit still and took out the card collection book directly. The members behind him were not to be outdone, and each one assumed a fighting stance. Naturally, those in Hang Ji's group were not polite and immediately became tense. It's not just them. The members of other groups also had disagreements over the distribution of the cards, and announced the ownership of the cards with a blushing voice and angrily. For a while, these players even directly quarreled because of unfair distribution. This is a good thing where you can eat and drink for free, and no one wants to take advantage. Anyone who doesn't take advantage of someone is ABD. Everyone knows this. These guys are so greedy. Gon couldn't help but despise them. As expected of Master, you let them make a fuss without taking any action, he. Biscuit's beautiful eyes were a little bright, and he smiled. Killua is a little regretful. He is eager to take action directly now, just to test how far he has grown during this period. Stop! Jiuzishu suddenly shouted and used the spell card directly. As a result, his voice sounded like thunder. For a moment, everyone fell silent, staring at Jiuzishu with red eyes. Now that Mr. Chen has decided to return the Bomb Demon's card to everyone, why don't you listen to Mr. Chen's own thoughts? What are you arguing about? That's right, Bandit Chen. Jiuzishu scolded the others, and then said with a smile. Yes. We haven't gotten the card yet, and we are snatching it here. If someone outside finds out, wouldn't we laugh to death on the spot? Yes. Let's hear how he divides it. No matter how we divide it, we are going to get the big share anyway. Caoni ma. Do you want to break up with him? Grass. Be quiet. Listen to what Xiao Chen has to say. The dispute that had just been suppressed seemed to be starting again, but luckily someone stopped it. No. Ganshu was solved by his team. Those cards naturally belong to Chen Yo and his team. It would be too much for you to forcefully snatch other people's cards like this. Suddenly a very discordant voice sounded, and in an instant, most of the players present looked over. The person who spoke was looking at a male player with short hair. Guo Linu, a relatively famous person among players, can also be regarded as a good Sanren. But compared to team players, the natural weight is much lighter. Hey, isn't this Guo Linu? What's wrong? Are you planning to do the opposite to all of us now? Yeah, you haven't been fed by the bomb demon yourself, so it doesn't matter. What a piece of shit, don't you look at what you are saying. The other players suddenly couldn't sit still. Just now, most of the players who were here said that they were blind as lard, and to put it bluntly, they wanted to forcibly occupy the cards of Chen Yo and others. But now there is such a sober person standing up and tearing off everyone's fig leaf, which suddenly makes everyone feel a little angry. Guo Linu is right. We can collect the cards ourselves, but because others are new players, we have to snatch them away. This kind of thing cannot be done by our Yashida team, so we will quit. Several female player team members stood up, their expressions ugly. Any normal person can tell that it is Jiazishu who is trying to make someone angry. And everyone's purpose is very clear, which is to jointly exert pressure and force everyone in Chen Yo's group to separate their cards. Is there any difference between what they are doing now and the bomb demons? What a piece of shit. You obviously want to rob other people's cards, but you still have to accuse others from the moral high ground. It's so shameless. Boss Ye, let's go. The members of the Yashida group were filled with indignation. But even so, they also understand that the people in their group alone cannot stop these guys. Oh, I really didn't expect that your group is so aloof now. It's amazing that all of us have become robbers. Is it wrong to ask for our brother's card back? Are you planning to collude with their group? Are you going to do it openly with us? Confrontation? In that case, we must not let them go. Yes. We can't let them go. Why should they be good people and we be bad people? What a bunch of slanderous bastards. All of a sudden, the teams of players present began to form groups. Only a few people from the Quilinu and Yashida groups stood next to Chen Yo, while the other groups took the initiative to move behind Zishu. Everyone understands that if anyone is let go, what happened here today is very likely to be publicized, and by then I am afraid that all the teams present will be ruined. This is something that no one wants to see, so it is very necessary to silence them. As for why to kill? Is 50 billion nuns enough? Haha, little brother Chen Nuo. As you can see, it's not that I don't want to help you, but now. Actually we don't want the situation to get like this. Let's just give the card back. Everyone, in addition, Guo Linu, and the Yashida group, you have signed a devil's contract and will never reveal any information about what is going on here. We can let you go, how about it? Jiazishujing said, it's difficult. Humph. It's better for Mr. Jie, if I had thrown these ignorant guys into the crocodile lake. Yes, since Boss Jie said so, just hand over the card obediently and sign the contract. We won't embarrass you. Boy, you don't want to resist, do you? Do you think you will be our opponent? Ha 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 ha. Maybe, he is the one who defeated the bomb demon. Ha 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 ha. The whole crowd burst into laughter. Because the current situation is extremely clear. The ratio of the number of players is almost 1:9, with only 1/10 of the players standing in the Chen Yo team. This means that each of them almost has to face more than 9 times the number of players, which is almost impossible. The faces of Quilinu and the members of the Yashida group all looked extremely ugly. I can resist them for a few seconds and scare them away with escape cards. These bastards have no good intentions. Guo Linu frowned and said in a deep voice. Then what do you do? We players in the Yashida group will never betray our teammates. These damn bastards, I was really blind at the time, and this BCH Jiazishu. Yashida cursed angrily. Boss. They bullied people too much. Doesn't the devil's contract mean that we will all be their dogs from now on? FK. Even if I die, I will have someone to support me. UFGBCH, you just signed a devil's contract. The members of the Yashida team all cursed angrily, but no one wanted to leave the team. Instead, they looked as if they were dead. Brother Arnold, they are all ready to deal with us now. Gon glanced at the players around him who had taken out their card collection books, with a solemn look on his face. Waiting for a word from you, Brother Chen Nuo. Master, I listen to you. Killua and Biscuit were already gearing up and walked out directly. Ah? You, don't, do you want to fight these guys head-on? That's hopeless. Guolinu was stunned for a moment and said in shock. The members of the Yashida group were also confused. The only thing they can do now is to prepare to escape, but never thought that several members of Chen Yo's team would actually choose to fight back. Ah? Ha 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 ha, look, what are these brats going to do? Fight back? How terrible! After all, they are the men who defeated the bomb demon. Ha ha ha, you're laughing so hard, uncle, I'm standing here, waiting for you to come. The actions of Killua and Biscuit made these veteran players laugh wildly. Chiazisha couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Yo curiously. He didn't know what medicine he was selling in the gourd. Is this really going to happen? Alas! Chen Yo sighed softly, glanced at Chiazishu and said calmly. It doesn't have to be like this. If you choose to give up now, we can pretend that nothing happened, but you have to return those cards. Chiazishu is confident. Oh well. Chen Yo's words made Chiazishu's face show a look of joy. This guy finally got it. There's no need to save too much face. Just deal with them casually and deal with them all. But Chen Yo's words made Chiazishu's smile freeze on his face. He thought he heard wrongly and looked at the other party with disbelief. Solve that someone? No, brother, didn't you wake up? Are you kidding me? You must know that there are hundreds of players standing in front of you now. Just a dozen or so of you. But before he could figure out why, Gon, Killua, and Baitonji showed excitement on their faces. The three of them rushed out in three directions. What are they doing? Can't they understand the situation? Guolinu was also stunned. Not only him, but the Yashida team was also confused. They are brave, but the people in Chen Yo's team are even more brave. Hey, kid! Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your head? How dare you rush up to him? Trick him! One player smiled grimly and took out his card collection book. Rock paper scissors. But Gon's attack came first. The dazzling golden light and fist power hit the face. Shocking! The deafening explosion was like a thunder falling, and the whole ground was shaking. This was accompanied by the screams of many players and the sounds of broken muscles and bones. With one punch from Gon, a fan-shaped area several meters wide in front of him was cleared. 7 or 8 players vomited blood and were all blown away. The 2 or 3 players in front even belched on the spot. Direction of Killua. Looking at the players who were looking at him like they were seeing ghosts, he jumped over the crowd 3 times in the air and landed directly in the pile of players. Then, it's harvest time. Arms covered with hands. Color, the parallel fingers are like knives, like 2 extremely sharp blades. He moved quickly through the crowd. A stream of blood splattered. Players kept screaming and wailing, and a few unlucky guys had their hands and feet cut off on the spot, falling to the ground in misery. They tried to attack Killua with the card collection book, but Killua rushed into the crowd and was difficult to lock down. And the opponent's sword is too fast. You can also jump 3 times in a row. Damn it! This guy can jump through the air? Is it dazzled? No, it's definitely a ghost. And Biscuit's direction is even more grinding. At this time, she directly entered the fighting state and transformed into a tall King Kong Barbie, with her whole body full of tendons. The cute little face before has also become resolute, looking very intimidating. And Biscuit's chest had 2 dark patches. Many players' attacks fell on him. But there was no splash of blood as expected, just the sight of billowing smoke. Poor Biscuit, with his clothes in torn clothes and holding 2 dark-colored arms on his chest, rushed out. Punch a little boy. In her King Kong Barbie state, she can blast a pit several meters wide with just 1 punch on the ground. The terrifying power is even more exaggerated than Gon's stone fist. At this time, Biscuit was like a humanoid tank rushing into the crowd of soldiers. Amidst the constant explosions, those players screamed and were directly bombarded one after another. Fly out! It was indeed a one-sided battle. It's just that the direction of the fall was completely different from Jiazi's expectation. Just 3 people. Even Chen Yo didn't take action. The players present were completely unable to bear it. These guys don't use card collection books to fight at all, they rely entirely on their own amazing telekinesis and physical fitness for close combat. Damn it! Is this still a GI game? Is this still a card-based solo game? Jiazisha was confused. Hundreds of players, who were extremely aggressive before, have now been beaten to pieces. Some unlucky guys were even beaten on the spot with broken muscles and broken bones, screaming in agony. Guolinu and Yashida's team were even more confused. Is this so violent? And it's completely different from what I imagined? No matter what, Chen Yo's team should be against the wind? But now it seems. Against a crazy headwind, Chen Yo's team only dispatched 3 people and directly crushed hundreds of players on the field. Damn it! These guys are definitely demons. They must have taken advantage of the game's loopholes and used some kind of bug. Otherwise, how could they be so strong? 10 years is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Just wait for me. Get away. Chen Yo. Just wait for me. The next time we meet you will be your death. I will remember this account. Many players who were beaten badly cursed and rolled out of the crowd in great embarrassment, and directly used escape cards. Hey, it took a long time to get here, why did you have to leave so quickly? Chen Yo smiled slightly. All I saw was that his fingers were connected, and golden light shot out in an instant. Make. Chapter 105. Dazzling golden light flashed. The cards these players had just drawn from the card collection book had been hit by a golden beam before they had time to finish reciting the spell. The cards instantly shattered and turned into a wisp of white smoke and dissipated. This guy. My spell casting was interrupted. Damn it! How on earth did this guy do it? The sudden attack stunned all the players present. In their past understanding, when a duel is going on between players, shouldn't they first summon the card collection book, and then use the cards to chant the spell to produce the effect? But these guys in front of them did not follow the rules of the game at all, and chose to attack the players forcefully and arbitrarily, causing the spell casting to be interrupted. It's not that no players have tried this method of operation. In fact, when the game was first developed, some players already proposed similar methods of operation. After many players tried it, they found that I simply couldn't achieve the desired effect. As a result, this way of fighting has been abandoned by all players over time. Over time, this way of fighting has been abandoned by all players. But now, the legendary fighting style appears. The other party, even used only one person to interrupt the spell casting of dozens of people. This is simply too weird. Since you've come here, why are you leaving in a hurry, right, Jiazishu? Chen Yo smiled slightly, tapped his finger, and a golden beam shot out, instantly hitting Jiazishu, who was trying to escape in the crowd. The guy who claimed to be the leader of the team had a smile that was uglier than crying. He is not a fool. From the battle just now, we have discovered that even if our own numbers suppress the opponent's strength more than 10 times, they are still a ragtag group of people and are no match for those monsters. People like Chen Yo's team, even if any one of them is definitely famous in the game, now they are all gathered together, it is not something he can resist. This time he can only admit defeat. Haha, Mr. Chen, you misunderstood. I don't have any ill intentions. Since you solved the problem of Ganshu, his card naturally belongs to you. The rules of the game also stipulate that you can pass. There is no problem with your operation to obtain other players' cards through duel. Xiao said with a flattering smile. At this time, his expression was extremely ugly. Oh, then why did you ask me to return the card before? Chen Yo smiled. Gon, Killua and Biscuit have already cleared away all the players on the periphery. The three men with armed colors and moon steps pressed past them like a 313 foul. Before, they were talking nonsense before, but I definitely didn't have these thoughts, Mr. Chen, then I keep all the cards. Chen Yo said lightly. What? Xiaozisha's eyes widened and he said in disbelief. Mr. Chen, what's the difference between you and Bomb Demon Ganshu if you do this? It took me 4 or 5 years of hard work to get these cards, but you want to take them all in one go today? Isn't this too deceiving? Xiaozisha was shocked and angry. Oh, sorry, I was wrong just now. Chen Yo shrugged, and Xiaozisha's face looked a little better, but in the next second, it became even more ugly as if he were mourning for his heir. What I mean is, all of you keep all the cards in the card collection book, otherwise, you can only choose one of the two today. Chen Yo smiled. What's the alternative? Xiaozisha said. Choose one between cards and life. Chen Yo said. As soon as his words fell, the players present couldn't sit still. Isn't this too bullying? Are you going to take away all our cards? Then haven't we been playing in vain all these years? Even if you have solved the bomb demon, what is the difference between your current approach and the bomb demon? Hypocrite! Yeah, now it's just another way to exploit us. I'm going to make this matter public. Do you want to become a public enemy across the game? Yes, yes, yes. Seeing someone speaking, these players seemed to have found the confidence to be confident again, and one by one began to threaten and accuse Chen Yo. Some players even started live communication directly. The current situation must be broadcast live. Hey, Chen Yo, you don't want to be ruined, right? This time I admit defeat. Let's each take a step back and pretend it never happened. Hello, me, everyone. If what happened today is made public, you don't want to be the third person. 2 bomb demons. After seeing a player start the live broadcast, Xiaozisha P seemed to have some handle and started laughing. By this time, the Gon trio had almost eliminated these players. But those guys took out the communication card to broadcast live, and even they couldn't stop it. Unless you kill all these players. Brother Arnold. Gon was worried. These bastards are really over the top. But Killua hated it. Don't be too impulsive, master. Once your reputation spreads in this game, I'm afraid the game will be in big trouble in the future. Biscuit said worriedly. Damn it, you guys were the ones who threatened Mr. Chen first, and now you want to beat him up. How shameless. Quilinu couldn't help but curse. Golanu, you are a lackey. Do you want to follow him to deal with us? Humph. Are you saying that without being a slanderer? Where's the evidence? No, right? But we have evidence, and everyone is optimistic. It's him who wants to kill all of us. He is a more hateful player than Bomb Demon Ganshu. In front of a few people, the live broadcast of the card collection book had started. It seemed that the fans and players outside gave them courage, and their voices became much louder. Completely forgetting about the bruised nose and swollen face. Mr. Chen, we will testify for you as soon as we meet. Yeah, it was these guys who tried to snatch your cards first, and you were forced to fight back. How shameless. I didn't expect you guys to be so shameless. The members of the Yoshida group were filled with indignation. But everyone forgot about the video recording, which resulted in the current situation being quite passive. Once what happened today is broadcast, it will cause the promise and others to be ruined. Even the best ending will make the player the public enemy. Did you see that? Mr. Chen, there is no need to cause trouble. Xiao seemed to have found the courage, and the smile on his face became even bigger. It seemed that the guy who was so scared that he almost peed his pants before was not him at all. He lightly patted the dust on his knees and was just about to say something. Poof! A golden beam of light flashed past. There was a blackened hole between his eyebrows, but he still maintained a confident smile on his face. But his body collapsed uncontrollably. The voices of all the players present seemed to have been pressed the mute button at the same time, and they were all silent and deathly silent. Including those players who previously held up the card collection book and turned on the live broadcast screen recording. At this time, everyone was dumbfounded, with disbelief written all over their faces. It seemed that they still couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. BB*T. No, no. What happened just now? Then, that guy, attacked Boss Jie? Killed him directly. Am I dreaming? They rubbed their eyes, feeling that they could not digest these things in their heads. This guy? Is this guy not afraid of becoming the public enemy of players? Does he want to be ruined? No one dared to speak anymore, and they even forgot to move their live broadcast angle. Everyone looking in the direction of Chen Yo looked horribly pale. Xiaozishu's death also stunned the three gone people. They didn't expect that Chen Yo would choose to kill the opponent directly. This is almost the worst solution, but there is no doubt that it is definitely the most angry way. Master, this is terrible. Biscuit reacted, his pretty face looking a little ugly. Finally, it seemed that some players with quick brain reactions had come to their senses. Their expressions were as if they had discovered some shocking secret. They all stared at Chen Yo and let out shrill screams. It's him! It's him! It's him! This guy killed Xiaozishu. He wanted to kill all our players. Damn it! He is definitely not a human, he is a devil. Devil! He wants to kill hundreds of our players. Hurry up and record these screens. This guy is a murderous devil. These players screamed in terror, as if they wanted to wake up other players. Sure enough, this trick was ineffective. Some quick-thinking players seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. They pointed the live broadcast of the card book at Chen Yo and gave him a super close-up. He screamed in horror as if a cat had stepped on his foot. Oh, have you made a choice? Chen Yo turned around and said casually. What choice? The boss of the Yababai team was sweating on his forehead, but he still said forcefully, Chen Yo. Do you want to make the whole world your enemy? You have already killed Xiaozishu, do you still want to make this matter bigger? Yes. You don't want to become a murderer either. And I heard that once too many players are killed, they will be expelled by the game administrator and will not be able to log into the game for the rest of their lives. Yes, yes, yes. With the Yababai teams bargaining, the other players who were bruised seemed to have found a new backbone, and they all agreed. Do you all have the same choice? You want the card or your life, right? Chen Yo did not directly answer the question of the Yabi team. Instead, he smiled and glanced at the Hangji team, which was his favorite performer before. Being stared at by Chen Yo. Suddenly, the members of Hangji's group felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. A chill sent chills down their spines, and none of them dared to look directly into Chen Yo's eyes. What? What do you mean? Is this guy absolutely crazy? No? Wait. He means to let us choose. The members of Hangji's group were also stunned. The younger brothers were about to speak, but the boss of Hangji's group was trembling as if possessed by a ghost. He waved his hand to stop the other younger brothers. This scene is so similar. Hang Ji, the boss of Hang Ji Group, is different from other players. Before entering the game, he had already spent 10 years in prison. In the past 10 years, he has met all kinds of people, some guys who usually brag and pull tiger skins and are very arrogant, but at critical moments, they are so scared that they poop out. There are also some guys who are extremely deserted on weekdays, but no one wants to mess with them. In front of Chen Yo, it gave him a very familiar feeling, that is, the sentence has reached more than 1,000 years, and I have to go through the feeling of a perverted murderer. It was said that that guy had killed thousands of people outside, including the previous judges who tried him, so that the judges who followed him did not dare to try him. He was sentenced to more than 1,800 years, the third longest sentence in history. But in prison, that guy is definitely the uncrowned king. The Chen Yo in front of him gave him such a feeling. That kind of indifference to life is indifference from the bottom of their bones. These guys will never feel tired of wielding a knife because there are too many people. They are absolutely cold-blooded monsters from the bottom of their hearts. We choose to surrender. This is my card, sir, please let us go. We did not record any video. Hang Ji took out his card collection book very neatly and placed it in front of Chen Yo. He even knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. Boss. You. What are you doing? Boss? Are you still the boss we knew back then? Damn, old. Shut up. If you want to live, hand over all your cards. If you still think I am the boss, if you want to die, then die. Hang Ji was also angry. He turned around and cursed angrily. The team members who were scolded looked confused, but due to Hang Ji's usual majesty, most of them chose to hand over the card collection book. However, there are still 2 or 3 who are stubbornly resisting and choose to fight to the end. Hang Ji. I used to follow you because I thought you were a man and could handle anything, but now it seems we are blind. Yes. From today on, you are no longer our boss, Jesse is. Man is destined to die, and it may be lighter than a feather or poof. Before the last little brother finished reciting the poem, the golden beam of sunlight had already penetrated his forehead. A black hole as thick as a thumb. Exactly the same way as Jiazisha died. This made the few boys who stood up to resist suddenly dumbfounded. Too fast. This attack cannot be dodged at all. I vote. He reacted instantly to surrender. But there was no chance to speak. Several other beams of light hit them accurately. As Hang Ji and others were shocked, they all turned into naked bodies and fell to the ground. Gilu. The rest of the crowd on the field made the sound of swallowing saliva. Hang Ji and the others were sweating profusely, as if they had just been fished out of a water tank, and their faces were paler than the walls. Didn't wait for anyone else to make a move. Chen Yo swung out a sword energy. Boom. The direction of the Yababai group was accurately hit. A deafening explosion. They are not as miserable as the younger brothers in Hang Ji's group. They die in a different way, but worse. Under the terrifying sword energy, the remaining limbs flew around. Including the leader Yababai, and the card collection book he took out, they were all blasted into pieces. Blood splattered and bones exploded. A small organization of nearly 20 people was directly razed to the ground by a sword energy. Extremely quiet. Deadly quiet. The only sound left in the room was the sound of heavy breathing and the fearful heartbeat that was about to burst. All the players who were still alive felt chills on their necks, as if an invisible arm had grabbed their hearts and could crush them at any time. Chapter 106. I surrender. I surrender. I'm willing to hand over all the cards. I'm giving up traveling. I'm definitely giving up traveling. For a while. After a certain smart person awakened, all the players in the room interrupted the live broadcast, and one by one they knelt on the ground and begged Yuan Hao for mercy. Oh shit! Horrible. This guy is definitely not human. It's obviously the most impossible thing, but he chooses to do it. Is this a human being? It's more like killing people, right? Madman. Absolutely a complete lunatic. Never be reasonable when facing a lunatic. Jiuzishu, Yababai, and others are the consequences of being reasonable. Scared. All players are scared. Not only them, but now even the people in Quilinu and Yoshida's group were frightened. Chen Yo is so crazy. 4 people faced hundreds of people. They did not choose to escape, but chose to fight back. After the counterattack was successful, they did not choose to surrender, but chose to trap and kill the prisoners. Only those crazy guys would do this. Oh? Hand over all the cards. Don't think you can keep them secretly. If you are discovered, you will die. Chen Yo smiled faintly, took out his card collection book with an expressionless face, and started harvesting the spoils from the Hang Ji group who knew the best. Hang Ji handed over all his cards, but sweat was still dripping down his spine. You can go now. Chen Yo waved his hand. Yes sir, I can help you get the cards. No, that's not what I mean. I can sign a contract with you. You can't fit these cards in your own card collection book. We can help you. I will deposit it on behalf of you, and all the cards will definitely not be corrupted, I guarantee it with my head. Hang Ji stepped forward with some trepidation and suddenly made a vow. His actions instantly dumbfounded his younger brothers. But after reacting, all the younger brothers realized how shrewd their boss was. If you can't beat it, join in. It's just that, the boss's courage to seek skin from a tiger is really amazing. But when they thought about what their boss had done just now, they narrowly escaped death. All of a sudden, these younger brothers' admiration for the boss Hang Ji reached its peak, even though they understood that this was a very risky matter. But since all the younger brothers agreed, they vowed to become Chen Yo's younger brother. What name? Chen Yo looked at Hang Ji in surprise. Sure enough, some guys are very courageous and heroes emerge from troubled times. Of course, the word hero does not suit this guy in front of him. But it is undeniable that if he were born in troubled times, this guy should be able to stand out based on his courage alone. Little brother Hang Ji. You call me Gon. Oh no, you can call me Xiao Hang, or Little Gon. After all, it's not good to have the same name as Gon, so just call me Xiao Hang. Hang Ji immediately said respectfully. Hee. From now on, you will be the Aoki general manager. Chen Yo smiled in his heart, but still said, go ahead, collect all their cards for me, and select 50 of the duplicate cards for you. Ah! I don't dare. It's my honor to be able to work for the boss. If the boss hadn't appeared, I would still be dawdling in the game. It's the honor of the boss, your wisdom, your wisdom. Ah! I'll go. Damn you guys! Hand over all the cards immediately. Hang Ji, who wanted to continue flattering, was so frightened that his tongue trembled when Chen Yo glared at him. He immediately called on his younger brother to start looting other players. Among these players, there were some player organizations that were more powerful than him in the past, but today they could only pinch their noses, feeling as if they had eaten shit, and respectfully handed all their cards to Hang Ji. The members of Hang Ji's group felt so happy. Even as a junior among juniors, an ordinary member of them can directly interact with these former leaders of the organization and give orders at will. This feeling is really great. It is also a great honor to be a horseboy for the boss Chen Yo. Now the younger brothers admire Hang Ji even more. Although they lost a lot of cards in this gathering, they found a new boss. Simply relying on Chen Yo's name can definitely shock countless people. This scene made Gon Killua and the two of them stunned. You must know that just a few minutes ago, Hang Ji and those guys were the loudest people, but now they are as respectful as the old eunuchs in the palace. Biscuit was a little surprised. She has never seen anything at her age, but this is the first time she has seen a spineless player like Hang Ji. But it is undeniable that the other party's approach is definitely the wisest. If you can't beat it, join it, and it seems to have gained better benefits. If she were in this situation, there seemed to be no better way. Players from other groups wanted to join Chen Yo's team, but now they regret it because Hang Ji, the shameless eunuch, took the lead in betraying them, leaving them with no chance to betray them. Feeling extremely miserable, I sent greetings to all 18 generations of Hang Ji's ancestors, but there was nothing I could do about the situation at hand. I could only pray that Chen Yo would be merciful and let them go and save their lives. Sir, I have collected them all. There are 2,871 long cards in total, among which there are S-class cards. Hang Ji respectfully began to count the numbers, and several younger brothers also took out all the cards. Really? A horse cannot grow fat without night grass, and a man cannot become rich without windfall. Robbery is the fastest way to get rich. These players worked hard every day to complete tasks in exchange for cards one after another, and accumulated cards for several years. But this afternoon, no, it was all handed over to Chen Yo within an hour. It can only be said that it is your own fault. Oh? So many? Not bad. Are you sure you want to become a subordinate team of my team? Chen Yo glanced at the pile of cards in front of him with satisfaction and suddenly said. Hang Ji was stunned for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He raised his arms and shouted, "What else can you stupid pigs do? The boss has already said he's going to kill us, why don't you come over and pay homage to the doc?" Ah? Boss. I'm Kabi. Boss, I'm Liana. Boss, I have a sweet voice. Several other boys came over quickly and expressed their gratitude with tears and runny noses. What was waiting for them was the contract card that Chen Yo took out. According to the rules of this game, some contracts can be made, even unilateral mandatory contracts. Once violated, you will be punished by the game. Of course, this kind of punishment will not actively involve the player's life safety, but it will make them lose everything, or even lose all their identities, money, and cards in the game. It is also a restriction imposed on players by various NPCs and tasks. The conditions given by Chen Yo are very harsh. It can be said that not only can you not get a decent salary as his younger brother, but there are also various restrictions, including being unable to do some deceptive things in the past, such as highway robbery and so on. If there is Chen Yo's order, that is another matter. It's equivalent to a kind of incorporation in disguise. Ah? This, I promise. If it weren't for Boss Chen Yo, I, Hang Ji, would lose everything in the game. Since the boss can give me this opportunity, I am willing to give it to him XJI. Hang Ji looked at the terms of the contract and saw that even the New Year pig next door would definitely be treated better than this. But thinking about a super fierce guy like Chen Yo, he agreed after biting it. If nothing else, just the name Chen Yo's little brother, Hang Ji feels that it will definitely come in handy in the future. We also agree. Boss. Boss. The younger brothers were stunned for a moment, and after seeing Hang Ji's eyes, they quickly agreed. You are not qualified to call me boss, so just call me team leader. Only your captain, Hang Ji, is qualified to call me boss. Okay, each of you will take 50 of these cards. Chen Yo waved his hand and ordered. Hang Ji and others felt as if they had been granted amnesty and were extremely excited. Idiot! How dare you take the FGB level cards? Everyone, listen up, only take the lowest grade cards that are repeated. If anyone dares to take it randomly, I will kill you after the boss is gone. You! Hang Ji whispered a lesson in a low voice, and these guys reacted one after another and quickly took only the lowest card. Chen Yo picked the best cards directly from them. I actually made almost 2 or 3 sets together. One set is missing only the last card, while the other 2 sets are missing some rare S cards. But all you need to pass the level is a set of cards. It is indeed a card collection event, equivalent to hundreds of players buying cards for their mobile phones. If these cards were to be purchased with money, I am afraid their value would definitely be no less than tens of billions. Even many cards are simply not available for purchase. Wow! That's awesome! I still have 2 cards left. Me too, I'm missing 2, but Brother Chen Nuo should only be missing 1. It's really fast. It's faster than I have been playing for several years. Gon, Killua, and Biscuit were all surprised. Every card you received is a top quality item. Mr. Chen, what you did, is really too much. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. Before Chen Yo could speak, Hang Ji had already rushed forward like a domestic dog, and several of his younger brothers immediately surrounded the person who spoke. It was Guo Linu. Although they went too far before, they won't let you kill them. Please give me flowers. Guolinu was still talking. Stop talking. Gornu. The Yashida team on the side couldn't help but remind them that the expression management was a bit out of control. But Guolinu was still expressing his opinion as if he had been shaken by a weight. He felt that Chen Yo was too cold-blooded and killed dozens of players in one day. This is too cruel. Boss, leave this kid to me and we'll kill him. Hang Ji immediately took the initiative and stared at Guolinu fiercely, and several of his younger brothers also showed their fangs. Chen Yo waved his hand and walked over slowly. Suddenly the whole place fell silent. Everyone understands. The seemingly harmless boy in front of him was definitely 100 times more terrifying, 100 times cold-blooded, and 100 times cruel than the bomb demon. Gilu. All that was left was the sound of swallowing saliva. Cold sweat broke out on Guolinu's forehead, obviously he was under great pressure. But the justice in his heart forced him to speak like this. If you want to kill me, just kill me. I won't be your opponent. Guolinu was heartbroken, and after finishing speaking, he closed his eyes and waited for death. All eyes were fixed on Chen Yo. Jiuzisha was like this before. Chen Yo was so angry that his dead body was now cold. Guolinu also understood that there was a high probability that he would not survive today. But he was alone outside, so he didn't have too many worries. It's just that he didn't know whether he died with a hole in his head, or if he was cut into pieces by the terrifying sword energy and died. That's right. These cards are for you, Hang Ji. He and they can choose from the remaining cards at will. You are responsible for handling them. 0. Chen Yo's words confused everyone. Chen Yo didn't bother Guolinu. Instead, he handed the remaining cards to Hang Ji and let the members of Guolinu and Yashida's group choose. You all should leave. If you don't leave, do you plan to let me see you off? Chen Yo glanced at the players who had been wiped out. These guys have just come to their senses now. They instinctively summoned the card collection books one by one. They wanted to use the cards to return to the city or escape, but accidentally found that their card collection books were all gone. There isn't a single card. All the players could only walk back with their legs in frustration. And now the only ones left here are the Hangja group, the Yashida group and the sluggish Guolinu. You, why did you? Guolinu opened his eyes and couldn't believe that he was still alive. I'm not a murderer. Since they are looking for death, then let them die. But you are a good player, why should I kill you? Chen Yo explained calmly. Guolinu felt extremely complicated at the moment. As a rebel brother, Hang Ji was quick thinking and seemed to understand Chen Yo's mentality right away. It seems that my boss doesn't like to kill innocent people indiscriminately, so I will never let this happen in the future. Those players escaped from here. It won't take long before everyone will know that they are Chen Yo's younger brother. Although in the future, they may become a public villain. People, but absolutely no player dares to directly trouble themselves. This is a result with pros and cons, but as far as I am concerned, the benefits definitely far outweigh the cons. Because The GI game is a game where power is king from beginning to end. Hang Ji is the man who sees clearly the essence of this. Thank you. We dare not refuse your gift. In the future, the Yoshida group is also willing to follow you. If you have any requests or arrangements, you can tell us to do it. If Yoshida can become the boss, he naturally has his own merits. Seeing Hang Ji jumping up and down, he also understood the risks involved. But now, there is no doubt that the handsome young man in front of him and the other three people are absolutely powerful, even comparable to the game administrator. As long as you can connect with them, it means that you will most likely dominate the entire game in the future. This is a very risky and shocking choice. Yoshida will definitely give it a try. Oh, very good. This is my communication card. You and Hang Ji can keep it. And you, Guo Linu, if you encounter any trouble that cannot be solved in the game, you can file a lawsuit. Tell me, the premise is, don't take the initiative to do evil and ruin my reputation. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I can solve it for you. Chen Yo said lightly. Ah. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Hang Ji was extremely excited. This is definitely more powerful than the death-free gold medal. This is simply the ability to summon a super boss. Is there any monster in this game that can withstand my boss? Make money with blood. Ah? Okay, boss, the only card you are missing now is the Couching Coast. Yoshida was stunned for a moment, and then said respectfully. Chapter 107. After one day. Rabbi Xiaofu. Boss, we're here. According to the information, the last card's One-Ping coastline is right here in Xiao but we still need to go door to door to inquire exactly where it is. Hang Ji said respectfully. Wow! It's such a big city. It must be difficult to find the coastline here, right? Gon was surprised. The city of Xiao is already considered a prosperous city, with row upon row of buildings and endless crowds of people. No one has obtained Yiping coastline before, so no one knows the specific strategy for this card. Boss, if you want to find information about the Yiping coastline in a short time, I suggest that we act separately and contact each other through communication. Hang Ji suggested. Also following this time were the Yoshida group, including some of the younger members of other organizations that they had absorbed later, with a total number of about 50 people. Go ahead and tell me as soon as you have any news. Let's go look for it too. Chen Yo gave an order and Kangja and others immediately took action. He also took Gon and others into the city. I'm afraid it's difficult to get information about Yiping's coastline. I've been to Xiao before, but the residents here are silent about the card information. Biscuit sighed. As an old player who has been playing the game for 4 or 5 years, she has also looked for this card before, but in the end it came to nothing. Brother Arnold. There's news. Just as Biscuit finished speaking, Gon, not far away, suddenly shouted excitedly. Biscuit! I advise you not to go looking for Yiping coastline, otherwise no matter how many lives you have, it won't be enough. The person who spoke was an old man, his face was full of wrinkles and he looked like he was 50 or 7 years old. Why? Old man? Gon asked curiously. There is no reason, I can only tell you that all the people who went to look for this card have now been unable to come back, and no one has come back alive. The old man sighed, turned, and left. Gon wanted to ask for more information, but found nothing. Is it possible to ask for information this time? Could it be that the pre-trigger condition for arriving at Rabbi Xiaofu to find the last card is that there must be enough other cards? Or is it some hidden condition? Biscuit was stunned. Because she found that if she asked NPC casually, the other party would be able to talk a few words about cards. Before that, if anyone came to this city and wanted to inquire about the card's information, they would not get any information, and they could only return without success. Now it seems that these NPCs are not as strict as before. Here. Brother Chen Nuo. Killua suddenly stood in front of a roadside stall and waved. Chen Yo and others walked over. The stall owner is a beautiful young woman in her 30s, but there is a hint of sadness in her expression. I told you, it shouldn't matter, since you want to know the news about the Yiping coastline. The young female stall owner held her face in one hand and murmured. Chen Yo naturally knew the assessment content of Yiping coastline, which was the final level of Razor, but he was surprised that even though he had watched the anime in his previous life, he could not immediately find out where Razor was. So asking for the address became a must. Please do tell us. Killua said seriously. Well, this city is ruled by pirates. It is said that somewhere in this sea area, there is an undersea cave called the Poseidon's Residence, and the entrance leading there is the first-grade coastline. A few years ago 15 pirates heard the legend about the various treasures hidden in the underwater cave, so they came to this city. Razor and the 14 demons. The young woman spoke happily. They tortured all the fishermen in the city and those who knew the location of the Yiping coastline to death, including my father and brother. If you can drive away the pirates, I will tell you, I heard my brother mention the location of Yiping coastline. But I don't think you seem to have that ability. Let's forget it. Even if you went there, it was just a few corpses added casually. The young woman's eyes showed hope, but she became frustrated again after seeing the faces of Chen Yo and others. It would be impossible for these people to expect them to avenge their father and brother as they seemed to be still in their infancy. Telling them this news is nothing more than asking them to die. I'm a professional hunter. Don't underestimate us. Gon said anxiously and took out his hunter's license. But I never thought that the young woman just raised her eyelids slightly, but still didn't have much recognition. More than half of the players here are professional hunters, which doesn't mean anything. She sighed. What about this? A somewhat rough voice sounded. It was Biscuit who spoke. But now she has turned into King Kong Barbie, with exploding muscles and an angular face. From the little Lolita before, she has become a tall and strong woman. This sudden scene scared the other players nearby and they couldn't help but retreat. The members of Hang Ji and Yashida's group were also confused for a while. Especially when Biscuit took out the 2-star Gem Hunter's badge. The entire audience gasped in unison. This little loli is a 2-star hunter. No, what kind of little loli is this? Isn't this a strong man? Awesome! I remember she seems to be the apprentice of Boss Chen Nuo. She is actually a 2-star hunter. Oh my god! I didn't expect Biscuit to be so strong. I should have had a better relationship with her if I had known. It's not too late to do it now. How is it? This should be enough. There are not many 2-star hunters in the world now, and I can tell you clearly that my master, Mr. Chen Yo, is more powerful than me. He will avenge your father and brother. There's no big problem. Biscuit crossed his arms and said confidently. The young woman stall owner looked at Biscuit in astonishment, then looked at Chen Yo, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she finally nodded. Coast Bar. Where Razor and the 14 demons are. It's such a boring day. There are no players coming to challenge now. There is no fun here every day. The fat man wearing a clown hat sighed with emotion. His eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at the strong and tall man not far away. Razor. The titular captain boss. It was he who originally solved the NPC who knew the information about Yiping's coastline, which made it impossible for players to reach here at all. In the past, I could torture and kill some players, which was a great feeling, but now it is really not much different from being in jail, even though they were originally prisoners detained here. Razor seemed to turn a deaf ear to these, instead playing with his glass. Actually, he's on the phone with Ada now. Razor, we are in some trouble. Some players have data overflow. Ada said cautiously. Why are you telling me now? You should arrange for me to solve this trouble as soon as possible. Razor raised a brow. He has forgotten how long it has been since he encountered these bug-level players in the GI game. No, Razor, that player's data overflow is too huge. I suggest you, if the opponent really just wants a ping of coastline, deal with it a little and let him pass the level. Ada, the receptionist at the game front desk, said worriedly. Let him pass? Ha 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 ha, if Jin were here, he would definitely not want to hear such words from you. Razor smiled. When this game was first established, there were players with various data overflows, but they were all solved by Jin he himself. Only then did we have the standardized gaming environment we have today. If a bug is left alone, it means that the game is not far from collapse. It's just that Razor didn't expect that the person who said this would be Ada, who is also one of the founders of the game. These are some of his videos. You can take a look at them first. I retrieved them with my authority. Ada sighed and sent over all the videos about Chen Yo, from when he logged into the game to now. Razor frowned slightly and looked at the video in front of him. An ordinary boy? Is this guy overflowing data? With his head full of doubts, Razor looked at the video curiously, but something was wrong with his expression. Those golden beams of light emitted one after another. Defuse the bomb. Terrifying and astonishing sword energy. Cut the enemy's leaks. This guy was simply tougher than all the players with data overflow that he had encountered before. Even Xiao was a little inexplicably frightened. If this is true, then this person is absolutely terrifying in reality. Number. Even more than gold. Even though he was very reluctant to admit it, he had to accept this reality. Judging from the performance in these videos, Chen Yo's strength is very likely to be higher than that of Jin. At least, Jin couldn't do those golden beams that hit accurately, or the weird moves that forced him into the air simply by relying on his own body. Razor, can you understand my concerns? Ada sighed. She understands that as a game developer, the first task is to maintain the order of the game, but facing a monster like Chen Yo, she has no confidence. I understand, I will think about it, leave this to me. Razor was silent, then raised his head and smiled after a few seconds, and then hung up the phone. Captain, here are 2 challengers. Just when Razor hung up the phone, a boy came over and whispered. Oh! Razor looked at the door in surprise. 2 figures stood proudly. One was a player with an ordinary appearance, even looking a little green. Next to him was a player wearing full body armor whose face could not be seen clearly. Hello, this is the coast bar where Yipping Coastline is located? My name is Connors, and this is my bodyguard. I want to challenge to get this card. The young man gave a very gentlemanly salute. Ha 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 ha, they are 2 rookies. It really kills people's interest. Go home and drink milk. This is not a place for young boys like you. The fat man wearing a clown hat, who looked like he had been dressed inside out, suddenly laughed wildly. Others in the bar burst into laughter. Obviously. I'm afraid these 2 guys bumped into each other by mistake, but no matter what, they are definitely newcomers among newcomers. I'm not a newbie. Although it's my first time to enter the GI game, I have many years of experience in other games. Do you mean you don't dare to take the challenge? Connors said with a blush on his face. Ha 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 ha, is this a way to provoke generals? It's too crude. Since you want to die. That one. It will be all right for you. 2 jokes. The other devils laughed wildly. The players who can act as the underlings in this bar are actually notorious criminals outside, so they have no moral character at all. Little brother, this is not a place for fun. You do not meet the challenge conditions. If you want to challenge us, 15 players need to be present at the same time. Razor waved his hand, stood up, and said with a smile. Young Connors was a little embarrassed and seemed at a loss. The armored man beside him just whispered and seemed to be a novice. 15 people? Are we enough? Suddenly, The visitor's voice sounded outside the door again. What arrived here was everyone from Chen Yo's team, plus members of Hangjia's group and Yoshida's group, nearly 20 people. Again? We have already secured the place today. No one else is welcome in the bar. The fat man turned his head and said. If nothing else goes wrong, you should be the 15 devils in the mouth of the residents, right? Can you, Li Kai, please come to this city? Hang Ji walked in the front, looking at these guys in front of him with an arrogant expression. It seems that these guys are all ordinary, and with the support of Chen Yo, a super big man behind him, he is now full of confidence, and his words are naturally extremely arrogant. Ah! Ha 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 ha, did you hear that? What is this guy talking about? He said he actually asked us to leave here. Shocked, no one has dared to talk to us like this since April 6th. The person who said this last time has turned into a pile of bones on the beach, and the grass on the grave is already several meters high. I really want to squash these guys right now, but the decision is all up to the captain. The other crew members headed by Fatty suddenly laughed wildly. In all their years of guarding the coast bar, no player has ever cleared the level. Naturally, he looks down on any player. But at this time, Razor looked solemn and his eyes fell on Chen Yo. It's him. Ada mentioned the data overflow player. This person's telekinesis in reality is absolutely amazing. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such abnormal telepathy in the game. But judging from his current situation, it seems that the other party is not a person without any rules at all. That being the case, there is still room for redemption. Welcome to the Coast Bar. The coastline is indeed in my hands, but you must pass some tests to get this card. Razor smiled slightly and clapped his hands. It was as if he had been given an order. The fat crewman jumped out and patted his chest excitedly. All I saw was that he took out a bottle of wine and sprinkled it around to form a circle, then took out a lighter and lit it. Wow! When the flame ignited, he stood in the center of the fire ring with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters, clapped his hands, and assumed a sumo wrestling posture, with a confident smile on his face. If you want to challenge the captain, you must pass my level. The premise is that one of you must push me out of this flaming wrestling ring. But you must remember this. Comparing harm can be fatal. The fat man grinned. Chapter 108. Boss, let my people go up first and find out what's going on. Before Chen Yo could speak, Hang Ji had already stood up. This guy also felt a bit like a dog-headed strategist. He ordered a muscular boy to go up and promised that he would be rewarded as long as he pushed the fat boy out. Don't worry, Boss Hang Ji, Boss Chen Yo. Wrestling is my specialty, I'm a professional wrestler. The player confidently flexed his biceps and strengthened his chest muscles, as if he was holding his breath, and finally managed a little bit of practice. Chen Yo. There is no way, these ordinary players have a lot of strength, they are just trying the waters. Of course, if this level were placed in the world of ordinary people, he would be considered a strong person. Drink. I'm coming. The muscle boy roared, his muscles tightened, and he hit Fat Boy like a car, trying to push him out of the circle of flames. But the moment he hit it, he was dumbfounded. It was like hitting a pile of tough cowhide. Although the opponent is much taller than him, he has also dealt with players of this weight class in the outside world, and he has also started training 9 emperors. But never thought about it. The fat pirate didn't move at all. Stopped firmly in place. Oops! Instantly realizing something, the muscular boy wanted to escape, but was hugged fiercely by the other party. Hee hee! You are quite strong, but you are not strong enough in front of me. The fat pirate smiled ferociously, his arms suddenly exerted force, and the muscular boy who was hugged tightly to his chest suddenly screamed in pain. Fatty's power is too great. Almost crushing his arm directly, and with a clear upper hand, the fat pirate even carried him directly to the flames of the circle to roast him. Ah! The shrill screams immediately made the players present feel numb, and they could even smell a burnt aroma in the air. The muscular boy struggled desperately, but the opponent's arms were like iron hoops, and he couldn't escape at all. Boom! When the fat pirate was enjoying torturing the player, the whip kick hit him hard on the face. The amazing force made him turn his head sideways and he couldn't help but let go of his hand. It was Killua who made the move. You didn't stipulate that others can't participate in the battle, so if I kick you, it's not a foul, right? Killua, who had his hands in his pockets in the circle of flames, looked shocked with cold eyes. Well done, Killua. This guy is going too far. He has obviously lost but still deliberately tortures others. Gon waved his fists, his teeth itching with anger. The rule of the game is that you lose if you push out of the circle, isn't it? Hee, kid, Wan Chi is very good. After wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Fatty smiled even more. This guy's energy is so strong that it covers his body. It's an enhanced type. Biscuit narrowed his eyes slightly and said solemnly, "Do you need my help?" Simply speaking, from the total amount of chi, the fat pirate has even more chi than Killua. If this continues, Killua may not be able to gain an advantage. Moreover, Killua is good at sneak attacks. With two people in such a small range, it means that his best speed and surprise will not be used, and his strength will be greatly reduced. No need. Since Killua has chosen to take action, then he is naturally confident. Chen Yo said lightly. Conveniently, he threw one of his secret burgers to Hang Ji. Just feed him and heal his wounds on the side. Chen Yo said. Ah? Yes, boss. Hang Ji was a little confused, but still accepted it respectfully. The injured brother also ate the burger quickly. He didn't know what it was, but it was a reward from the boss, so he had to eat it even if it was just a piece of xiang. But after eating it, he immediately felt the changes in his body. The energy consumed was rapidly recovering, and the places on his legs that were burned by the flames were unexpectedly repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Amazing! What kind of burger is this? Hang Ji was even more stunned. He originally thought he seemed to understand Chen Yo. But now, he found that he didn't understand it at all. The other party is as deep as an abyss. Just this burger is definitely a good thing. Is it a rare item? This boss is too good. Even a younger brother like this can enjoy rare items. There is absolutely nothing wrong with following him. Not many people saw this scene. Someone saw it. Razor is one. The man claiming to be Connor's is one. At this moment, the expression of the Connor's young man changed slightly, including the armored bodyguard next to him, who seemed a little surprised. What an amazing resilience! This is not telepathy, it is a pure object, and does not have any telepathy attached to it. I didn't expect, this kid is so weird. Razor was shocked in his heart. But nothing showed on his face. Everyone's attention still fell on the flame wrestling arena. Boy, I will break your bones into pieces. The fat pirate was grinning ferociously, his thick knuckles making a cracking sound. Like a ferocious beast that is ready to go, it slightly arches its body and makes a forward posture. Killua frowned slightly. According to his previous fighting style, he had many ways to get this guy out, such as pouring wine on his face and lighting a fire. But now, in front of Chen Yo, he did not come up with any strange tricks, but wanted to defeat the opponent in an upright manner, so that he could test his practice during this period. Congeal. The power of telepathy instantly covered his eyes, and Killua could clearly see that the fat boy in front of him was covered with telepathy, and his telepathy was rooted on the floor in a strange form. No wonder this guy is good at wrestling, which is equivalent to using strong glue to fix himself to the floor. This kind of fighting method using Ning is still specially requested these days. Firstly, you can improve your control and training of Nin anytime and anywhere. Secondly, by using Nen, you can clearly see the specific distribution of the opponent's telekinesis, thereby inferring the so-called weaknesses. Amazing telepathy. Hey, do you see the gap between us? Kid, do you think you have any chance of winning? He felt that the other party was using Ning on him, but the fat pirate didn't care at all and kept laughing wildly. What he is proud of is his defense and strength. Among the entire pirate gang, except for the captain, he is definitely the strongest. At least that's what he thinks. Then try it. Killua snorted coldly and disappeared directly from the spot. Boom! A solid punch hit Fatty's belly, but there was a dull sound. Fatty didn't retreat at all, but a strange back shock wave confirmed that Killua's fist was numb. This guy. It can actually rebound part of the attack power. Is this an effect? Hey! Got you! Fatty smiled excitedly and folded his arms suddenly. Bang! Like swatting flies, his arms made a sound, but it was in vain. Killua's speed was almost faster than the afterimage. Another series of dull crashing sounds sounded. Killua dodged and maneuvered within a narrow range, avoiding all of the fat boy's attacks, and even launched a counterattack. But his attack didn't seem to have any obvious effect. It just knocked the fat boy staggering, and he took a few steps back but couldn't get beyond the circle of flames. Instead, the fat boy screamed in anger. Haha, you are such a naive kid. If you want to keep moving at such a high speed, you must have consumed a lot of physical strength. Then it's time for you to ravage one side. Ha ha ha, in terms of physical strength, this guy Po is second only to the captain. Come on, fat pig, kill him. The other pirates behind him also became excited. In the direction of Chen Yo, Hang Ji and others looked worried. Even though they did not play in person, the players present all understood that the current physical consumption was obviously greater for Killua than Fatty. After all, it had to keep moving at a high speed. If this went on for a long time, it would definitely be Killua who would be exhausted in the end. Isn't that enough? Keep going, your attack is almost the same as tickling, he. Fatty laughed wildly and wiped away the footprints on his body, but his eyes were extremely fierce, like an angry wild boar. Ordinary attacks cannot cause effective damage at all. Sure enough, we still need to use the skills of Chen Yo's vocational education. Killua sighed softly, seeming a little disappointed. He originally wanted to test his ability, but it was obvious. Fatty's thoughts were stronger than his own, and even the hand knife wrapped around Jin couldn't do anything to him. If it were elsewhere, Killua could naturally defeat Fatty with a sneak attack, but here he was obviously at a disadvantage. Outside, those who are attacked are often frightened and their physical strength is exhausted faster. But here, due to the limited range, the assassin had to face the bombing tank head-on, so he naturally suffered a disadvantage. A flash of black appeared on Killua's hands. Hey? My hands are black? What the hell is this? The fat man was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think much about it. It didn't matter whether his hands were black or white. If he fell into his hands, he would be a minister. Die! He swooped forward like an angry brown bear, his outstretched arms covering the area where Killua was dodging. The other party is unavoidable. Dead. A cruel look appeared in the fat man's eyes. Killua goes head to head. The black hand knife slashed across the fat man's chest. Tearing realm. It was like the sound of tearing cowhide. This made the fat man stunned for a moment, and then a sharp pain came from his chest. He looked at his chest in disbelief. The chest blessed by the power of thought was torn open with a long and ferocious mark. The flesh and blood rolled around and blood spurted out. This scene made the other pirate crew members behind them stunned for a moment, and then their faces changed wildly, with shock, anger, and hatred. Has that idiot Fatty's defense been breached? What just happened? Why did the kid's hands turn black? How is that possible? The kid obviously used Ning, and his total mental power is definitely not as good as Fatty's. How is it possible that he can still break through the defense? They couldn't believe it. Even Razor was stunned for a moment. He knew the fat man's defense and strength. But now, actually broke the defense head-on? Incredible. But when Razor used condensation to observe Killua, he found that the opponent's total telekinesis did not increase. But a special technique. The blackened hand, both its sharpness and hardness have been qualitatively improved. It's him. Razor couldn't help but look at Chen Yo, who was calm at the side. Because he discovered that the leader of this team was Chen Yo, including Killua, they all admired this little guy. You. What exactly did you do to me? The fat man looked at Killua in shock and anger. He still didn't believe that his defense had been breached. You haven't done anything, are you still going to persist? People will die next. Killua sneered, and the blood on the black palm like a knife fell to the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to kill you! Fatty roared angrily and rushed forward without caring about his injured body. 773. He had obviously given up on defense and just wanted to catch Killua on the spot. Killed. Puff puff. Puff puff. Sounds like tearing silk sounded one after another. Killua's black hand knife drew deadly sharp edges in the air. Blood splattered. Fatty and his figure stopped in the realm of the flame wrestling ring. Fatty's face still maintained an angry and hysterical expression, and he raised his fist high and stopped at Killua, but did not fall down. The hall was eerily quiet. Everyone looked over in unison. Pfft! Imitated. The fat man's body suddenly exploded with more than a dozen hideous wounds, one of which even slid open his entire belly. Blood spurted out, and the internal organs flowed out as if they were free of charge. The whole body suddenly turned into a fountain of blood, and the hideous wounds looked extremely terrifying. His body collapsed like a mountain of flesh. The dead can no longer die. Extremely quiet. Including the pirate crew members who were drinking and having fun, everyone was dumbfounded. Because for so many years here, at least in recent years, they have never experienced any attrition, let alone such a situation that is close to massacre. Hang Ji and others were also dumbfounded. Dead, dead. The muscular boy was extremely confused. As someone who has personally been on the battlefield, he naturally knows the amazing defense and strength that the fat man possesses. He is definitely not a player on the same level as him, not even his boss Hang Ji is his opponent. But now such a powerful enemy, died tragically on the spot. While feeling relieved, I also felt inexplicable fear and awe. Oh my god! This kid is actually so fierce. If you don't want to die in the future, you must not offend Mr. Killua. This horse riding is too fierce. If he is rubbed. If you click on it, wouldn't it mean that you will die immediately? Hang Ji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and ordered quickly. Killua, well done. Gon was overwhelmed. His words made Chen Yo slightly surprised. After so much, his innocent little brother seemed to finally understand the dangers of society. Biscuit also gasped. In the past, she had taught Killua and fought against him. I didn't expect that. As expected of the Zoldyck family, they will never show mercy when killing people. Unfortunately, he is still in the circle, but now there seems to be no movement, so I should be considered a winner, right? Killua shook off the blood on his palms, and his black hands returned to normal. He put his hands in his pockets and said calmly. Watching this scene, the eyes of Razor's pirate crew members were twitching with rage. Chapter 109. This BD. Damn it! He actually killed Fei Bo. Captain, we must not let these damn guys off easily. The demon members present were all filled with indignation and anger. But according to the rules of the game, Killua has won, and they have no reason to blame each other. If Fei Bo wins, then the other members may end up dead here. But he saw Razor waving his hand to signal his men to be quiet. He narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a kind smile. Very good, then let's have other competitions. The competition method is sports. We will compare the sports events that the team members are good at with you. But we have a condition, each person can only play once, and one person cannot win multiple games. Razor's words immediately stunned the players present. What? We can only get one victory? Doesn't that mean we need to win at least 15 games? Idiot! In 15 games, winning 7 games is enough. Oh, no, it's 8 games. But including the big boss, it will be difficult for us to win 8 games. Shut up, it's not your turn to speak now. Hang Ji and other members present couldn't help but started talking. There is such a rule. Does that mean Killua can't participate in the battle now? I have a question, can we use Nen? Gon couldn't help but wonder. Of course, we will use it too. Razor smiled slightly. If you want to get the card, you must abide by my game rules? You have no other choice, of course you can give up. Razor looked at the hesitant people and smiled. We agree. Chen Yo took a step forward and made a decision. Haha, that's good. Let's continue the game. The next game will be boxing. Which one of you will come? Razor smiled. The content of this game is boxing. Everyone arrived at the boxing ring in the tavern, and one of the pirates wearing a pointed hat was already waiting. Let me go, boss. I was a professional boxer before. I am best at solving problems with my fists, and I can also use cold. A sturdy boy came out. Players who can sneak into the GI game are definitely not ordinary people. After all, the value of this game card is as high as 7 to 8 billion jin. Being able to enter this game not only means that he has good strength, but also has a bright mind. Ordinary people are not qualified to play the game at all. Boss. Hang Ji looked at Chen Yo with his asking eyes. Go try it. Chen Yo nodded slightly. He was also very curious. Razor and the guys actually gathered so many criminals here. They did nothing but exercise. This style of painting is really surprising. Soon, this young man walked onto the ring, where the pirate crew was already waiting. All eyes under the ring looked up. As long as you lose 8 games, it means that the challenge has failed. Hey, do you know the rules of boxing? As soon as they appeared on the stage, the pirate crew suddenly spoke. Of course, I am a professional boxer outside, so I don't understand these rules. The boxing boy sneered. No. Boxing here is different from outside, because boxing here can use telekinesis. Pirate boxer rode. I know this, let's start quickly. No, you don't know that there are restrictions on the use of telekinesis. I will only use telekinesis to cover my fists, but you can use telekinesis to make other weapons. These rules are for you, which is equivalent to relaxing them for you. Conditions of this BD. You look down on people. The boxing boy's expression was a bit ugly. These rules given by the other party are actually equivalent to relaxing the requirements of players in disguise and restricting the requirements of these pirates. But to put it bluntly, doesn't it mean looking down on people? Okay, now that you understand the rules, each round is 3 minutes without judgment. The game is not over until either party is knocked down. Fight. Razor smiled and made a starting move. The boxing boy standing in the ring had already gathered a good amount of energy in his fists. At least in terms of quantity, it seems to be much stronger than the guy who faced Feibo before. Hey, I've probably guessed why you use boxing as a form of competition. The boxing boy chuckled, but the fist in his hand was not slow at all, and he threw it directly towards the opposite front door. The powerful and heavy fist almost grazed the pirate boxer's cheek. The strong punch instantly caused a bruise on his face, and even blood. Whoa! Kill him! Jaban! Not bad, not bad. That guy is so arrogant, but he doesn't seem to have much strength. He's just a tough-talking stinky duck. Ha 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 ha, keep up the good work. Everyone under the ring became excited instantly. Unexpectedly, this time Hang Ji's younger brother was so powerful that he actually gained the upper hand. It's very good, his fists. Gon couldn't help but comment. Obviously, if the strength of this boxing boy is put outside, he definitely belongs to the elite of the elite. He is worthy of being a GI game, elite per capita. And everyone on the Razor team. He didn't seem to show any emotion due to the defeat in the first match. Instead, he seemed to have become accustomed to it. In the arena. Hey, you are really good at hiding. If you are not mentally prepared, it will be useless to dodge this time. Fighting with the enemy in a limited space and still keeping a distance, I guess you are probably a transmuter user. For transmuter people, this is the most advantageous rule. However, you misjudged one thing. That is, my ability is stronger than yours. The boxing boy suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely confident smile. This moment, he wants to prove his strength under the witness of everyone. Even though Chen Yo, the monster boss, has suppressed all geniuses and made all geniuses in the same era dim, he is definitely the brightest one among those geniuses. I am definitely at my peak now. The words just fell. The shadow of the boxing boy's fist fell heavily, just like the shadow of a mountain, making people breathless. The dense punches were like raindrops directed towards the opponent's body, and only a series of dull blows were heard. Everyone watching the battle under the ring couldn't help but marvel. What a powerful combo cannon! This is Mortar Jaben, the original boxing overlord. This way there is no way to avoid it. This guy will definitely lose. Whoa! Kill him! Jaben! In the cheers of the crowd, the pirate boxer. He swallowed all these fists forcibly, holding his stomach and squatting down with an extremely painful expression. It was obvious that he had been attacked and lost his fighting ability. Losing combat effectiveness in the ring means that the game has been lost. Great job! It's a piece of cake. Yes, I thought how powerful they were before, but now it seems that they are just talking about how powerful they are, but in fact they are not as good as us. If I had known it was so easy, we should have gotten this card before. This time, we don't have to work so hard for Big Boss. The spectators watching the game couldn't help but cheer excitedly. But their cheers stopped abruptly the next second. The boxing boy Jaben, who was originally in an absolute upper hand, suddenly fell to the ground with a crash and fainted on the spot. The whole place was quiet. The sudden silence made even the cheering players dumbfounded. Their mouths opened wide with expressions of disbelief. He looked at the boxing boy Jaben who fell to the ground in disbelief. What is happening? How could this happen? We obviously won, didn't we? It must be cheating, they must be cheating. Hell, who can tell me what happened just now? All players cannot understand it. It was obviously the boxing boy who had the absolute upper hand, so why was he the one who fell after a set of combos? So weird. Boss. Hang Ji was also confused and hurriedly came over to ask. It was a super short uppercut. During the gap between our boxers' attacks, the opponent used a super short uppercut and hit his chin. Actually after that fight our people had already lost before the combo was launched. It was Killua who spoke. He narrowed his eyes slightly, with telepathy condensing on them. Hang Ji was confused when he heard this. Indeed, it can only be said that your people are too weak and shocked. The opponent can counterattack from this gap. The actual combat effectiveness is naturally higher than yours, so losing this game does not mean anything. Unexpected. Biscuit crossed his arms and groaned. Chen Yo naturally saw it clearly. Exactly what Killua said. The boxer's strength is very good. If it is a pure head-on confrontation, Hang Ji's younger brother is actually not bad, and he can even have a slight advantage. But unfortunately in a real battle scene, the opponent has higher agility and reaction capabilities, and can counterattack between attacks. In terms of pure judgment and courage, the strength of the pirate boxer is at least one level higher than that of Hang Ji's younger brother. Ming, I understand. Hang Ji smiled bitterly and touched his head. In the arena, the two people who originally fell down, but at this time the pirate boxer slowly stood up. Although he suffered many fists from the front, in fact, under the premise that they both have the ability to refine, such fists can cause the damage is minimal. The winner of the match. It's our side. Razor announced the results of the competition. The little brother who fainted was carried down by everyone, and he did not lose unjustly. The next game is football. Razor announced with a smile. The interior of the bar is large and there is an indoor football field in the backyard, so there is no problem in hosting football matches. Then for this game, let me play captain football, which is my specialty. A pirate came out and with a tap of his toes, the football automatically jumped onto his knees as if it had grown arms. Judging from the way he bounced and kicked the ball, he was definitely a top football player. And this guy has obviously attached his nin to football. Obviously if he goes to the World Cup, the pirate in front of him will definitely be able to play like a superstar. Boss, football. Both Hang Ji and Yoshida were helpless. None of the players present were good at football. Because I can enter the game. You must have something you are good at, which is basically close combat, long-range shooting, etc. In dangerous sports such as football, no one is proficient in entertainment sports. Hello, can you hand over this game to me? My name is Connors. Can I team up with you for a strategy guide? I don't need the card for victory this time. I just want to get some strategies for the clearance. Suddenly, just when the members of Chen Yo's team were helpless, a strange voice sounded behind them. Surprisingly, it was a two-person team that arrived at the tavern first than Chen Yo. Connors and his armored old butler. You? Little guy, this is not a place for fun. You can go back from wherever you came from. If you lose a spot, then we will die. Hang Ji immediately refused. The Connors in front of him looks only a year or two older than Chen Yo and others. It is obvious that he is also a spearhead boy. Wouldn't it be a waste of opportunity to hand over such an important game to such a person who doesn't know the basics? You must know that once you lose 8 games, it means losing the entire game. Everyone arrived here with great difficulty. Hello, King Xiao, how could such a precious opportunity be wasted because of these few strangers? I can use Nian, and I'm good at playing football. Connors quickly proved that he picked up a football from the ground and then performed a fancy kick. It was also obvious that he seemed to be able to attach his nin to the football. This guy. This operation made other players present a little confused. Indeed, in terms of pure playing skills, Connors's level is definitely far higher than that of the national football team and can be considered a top player at the World Cup level. He is countless times better than other players. If there is no other better consideration, handing this game to Connors is definitely the best choice. It's just that as the boss, Hang Ji has already spoken before. It would be a bit embarrassing if he swallowed his words now. This caused him to look at Chen Yo in an embarrassing situation and could only keep asking for instructions. Please. Connors also looked at Chen Yo with a pleading expression. It seems that he also understands that the one who calls the shots here now is not the fierce-looking tall man in front of him, but the younger ones, especially Chen Yo. Oh? Interesting. Chen Yo looked at the strange young man in front of him with interest, and he felt an inexplicable feeling of familiarity. But the armored man behind him made Chen Yo stunned for a moment. It turned out to be him? Immediately, a meaningful smile appeared on Chen Yo's face. We don't have other better players now, and each person can only win once, so I leave this game to you, don't let us down. Chen Yo smiled slightly. It will never happen, Don't worry. Connors blushed with excitement and saluted respectfully. Next game. Football. Strange player Connors faces the Pirates football player. Chapter 110. First of all, let me talk about the rules of this game. The rule of our game is whoever holds the ball longer will win. Razor stepped forward and smiled. Ah? Is it the time to control the ball in the game? If the two of them keep controlling the ball, wouldn't it mean that we have to wait forever? Yes, yes, this Xiao session will probably take a long time. That's fine. If our players only control the ball for a long time, they have a great chance of victory. I think this kid's skills are very good. Many players were talking about it. At least to some extent, Connors definitely doesn't look as good as the opposing Pirates players. If it were just a pure ball possession game, maybe Connors would have a high probability of victory. No, the game is not that simple. You can use Nen or attack the opponent during the possession of the ball. As long as the ball cannot be touched with your hands, it is fine. The playing field is this room. The first place where the ball hits the ground will lose. In addition, if the ball touches the ground, you will lose. Even if you reach your companions, you are considered a loser. Razor explained. Ah! Doesn't this mean that we can attack each other while controlling the ball? Then wouldn't our people be at a disadvantage? Yeah, this kid doesn't seem to be as powerful as the other party's command ability at all. This rule is unfair and disadvantages us. Razor's words immediately aroused dissatisfaction among the players present. Indeed, purely based on their age, strength, and physical fitness, it is obvious that the Pirates players have the advantage. In addition, Nen, the cultivation of Nen requires time and energy to play. Generally, older people will have a higher advantage in this aspect. Therefore, all the players present will think that Connors is at an absolute disadvantage. If the rules of the game are really followed, then the loser will most likely be Connors. We set the rules of the game. If you think the game is unfair, you can choose to give up. Of course, we also welcome you. You can forcefully try to snatch the cards. Razor smiled. His smile made all the players present choke. What a joke! Things that violate the rules of the game have not happened before. After those powerful and unruly people entered the game, they still felt that they were the boss and the second child. They are domineering in the game and even violate the rules of the game, but their fate is very miserable. Those who are directly expelled from the game will never be able to log in again. This is an ultra-rare game where the login card alone is worth billions. Once expelled and never able to log into the game, wouldn't that mean that 583 has lost billions in vain? This is not a consequence that any player can bear, so when Razor said this, the expressions of all the players present changed. Naturally, they refused to give up this hard-won opportunity and could only grit their teeth and accept such unfair rules of the game. Okay, let's start like this. We may not lose, right, Connors? Chen Yo smiled slightly, waved his hand and said. I will try my best. Connors made a serious face. Soon. The two stood on the playing field. Then, the game begins, fight. Following Razor's command, the two men began to bump the ball on their knees. Before Connors could stabilize the ball, the opposing Pirates player volleyed it away. The football drew a beautiful arc in the air and hit Connors directly. Ah! That guy! It's amazing! That guy actually attacks directly now, and his ball will definitely fall to the ground later. Not necessarily. If Connors was hit, maybe Connors would lose first. Is this guy crazy? Damn it, what kind of competition is this? It's so bullying! Many players exclaimed. But what is surprising is that Connors actually made a beautiful slide and flew his ball to avoid the opponent's attack. Wow! Beautiful! Well done, Connors! We won! Ha ha ha! The players suddenly became excited. Connors' ball would land in the air, but the opponent's football had already been shot out. So the opponent's football must be the first to land. After all, the opponent's football is not as tall as Connor's football. But a strange scene occurred. The football actually drew a circle in the air and spun back in the air like a banana ball, and accurately hit Connor's falling football. Connor's football was knocked out and it was Connor's ball that hit the ground first. Just when many players were shocked. Unexpectedly, Connors appeared further ahead, and with a beautiful sliding tackle, he scooped up his ball accurately. And the Pirates player's football returned to his legs accurately. What the hell is this football called? It's like performing acrobatics. Damn it. I know, they must have a calendar attached to the football. Holy shit, it's so scary. With this style of play, I'll lose in just 1 second. Come on, Connors. Chen Yo, who was standing outside the stadium, was also a little surprised. Telekinesis is really a good thing. I never thought that it could be used in football to produce such unpredictable skills. If this week were placed in the top 4 World Cup, I'm afraid one person could replace the entire national team. It couldn't be easier to win a World Cup championship. Any corner is an absolute world wave. The boy named Connors is indeed very good at the game. He is extremely proficient and his control over his weakness is also very unexpected. You can keep up with my rhythm, but it won't be so easy next time. The Pirates football players were also quite surprised at this time. But as soon as he finished speaking, the football on his feet was suddenly volleyed out. Boomerang ball. Boomerang ball again. Every football this guy kicks can be accurately returned to his legs, so powerful. On the other hand, Connor's direction seemed to be in jeopardy. He was almost hit by the opponent's football several times. Once he was hit by a football with that level of power, he would definitely be kicked out and the game would be declared over. He also became a little embarrassed and even out of breath. Tired and sweating profusely, everyone has seen it. The balance of the game seems to have tilted in the direction of the Pirates players. It's over, Connors will definitely lose if this continues. Yes, the opponent's players are obviously stronger than him. I told you before that this kid can't do it. Then why did you go there earlier? Why didn't you go on your own? Connors's level is pretty good, so there's nothing wrong with him if he loses. He's tried his best. Oh, I hope the big boss won't blame us. The players couldn't help but speak one after another. Hey, kid, I think you can't hold on for long? Give me a hard shot. The Pirates players smiled ferociously, focusing their telekinesis on their legs and the football. The football came roaring directly like a cannonball. The dull and crackling sound is shocking. The other players present couldn't help but turn pale when they saw this scene. If he were hit by such a powerful and heavy ball, he would probably die directly. This guy is not playing football anymore, he is comparable to a cannonball. It's amazing. He is worthy of being called a Devil Pirates player. Boom! In everyone's shocked eyes, the football hit Connors directly. He let out a low groan and was carried away by the football as if he was full of sand next time. It hit the wall so hard that it even dented and cracked. The whole place was quiet. Now no one expected that Connors would directly choose to act like a goalkeeper, using his own hands to block the heavy football flying in front of him. This guy is crazy. Hang Ji was also stunned. A football with this level of power cannot be touched directly with the body. It is no different from seeking death. I am afraid that Connors has many broken ribs at this moment, and this game is also declared over. Connors lost. Hurry up and see if this guy is dead. This kid is really crazy. What a pity. With such a serious injury, I'm afraid I won't be able to play football for the rest of my life. That Pirates player is so vicious. Several players have already rushed forward in fear and anger, wanting to give Connors first aid. After all, judging from the performance of the game just now, Connors has really tried his best, even at the cost of his own life. He was obviously just a young brat, but he was even more desperate than these old players. This move made other players present feel ashamed and felt that they were a bit embarrassed. But just as they were halfway through the rush, they stopped one by one, with expressions of surprise on their faces. Not only them, but all the Pirates players on Razor's side also looked confused, including the Pirates players with a proud smile on their faces. They also looked stunned at this moment. Connors was not directly eliminated, he actually rolled to the ground holding the ball. You lose. Connors, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, pointed to his football that flew out and was embedded in the wall, and then pointed to the football of the Pirates player who was pressed on the floor beneath him. According to the rules of the game, whoever's ball hits the ground first will lose. The rules are implemented. Does not include walls. The heavy artillery ball that the Pirates called for help could directly embed the target into the wall, even if the person was dribbling the ball. It's just that this time he made a mistake. He didn't expect that Connors not only supported his heavy ball, but also successfully struggled to fall from the wall, allowing his footballer to land. Well, the Pirates players were a little dumbfounded. This was a goal that was inevitable, but we lost? This kid named Connors is really crazy. For a moment, he seemed to think of something. He finally understood that the mistake he had made before was that when attacking, the opponent actually removed all his telekinesis, and then chose to attach it to his chest, using it all to greet him. Hit. This is why you lose. What he said was not unfair. The kid in front of him was definitely a lunatic, and he was a ruthless person who was extremely ruthless to him. It's amazing. He actually changed all the concentration of telekinesis in the moment of the game. So brave. Gon couldn't help but admire. Now he can already see the details of the game just now, and naturally understands the reason why Connors won. In fact, Connors' telekinesis level is lower than that of the Pirates players. If both sides continue to be anxious, then the winner must be the Pirates players. Just not. Thinking that Connors would use such dangerous tactics, once the opponent's attack power is too strong, he will definitely be seriously injured. Very strong, this man is called Connors. Killua couldn't help but praise him. Not only is he strong, but he is also brave. What is happening in this era? Why do I always meet these genius brats? Could it be that I was not considered a genius before? Biscuit couldn't help but complain. In her time, it was very difficult to meet a genius like Chen Yo, but now he has met many of them one after another. It really feels like there are geniuses everywhere and monsters as numerous as dogs. I lost. The Pirates players shrugged their shoulders in frustration and ended sadly. Congratulations, this is your victory. The current score is 2:1. Razor smiled and announced the result of the game. Very good. You are the most outstanding people I have seen in these years. Do you want to continue competing? The next competition will be more difficult. Of course, we are sure to win. Hang Ji immediately said excitedly. Unexpectedly, Connors, who came out of nowhere this time, actually helped everyone get a victory, which is very good. After saying this, he quickly realized how talkative he was and immediately looked at Chen Yo with some sarcasm. After all, the one who calls the shots here is not himself, but the big boss. Go ahead. I'm also looking forward to seeing how many more of these sports there are. Chen Yo smiled slightly. Well, since you are so insistent, we are also happy to accompany you. After all, it takes a long time to meet some players here. This time, you must let us play. Happy? Razor smiled. Next game, fencing. He led everyone to the new venue. A fencing training ground. But unlike those fencing fields outside, the training swords placed here are all made of steel, and they are even in use. After seeing these weapons, all the players' expressions changed slightly. Even the stupid pig realized the danger of this game. Hey, this game is up to me, Captain. A thin pirate came over and drew a western sword with great skill. The sharp blade flashed with cold light. He stuck out his tongue and licked the sword, his eyes showing a ferocious and cruel look like a ferocious beast. Which of you is going to be my opponent? But I have to tell you in advance, this game will kill people, don't come up easily. His voice was a little cold. It sent an inexplicable chill down the spines of the players present. Ah! I remember. My guy, this JS Jack. Why is this BD here? Hasn't he been sentenced to death for betrayal? Suddenly one of the many players screamed in horror. Jack the Ripper? After hearing this name, all the players' faces turned pale. Different from the notoriety of the bomb demon guy in the game, Jack the Ripper is the most notorious red-wanted criminal in many countries. That guy once attacked multiple police stations overnight, brutally disemboweling hundreds of police officers. It even includes more than a dozen and 4 professional hunters. In order to kill this guy, some countries even dispatched troops, but the final result was that there was no news. According to some news media at the time, it had been reported that Jack the Ripper was captured and publicly hanged. But I never thought about it. The perverted murderer Jack the Ripper is still alive. And I have been hiding in GI games all these years. Chapter 111. Hey, I will be in charge of this game. Who do you plan to take part in? Jack the Ripper smiled strangely, and his wolf-like eyes scanned the audience, as if the desire to kill in his body could no longer be restrained. This guy. Everyone felt a chill running down their spines when Jack the Ripper glanced at them, and couldn't help but take a step back. Many of the players present are quite strong, so they have naturally heard of this guy's bad reputation. Any opponents who have fought against the Institute of Creation have not fared well so far, and have basically ended up with no news, but many of their bodies have been found to have been dismembered. This pervert has a bad habit of dismembering his enemies. For a while, no one from Chen Yo's team was willing to come forward. Hang Ji, Yashida Group, and others all looked pale. Without any confidence, no one dared to take such a big risk to fight Jack the Ripper. Once they failed, it would definitely mean a tragic death. Jack the Ripper. This guy used to be a member of a family of assassins, but he was expelled from the family because he killed too much. Killua said with a solemn expression. As the first assassination family, Zoldyck also has some powerful assassination families under them. Although his reputation is not that great, his strength cannot be underestimated. This guy is very dangerous, let me. Biscuit frowned and stood up. Now that she is Chen Yo's apprentice, she will naturally not act as deliberately as she did before, and she will also behave well. Can you leave it to me? Suddenly, an old and hoarse voice sounded. Everyone followed the sound. Suddenly he saw the armored man standing next to Connors. You. The voice sounds so old. Isn't this guy here to die on purpose? But it's good if someone comes up. Even if we lose this game, we still have an advantage. One person will die anyway. Yeah. Players immediately started talking about it. They don't dare to face Jack the Ripper head on. Now that someone has volunteered, that's naturally the best thing. This is my old butler Mr. Yuvajin. His sword skills are extremely superb. Please believe in Mr. Yuvajin. After Connors ate the secret burger given by Chen Yo, his injuries were almost healed, but he still looked a little pale now. Yuvajin. Chen Yo looked at the armored man and smiled slightly. Master. Let me go, I will have no problem dealing with this guy. Biscuit said. He didn't understand this so-called Yuvajin. Each of these previous wins was so hard won. If he lost here, it would be a big loss for the team. Leave it to Master Yuvajin. Chen Yo waved his hand and signaled. Biscuit could only snort and stare angrily at the armored man, threatening, if you lose this game, I will never forgive you. I will not let you down. If I fail, I will apologize by committing seppuku. The armored man walked forward slowly. His voice was not loud, but it made all the players present confirm. This old guy. You actually have to commit seppuku. I'm going to rub it, that's too harsh. It's so powerful. Isn't this guy more powerful than Jack? I hope he can survive. This courage alone deserves my respect. Jack was also stunned for a moment in the ring. This was the first time in these years that someone challenged him and took the initiative to put life and death aside. What he often saw were those who were defeated kneeling in front of him and begging with tears in their eyes. The armored man stood on the ring, and the two faced each other. According to the rules of the competition, you cannot wear armor. Razor smiled. The armored man didn't speak, but slowly took off the heavy armor. His originally tall figure now looked like a rather thin old man. His eyes were sunken, his face was full of wrinkles, and he looked like a gust of wind. Can be blown down. There is a tattered sword hanging on his waist, but the patterns engraved on it are very complicated, giving him the feeling of a down-and-out aristocratic swordsman. Can I just use my own weapon? The old man Yuan Zhong said. Hey, it doesn't matter, this is my weapon. Jack grinned and took out two shiny scalpels from his waist. I wonder, is this guy crazy? He would use that scalpel on others. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. That old guy has a high chance of winning. Yeah. Jack the Ripper's scalpel surprised all the players present. Chen Yo was also a little surprised. The battle with cold weapons is naturally 1 inch longer than the other. The longer the powerful weapon, the greater the advantage it has. Often this kind of scalpel is no longer a tool for head-on confrontation and is more suitable for sneak attacks and assassinations. But I never thought that Jack the Ripper would actually use it as his main battle weapon, which is really weird. Do you two have any questions? Razor smiled. No. The two spoke almost at the same time. Then let's fight. Following the order, the two figures instantly turned into afterimages as they clashed. The dilapidated noble sword drew a perfect arc in the air, and collided with the shimmering scalpel, making the sound of gold and iron colliding, and sparks flying everywhere. Both of them are very fast. It is unimaginable that such a gorgeously introduced sword move actually came from a scrawny old man, and what is even more incredible is that all the attacks of the old man were taken down by Jack the Ripper. It was obviously a very small scalpel, but it managed to catch the powerful and heavy sword strike. Amazing! These two guys used telekinesis in their attacks. Hiss, if I were on the court, I wouldn't be able to last 10 minutes, right? It's too dangerous, any blow can be fatal. The audience exclaimed again and again. The old swordsman's attacks were wide open, suppressing Jack the Ripper head-on. But Jack's attacks were even more bizarre and elusive, and he even almost disemboweled the old man several times. The scalpel attached to the mental power is absolutely sharp, and swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the scalpel turned into a flash of cold light and flew out like a butterfly. It's mind control. Similar to the effect of the previous spinning ball, the opponent can actually remove the scalpel from his hand. But what was even more surprising was the old man's reaction. It was as if he had eyes behind his back, and he was able to resist Jack's inevitable sneak attack. Awesome! Blocked. It was it a sneak attack controlled by telekinesis? So strong! This swordsman is so strong! The players present were all shocked by this scene. It's not just these ordinary players. Gon and Killua's eyes widened, showing unexpected astonishment. The old man, his mind power is very high, he seems to use circles. Biscuit murmured under his breath. Round. It is an advanced skill for Nin people, and it is very difficult to use it. Learning the power of telekinesis does not mean that you can develop a circle. It covers its body with its own qi. When the target steps into this range, it will be sensed by the qi and discovered by itself. Especially when the old man blocked the opponent's scalpel blow with his backhand just now, the blow was obviously aimed at the back of his heart. He didn't feel conscious at all. In other words, the opponent must have turned on Yuan to have such an astonishing reaction. The old man's counterattack made Jack stunned. "Where are you looking?" The old man's low, thunderous roar suddenly sounded. Jack's face changed slightly. Cut! The opponent's sword had flashed like lightning. Poof! A bloody arrow shot out. In the shocked eyes of all the players, Jack the Ripper was cut off by the old man from his left shoulder to his right lower abdomen. A wound of more than 1 meter was pulled out, and the flesh and blood were rolled out, looking extremely tragic. Win! Holy crap! This old guy is so awesome. Too strong. Hiss _ Kill me instead. Many players were shocked. Not only them, but also the faces of many pirates in Razor's team changed slightly. Jack the Ripper's strength is well known, but now, he has been seriously injured by the old guy? Certainly. The outcome has not yet been decided. Razor still had a smile on his face, showing no concern about winning or losing. In the arena, Jack the Ripper was chopped by the old man. His hand was holding the old man's sword tightly, as if he didn't believe it. The old man's face was as dark as water and he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent was so seriously injured that he almost lost his fighting ability. It can be said that he has won this battle. Tomb. The old man raised his eyebrows and heard a chuckle. The next moment, Jack the Ripper didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, his face showed excitement and madness, and he rushed over again. He was holding a sharp blade in his mouth, grinning with white teeth, like a ghost from purgatory. Coming. Jack's real fatal move. This guy is crazy. Jack has no sense of pain at all, which means that anyone who fights him will not be able to end the fight unless he cuts off Jack's head. It's a pity that the old man died, but his strength was still good. The pirates in Razor's team sighed, as if they were used to this scene. But the faces of other players present changed wildly. No one expected that Jack the Ripper could launch such a sharp and deadly counterattack when he was already at an absolute disadvantage. It's over, these guys are really crazy. It's all a desperate journey. Ha! Some players even couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands, not wanting to see the scene of the old man's body being dislocated. *TT. Poof! Blood splattered. Jack the Ripper had a look of triumphant excitement on his face. The old man in front of him suddenly grew taller. He even saw the shocked and even horrified expressions of his teammates behind him. What's going on? As his vision flipped, he was shocked to see an extremely familiar figure standing on the ground. The same outfit as myself, but without the head? Blood spurted out from the neck of the headless corpse like a fountain, spreading over a wide area. Is this me? Why? Jack the Ripper kept an expression of confusion and astonishment on his face, and his head rolled down beside Jiajia's feet. The whole place was dead silent. I don't know when the old man's sword was drawn in front of him. Easily cut off the opponent's head. A long time. The entire arena finally came to its senses. Holy shit! Great pen! It exploded. This old guy's swordsmanship is so good? It's incredible. Help, this is unimaginable. All the players couldn't help but exclaimed. Until now, they haven't seen clearly how the old man fought back. The opponent, Jack the Ripper, clearly had the absolute advantage, and that kind of attack was no longer possible. Any blind spot is perfect. So fast. Jack's sneak attack is too weird. If it were me, I wouldn't have time to react. Gon was amazed. Not only was he fast, but he was also ruthless. He cut off the opponent's head with one strike, and the opponent didn't even have the upper hand to react. The speed with which he drew the knife was absolutely astonishing. Killua couldn't help but sigh. It's a circle. That old man knows how to use a circle. Biscuit is finally 100% sure. Round. Gon and Killua are confused. Although they have been exposed to the development of telekinesis for some time, they have not been able to give birth to their own circles so far. Previously included practice week, hard week and so on. These advanced telekinesis skills are relatively easier, but Yuan is definitely one of the most difficult. After turning on the circle, you can predict the opponent's attack in advance. I am afraid that the moment Ripper Jaben made a sneak attack, he was already noticed and the one who was really at a disadvantage became the sneak. The attack was successfully disemboweled. Biscuit explained. Chen Yo nodded slightly in agreement. And at this moment, he had determined who Yuan Zhong was, but Nana's was a bit elusive to him. Can the results be announced? The old swordsman slowly inserted his sword into the scabbard, looked at Razor and said calmly. I have rarely encountered very good players in all these years. Congratulations on sending them. Razor smiled and took a step forward. The head of Jack the Ripper at his feet exploded and crushed into pieces like an exploding watermelon, with red and white things flying everywhere. This guy actually treats his teammates like this. So cruel. All the criminals here are worthy of death. I wonder which game this guy is responsible for. The scene where Razor stomped on his teammate's head made all the players present let out a breath of cold air. They were considered elites in the outside world, so naturally in this game. I have seen various life and death scenes, but this is the first time I have seen such ruthless and cold-blooded behavior as Razor. Gon and Killua also felt their hearts tremble. Gon was shocked by the bloody scene. After all, this kind of thing could not be seen on Whale Island. And because of the other party's indifference, Killua's heartbeat didn't even change. That is to say, killing people is already numb to that guy. Thanks for your hard work. Chen Yo smiled slightly and took a secret burger to the old man. The other party was startled for a moment, and then he took the burger that shocked Chen Yo. Try it, my special burger is great for healing and restoring strength, right, Connors? Chen Yo said with a smile. The old man was stunned for a moment, holding the burger in his hand but making no move. Indeed, I just ate Mr. Chen's burger, and now my physical strength has almost recovered, and the previous wounds have also healed. It's amazing. Is this also a type of telepathy? Connors looked grateful. Certainly. Chen Yo looked at the old man. The old swordsman didn't hesitate anymore and ate the burger given by Chen Yo, and his face looked much better. Thanks. His voice was hoarse. He walked out of the ring, picked up his armor, and then stood next to Connors like a sculpture. But now the players present looked at him differently. This guy is ridiculously strong. Mr. Razor, please announce the next game. Chen Yo said. In the next competition, let me be the contestant. Razor smiled and pointed to himself. Chapter 112. Razor slowly stepped forward and stepped down. With him as the center, an astonishing invisible air wave appeared. Sweeping in all directions, it was like a dormant ancient giant beast that had raised its head, revealing a ferocious aura that chose people to devour. I'm so scared. I scared Daddy to death. What a monster. This guy's anger is so strong. He is the captain of the pirate devil. He just crushed the heads of his own crew members. Who's going to fight this guy? It feels like he's 10,000 times more dangerous than Jack before. Razor just stood there, but his astonishing anger made all the players present feel terrified. The amount of anger is amazing. Even in Chen Yo's vision, this guy is like a blazing blast furnace. The amount of pure energy has definitely reached the level of a star hunter, or even higher. Even Biscuit looked extremely solemn at this time. Since the format of the game is 8 wins, even if we lose this game, we only need to win the next few games to reach 8 games, and the victory still belongs to us. Gon said worriedly. Then who's going to play this game? Killua put his hands in his pockets and looked more solemn than ever before. The previous encounters with Jack had been extremely dangerous, so facing Fuhua this time, was very likely to be a life and death battle. The content of this game is dodgeball. You select 8 players. Razor, who was standing on the ring, suddenly smiled and said, What? What's the meaning?" His words made all the players present confused. What does it mean to select 8 players? Does it mean that he wants to fight 8 players by himself? No, please wait a moment. Didn't the competition system we prescribed at that time require one person to win? Hang Ji couldn't help but stand up and say. If one person wins, then 853, even Razor, can only win one game. But if this guy asks everyone to send out 8 players at the same time, doesn't it mean that he can win 8 games at the same time? This would be too unfair to the players. Yes, so it's easy to calculate which side has 8 wins. Razor smiled. Nari. Holy crap. I know, this guy doesn't have good intentions. I see, that is to say, no matter how many victories we have won before, as long as we lose this game, it is equivalent to losing 8 games directly. All rights to compete will be lost. In the same way, as long as you win this victory, you can directly get the card to pass the level by winning 8 wins. The reason why this guy has not been worried about the previous games is that he has already expected that it will be like this. Damn it! What's the difference between this and cheating? Isn't that too bullying? No, you can't say that. If it is true according to his thoughts, he is equivalent to 1 versus 8. Is he really so confident that he can defeat 8 of us? The players present couldn't help but talk about it. Razor's move is really disgusting. It is equivalent to his 8 wins in this game. Whoever wins this one will win the whole game. Otherwise, even if someone had 7 wins before, it would be of no use. This is the real test. Or, if you want to get the last card 1 ping coastline, you must fight Razor head-on. But one person can challenge 8 players alone. This guy is really overly conceited. But this idea just flashed through the minds of many players. Their expressions became particularly wonderful. Because everyone was shocked to find that figures appeared around Razor's body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 mind beasts wearing pirate hats. This guy's so-called 8-man group is the cold beast he created? Have you chosen the person to play? If you don't make a choice, it will be regarded as a waiver. If you choose, you may die. Razor crossed his arms and smiled. His words instantly frightened all the players present. It doesn't matter if I don't play and can't return to the real world. Me too. Yeah, I don't want to fight that kind of monster. I'm going back too. Hey! Look at what I'm doing. Didn't I say you don't need to play? After the game starts, you can deliberately get excited by the ball and get out. Song just needs Master Chen Yo and the others to win the final victory. Razor's words immediately sent a thorn in the back of the players present. They are indeed willing to follow Hang Ji, Yashida Group and others, but if they have to die because of this matter, it is not worth it, right? First of all, let me state that I am using an ordinary ball, but due to the injection of mind, its power is no different from that of a cannonball. You must think carefully about it. Razor groaned with a smile. His words made these originally frightened players turn pale with fright. Absolutely no one doubted the truth of his words. The reason is simple. The football pirate from before belonged to his subordinates. Since he could launch such a powerful attack as a subordinate, he must be even more powerful as the captain. These pirates are extremely vicious people. If they don't have absolute strength, how can they suppress their opponents? Did you hear that? There is no difference between this monster's attack and a cannonball. If you ask us to deliberately kneel down and beg for concentration, isn't that the same as committing suicide? One player said with cold sweat on his forehead. Yeah, I don't want to die like this. I will not play, even if I give up this challenge. Me too, if you want to do it yourself. All of a sudden, although there were 20 or 30 people who came, none of the players were willing to stand on the field. Hang Ji's expression was extremely ugly at the moment, as if his parents were dead. He really wanted to flatter Chen Yo, but the question is, in this situation, what is the difference between flattering him and sending him to death? I'll go. Brother Arnold. Gon raised his hands excitedly, with no worry on his face, but more excitement. And I. Killua also stepped forward. Count me in. Biscuit snorted. Oh, including mine, there are already 4 of them. Do any of you still want to come? Chen Yo smiled slightly and looked in the direction of other players. Count me in. Connors stood up, clenching his fists, and seemed to have mustered a lot of courage to say this. And I want to protect the young master. The old man Yuan Zhong stood up. You, won't you come? Yoshida couldn't help but look at Hang Ji. I'll hit you with a hammer. This doesn't mean you're going to die. Why don't you hit me? Hang Ji had a gloomy old face. The two of them were extremely embarrassed. Chen Yo didn't care. Indeed, with Razor's strength, guys of their level would die if they came here. According to his memory, at least an elite hunter of Juezraz level is required to play. Give it to me. Quilinu, who was standing in the crowd, spoke. During this period of time, he had been watching Chen Yo among the crowd. After this period of observation, he found that the other party was not as cruel as he thought. Even to a certain extent, he can be considered a good person. So, Quilinu decided to stand up. That's great, but we still lack 1 person. Gon said happily. Hang Ji and Yoshida are not mentally strong enough to participate in this level of competition, and other players are even more unrealistic, so leave it to me, there will be 8 of us. Guolinu stood up and said. The words fell. 2 muscular orangutans, 1 black and 1 white, appeared next to Quilinu. You can just stay. According to the rules, if Xiao fails, you can try again. Guolinu said. Understood, hey hey hey. The chimpanzee grins and lets out a human laugh. This scene shocked other players. This guy Guolinu can actually create mind beasts. But he can only make 2, that captain can make 7. Thanks to Quilinu. Guolinu is a good guy. I'll do him 3 favors from now on. Me, Li Si, too. Guolinu's actions made other players extremely grateful to him. At least, there is no need to face this life and death crisis by yourself. 8 people from each side entered the ring directly under Razor's arrangement. Let me explain the rules of the game. The game adopts the method of 1 player out and 7 people in the field. If a player in the field is hit by a ball thrown by the opponent, then it will be judged to be out of the field. However, at the beginning of the game, together with including the off-court players, only 1 person can enter the court again. As long as you shout back, the player who shouted can return to the field at any time. To be more extreme, if you shout back at the beginning of the game, then 8 people can compete in the field at the same time. However, special attention needs to be paid to when the ball rolls to an empty court, it becomes the opponent's infield ball. Razor began to explain the rules of the game. It sounds complicated, but it's actually very simple. That is, the ball can be negotiated in the hands of all players, and it is not considered effective until the last one is knocked out of the field. Regardless of whose ball it is, whoever is hit last will be deemed a failure. Then, let the game begin. Now let's fight for the right to serve. Razor arranged with a smile. Responsible for grabbing the right to serve are his number 6 Neon Beast and Chen Yo's Killua. Killua, please come on. Gon cheered from a distance. Let it go. Killua pouted. Boom. The volleyball is thrown high, it's Neon Beast and Kikai ball. Killua is too short and not suitable for grabbing the ball. Guolinu's White Mind Beast is more suitable. Hang Ji outside the court couldn't help but comment. Not necessarily, Boss Gu is very strong. Ashita retorted. Looking at the volleyball leaping high, what is surprising is that before the ball has just reached the highest point and has not yet started to fall, Killua has already taken action, bending his knees slightly and making a sharp bounce, and leaps high into the air. It's too early to jump. Oh, maybe you are too nervous. It's over, the ball has gone to the opponent. Other players couldn't help but exclaim. Killua obviously jumped early. According to his current height, the ball must have fallen before he touched it, and he would not be able to seize the ball by then. But what surprised everyone was that in their eyes, Killua had already adjusted to the highest point, and the body that was about to fall suddenly fell again. The speed jumped up. It was like stepping on something in the air. Double jump. Wrong. It's a triple jump. Killua jumped more than 20 meters high. The volleyball was firmly caught in the air with a snap. Hey! Got it! High in the air, Killua grinned. Thanks to the teachings of Brother Chen Nuo, otherwise I would never have been able to get the ball so easily. The Neon Beast number 6 below was even more stunned. It's not just him. Even Razor was a little shocked. What skill is this? He was so well informed that he was suddenly confused. At least in his years of fighting career, he has never seen such a weird move. As the developer of the game, he naturally understood that the opponent did not use cards at all, but relied purely on his own abilities. Razor's eyes were focused with telepathy, trying to see through everything. But he was even more surprised. The other party didn't use telekinesis at all. Is it a pure physical technique? Damn it! What kind of physical art is this? Give it to me! Killua! Quilinu shouted from below. Killua was stunned for a moment, but still chose to hand the ball to Guolinu. Let me test their strength for everyone first. Guolinu looked solemn and handed the ball to his white cold beast. The latter is nearly a story tall, and his strong muscles are full of explosive power. The volleyball looked quite small in the hands of Neon Beast. Boom! The ball thrown by the Neon Beast flew out like a cannonball. He directly aimed at the smaller-looking number 4 Neon Beast. Boom! The volleyball hit the number 4 Neon Beast hard. The astonishing force caused it to fall directly onto the line of the field. 1 cent. Number 4 is out. Okay. Gornu. Gon cheered excitedly. Great. Let's get 1 point first. It turns out that these guys don't look that powerful. If I had known, I should have been able to do it. Yeah. Hangji, Yashida group and others in the peripheral 0.5 group couldn't help but said excitedly. One more goal. Guolinu, who had regained the ball, raised the corner of his mouth and became more confident. This blow was directly covered by his telekinesis and thrown out. The power is definitely not less than that of the ball just now. The dull whistling sound of the wind even gives people the feeling of a falling meteorite. What a powerful shot! I didn't expect this guy Guolinu to be so strong. Should we get another point now, right? Boom! The volleyball hit the Razor team hard. To be precise, it was Razor who took the first step and directly grasped Quilinu's heavy ball with one hand. One hand. The volleyball wrapped in telekinesis rolled rapidly in Razor's hands, even emitting wisps of smoke. But Razor's figure stood like a stone sculpture, not retreating at all, and even the hand that was holding Quilinu's attack did not tremble at all. This guy is so strong. Guolinu's expression suddenly changed. The ball he threw with both hands was actually beaten by the opponent with one hand, and it was also a one-handed return. Rumble. It is simply as intimidating as a tyrant meteorite. Guolinu's eyes widened as he faced the ball head-on. He suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an abyss of hell, being looked down upon by a huge and ferocious beast. He had never seen anything like this before. Some life and death crises made the hairs on his body stand up. Will die. An idea comes to mind. Golinu. Gon couldn't help but exclaim. The volleyball was hitting Quilinu's head. Just at this moment, Guolinu's mind beast White Sage rushed up. Boom! The ball was blocked head-on. But its head was exploded instantly, and its entire body turned into a radiant force and shattered. Chapter 113. Seeing the neon beast turned into pieces in front of him, Guolinu's face became extremely ugly. After the contact just now, he could clearly feel the strength of the opponent. If the ball hit him, he would probably fall apart on the spot. The defense strength of the mind beast far exceeds his own. But even the neon beast can't resist it, so it's absolutely impossible for me to resist it head-on. Thinking of this, Guolinu couldn't help but show fear. His will to fight has been destroyed. The moment the mind beast was broken, he clearly felt the gap between himself and his opponent. This impression cannot be erased overnight, and there is no way he can overcome it in this game. Let's continue fighting. Biscuit sighed. Really? At this moment, Quilinu looked like he had no fighting spirit. He didn't even dare to look directly at Razor. His eyes were full of fear. Even though there was a black mind beast off the court, he had already been defeated. Oh, now is not the time to be distracted. We need to watch the ball. Suddenly, Razor's voice came from ahead. At some point he had picked up the ball. Another heavy shot. The ball wrapped with telekinesis made a shocking whistling sound in the air. This time his target is still Guolinu. At this time, Guolinu was holding in place as if he had been struck by a freezing spell. His eyes were filled with fear, which even made him unable to move instinctively. He could only watch the heavy artillery ball approaching. You will die. You will die, you will definitely die. This ball will kill people. An idea popped up in his mind, and he couldn't get it out of his mind from the moment it emerged. Careful! Was Connors's exclamation. This young man who looked a little shy actually rushed over, trying to resist Razor's attack. Master! The old man Yuan Zhong was faster. Boom! A powerful and heavy blow hit the old man's lower back. You can even hear the sound of bones breaking. The expressions on the faces of other players present were extremely ugly. The old man in armor was hit hard and flew out, causing the far wall to shatter on the spot. Eliminate. The old swordsman 29 was eliminated directly. This scene made Guolinu completely frightened. It's not just him. The same was true for the members of Hangji and Yoshida's group off the court. It's so scary. Is this guy human? He can actually launch such a terrifying attack. Look, the old man's armor has been twisted and deformed. If he had endured it from the front, it would have been directly broken on the spot. It's over, it's over. If this continues, our sect will definitely lose. No one can resist this guy's attack. Players exclaimed. The old man's condition looked extremely miserable. I quit. Guolinu finally raised his hand and spoke. His face had turned pale, and he looked in the direction of Chen Yo and the others, even more filled with guilt. Hey, I'm sorry. This kind of competition is not my kind of person at all. Can come. It's okay, you've done your best, Guolinu, go back. Chen Yo just said lightly, without any intention of condemning. True. Compared with the players in Hangji and Yoshida's group, Yilinu is already very good. It can only be said that Razor is too strong. Elite players are no match at all. Guolinu left the scene sadly. Now there are only 5 people left in Chen Yo's team. Instead, the Razor team had the upper hand. Haha, yes, the act of rescuing teammates in critical moments is touching, but the method is not worth mentioning. It is still my scoring goal. Razor smiled slightly and tossed the volleyball in his hand casually. His eyes swept across the crowd opposite and finally landed on Chen Yo. Very nice kid. Even Ada was afraid of him. Is it comparable to the quality and intensity of gold-level telekinesis? That would be really unfortunate in front of me. Because the last thing I want to hear is anything about Kim. It's just you, little one, be careful. Razor smiled slightly and performed a simple squat jump. His amazing jumping ability lifted him into the air. Then comes the perfect smash. Boom! The palm hit the volleyball, making a harsh buzzing sound, and then shot towards Chen Yo like a cannonball. In such a similar scene, the previous leader and Guo Linu were eliminated by this blow. Seeing the volleyball whizzing away, the other players outside the court couldn't help but take a long, deep breath, feeling tense. Catch it! Boss Chen Yo! It's over, such a terrifying blow. Hiss, why do I feel that the attack is stronger than the previous one? Countless thoughts came to mind in these players' minds. What surprised everyone was that the ball that was heading directly towards Chen Yo suddenly split into two in mid-air. What is going on? What the hell? Can anyone explain it to me? Oh my god! One ball went to Boss Chen Yo, and one ball went to that young guy. Absolutely not forced to do it. Countless people exclaimed, this is incredible, it can actually split the volleyball in two, this is almost like cheating. Chen Yo's eyes also changed slightly. Because in his field of vision, the two volleyballs were all real. This was a move that Razor had never seen in the comics he had read before. Will this guy still play like this? Boom! Boom boom! Two dull voices sounded in succession. One of the shots hit Connors accurately. He was pushed out like a sandbag and pushed out of the field. Seeing that he was seriously injured on the spot, his whole body was smashed against the wall, with blood splattering everywhere. It looks as if it is about to die. The other ball landed in front of Chen Yo. To be precise, it was blocked by other team members. Biscuit. It's just that at this time, Biscuit no longer looks like a Lolita with blonde hair and twin tails, but looks like a muscular and fierce woman. All I saw was that she had her hands crossed in a defensive position, and she blocked the heavy artillery ball. But what surprised everyone was that after the volleyball was blocked, it was not a real volleyball, but turned into a ball of gas and dissipated. Biscuit also looked ugly. At this time, she had been pushed from the front court area to the back half. If the force had been stronger, even she would have been forcibly pushed out. This guy is surprisingly strong. In terms of pure telekinesis strength, he is definitely not inferior to the Star Hunter. Razor? Why have I never heard of this name? Biscuit looked solemn, and her arms had slight scratches. I wipe. Is this Biscuit? Okay, great. Blocked. Here I go, I always thought she was a weak girl, but I never thought she was actually a muscular ant. I'm dumped. Biscuit's transformation shocked all the players present. Especially those players who had some fantasies about Biscuit now feel their hearts are broken. I tried my best. Connors fell outside the court, vomiting blood, and left a few words before passing out. The volleyball rolled down his belly. The clothes in the abdominal area were completely torn to pieces and were even bloody. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured trying to resist the heavy cannonball just now. This scene made Hangji, Yoshida, and others sigh with emotion. At least to some extent, they are completely inferior to this boy. However, the volleyball finally fell to Chen Yo's team and did not bounce back to allow the opponent to attack continuously. Give me this ball, master. Vajra Biscuit took the initiative to ask for help. She now felt a burning pain in both arms. As a 2-star gem hunter, she felt that she should take it seriously. Chen Yo nodded and gave Biscuit the right to serve. Gon and Killua also agreed. I have to admit, you are enough to make me serious. Biscuit, who transformed into a sturdy ant, held the volleyball with one hand, her eyes shining with unprecedented seriousness. It's time to catch my ball. Go ahead. All she could see was that her muscles were trembling and she was throwing the ball hard. Boom! The same terrifying whistle sounded. The volleyball was wrapped in telekinesis and turned into a bomb, and was thrown. You can even see eggs in the air in addition to visible ripples. Holy shit! What a guy! This biscuit is so strong. This loli is so scary. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to her. Cool pen. Amazing. The other players present couldn't help but exclaimed, staring at the volleyball whizzing away with their eyes wide open. Different from Razor's technical ball, Biscuit's attack is more direct, making it impossible to parry, and has an indomitable and terrifying power. Boom! The volleyball landed hard on Razor's team. 3 real neon beast. It made a deafening roar like a real cannonball. The number 3 neon beast, which was facing the volleyball, blushed unbearably, but his feet dragged backwards on the floor. 2 deep furrows were plowed out of the extremely hard floor. But even so, the ball wrapped in Biscuit's angry telekinesis was still spinning violently in the hands of telekinesis number 3. With a bang, it penetrated him completely. The volleyball continued to lose momentum and smashed into the reinforced wall behind it. It spun at high speed and emitted wisps of smoke before finally stopping. Neon Beast number 3 also turned into fragments and gradually dissipated. Biscuit's attack caused a brief silence among the players on the field. Their eyes were filled with shock. It took a full 3 seconds for all the players to wake up and burst into excited cheers today. That's great, Biscuit, we got points. What a genius! I didn't expect that he could unleash such a terrifying attack. Absolutely the best among masters. Countless cheers and excitement. Biscuit's frown finally relaxed a little. Success! Defeated the opponent's mind beast. However, a lot of my own strength was also consumed. But it can be regarded as a sigh of relief for Master Chen Nuo. Oh? It turns out to be Biscuit. I thought it was a player with the same name. You were very famous in 30 years. There was no trace of surprise on Razor's face, he was still smiling. Biscuit. Hunter, a gem that was famous 30 years ago, suddenly disappeared for unknown reasons. Turn out to be. Is this girl hiding in the GI game to explore the secrets? Biscuit goes out because of King Kong Barbie, after all, there are too few of this type. If it were 30 years ago, I might not be able to match her. But now, that's not necessarily the case. After all, I am also a game administrator. Razor, if there is not much need, try to let them pass the level with 540, right? Razor suddenly heard the voice of fellow game developer Ada. Although this beautiful young lady who hosted Chen Yo and others is not here now, she still pays close attention to the competition here. Since Chen Yo exists as a bug, then there are only 2 ways. One is to let the opponent clear the level and send the opponent out of the game, the other is to rely on the ability of the game administrator to exclude them, but point may second be relatively more dangerous for Ada. Therefore, she would rather Razor choose a more conservative approach and choose to let go in this game and directly let the opponent pass. In this way, the safety of Razor, who is also the game administrator, can be ensured, as well as the normal operation of the entire game. Ada, this is my home court, and it is up to me to decide what method to choose. Razor murmured softly, then reached out and pressed the communication button hidden in his ear. Razor. Ada's voice disappeared in his ears. Game Login Center. As one of the game administrators, Ada's pretty face was filled with worry at the moment. She couldn't help but glance at the contact at the top of her game address book, and even marked it with gold. There is a gold clearly written on it. Represents Jin Fujili. After the other party cooperated in developing the GI game, he made it clear not to go to him until the game was critical. He may not be able to escape and come back immediately. But now this situation. Ada is a little worried that Razor will make things worse. Because this game seems to have caused some anger between the 2 sides. After staring at the address book for a long time, Ada slowly loosened her tightly held fist. Well, Razor. I hope you don't disappoint me. She could only sigh in the end. Coast Bar. Biscuit has returned to her little Lolita form. Obviously, in order to enter the King Kong Barbie posture, she must enter the fighting state, but after defeating the opponent, Biscuit exited the state. Well, now it's my turn. Razor smiled and took a new volleyball, but his eyes glanced at his remaining telekinesis. In his eyes, several mind beasts slowly merged. 5 plus 6 plus 7. The number on the mind beast's chest actually changed to 18. And its body shape also transformed into a mind beast that was as tall as a story. In front of these 18 monsters, Guo Linu's black mind beast was like a child. And Chen Yo and the others are like ordinary toys. The volleyball was handed to number 18 Neon Beast by Razor. The huge volleyball looked like an ordinary candy pill in the hands of the mind beast. Be careful. Even I don't know how powerful these guys will be after fusion. Razor smiled and reminded kindly. Chapter 114. Boom. The volleyball turned red in an instant due to friction with the air. It looked like a meteorite falling from the atmosphere, carrying an unstoppable power and emitting a harsh sonic boom. Okay, so awesome. Get out of the way. This guy is an absolute monster. This is simply not an attack that a human can make. The other players present couldn't help but talk about it, with shock and fear written all over their faces. If they faced an attack of this level, they would definitely not be able to survive and would die on the spot. Razor's goal is gone. Because of the remaining people on the field, the biggest breakthrough among Gon, Chi-Du, and Chen Yo is gone. Killua has a speed advantage and it is difficult to determine the outcome with one hit. Brother Arnold. I'll do it myself. Gon growled lowly, and the dark-armed color spread from his fists to his arms, and finally to his chest area. I'll help you. Killua, who was closest, rushed forward. Rumble. Rumble, rumble. The two of them stretched out their hands to block the meteor smash. The terrifying force was like a train crashing head-on. Even though they were armed and wrapped, Gon and Killua felt unbearable pain in their arms. Their feet were forced onto the ground and pushed tens of meters away. It just stopped when it reached the boundary line of the stadium. The powerful and heavy meteorite was finally blocked. Wisps of green smoke slowly emerged from the hands of Gon and Kia. Even though they were wrapped in armed-colored packages, both of them were already seriously injured at this time. Blocked. It actually blocked it. Oh my god! Boss Gon and Boss Killua are so awesome. Marvelous. Other players outside the field couldn't help but cheer with excitement. An attack of that level is no different than a cannonball. But two children blocked it. This scene made Razor a little surprised. This was a unique move that was equivalent to half of his success. The total telekinesis power of the two little guys is definitely not as good as mine. According to my own calculations, even if they try their best, they will never be able to block his attack, and this shot will directly eliminate them both. But reality taught me a hard lesson, and they actually blocked it. What is really weird is the strange black color, including the previous biscuit who also used this special ability. Is it a special kind of mental blessing effect? At least this was the first time Razor had seen this thing. Hey! It's not out of bounds, so it's our turn to serve this ball. Use that move. Killua. Gon grinned, revealing his white teeth. His hands were a little red and swollen, but the smile on his face became more and more excited. I got it. Killua naturally understood what Gon was thinking. The two parties had been cooperating for many days, so they naturally had a corresponding tacit understanding. Stone. Scissors. I only saw Killua pressing the volleyball up and down in his hands, while Gon held his hands empty, making a movement to gather energy. Then, what is that? Wait. It's actually emitting a dazzling breath. What an amazing fluctuation of mental power. Oh my god! Is this the combined move of Boss Gon and Boss Killua? Those elite players outside the field who own and can clearly feel an amazing telepathic power condensing in their hands. Razor also frowned slightly. Because now the intensity of telepathy erupted by Gon and Killua definitely exceeds his perception of each other. Equivalent to the effect of excessive multiplication. Cloth. After Gon's voice fell. Boom. The telekinesis in his hand burst out with golden light, instantly pouring into the volleyball minister. Rumble. The entire volleyball was blasted towards Razor with an unprecedented momentum. Razor frowned slightly. The huge fused mind beast stood in front of him, resisting with both hands. Rumble. Rumble, rumble. In the horrified eyes of all the players, the mind beast, which was a full story high, was pushed back forcefully. And let out a low roar of unbearable pain. Just as he was about to be forced out of bounds, Razor suddenly stood behind the mind beast and grabbed him with both hands. Boom. The volleyball was spinning violently in Neon Beast's arms, even tearing Neon Beast's hands to pieces, but it finally stopped helplessly. And Razor's heel was only a foot away from the boundary line. It almost went out of bounds. Your attack was really surprising. Razor wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, smiled slightly, and said that the volleyball had fallen into his hands. But his eyes were directed at Chen Yo. Because Razor discovered that from beginning to end, the player named Chen Yo seemed to be unusually calm. Even when Gon and Killua were injured, the other party didn't show any emotion. This feeling is like watching a play, like an outsider. Are you ready to take action? Razor looked at Chen Yo and narrowed his eyes slightly. Gon, Killua, Biscuit, you have done a good job, leave the rest to me. Chen Yo moved his shoulders and walked forward slowly. There was silence. All eyes were fixed on Chen Yo. Boss Chen is going to take action. Razor is an absolute monster. I wonder if Boss Chen is his opponent. I bet 100 spicy sticks that Boss Chen will win. I bet on an A card. Not necessarily, this Razor is too powerful, and he is also a game manager. And in an inconspicuous corner of the venue, Connors was treating the old man of his bodyguard. Both of them looked seriously injured, but at this time the old man in the armor was staring at Chen Yo with utter hatred in his eyes. Brother Arnold, then you have to be careful. Gon said as he walked to the back of the field. Killua and Biscuit also moved back. Chen Yo vs Razor. To be precise, it was Razor and his Neon Beasts. Now there were still 4 Neon Beasts in front of Razor, one of which was the most powerful fused Neon Beast, and the other 3 were ordinary Neon Beasts. The strength of ordinary mind beasts is probably at the level of Guolinu, or slightly stronger. The strength of the fused mind beast is stronger than the normal Gon and Killua combined. It's my turn to serve, but be careful. Razor took the volleyball from the fusion mind beast and smiled. 1 against 5 isn't very fair, I'll call a helper. Chen Yo smiled. Razor was stunned for a moment, but his eyes were filled with surprise the next second. Not only him, but other players present were also dumbfounded. They all stared blankly in the direction of Chen Yo. One by one Chen Yo slowly appeared next to them. 10 Chen Yo appeared before he stopped. 11 Chen Yo vs Razor 5. This is only fair, right? Chen Yo said with a smile. Holy crap! What kind of system does Boss Chen Yo have? How can he be a clone? It's so awesome, there are more clones than Razor. Not necessarily. The more clones, the lower the energy in each clone, and it is easy to be defeated individually. These 2 guys are absolute monsters. The players looked confused. The situation is reversed. Rebel against Tian Gang. Razor, who clearly had the advantage, seemed to be at a disadvantage all of a sudden. At this time, Chen Yo stood behind many Chen Yo, as if they were protected by a bunch of bodyguards. The more clones you have, the greater the total amount of telekinesis consumed, and the less telepathy is shared equally among each clone. Biscuit looked worried. As a 2-star hunter, she naturally understands things like telepathic clones, but the more the better. Oh, 10? This is beyond my expectation, but no one has taught you that you can't have too many clones? More means the more fragile the clones are. Razor laughed instead, and his mind beast began to move. All the mind beasts merged in one direction. Even those mind beasts that were knocked off the field before. Neon Beast number 28 appears. The collective of all the Neon Beasts, at this time, the Neon Beast has turned into a huge monster 2 meters high. It even has 4 arms, 2 heads, and a mouth full of fangs. This is the legendary devil. It turns out that Razor is the legendary demon. It's over, it's over. How can we defeat this mind beast? The real power of Razor is not the clones of the mind beasts, but the fusion. He can actually fuse all the mind beasts. The appearance of Neon Beast number 28 made other players present have a look of fear on their faces. Be careful, don't catch this ball hard, otherwise you will suffer a lot. Razor's kind reminder, he gave the ball to number 28 Neon Beast. This mind beast actually swallowed the volleyball directly. Nanny. What's the situation? How do I express how fed up I feel right now? This guy actually swallowed the volleyball. Is he going to eat the volleyball? Or is he launching it in some special way? Everyone was horrified. Chen Yo also frowned slightly. After waiting for a few seconds, the mind beast number 28 in front of him finally made some movement. It spit out the volleyball with difficulty as if it was doing something. But this volleyball is actually wrapped with a layer of telekinesis that is visible to the naked eye. The body shape has expanded even more. What did this guy just do? Hell, can someone tell me that I'm not dazzled? Oh. Cheating. Razor's goal made the players present unable to sit still. The volleyball directly became more than 10 times bigger. The volleyball that could be held in one hand suddenly became half a person's height. Now it's like a real star has fallen. The faces of Gon, Killua, and Biscuit standing behind also changed suddenly. This guy actually used his telekinesis to change the state of volleyball. Master. Biscuit was stunned. Even if she activated her armed color and King Kong Barbie, she was not absolutely sure that she could block this ball. This guy Razor definitely used some of his administrator privileges. Gave an excessive attack. GI Game Front Desk. That is Miss Ada who is in charge of welcoming the newcomers. At this time, her beautiful eyes widened. That guy from Razor used administrator privileges to forcibly increase the data. That is to say. In fact, this goal is not entirely Razor's strength. It also includes part of the power of Jin, the core founder of this game. It's like borrowing. This is completely out of line. It's like the player has reached a certain level, but this boss is completely beyond the player's current level. Rumble. The meteorite volleyball went directly towards Chen Yo's body. Haha. Razor smiled lightly, but his heart was full of confidence and expectation. Even if he was in his prime, he would not be able to catch this ball. After all, this is equivalent to joining forces with his little half-Jin. Boom! The first Chen Yo rushed forward. He placed his hands heavily on the meteorite volleyball. But the volleyball only slowed down slightly and pushed him directly. The second clone. The third clone. The sixth clone. The seventh clone. At this time, the meteorite volleyball stopped abruptly. Razor was stunned. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Just 7 clones? There are 3 clones in front of this guy who don't even move at all? Including his body. In other words, the opponent's strength was less than 70% and he was able to resist his and Jin's volleyball? How can this be? This kid is only a teenager. How could he have such terrifying telepathy even if he cultivated it from his mother's womb? Blocked. Awesome. Brother Arnold. He actually resisted, Nanyos, without using all his clones. He is indeed a big brother Chen Yo. Master is awesome. The Gon trio were stunned. I never thought that this brother of mine had amazing strength. Rumble. Rumble. The meteorite volleyball stopped abruptly on the field like a rolling boulder. It's just that the place at this time became devastated. There is a huge pit with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters where the volleyball stopped. There were scorch marks and smoke rising. Chen Yo's 7 clones turned into faint golden fragments and dissipated, and the ball also turned into its normal form and fell to the ground. Hang Ji, Yoshida, Guo Linu and other players were dumbfounded. Especially Guo Linu, who personally took one of Razor's balls, and it was just an ordinary ball. You can deeply understand the monster-like power of this guy. But now, Chen Yo easily resisted the opponent's attack. Only then did he understand how big the gap between the two sides was. Connors and the old man in the corner also looked extremely gloomy at this time, especially the old man in the armor whose expression was extremely ugly. Did you see it? I'm afraid it won't work this time. Connors exclaimed in a voice only the two of them could hear. But, the choice that has been made is never allowed to be changed, even if it means losing one's life. The old man said in an unusually firm voice. What was strange was that his voice did not sound old at this moment, and seemed to be that of a middle-aged man. Razor's expression also became serious at this time. The goal he just surpassed was cracked. Now, most of the telepathy power in the number 28 telepathy beast has been consumed. Chen Yo walked forward slowly from behind. In full view of everyone, he slowly bent down, picked up the volleyball on the ground, weighed it in his hands, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked towards the razor transformation in front of him. So, is it my turn now? Chapter 115. Is it my turn now? Chen Yo smiled slightly, walked forward slowly, and got the volleyball that was almost out of shape. Razor's eyes changed slightly. At this time, the look in his eyes when he looked at Chen Yo was no longer as relaxed as before, but instead was extremely solemn. Ada, open higher permissions for me and borrow at least 50% of the mental pressure. Razor murmured softly. At this time, GI Games reception desk. Beautiful lowly girl Ada's pretty face is pale and her beautiful eyes are slightly trembling. But Razor. Once this happens, our entire game will be in a very dangerous state. The main function of Jin's telekinesis is to balance the cards we create. Ada was extremely worried. This has never happened since the game was created. There have been some players trying to invade the game before, or even modify the game card bug, but they were all easily solved by Razor, including the shadow group that had forcibly crossed the ocean before. Razor can serve as the sanctioner of the game, and with exclusion cards, there is no doubt about his strength. Even in that era, he was second only to Jin in the entire game. Of course, this only one is the best. But the gap between Jin's strength and Razor's is a bit big, but compared to Ada and others, Razor's strength is still the strongest. Will it destroy the balance of the game? If this kid can't be solved here now, I'm afraid the game will collapse directly. I can't bear the identity of the judge. He is definitely the only player I have ever met who can reach the level of gold. Do you get me? Razor's solemn voice came from the headphones. Okay, I need to discuss this with the others. Ada sighed and immediately contacted the member at the top of her communication list. Elena. My own twin sister, she is responsible for the point where players leave, which is equivalent to the administrator who sees off guests. Dwon, the administrator whose name was forcibly changed by Jin, has become very lucky, no longer sick, and even got a girlfriend. List, a polite and talented blonde boy who likes games very much, lives with Dwon in the city of Lime Road. This is Razor's request. Let's vote on it. Ada transmitted all the current situation to other administrators 487. These messages were quickly viewed by them. Isn't it? Really or not? Even Razor can't even deal with it. That's really a monster. Duan was filled with emotion. The key question now is whether to give half of the mind pressure left by Jin here to Razor. The situation is very dangerous. If Jin fails in this game, it means that the firewall of our GI game has completely failed. By then the game will be in a state of collapse. Once some criminals notice our current situation, it will most likely lead to the complete demise of the entire game. The handsome young man List put down the game console in his hand, his eyes shining as bright as stars. I follow my sister's arrangements. Elena whispered, her ticket was tied to Ada. I refuse. Although this guy Jin is very annoying, I promised him at the beginning to maintain the operation of GI as much as possible, so I will not agree to anything that harms the game. Duan jumped to the conclusion. All he wants is for the game to be stable. Extracting 50% of the mental pressure will definitely reduce the smoothness of the entire game world, and there will be other hidden dangerous problems. I also refuse. It is better to consider negotiating with the other party. As long as the demands are not too excessive, we can make some amends to the player. List said slowly. Elder sister. Elena spoke worriedly. Several other people's communications also looked at Ada. At this time, Coast Bar. Chen Yo has already obtained the ball to prepare the magic ball, and Razor seems to be still using secret communication. If you hesitate any longer, you won't have any chance. If you are all willing to hand over the initiative to this player named Chen Yo, you can refuse, but I can guarantee that I alone will not be the opponent of this monster. Razor is already going crazy. With the absence of the top administrator, Jin, the shortcomings appeared at such a critical time. If Jin were here, there would be no leaderless situation. I support it, Elena. 11. Ada was silent, and finally she slowly raised her head and spoke, with a hint of determination in her beautiful eyes. I support my sister. Elena was startled for a moment and said a little playfully. * 3 votes to 2 votes. The agreement is passed. 50% of the gold crush will be sent to Razor, and all bug-level players will be eliminated with all, Ada, power. Magnificent and low electronic and acoustic sounds sounded in the minds of all administrators. In an instant, countless energy quickly poured into Razor's body from the void of the game world. At this moment, he seemed to be illuminated by countless halos, becoming something dazzling. Of course these halos are invisible to the naked eye. But even so, all the players present clearly felt the difference in Razor. His momentum became more and more powerful and shocking. It seemed that Razor's veins were bulging due to the influx of a large amount of telekinesis. His muscles and bones are condensing telekinesis at an alarming speed. How could this be? His mental pressure is increasing dramatically. It has doubled. It is still increasing. Biscuit was stunned. After using Ning, she clearly saw that Razor's mental pressure increased sharply like a rocket. This speed is incredible. She even felt a sense of oppression on the other side. It feels like it's hard to breathe. Crushing far beyond yourself. Are you kidding me? She is a 2-star gem hunter? Although it is different from the professional combat hunter, there are absolutely very few hunters with 2-star titles in the world. Before that, Declaration believed that Fuseo's power level was similar to his own. But now, the opponent's mental pressure exceeds his own, completely suppressing himself. More than double. 1.5 times. 2. 3 times. It's still improving. Finally it got to the point where Biscuit could no longer look straight at it. She even had a delusion. The other party could almost knock her down with one hand. What on earth happened to this guy? What kind of amazing mental pressure is this? Biscuit was stunned. The expressions of Gon and Killua standing behind them changed wildly. We'll die. Killua muttered in a daze. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. The last time it happened was when he faced his brother Yi Mi. when he didn't awaken his mind power and was suppressed by Yi Mi's breath. At that time, of course, he and his brother were in two completely different realms of fighting power. It was natural to suppress them, but now that he has awakened his telekinesis, he still instinctively feels fear in front of Razor. This means the gap between Razor and myself is terrifying. Definitely not inferior to myself and Ilmi, who didn't know telekinesis back then. Gon stayed where he was. His mind went blank. Not because of fear, but because of surprise, a complete surprise, because he felt a familiar smell from the other party's telepathy, very familiar, but he couldn't remember where it happened. But this telepathy seems to be very friendly to him. As if this Razor is someone he knows very well? But in my impression, I have never seen such a person before. He is definitely a stranger. What is going on? Gon couldn't understand. Countless question marks appeared in my mind. Other players, Hangji, Yashida, and others were a little confused. They were just feeling a little physically unwell. It's like the windows are closed, and the air in the entire space is blocked and unable to circulate. But as a truly strong person, Guo Li knew. At this time, his face was as pale as wallpaper. He stared at the front with his wide eyes, but his body was shaking uncontrollably. An unspeakable fear and unprecedented fear filled the courage deep in his heart. At this moment, he deeply realized what it means to feel like you are lower than the abyss. He clearly felt as if he was standing on the edge of hell. As long as he took one step forward, he would fall into the bottomless abyss, be shattered into pieces, and never recover. I will die. I will definitely die. Even if I summon all my mind beasts, I still can't resist the easy blow of Razor in front of me. He and I are completely on two different levels. No, players from two worlds. Such a scary guy, why do you continue to fight him? Run away. Run away. The only hope of survival is to escape? Etc. Why couldn't he notice it? Guo Li roared in his heart, his eyes suddenly fell on Chen Yo, and he couldn't help but froze. Because he clearly felt that all the players present were unanimous. A feeling of fear and panic radiating from the inside out. But only in the body of the adult in front of me. He couldn't feel it at all? What exactly is going on? Did he not notice the strength of the other party's telepathy? Or did he have absolute confidence? On the court, Chen Yo's eyes lit up slightly. The power of telepathy is fused. Yes. He actually saw Razor's telekinesis fused in front of him. To be precise, an extremely powerful force of thought fell from the sky and merged into Razor's body. Wrong. They didn't fall from the sky, they fell from the entire game. Yes, it comes from these cards. This is the power from the card mechanism of this world. It is indeed telepathy. The intensity of the Razor in front of me increased tenfold. Definitely 10 times better. The 3 clones in front of me have already rolled the volleyball, as if they were rolling a volleyball. This is the order Chen Yo gave to his clone before. Now, the originally damaged and shriveled volleyball was filled with mental power, almost condensing into a perfect circle, and the surface of the ball could not even be seen. It looks like just a golden ball of light. Boom! The 3 clones turned into fragments of light and dissipated because their own mental power was exhausted. And the volleyball also burst out with amazing energy in an instant. Like a startling rainbow. Across the air, a golden beam of light hit Razor head-on. Rumble! Rumble! A deafening explosion. The golden light is dazzling. It was like substantial wind pressure sweeping away in all directions, making those who were blown away almost unable to breathe. Others present. The other players all stared at the field with their eyes wide open, their hearts beating wildly. Even Biscuit, who was standing behind him, had his beautiful eyes wide open at this moment, with an unprecedented solemn look on his pretty face. What a powerful attack! The power that Master Chen Yo just burst out, definitely exceeded the power of 3 clones. How did he do it? This is a clone, he original. The power of mind that I possess is fixed, how can it be transcended? Biscuit was so confused that she couldn't understand this kind of snow. It's like a cannonball that obviously only has 100 episodes but has a power of 200 joules. It doesn't comply with the law of conservation of energy at all. But this is the reality. The dazzling golden light slowly dissipated. The ordinary players present only felt that their eyes were stinging, and they were almost in tears. With somewhat dazed eyes, the situation inside gradually became clear. Razor has disappeared. What replaced it was a deep pit 10 meters in diameter. Wisps of green smoke rose from the deep pit. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were staring straight at the deep pit in front of them, their expressions particularly horrifying. It looked like he had seen something incredible. Is this true? Am I dreaming? Are these 2 guys really playing volleyball? Damn it! Can anyone really hit this level of attack with a volleyball? Oh my god! This attack can level a house, let alone a person. Boss Chen Yo is mighty. The boss is awesome. React to. Hang Ji, Yoshida, and others blushed with excitement and screamed excitedly at the top of their lungs. Too strong. This boss Chen Yo is simply a humanoid plug-in. Win. Razor is killed. Killua couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, with a look of excitement on his face. Awesome. Brother Arnold. Gon's eyes lit up. The attack power displayed by Chen Yo was simply the power he had dreamed of. As for Connors and the old swordsman in the corner, their expressions were extremely ugly at this time. His strength has definitely improved a lot. This level is different from what he was before. Connors looked pale and murmured. The old man's hand holding the sword turned white because of too much force, and even his nails were embedded in the flesh, but there was no reaction. He understands. He has no second option, only the only feasible plan. A razor of that level was actually defeated. Biscuit's beautiful eyes widened. Razor's momentum was definitely 10 times stronger just now. But now, he also fell to Chen Yo's attack. My own master. What a pervert among perverts. Are you thinking about something down there? Razor. But Chen Yo's words directly broke Biscuit's defense. Chapter 116. Well? What was Boss Chen Yo saying just now? Razor. Razor is not dead? Down there. Hiss really or not? Look. Someone suddenly saw some loose gravel on the broken ground. A charred hand stretched out from it, and then Razor, whose charred clothes had been burned away, exposed his strong muscles. At this time, he felt as if he had crawled out of lava, and he could even smell the burning aroma of barbecue. This guy has such amazing defense power. He actually blocked it. There's something incredible about Biscuit. An attack of this magnitude, if it were you who was facing that blow, it would never be possible to block it. But after being so seriously injured, this guy probably doesn't have much fighting power left. Biscuit shook his head. But the next second, her beautiful eyes widened. Razor, who had almost become charred, had a trace of heat rising from his body, but surprisingly, after these breaths, his charred skin and flesh were repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it was intact as before, and it looked like there was no injury at all. Healing type? He is obviously an enhancer and a control type. How come he still has healing type abilities? Killua was stunned. Normally, a telekinesis owner can use up to 2 series of abilities, and the 2 series must be relatively close to each other. But Razor transcended this pattern and cured himself. It wasn't his telepathy, it was another strange telepathy that cured him. Gon said with great certainty. Chen Yo can naturally feel it. The reason why Razor was cured was actually due to Jin's telekinesis. It was Jin's telekinesis that healed him. Or, the moment he merged with Jin's telepathy, Chen Yo clearly discovered this current. Because, back on Whale Island, when he, Gon, and Killua dismantled the black hexahedron, he had clearly felt Jin's telepathy. As a monster whose mental attributes are dozens of times higher than those of humans, Chen Yo's memory can be called photographic memory. As long as he felt the other person's telepathy once, he would be able to remember it forever, so this time when Razor fused Jin's telepathy, Chen Yo felt it immediately. Hey! Ha 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 ha! It's really an exaggerated power. I have to say that just by relying on this strength of mind, you are definitely enough to make the whole world laugh. Razor looked at Chen Yo with bright eyes and was amazed. At least, he hadn't felt this feeling for a long time. I still remember the last time. It must have been more than 10 years ago, when he was still a wanted criminal. It was Jin who pulled him back from the edge of the cliff and gained a new life. He had a very high self-esteem at the time, and he once swept through many professional hunters and was invincible. Extremely arrogant and arrogant. Unscrupulous. It was Jin who appeared and knocked Razor to the ground with an absolutely crushing attitude, but did not kill him. Instead, I asked him for something in an almost friend-like manner. From that day on, the wanted criminal Razor has died, and Razor, the defender of GI games, was born. He no longer does evil, but his pursuit of becoming stronger has never stopped. Razor's words shocked the other players present. Lord Chen Nuo, really that strong? Even Razor admits he's strong. As expected of the boss. The boss is mighty. Connors, who was standing in the corner, looked a little gloomy at this time, staring at Chen Nuo with his eyes. But this is a GI game. I have the right time, place, and people. My power can be restored continuously, but your power is constantly being consumed. Now it's my turn XRJ. Razor grinned, and the integration of power gave him an inexplicable intimidation in his movements. It's as if it can easily break open mountains and crack rocks. The moment the volleyball was held by Jin, his momentum changed. His arms seemed to swell in an instant, and the power of thought like a golden waterfall was poured into the volleyball crazily. Perhaps due to this astonishing mental pressure, the ground beneath Razor's feet began to crack. But the volleyball in his hand swallowed up more and more telekinesis. Even more terrifying. What an amazing mental pressure! How can it be so strong? Beads of sweat already appeared on Quilinu's forehead. The other players around him were unable to feel the terrifying power of telepathy because they were too weak. But as a truly elite warrior, he could clearly feel the terrifying pressure that was like a mountain collapsing in front of him. Gornu even had the illusion that he had become extremely small and was looking up to Razor. How could there be such a big gap? I am a real top elite hunter outside. Guolinu was trembling in his heart. Killua. Gone. Their faces were already pale, and their pupils couldn't help but shrink. They also clearly felt the terrifying power contained in Jiahe's ball. It definitely surpassed Chen Yo's attack just now. The opponent's ball can even level the entire half. This is not a so-called one-on-one confrontation at all, it has become as terrifying as a frontal bombing. This ball. Master. Don't resist it head-on. Biscuit felt that his breathing was becoming difficult and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Now. The whole place was dead silent. All the players' eyes fell on Razor. They all opened their eyes wide and stared at the increasingly terrifying ball. Razor is still gathering strength. Chen Yo also showed a hint of seriousness in his eyes at this time. It seems that if I don't show any real ability, this level will be very difficult. He walked forward slowly, took out one hand and raised it, spreading his fingers. One hand. Razor was stunned for a moment, and then he was like an enraged lion, with blazing fire in his eyes. This can kill people? Are you sure it will be used in Songshao? This is not just my calendar area. It's all for nothing if you die. Chen Yo smiled. Boss Chen Yo. This, isn't the boss too trusting? Nice pen. Oh, Yuan Yin must have drifted away. The other players were shocked. The intensity of Razor's blow definitely exceeded Chen Yo's blow just now. It would be impossible to block it with just one hand. This would be impossible. Biscuit. She was also very speechless at this moment. She admitted that there was a big gap between herself and Chen Yo, but the master was definitely not so lucky, right? The opponent's telekinesis pressure has increased more than tenfold. Could it be said that Chen Yo can telegraph 10 times the pressure of Razor with one hand? Hey! Let's go then! Razor roared, and it seemed that his hands could no longer control the violent volleyball. Boom! The volleyball turned into a shocking rainbow and shot out. The terrifying power directly exceeded the speed of sound. There were bursts of harsh sonic booms in the air, and ripples visible to the naked eye could even be seen. Razor's hands were twisted and injured the moment he released the volleyball, and black scratches appeared on his hands. He also seemed to be drained instantly. This attack can even destroy a large house. Razor swore that this was definitely the strongest blow in his life, a blow that was infinitely close to half of Jin's true strength. Only. Razor's pupils shrank. He suddenly saw Chen Yo standing at the other end of the field with a calm expression and one hand raised. You can't see any fear on the other person's face, not even a trace of Yufu's emotional fluctuations. As if the other party has a sense of confidence. Is everything calculated? This guy, what on earth is going on? Pretending to be calm? Or what? In the corner. Beads of sweat also appeared on the foreheads of Connors and the old swordsman. This guy, is actually so strong? Did you see it? The probability of success for our action this time is probably not high. Otherwise, we should give up here. Connors said quietly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Haha, don't worry, I won't hurt you, I believe, the leader. The old swordsman was still staring in the direction of Chen Yo. The volleyball, which had withstood the overwhelming force, hit Chen Yo like a mountain. Surprisingly, Chen Yo stood there, his right hand gradually covered with a layer of pitch black. Perfect armed color. The color is truly as rich as the night, far superior to Gon, Killua, and others. 0, please give me flowers. Boom. The volleyball hit Chen Yo's raised arm head-on. A deafening explosion. For a moment, the entire venue seemed to be the center of the explosion. The net in the middle evaporated immediately, and air waves visible to the naked eye swept out. Wow! Screams, crashes, and groans continued one after another. Especially the ordinary players on the periphery. In an instant, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, they were all blown away, and some were blown to pieces with broken bones. Guo Linu couldn't help but summoned his only remaining mind beast and blocked it in front of him. But even in the face of the aftermath, the mind beast roared in pain, and inserted a pair of big hands into the concrete to barely keep it and Guo Linu from being blown away. Gon, Killua, and Biscuit, who were near the center of the explosion, persisted for a few seconds. Gon and Killua were thrown away, but Biscuit had transformed into King Kong Barbie and grabbed the two of them directly. He stepped heavily into the ground with his legs, barely able to resist. Master! Biscuit exclaimed, but the terrifying cold pressure made her even experience it when she opened her eyes. The explosive telekinesis of the volleyball swallowed Chen Yo completely. The entire bar became a mess, especially the volleyball court area, which was devastated and completely destroyed. Captain! That's awesome! You deserve to be the captain. 0. That kid is dead. Damn it, the bar we worked so hard to build is gone. The bar is a small thing, being able to repel these damn players is the most important thing. The expressions of the remaining demon pirates were extremely complicated. This is the first time that they have been able to push Captain Razor to this extent after following him for many years. But fortunately, at least the player turmoil this time has been calmed down, and they can enjoy a period of comfort again. The smoke gradually dispersed. The whole volleyball. The field had been completely razed to the ground, and some weak and unlucky players even fainted on the spot. Guo Linu's mind beast also dissipated directly because it suffered too much damage. He was covered in wounds at this time, and the direction of Gon, Killua, and Biscuit were also covered with wounds, as if they had been cut by countless blades. Connors and the old swordsman were hiding in the corner, looking extremely embarrassed. Razor. Ada's concerned voice came to her ears. She had been watching the battle between the two at the front desk. With that blow just now, he even had the illusion that Jin was back. But Razor didn't answer Ada at all. Instead, he stared straight ahead. There is no complete piece of ground in the entire volleyball court, and it seems that it has been ravaged by natural disasters. And the next second, Razor's pupils shrank, and his whole body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. No. Impossible. He screamed uncontrollably, his voice seemed to be stuck in his throat. It's not just him. The expressions of other players present also became extremely exciting at this time. Brother Arnold. Brother Chen Nuo. Gon and Killua were also stunned, with horrified expressions. After being hit, her mouth opened so wide that she could almost fit 2 eggs in. She even automatically reverted from King Kong Barbie state to Pretty Little Lolita state because she forgot something. The volleyball court is in the middle. A large black pit with a diameter of 20 meters almost covered the entire site. And the big pit is the centerpiece. Chen Yo, wearing casual clothes, stood calmly. His right hand was jet black, and the sleeve had completely burst and disappeared, revealing strong but not bloated muscles. The volleyball that was broken into pieces of cloth was clearly visible in the spread-out fingers. His clothes were torn in many holes and were almost reduced to strips of cloth, making him look like a beggar. But at this time, no one could laugh out loud. Because everyone, including Razor, they were all shocked to discover Chen Yo's body didn't even have a single wound. Her delicate and fair skin is like the finest jade, and her hair is sparkling and translucent. He blocked Razor's blow that exhausted all his strength with one hand. And unscathed. Is this true? Razor's voice was trembling, almost as if the words were squeezed out of his throat. Chapter 117. No wounds were visible on Chen Yo's body. The blow he had just exerted with almost all his strength was as light as a cloud, and Razor felt that his outlook on life had been severely impacted. This kid should be only a teenager, right? A seemingly unrelated thought appeared in his mind inexplicably, but the next second he understood why he was thinking this way. Another 10 years. This player called Chen Yo will definitely surpass Jin, and even surpass Netero, the so-called strongest human being. Absolute genius. No. It's a monster. Only the word monster can express the shock in his heart at this moment. The whole place was silent, and everyone looked towards the center of the field. Everything that just happened was like a dream. It's so fake. This is simply not the attack and defense that humans should have. Players who usually consider themselves masters can't help but roar in their hearts at this moment. It's amazing. Brother Anyo, he actually took Du He's attack easily. Gon was shocked when he came back to his senses. The strength gap is huge. Even Razor, who has increased tenfold, cannot catch up with Brother Chen Nuo. How does Brother Chen Nuo practice? Killua clicked his tongue. Then its master's turn to attack. Biscuit was very excited. She looked at Chen Nuo now with eyes full of admiration. This is the real strong person. It's completely beyond a dimension. As for Connors and the old swordsman in the corner, their expressions were as if they were mourning for their heirs. Give me one last chance, for the sake of being a member of the film troupe. The old swordsman suddenly spoke, even with a hint of pleading. Movie group? 643. Connors narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not a member of some bullshit movie troupe. But isn't killing the monster in front of me my highest and most fanatical ultimate ideal now? Only one chance. Connors held up a finger. The old swordsman nodded. The two exchanged glances to confirm each other's intentions. I lost. It's not a shame to lose in your hands. Razor suddenly stood up slowly and spoke. The bulging veins and blood vessels on his body gradually returned to calm, and the color of his skin gradually returned to normal. Razor. The stunned voices of Ada and other administrators came from the communicator. Razor actually lost. Incredible, the intensity of the mental pressure that guy showed just now has even reached the level of Jin, but that guy is even younger than the original Jin. He is really a monster among monsters. Then what should we do next? The remaining mental power in the game is no longer enough to drive away the opponent. It is our turn to be passive. Well, since it is the decision of all of us, then only we will bear the final result together. The disbandment of GI Games, or the addition of a top administrator. No matter which one it is not a good thing for us. The expressions on the faces of the four game administrators Ada, Elena, Dwon, and Lee Site present were very exciting. They didn't expect that Razor, who was blessed with golden telepathy, failed. This is equivalent to losing the game even if the game is started. I don't know whether to say that I am embarrassed or that others are perverted. Whoa, we won. Boss Chen Yo is mighty. Great. Then we can get a ping of coastline. Without Boss Chen Nuo, there is no way to clear this game. The other players cheered excitedly. They have been immersed in this game for several years, but only a few can reach the beach bar, and no one can pass the test. Now, the dream was broken. Player Chen Yo made history. I lost. We will leave this town as agreed, including the clues to your prize SS level card 1 ping coastline. I will also give it to you later. As some additional rewards, I can answer some questions for you. It must be Jin's child, he grows up so fast. Razor smiled. His hands looked scarred, having used up too much energy in the previous battle. Ah? You know me? Gon was stunned. He didn't expect that Razor seemed to know him, and from the other person's tone, it seemed that the other person was good friends with his father. You came here more than 10 years ago. At that time, Jin was still holding you. You are worthy of being Jin's child. He has the same excellent bloodline as Jin. Of course, if that guy Jin is here, he will definitely do it. I'm amazed, Chen Yo, your talent is truly a monster. Razor sighed and looked at Chen Yo with emotion. His strength has definitely reached the level of a star-level hunter, and he is definitely a top player in the outside world. Over the years, he has dealt with countless elite human players, and even the smuggled brigade cannot escape his sanctions. But today, let Razor fully understand what it means to be someone outside the world, and there is a world outside the world. He was convinced to lose. Ah? Gon landed on Greed Island more than 10 years ago? But this game seems to have been released only a few years ago. Killua was surprised. Don't forget that Gon's father, Jin, is a game developer. He may have brought him in when the game was first created. Biscuit analyzed. I see. Everyone was stunned. That's great, Lei, Uncle Razor. Gon scratched his head and couldn't help but get excited. Isn't everything he has sacrificed over the years just to find his father? I didn't expect to get some clues here in Razor. Uncle Razor? Ha 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 ha, this is the first time someone calls me uncle. Mr. Chen, are you interested in hearing it together? Razor smiled unexpectedly, looked at Chen Yo and said friendly. Brother Arnold, let's come together. Gon also invited. Nowadays, he does not regard Chen Yo as an outsider at all, and he is very happy to tell Chen Yo about some secret things including his own father's. Although he is only a little older than him, in Gon's mind, Chen Yo is already absolutely reliable. Okay, let's go and talk in the back. Chen Yo smiled slightly. The group of 3 people walked directly to the backyard of the bar under the gaze of everyone. Let me tell you the current situation first. Jin is not on Greed Island. I don't know where exactly he is. In fact, I am also a murderer. I have killed no less people than any of their criminals. In the beginning, it was Kim who directly called me by my name during my lifetime. He defeated me, just like Mr. Chen Yo defeated me today, with a completely crushing attitude, but in the end he entrusted me with the GI game. Trust is something I can never live without. It's a pity that I lied to you before. I don't have a coastline card in my hand. I don't know what this card is. But when Jin left, he told me that the final pass card was hidden in this place. In the bar building. Next, this building will belong to you. Whether you can find the card or not depends entirely on your wisdom. Razor said apologetically. I'm afraid that Jin was also worried that Razor's release of water would lead to the game being cleared. He wanted to get the final card of 1 ping of coastline. Defeating Razor only completed half of the task. Finding the card is the other half. It doesn't matter, we will find it. Chen Yo smiled lightly. He had indeed watched Hunter's anime in his previous life, but he could not remember some of the details. Even now that he was dozens of times more energetic than an ordinary person, it was difficult to recall those blurred memories. But what is certain is that the card is in this Bhn Tower King. What are you going to do if you get the card to clear the game? Razor asked suddenly. I want to find Jin. But I will do whatever Brother Chen Yo orders me to do. Gon was excited for a moment, then looked at Chen Yo again. Along the way, he now has great trust in Chen Yo, and even when it comes to the important decision of finding his father, he wants to follow Chen Yo's arrangements. Sorry, I shouldn't interrupt your conversation, but as one of the game administrators, I still hope to interact with the genius who broke GI. Suddenly, a young boy's voice echoed in the space. And me, hey, it's another headache. Please don't get me wrong, we came here with good intentions. This is another voice. The words fell. Li Site, a genius boy with blonde short hair, appears, as well as Dwun, an unshaven otaku. Master Chen Nuo, we meet again. Ada's shy and nervous voice sounded. Elder sister. A smaller, shyer voice emerged behind her. Sisters Ada and Elena. After these 4 people appeared, a strange transparent barrier appeared around them. If you look outside, you can still see Chen Nuo talking to Razor and Gon. But in fact, they are no longer in the same position. Chen Nuo, who had turned on the 1000-meter invisible circle, could clearly overlook this scene. Strange barrier. In other words, it is a special firewall that is turned on with administrator rights. Players without permissions cannot see what is happening behind the firewall at all, they can only see what the administrator wants them to see. Let me introduce myself. I am Ada. We have met before, Mr. Chen Nuo. This is my sister Elena. She is responsible for the player's game login. These are Li Site and Dwun, who are also game administrators. 1. Elena took the initiative to take on the task of introduction. The 5 administrators of GI games gathered together, and Gon was also surprised by this scene. After that, the genius boy Li Site started the negotiation. Mr. Chen, as a game administrator, I know where the Yipping coastline is, and I can even tell your brother Gon how to find gold, but I don't recommend that you go there now, even a star-rated hunter will go there. Fall. Li Site said with a heavy expression. Ah. Do you have news about my father? Gon was excited. I don't, but maybe Li Site and Dwon do. They spend the longest time together on weekdays. Razor shrugged and smiled. As if he thought of something, he added, but Li Site is right, if gone you are not strong enough to defeat me head-on, we do not recommend that you go directly to Jin. Gone. Defeat Razor outright? At least right now it's almost unrealistic. This time they were able to obtain the trial mainly because of Brother Chen Nuo. Without Brother Chen Nuo, it would be almost impossible to pass the level. Is it the Dark Continent? Where is the gold? Chen Yo said. His voice. It wasn't big, but it made Li Site and Duan's expression suddenly change. How do you know? The two blurted out almost at the same time. The next moment, he realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. He wanted to do it but felt that it was already too late. Really? Jin is in the Dark Continent, which is where the Chimera Ant comes from. It was a world where monsters emerged one after another, and humans could only be middle and lower class beings. That place is indeed not something you can go to right now, miss. As for me, I only heard President Netero talk about it. After all, he once taught me about my telekinesis, so it is mine. Chen Yo explained casually. Netero? Is he your master? No wonder. Sure enough, the monster's disciple is also a monster. This time Razor's expression is extremely exciting. Netero is a super monster that has been resounding in the human world for more than 100 years. It is known as the highest combat power in mankind. Even in Razor's heyday, he and Netero were completely two-dimensional beings. Including Jin, there is a high probability that he will not be a match for Netero. It doesn't seem too embarrassing for him to lose, after all, this is the monster's disciple of a monster. Well, I didn't expect you to know the news about the Dark Continent. In fact, I don't necessarily know more than you. Among us, only Jin has entered there, but we don't have any now. Any news coming back, alas. Li Site sighed. Humph. That guy has always been like this, but don't worry, he must not be dead yet, otherwise our game will collapse. This whole game is based on the idea of Gold 0.4. Built with strength at its core. Duan crossed his arms and complained. Oh, this is very important information. Are you just going to tell me directly like this? Chen Yo said with a half smile. The other party actually told me all the core principles of the GI game? Yeah, we agreed not to reveal any game information to the outside world. Elena blushed slightly and said weakly. Master Chen Yo is not considered an outsider, right? Sister Ada hesitated. Razor, Li Site, and Duan also looked at Chen Yo with complicated expressions. Ahem, Mr. Chen Yo, let me tell you the truth. Since you just defeated Razor, the entire GI game has had some data disorders due to the excessive consumption of Jin's telekinesis. There are signs, including some delays in the game rules we have formulated. We want to negotiate a deal with you. In return, we will let you clear the customs, directly obtain a ping of coastline, and help you find the two killers who want to attack you. Li Site stood up and looked directly at Chen Yo, as if hoping to see some of his emotional fluctuations. What? Killer? Did you just say that someone wanted to deal with Brother Yo? Gon suddenly became anxious. Chen Yo seemed a little unconcerned. He suddenly looked at Li Site with a half smile. Are you referring to the two killers you mentioned? He pointed at Connors and the old swordsman. Ah! The calmness on Li Site's face completely disappeared, finally giving way to the shock that a young man should have, and even a hint of cheating. All your own thoughts? It's like the other party has seen through. Did this guy know about those two deeply hidden murders before this? Chapter 118. How do you know? Li Site was stunned. He originally thought that this was his bargaining chip, and the other party should be part of his plan. But now it seems that the development of the situation has exceeded expectations and is beyond control. Perception, from the moment I first stepped into this bar, I discovered their existence, Hsoka, the magician of the Spider Brigade, and Nobunaga. Chen Yo said calmly. Well. Really or not? Are you a pervert? You noticed each other as soon as you stepped in? Razor? Did you find it? Ada and Elena were all shocked. Razor was stunned for a moment, his expression a little confused, then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. I didn't realize that from the moment they stepped into the bar. I always thought they were just ordinary trialists, especially Connors. The disguise is so perfect. You can spot the other person's disguise the moment you step into the bar. Have you activated the circle? No, there is no way I can't sense it. Your circle shouldn't be able to block the condensation. Realizing something, Razor looked at Chen Yo with wide eyes. His own mental power is extremely outstanding. For such a strong person with high-level mental power, any target who steps into the bar will be subject to his analysis, which is condensation. He swore. The moment Chen Yo stepped into the bar, I definitely glanced at him. There is no movement of using telekinesis at all. Oh? When did you make sure I didn't use circles? Chen Yo suddenly smiled and said. Razor was stunned, yet, when did he think he didn't use the AI? Or rather, from the first moment I saw the other person, I realized that the other person was not round. Etc. Wrong. 1 minute before Chen Yo and others entered the bar, he felt a strange wave of telepathy flash through. But no target appeared at that time, and he thought someone was spying on him. But after sensing his surroundings, he didn't notice it. Was it that time? But isn't that too impossible? Your circle exceeded 1,000 meters? And you also used concealment? 05. Suddenly realizing something, Razor exclaimed. Ada, Elena, and Dwon looked confused. They are pure administrators, and the little genius Li Site seems to be proficient in telekinesis, but after hearing Razor's evaluation, his whole breath froze. Impossible, 1,000-meter circle? Or a hidden circle? Even President Netero may not be able to do it. The original Jin was even less able to do it. Site said in shock. But the next second, what he wanted to say was stuck in his throat, and his eyes were rounded. With Chen Yo as the center, a strange wave of thought power spread. The advanced technique of telekinesis Yuan. It covers the entire bar, to be exact, it has reached about 1,000 meters, and under Chen Yo's control, it is half emerging and half hidden. This guy, this control power, is simply a monster. Razor couldn't help but complain. This is an absolute monster. Not to mention the circle with a range of kilometers, the larger the circle, the higher the intensity of the user's own telekinesis is required. And it can also enable concealment. Even semi-hidden. It's almost like using half of the concealment method to show off your skills. This is simply unheard of, at least in the lives of Razor and Li Site. They have never heard of anyone being able to control their telekinesis to such an extent. I see, you have such terrifying and astonishing mental power. I'm afraid that the moment you see the other person. No, you can already sense the other person without seeing the other person. You guy, it's definitely a monster, it seems like I'm overly concerned. Li Site sighed, as if he was discouraged. He has simulated countless negotiations in his mind, and some situations may have arisen, but he never expected the current situation to arise. The negotiation capital that he thought he wanted before and even the things that he valued very much may be very important to Chen Yo in his opinion. But now it seems worthless. In other words, this negotiation is not a negotiation at all, but more like begging for charity from the other party. Okay, Razor, Dwon, Ada, Elena, we lost. In fact, the outcome was doomed from the moment Chen Yo entered the game. The GI game has completely put no restrictions on him. It can be said that, you are the bug in this game, or the boss level existence. What are you going to do with us? Li Site gave a wry smile and directly chose to give up resistance. It feels like a giant prehistoric crocodile crammed into a small tank. Now we are not thinking about how to deal with the prehistoric giant crocodile, but we are worried about whether the other party will accidentally crowd the entire water tank. Razor. Elena. Ada. Razor. The 5 administrators all looked at Chen Yo with some bitterness. Razor, the strongest firepower output, has failed, and Chen Yo can dodge cards in this game. In fact, it is in a state of bug, or Chen Yo's own attributes have exceeded the limitations of this game. Even if they have the excluded card as an administrator, they cannot exclude Chen Yo through the excluded card. Apart from this, all the trump cards they think they have, are none here. It can be said that there is no possibility of a comeback. Deal with you? Oh, why should I deal with you? Chen Yo was stunned for a moment and looked at Li Site curiously. Well. Li Site was also stunned. No. Aren't you their trophy? Why, does the other party seem to mean this? This is a game made by Jin and you, and it is also Jin's hard work. Jin is a senior that I respect very much, and is Gon's father. Aunt Mito has saved my life. I will not destroy you either emotionally or rationally. Hard work. Chen Yo said slowly. Ah. Really? That's great. Oh my god. Mr. Chen Yo is so handsome. I'm Elena. W, thanks you so much. Ada, I am Ada. Ada likes you. Mr. Chen Yo. Chen Yo's words immediately made the 5 administrators present excited. This GI game has almost condensed their lifetime efforts. If it is destroyed now, it will definitely be a tragedy in life. The 2 sisters Elena and Ada were so excited that they threw themselves into Chen Yo's arms. At 2, plus. The soft and fragrant body is really exciting. There are real characters in this game. Cough cough cough. Chen Yo coughed slightly, and Ada and Elena immediately blushed and stood up quickly. But at this moment, the eyes looking at Chen Yo were full of admiration and excitement. GI Games lost Jin, but now they got Chen Yo who is more terrifying than Jin. This is definitely a God-sent miracle. By the way, how did you discover them? Chen Yo pointed at Connors and the 2. Ding! GI Game Senior Administrators Li Site, Razor, Dwon, Ada, and Elena submitted a resolution application to invite you to become the top administrator of GI Game, and it was unanimously approved. A line of text appeared in Chen Yo's field of vision. Ding! GI Game Senior Administrators Li Site, Razor, Dwon, Ada, and Elena submitted a resolution application to invite you to become the first-level administrator of GI Game, and it was unanimously approved. 1. A line appeared in Gon's field of vision. Ah! This is... Gon was surprised. Chen Yo was also quite curious. He discovered that there was an extra GM button in his field of vision. After pressing, all cards pop up, including the status of each card, and surveillance screens also appear, allowing the entire island to be monitored. There are even special cards exclusions and more. A host of extra features. And when Chen Yo glanced at Connors and the old swordsman, a line of data emerged. Player, Connors, disguise. Player Old Butler, disguise state. Oh, I see, I didn't expect to be able to see the player's disguise. Chen Yo was quite surprised. Yes, as long as the target's telekinesis strength does not exceed gold, in this GI game world, the administrator can have the ability to see through their disguise and can directly use the exclusion card. Of course, you are an accident. Li Site explained. Li Site couldn't help but blush slightly when he mentioned Chen Yo. This guy is a real monster. Mr. Chen Yo, from now on you are one of the partners of GI Games. If you have any questions, you can tell us directly. As long as we can solve it, we will definitely help you. Ada spoke first. Since Chen Yo has no resistance to becoming an administrator, and has even become an administrator at the same level as Jin, it is equivalent to, the entire GI game has become his private property. And these administrators are more like senior professional managers. Welcome aboard, Chen Yo. Gone. Razor extended his hand and smiled friendly. Wow! It's such a pleasure to be friends with Mr. Razor and all of you. Gon was excited. Chen Yo also shook his head slightly. We can be considered partners in the future. Mr. Chen Yo, you should be able to see the card you want. However, because Razor used part of the telekinesis energy of the GI game before, the game program was greatly affected. From now on, we must start reduce the number of players, close some login servers. From now on, GI games may not be able to have hundreds or thousands of players like they did at the beginning, and the number may only be limited to a few dozen. Duan said a little frustrated. The login card for the GI game was purchased from the outside world for billions of ringgits. Moreover, the number of releases is also very limited, and after using most of the game energy this time, some servers of the entire game must be shut down, and the number of game players will drop sharply, including some NPCs. Oh! Chen Yo looked at the various data reports sent by Li Site and Duan. Simply put, it's just that its own capacity supply can no longer support so many NPCs and players online at the same time, and the server needs to be shut down. According to your statement, the core energy that supports the entire game is telepathy. At first, Jin's telepathy was relied upon to maintain the rules and procedures of all cards. Now the main problem is that the telepathy is insufficient to continue to maintain the rules. Can it be understood that as long as it is injected with enough telekinesis, can the game return to normal? Or even allow more players to log in? Chen Yo asked curiously. Ah? What do you mean? Duan was stunned. Razor, Ada, and Elena were also shocked. They have never considered these issues. In fact, in this game, the three of them. It is more like a functional administrator, responsible for handling specific things for players. One is the front desk, seeing off guests, and the security firewall. Li Site and Duan are the real core designers of the game, equivalent to the chip part. Of course. Of course. If it's your telekinesis, it can definitely be restored. No, not only can it be restored, but it's even possible to do better. Wait, not now. Now we can't. Li Site suddenly grabbed his short golden smooth hair and suddenly cried out in pain. 743. What's wrong? Xiao. Duan said unexpectedly. You are just Xiao Saijing. If it were Mr. Chen Nuo, his ability would definitely be able to take on the same role as Jin. This game was originally made according to the highest intensity of Jin's telepathy. This means that a total of 372 login cards were actually issued. If it's Mr. Chen Nuo, his telekinesis can cover thousands of meters, and even enhance the special effects of invisibility, which is definitely more than Jin. Do you understand what I mean? Duan. Li Site's face flushed with excitement. Duan was stunned for a moment, and then became excited. Yes. If this is the case, maybe we can realize our original dream of the GI world. According to Mr. Chen Nuo's telekinesis level, there is definitely hope to exceed more than 300. Duan also reacted. Yes, it's just that the current game processor cannot handle the upper limit of Mr. Chen Nuo, so we must significantly increase the core processing power of the game chip. The game core must be upgraded. Duan. The plan we have created over the years can be implemented. Li Site said excitedly. Duan was also very excited. On the other hand, the three administrators of Razor seemed to be listening to what was written in heaven. After all, they were not technical staff, but more like other managers. Simply put, the energy equivalent to Jin's original energy can be solved with ordinary mid-range chips, but after replacing it with a super energy source like Chen Yo, it can definitely handle high-end chips, even top-level chips. Carpenter. This means that the GI game world will become more realistic, and the number of logged-in players will experience an explosive growth. The real purpose of past GI games was to create an amazing GI world. A special world where truly elite humans exist. For that purpose, Mr. Chen Nuo, please be sure to wait for us for a while. Duan and I must upgrade the core of the game and prepare the most perfect processor for you. RGI. The game will undergo a huge transformation. Li Site was so excited that he opened a space door and disappeared. Master Chen Yo. Please wait for me. About a week. No, 3 days, we will do it as soon as possible. Duan also left quickly. These two guys, Chen Yo, don't mind, that's what they are. In fact, the entire game was designed by them, including me, Jin and other managers. Including the administrator, no one participated in the specific design. These two guys are real geniuses. Razor explained with a smile. It doesn't matter. Chen Yo smiled. Brother Arnold, what about the two guys who want to deal with you? Gon spoke at this time, his hostile eyes staring at Hsoka and Nobunaga outside the barrier, two guys who thought they were still pretending. Razor, Ada, and Elena also looked at each other with stern eyes. Chapter 119. A few minutes later. The barrier disappears. Ada and Elena also disappeared, and all the players saw only Razor, Chen Yo, and Gon walking out. They didn't see what just happened. Administrators have higher permissions and can directly block the perspectives of other players. Chen Yo glanced across. Really? A hint of the coastline emerged. Is her. Would you like to go upstairs? The view upstairs is very nice. Chen Yo walked up to the familiar woman and said. This woman turned out to be the female NPC that Gon and the others met earlier, who provided clues to Yiping's coastline. Okay. The young woman smiled. She didn't seem to be careless before resigning. She was more like a passerby watching in the bar. Boss Chen Yo. Boss. Hang Ji, Yoshida and other players were shocked, but they also got out of the way. Gon, what happened? Killua looked at Gon curiously. Don't worry, we will get this card, Killua. Gon smiled mysteriously. Biscuit, who was just about to speak, hesitated. Since Master Chen Yo and Gon already had a plan in mind, it was hard for them to say anything. Razor stood beside Chen Yo with a smile. This kind of stance? Biscuit's heart trembled. Because she keenly discovered that Razor was standing half a step back from Chen Yo. More like respect for the superior. But the problem is that Jiaza is equivalent to the big boss of the entire game. Even if he lost to Chen Yo, it shouldn't be like this. And she could see from Razor's eyes that this guy was in awe of Chen Yo from the bottom of his heart. Indeed, it is awe. What happened next? But as Chen Yo's disciple and a member of the team, Biscuit naturally didn't talk much and could only follow a few people. What is surprising is that this woman seems to have very little awareness of other outside players, and even feels like they are nothing. People often say that the authorities are crazy and want to get a piece of coastline. The entrance is right next to them, in this lighthouse. The young woman walked at the front, going up the spiral staircase. The lighthouse is the overall building of the bar. Shortly after, everyone arrived at the top of the lighthouse. Looking from this direction, you can see a huge window appearing, and the coastline in front of you looks like a painting. Could it be that, this is the coastline of Yiping? The Yiping in the name refers to this window. Biscuit was stunned and couldn't help but said. Yes, that's possible. Hang Ji's eyes lit up as he followed. One ping of coastline. Simply listening to this name, it seems that one ping is related to this window? That seems to be true. But how can we get this card? Yoshida also suddenly said. No, if that's the case, we should be able to get the card, but now. Quilino shook his head. Depending on the nature of the game, you can usually get it and turn it into a card, but this doesn't happen now. In other words, the assumption that the window and the beautiful view are the last card does not seem to be true. The young woman ignored this and walked directly to the window, bent down, and twisted the wall button with her hand. A beam of light shot straight down from the sky above the lighthouse. This light points directly below the sponge. There is an undersea cave, but there is no treasure there. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have deceived you. The young woman said. Killua was stunned. This young woman had previously provided them with clues about Razor, but it seemed. This wasn't where the last card was? Been deceived? This guy. How dare you deceive Brother Chen Nuo? Damn it! Do you want to kill her? Hangji and Yoshida glared at this hateful woman. But when I looked at the boss Chen Yo, I found that the boss didn't make any moves. The other players could only suppress their inner dissatisfaction and did not have an attack. The cave is very sacred, and only a few fishermen know the specific location, and the legendary treasure is just an exaggeration. Of course, Razor and the others don't believe it. Although I thought that if I told them the location, they would know whether it was true or false, but maybe they would think that I was deliberately deceiving them. The young woman looked at the distant coastline, looking a little distant and melancholy. Let me put it this way, no one in the world can tell where the residence of Poseidon Temple is. Killua asked curiously. According to the clues given by the young woman, if you want to get a flat of coastline, you can get clues to the residence of Poseidon Temple after defeating Razor. But now it seems that even Razor doesn't know. Or they were taken advantage of by young women. Of course not, because it is a sacred place. People who rely on the ocean for food cannot pollute the ocean. Everyone is killed because of it. The young woman murmured an explanation. This should just be a game script, right? But it's really detailed. At least we didn't see this woman's conspiracy at first. Killua took a breath. For me, the view outside the window is the most precious treasure. The young woman was still leaning against the window, muttering to herself. This BD woman. Hateful. Get this guy away, he dares to fool all of us. Players like Hangji and Yoshida couldn't bear it anymore. Almost reaching the limit of their patience, they are not having an attack now simply because Chen Yo has not given the order yet. As soon as Chen Yo opens his mouth, they will definitely take action and fly away this hateful woman in front of them. After all, killing some NPCs in this game will not be punished by the game. But the next second, everyone's expressions became stunned. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The man who had just stood at the window. The woman next to him suddenly disappeared and turned into a white mist. A card fell from the weapon, and it was the last card in the entire game. One ping of coastline. Serial number 2, Rarity SS3. There are only 3 super rare cards in the entire server, and they are also the most difficult pass cards in the entire game. Ah! This woman is actually the last card. It's incredible. I'm just convinced. I always thought she was an NPC, but I didn't expect that she was actually a card. Great, great, we finally passed the level. After reacting, the players present couldn't help but cheer excitedly. In order to get the last card, they had spent many years, especially with the help of Chen Yo, they had reached this last step. Originally, they had reached this final step. Thought it was a scam, the last one. But I never thought that this would actually be the final result. It was so surprising and a blessing from heaven. Wow! It turns out she is the last card. I really didn't notice it at first. Gon was surprised. I got it. The last card. One ping of coastline. Killua grabbed the card. Hurry up and use the copy card. Increase it to 3. Biscuit said in surprise. Killua quickly took out 3 copy cards and copied this card. 3 jongs and 1 ping coastline successfully obtained. Congratulations to the players. Along with the last card acquisition game, the system's prompt sounded in everyone's mind. This is the first time that the game has received a real server-wide announcement in so many years since its launch. It means someone has passed the level. Congratulations! Gone, Killua! Hang Ji stepped forward to congratulate him, and even reached out to pat Killua on the shoulder. He suddenly let out a soft cry. This operation made Killua stunned for a moment, and he looked at his former teammates in front of him with some confusion. At this time, I summoned the card collection book, but I don't know what to do. But his expression changed in the next second, because the familiar teammate in front of him actually did something unbelievable. Theft. Hang Ji actually used steal on Killua, and it was still at such a close distance. Killua, gone, and Chen Yo, whose collection card book was originally full, were flashed by several rays of light in an instant. Several cards were pulled out from their respective card collection books, and then fell into Hang Ji's hands. What are you doing? This BD actually dares to use theft against the boss, second boss, and third boss. Damn it, Hang Ji! Are you crazy? Hurry up and return the card to Boss Killua, you damn BD! Hang Ji's operation made other players present feel confused, especially those who had trusted him since forming a team and the members of the Yoshida team. They all looked confused and felt that they could not understand what was happening in front of them. Not only them, but also Gon and Killua felt a sense of astonishment. Although Hang Ji had dealt with him before, he seemed to be extremely respectful afterwards, so he probably wouldn't make a sudden attack later. And this time downstairs. Behind a desk. The man who was tied up by Wu Hua was struggling desperately and was crying without tears. Surprisingly, he was also Hang Ji. But this Hang Ji had a bruised nose and swollen face, and was tied up like a rice dumpling. The top floor of the lighthouse. It's not Hang Ji. This guy can use telekinesis and is disguised. Biscuit spoke suddenly, and punched Hang Ji in front of him with his armed fist. The fist wrapped in telekinesis is full of intimidation. But he was easily dodged by Hang Ji in front of him. Haha, I was actually discovered, good observation skills, but you don't have enough cards now. If you want to pass the level, you must get the cards from me. Hang Ji's appearance has changed, and he has slowly become thinner. He is clearly the Connors from before. He is holding a few cards in his hand with a smile on his face, including the one ping coastline he just obtained. A super rare card. Connors? This guy. Damn it. It turns out that you have probably been eyeing this card for a long time and deliberately wanted to sneak attack on the boss like this. Damn it, if you kill this guy, don't let him go. Where is Boss Hang Ji? Boss Hang Ji was kidnapped by this guy downstairs. Don't be deceived by him. At this time, a member of Hang Ji's team finally rushed up and shouted anxiously to everyone that he had tied up Hang Ji. After being released, Hang Ji, who had a bruised nose and swollen face, was now full of shame and anger. Unexpectedly, as a senior player, he was unexpectedly attacked and ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Even because he was disguised, the protagonist's boss's card was stolen when he was about to arrive. This is absolutely an unforgivable crime. Boss. Hang Ji looked guilty, somewhat. He stared at Connors angrily, as if he wanted to go up and fight him, but he also clearly understood the opponent's strength and would definitely crush him, so the expression on his face became extremely complex, angry, and fearful. According to the rules of the game, you shouldn't be able to interfere, right? Razor Administrator. Connors suddenly looked at Razor aside and said with a smile. Razor was silent for 2 seconds, but still had a smile on his face, Of course, according to the rules of the game, you did not violate the procedures established by the game, so I have no reason to treat you. Take action, but I still kindly remind you that it is best not to mess with this Chen Yo player if it is not necessary. They are existences that you cannot afford to mess with. Is there someone you can't afford to offend? Ha ha ha. That's not necessarily true. Suddenly, an almost crazy scream sounded. I don't know when. The old swordsman in armor has appeared behind Gon. An almost perfect sneak attack and slash. Gon. Killua reacted and exclaimed, but it was already too slow. His speed simply couldn't keep up with this sneak attack. Biscuit is also out of reach. Gon turned around in shock, his pupils reflecting the flavor of the extremely fast approach. Gradually, for the first time, the fear of death appeared in his eyes. It was too fast, and the opponent's attack end. The sneak attack is absolutely impeccable. It is simply not something that ordinary players can do. It can even be said that it has reached the realm of a swordsman master. But the eyes of the old man in armor always fell on Chen Yo. To be precise, the combination of Connor and armor is Hsoka and Nobunaga. Nobunaga's attack on Gon was actually just to make Chen Yo take the initiative to resist, thus exposing his flaw. But at this time he was a little confused. Because in his field of vision, Chen Yo did not move at all. Instead, he looked like he was watching a good show, looking in his direction, folding his arms and not even moving. Does this guy want to watch his brother die? How could this happen? Absolutely impossible. According to my own evaluation of Chen Yo along the way, Gon must be very important in Chen Yo's mind, and it is absolutely impossible to watch him die easily. Is it possible for this weak guy to resist his fatal blow? It is absolutely unrealistic. He is a core member of the Spider Shadow group. When it comes to swordsmanship, even an ordinary swordsman master will never be his opponent. This blow is definitely enough for a little brat. Cut off his head. In this case, then die. Anger flashed in Nobunaga's eyes. Since Chen Yo didn't come to resist because of this, I'm afraid it was to protect himself and not expose any flaws. This guy is indeed a hypocrite. He seems to care so much about himself. His younger brother, actually. But when the critical moment came, it was just the same greed for life and fear of death. It was an absolute shame that Yuvajin died at the hands of such a BD. But these shames don't matter, because all the hatred in the past will be paid back today. Cut. The sword with the aura of death fell directly on Gon's neck. Bang! A jaw-dropping crash sounded. No armed colors. A thin membrane of transparent membrane appeared next to Gon's head. And at this moment, a line of game reminder appeared in Nobunaga's field of vision. Warning! Player Nobunaga is trying to attack the game administrator. It is a level 3 warning. Please stop. Chapter 120. No? What is going on? The other players present couldn't help but widen their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The long sword that was as sharp as clay fell on Gon's neck, but it did not cause any wounds. Instead, it was blocked by a transparent film of light. This. Nobunaga was also stunned. He is aware of his strength. Let alone an opponent of Gon's level, he can easily kill even a more powerful professional hunter. But the current situation is not that his own attack is not enough, but that his attack is completely blocked. His own attack does not come from Gon's own ability, but from this strange light film. Moreover, there is a message that appears in his game panel. What the hell is going on? Did he attack the game administrator? Wait, how could this be possible? Wasn't this guy an ordinary player before? How could he become a game administrator now? Could it be? Suddenly he realized something and his heart was shocked. He couldn't help but look in the direction of Chen Yo and Razor. But I found that the expressions of these two guys were still very calm, and they even felt as if they were watching Oda's performance. Damn it, I am the main member of the Spider Shadow group, and my attack power is definitely among the top. How could I lose in a place like this, even head-on? I will never lose against a strong man like Neza. Nobunaga roared in his heart. The long sword in his hand became more violent, as if he was mad, and he attacked Gon frantically, throwing down streaks of dazzling golden light. The blade of the sword, as sharp as iron and mud, flashed in the sight of many players. The tables, chairs, bottles, and even a few unlucky players that were affected by the sword storm were cut into 2 pieces on the spot before they even had time to scream. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. This scene frightened the players who were watching the show. This guy is definitely a monster. Why does he have such a strong attack? Get out of the way. Don't come and chop me. Help. Screams and panic continued, and players, tables and chairs were being cut off in unison. But the more the attack continued, the more Nobunaga was shocked. He was horrified to find that not only did his attack not cause any damage to Gon, even if he slashed with all his strength, he could not touch the opponent's body through this thin layer of transparent light film. Damn it, what the hell happened to 803? What on earth is going on? This is definitely not what the game should be like. This is clearly a reality. How could something like this happen? Nobunaga roared. Even though his tiger's mouth had cracked and the blood from his throat was flowing down, he didn't notice any pain. There was only anger and shock in his heart. Hsoka next to her also has a wonderful expression. Or this Connor's player. His eyes widened and he looked at him with a horrified expression, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. As a member of the Spider Shadow group, he is well aware of Nobunaga's strength, including the sharpness of his opponent's sword skills. Even I would never dare to be seen by this guy so easily, but Gon, who was clearly just a kid in front of me, was stabbed countless times by Nobunaga. But sparks burst out from his body as if they were struck on steel. What happened? Nobunaga. Hsoka couldn't help but exclaim softly. Damn it! I received a game prompt that this guy has become an administrator. My current behavior seems to be attacking the administrator. He is protected by the entire game. Help me! Hsoka. Nobunaga roared. He is now completely red-eyed because his enemy is right in front of him, but he is powerless. This overwhelming hatred cannot be described in words. He wishes he could tear Chen Yo to pieces with his own hands. But reality slapped him hard in the face. Not to mention Chen Yo, he was helpless even against Chen Yo's younger brother, Gon. Administrator. Connors frowned and stared in the direction of Chen Yo and Razor. Because from the beginning to the end, he didn't see any worry in Chen Yo's eyes, as if he had everything in mind. There was even a feeling that the other party had seen through his identity. It was obviously a poisonous snake hiding in the darkness, but now it has become a clown-like performance exposed to the light. We have completely confirmed that this is not a game world, but a real world. If you are blocked by permissions because of the attacking administrator, then it is better to choose this. Hsoka suddenly chuckled. A pink, gummy-like telekinesis shot out of his hand and instantly stuck to Gon's body, then gently pulled him over. The transparent light film that was originally resisting Nobunaga did not react at this moment, and actually allowed the thought power to pass through. Ah! Nobunaga was stunned. What is going on? I see. The next second he suddenly realized. It turns out that Hsoka's attack was not an attack, but more like a friendly invitation. The program established by the game only states that it will protect against attacks on administrators, etc., but it does not refuse such friendly contact. The system determined that the attack used by Hsoka was not threatening or harmful, so it easily broke through the barrier and controlled Gon. Then, I leave this to you, Nobunaga. I've done everything I can. As for whether you can come back, it's up to you. I'll take the first step. Throwing Gon to Nobunaga, Hsoka smiled slightly. Whoosh! The moment he turned around and was about to leave, a golden beam of light instantly pierced his head. It's the boss. The boss has taken action, Tianwei. So amazing. Monster-like attack. This Connors turned out to be an undercover agent. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the other players present could not help but cheer excitedly. Before this, they had always thought that Connors was an ordinary player, and even had a certain degree of friendliness towards him. After all, Connors participated in everyone's competition before, and even withdrew due to injury. It boosted everyone's favorability. But I never thought that these two were actually young men. Before these young men had time to escape, they were directly hit by Chen Yo. It was so handsome. But the smiles of these players suddenly froze in the next second. Because Hsoka's figure disappeared, turning into wisps of light golden smoke and dissipating in place. This guy is offline. Forced to be offline. Damn it. Biscuit was so angry that his teeth itched with hatred. Oh? Forced to log off. Chen Yo played around with it. This was the first time he had heard of this kind of offline method. Hsoka is really as sharp as a poisonous snake. He didn't even give himself a chance to reveal his disguise. It was a pity that he couldn't kill that guy here. But even so, it doesn't matter. If he was outside, he would not have such a chance to go offline. I am afraid that instead of worrying about sneak attacks on him, he would be more worried about whether he would cause trouble for him. At this time. Outside world. In a rental house. The login device used to log into the GI game has been destroyed, and a figure emerged from the void. There was a mark of intersection on his cheek, and even a piece of flesh as thick as a little finger had been cut out abruptly. The severe pain caused the man's cheek to twitch a few times, and his narrow eyes flashed with a hint of horror and sadness. "Yes, sir. I have destroyed the login device in accordance with your request. As for the previously agreed reward of 1 million nuns." A guy dressed as a mercenary said nervously next to him. "Of course I won't miss you." Hsoka touched his cheek and found that there was no blood flowing out and the wound was completely carbonized. If the attack just now had been deflected a little further, it would have been the head that was pierced instead of the face. It is definitely a terrifying attack. This guy's attack simply ignores defense. He has clearly covered, his telekinesis on the surface, but he is still easily penetrated by the opponent. In other words, the intensity of Chen Yo's telekinesis definitely far exceeded his own. Is this guy really a monster? How much time has passed, and now I feel a little scared when facing him. Could it be that he has just discovered me in the game? Countless thoughts flashed through Hsoka's heart, but he still walked forward slowly, took out a gold card from his mouth, and handed it to the mercenary he hired in front of him. Before entering the game, he had made an agreement with the other party. After receiving his message, the other party would immediately destroy the login device. In fact, after seeing that Gon could withstand Nobunaga's attack before, he had quietly given this the mercenary sent the message. Simply speaking, if you want to destroy this lander, you must be a master with telepathy, which means that he must not hire this guy with some telepathy. But he was very lucky, at least he was able to escape for a moment when he was attacked by Chen Yo. "Thank you, sir. Thank you so much." After getting the gold card, the guy was overjoyed. This was a full 1 million ringgit, which was enough for him to spend for several years. He turned around and left in a hurry. Just when he walked to the door, a glimmer of light flashed past his head from behind and rolled down his neck with a click. His body still kept moving forward, with just a slight pause, and then blood it spurted out from the neck like a fountain. The head rolled to the ground and landed at Hsoka's feet, even with a look of joy and excitement on his face. "It seems that we can't stay in this place for long. The so-called fruit has almost grown into a god. It really makes people want to kill him." Hsoka looked up into the void, and removed the mask on his face. With a crackling sound, his figure slowly lifted up, returning to the original state of the magician Hsoka, and then disappeared in a flash. Land. And at this time, Within the GI game, Armor Man Nobunaga has got gone. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Things have changed. Chen Yo, are you today? When you killed him, did you also think that those friends who cared about him would feel pain and hatred in their hearts? Nobunaga laughed excitedly. He wanted to kill Gon in front of Chen Yo, so that the other party could taste the pain of losing a close friend and a close relative and bear this kind of hatred. Don't you think you are hypocritical? You are all sinners with blood on your hands. You deserve to die. As members of the Spider Brigade, don't you know how many people you killed back then? If you really want to count those who were killed by you, who should they hate among the people they killed? So put away your hypocrisy, your so-called friendship is simply disgusting. Chen Yo walked forward slowly, his face was calm, and there was no emotion in his eyes, as if he was stating a fact. Gon's attack made all the players present feel frightened. But because the action just now was too fast, they didn't even have time. Reaction Gon has fallen into Nobunaga's hands. But at this time Chen Yo had already spoken, and even other players who wanted to take action could only suppress the anger in their hearts. All of them were tense, staring at Nobunaga, preparing to launch a fatal blow to him. But Nobunaga, who was surrounded by all the players, didn't have any fear on his face. Instead, he was filled with hysterical anger and madness. Ha 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 ha. Then let you taste the feeling of losing a loved one. Nobunaga laughed maniacally. Chen Yo. The administrator's barrier permission cannot be blocked and has been exposed to the administrator's own goals. 17. Razor, who was standing behind him, couldn't help but become nervous. But Chen Yo in front of him didn't make any move. He could only keep his worries in his stomach. Nobunaga couldn't help but be stunned, because he had already launched an attack on Gon, but did not see any reaction from Chen Yo. Could it be that this guy really didn't care about his brother's life and death? Sure enough, he turned out to be a cold-blooded guy, damn it. But even so, what can he do? He must kill his relatives and let him taste the pain of losing his relatives. He has absolutely no fear of death. Even when he logged into the game, he had already voluntarily left the Spider Shadow group and greeted Chen Yo with the determination to die. Nobunaga's hand, attached to telekinesis, was like an iron hoop, and he suddenly grabbed Gon's neck. Not to mention such a fragile neck, even if it was a steel-like neck, he swore that he could definitely break it. Boom! But a shocking scene occurred. Gon, who was obviously a hostage, actually stretched out two thin arms at this moment, and actually resisted Nobunaga's attack. The dark-armed color covered his arms. Gon desperately held Nobunaga's hands. Brother Chen Nuo said that life or death depends on your own fight. I will never be a burden, nor will I be a reason for you to threaten Brother Chen Nuo. Gon roared lowly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, and his dark hands firmly grabbed Nobunaga's hands, and the two entered a wrestling state. Click, 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 the bone-breaking sound that made people's teeth crack. A trace of blood flowed from Nobunaga's hands. Nobunaga was shocked to the extreme at this time. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The severe pain in his hands made him feel that he could not believe himself. It was like being caught by two steel pliers. Even though he was famous for his strength, he couldn't resist the kid in front of him. His strength even surpassed his own, and this. The dark luster emerging from his hands was as heart-stopping as steel. In a pure competition of strength, I actually lost to the kid in front of me. How could it be possible that I was a member of the Spider Brigade? Click! The sound of broken hand bones. In everyone's shocked eyes, Nobunaga's right palm was pinched off by Gon. The gangster who was originally threatening the hostages actually reversed roles in an instant. Hunter became the prey, and the prey became hunter. Chapter 121. Okay? So awesome? Then, that's Gon. Oh my god, am I blinded by how strong that guy Gon is? He actually withstood the opponent's attack. Great! You're dead. Damn it, our protagonist boss saved you, but you repaid him with a grudge and attacked him secretly. Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to atone for your sin. The players present couldn't help but screamed with indignation, and the anger in their hearts was finally vented. Nobunaga was extremely shocked at this moment. The power he was so proud of was defeated by Gon. It was almost like a dream, but the pain coming from his hands clearly reminded him that everything that happened before him was fact. He had already lost. Before he got close to the protagonist, the so-called revenge plan had already died before it even started. Could it be that with the strength of the members of the Spider Shadow group, I couldn't even get close to that guy? Damn! How could this be the case? I clearly saw this kid a month ago. His strength is definitely not at least 10 times weaker than before. More than 10 times. Even worse. Back then, I could definitely kill him with one hand. Nobunaga was extremely shocked. But at this moment, a huge force surged down his arm, and Gon grabbed his arm with both hands and swung it hard. It hit the ground directly. Boom! Amidst the numb and dull noise, Nobunaga couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood, and the armor on his body was smashed to pieces on the spot. But the old face before slowly changed under everyone's surprised eyes. It seemed that he was no longer so old, and the previous face shape had also become thinner. Restored Nobunaga's original appearance. This is the telekinesis technique Hsoka gave him that was destroyed by the attack. Ah! That guy is not an old man at all. It's true. I'm afraid this guy has already done it before entering the game and is here to sneak attack our boss. We must not let him go, we must kill this guy. Damn it! Surround him! The change in Nobunaga's appearance made the players present a little excited. Wait, he's from the Spider Brigade. Biscuit, who was standing in the crowd, suddenly spoke. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly fell in the ears of every player. No one had any reaction before, but when they heard the name Spider Shadow Group, all the players seemed to be frozen by magic. The angry expressions on their faces gradually disappeared, replaced by unspeakable fear. Spider Troop! No, were you kidding just now? Is this guy from the brigade? How is that possible? That's a notorious brigade. Hiss, you are talking about the heinous member of the brigade whose reward for information alone exceeds 1 billion genie, and whose hands are stained with the blood of countless people. No way! How could the people in the brigade? The voices of these players stopped abruptly. Because everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they could clearly see a spider symbol exposed behind Nobunaga's torn long sleeves. 3. It's actually number 3? What a joke! This guy is actually the third member of the Spider Shadow Group. Wouldn't he be an absolute fierce guy after the leader and deputy leader? But why is it that such a powerful man, who almost said that his name alone can intimidate a terrifying existence, suffered a loss at the hands of Gon? What exactly is going on? Countless thoughts echoed in the players' minds, and everyone's faces were filled with doubts and confusion. The reputation of the members of the Spider Brigade is really infamous in the hunter world. Even some famous professional hunters tried to hunt down the female group, but the final result was quite miserable for them. Not only was his own life and death uncertain, but even his family and friends were affected. So much so that in the days to come, almost all professional hunters in the Spider Brigade were mentioned in the entire hunter will take the order to hunt them. Including the 14 pirate demons led by Razor before, those guys were as well behaved as elementary school students in front of the Spider Shadow Group, and they had nothing to do with heinous crimes. Hoo! Gon's chest heaved violently after slamming Nobunaga to the ground, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he panted heavily. In the confrontation with Gon just now, although he achieved the effect of counterattack with the weapons given to him by the protagonist, it also consumed a lot of his own physical strength. After all, purely in terms of personal strength, Nobunaga is far ahead of Gon. The reason why Gon can fight back is entirely due to the weapon color taught to him by the protagonist. But Gon's physical strength was almost exhausted in order to gather the powerful weapon color to resist Nobunaga. Kid! What ability did you just use? Nobunaga climbed up from the ground with difficulty. He felt as if his ribs were broken. A few sticks, this was something that had never happened before after he joined the Spider Shadow group. Even if he had locked hands with the members of the brigade who were famous for their strength and physique, they would not have caused such an unbearable situation. Of course, the reason why he was defeated just now was not because Nobunaga was not strong enough, but because he underestimated the enemy too much and thought that Gon was already a hostage. He completely gave up his advantage of using a sword and chose to take it close. Unfortunately, the armed color happens to be the king of close combat. Brush! The light of the letters flashed, and Nobunaga drew his sword almost instantly. No player could see clearly how he attacked, but a huge boulder next to Gon exploded into pieces, shattering the smooth surface like a mirror. The neutral blade stopped in front of Gon, less than a centimeter away from his head, but stopped firmly, unable to go any further. What resisted Nobunaga's sharp blade was another jet black long knife. At some point, the protagonist was already standing in front of Gon. He looked at Gon with a tall figure and a smile. After experiencing growth along the way, Gon's current growth has exceeded his expectations. He is fully aware when facing a battle, and can also make dexterous use of various opportunities. It can be said that if the Gon of the same time and the Gon of the original history are put together to fight each other, the Gon who follows the protagonist will definitely be better than the opponent. Even if the ability of weapon color is removed, there will not be much difference. Very good, Gon. The protagonist smiled lightly, looked at Gon and comforted him. Brother Arnold. Gon looked at the protagonist blankly, and then he came back to his senses. If the protagonist hadn't taken action just now, I'm afraid he would be dead and in a different place now. Go down and leave the rest to me. Chen Yo smiled. Well, you have to be careful, Brother Nyo, his knife is very fast. Gon warned. Don't worry, my sword is not slow either. Chen Yo smiled. No player in the audience spoke. All eyes were focused on the protagonist. Each player held their breath and did not even dare to take a breath. Even Razor, who is also the game administrator, was nervous. Because just now, the opponent Nobunaga's attack made Razor realize that it was definitely a strike like that of a top powerhouse, and even he could not resist it. Even if he dodged it, he would probably suffer a lot of damage, but he never thought that the protagonist could just block it with a casual move. In terms of speed and attack, he just didn't realize that the protagonist's movements were like teleportation. Generally. Now, he really wants to appreciate it carefully as a third party, or analyze the protagonist's battle. Master! Come on! He. Biscuit made a yay move. This made Killua, who was standing next to him, speechless and rolled his eyes. Before, he was a King Kong Barbie, but now he has turned into a Lolita with golden twin tails. Why do you want to deal with me? Is it Krollo's An? Chen Yo suddenly spoke. Nobunaga was stunned for a moment. He didn't realize that the protagonist would suddenly ask this question. Because the existence of the leader is only known to the members of the brigade, even the outside world has never known who the leader of the Spider Shadow Troop is, but this guy in front of him actually named him in one bite. You, who are you? An inexplicable meaning surged from the bottom of Nobunaga's heart. This was something he had never felt before. Ever since he held his own sword when he was very young, he has never had anything called fear, and then gradually became stronger, even joining the Spider Brigade and becoming a world-famous top swordsman. But now, when he stood in front of him, in front of this man who was also holding a sword. But there was an inexplicable fear in his heart. This was an unprecedented feeling, as if his instinct as a top swordsman told him that he would die if he continued like this. But in order to avenge his companions, the voice kept telling him that he must not take a step back. This half-step will be a shame for his knowledge, and will also be a lingering nightmare for the rest of his life. Once he takes half a step back, even if he survives, his life will be absolutely ruined, and he will always live in fear, annoyance, and regret. Me? Haven't you already investigated me? You should know who I am. I'm just an ordinary hunter. Please give me flowers. Chen Yo said lightly. You killed Yuvajin, this time, no matter what, you will die, he 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 he. Nobunaga's expression suddenly became distorted, his smile was a little crazy, and his eyes became crazy. This guy is very dangerous, Chen Yo, be careful. Razor seemed to feel an ominous aura. He frowned slightly and couldn't help but remind him. Chen Yo did not speak. But all the players present were shocked to see Nobunaga's long knife slashing directly towards their arm. Tear. A handful of blood spattered out, and the long knife cut open his arm. The blood dyed the sharp blade red, and a touch of coquettish scarlet appeared on it. And Nobunaga's eyes became extremely scarlet, looking like a beast. His breathing even became heavier, and he could feel the temperature around him rising. What is going on? What on earth is this guy doing? What an amazing telepathy! This guy's telepathy has improved. It's the madness effect. Although I don't know what kind of madness it is, it must be the madness effect. What is the madness effect? It means abandoning all defenses, increasing one's attack power to the extreme, and even burning one's own blood, muscles, etc., causing irreversible damage to oneself. Even if this guy doesn't die this time, he will definitely be crippled. The madman is definitely a madman. Ah! Boss, be careful! Hang Ji, yay! Members of the Shida group couldn't help but remind them. 0. His mental pressure is increasing. Master! Biscuit exclaimed, she is a 2-star gem hunter, and her eyesight is much higher than other players present, even Killua, a young killer who calls himself a genius, cannot compare. Ho ho ho, brat! I will tear you apart with my own hands. I will make you understand how regrettable it is to kill someone else's freedom. I will cut off all your hands and feet, and then let you see it with your own eyes. These relatives and friends you care about die in front of you. Nobunaga hunched over his body, roaring like a beast, and breathed out white breath. The hot breath seems to have a blazing fire burning or turning on in the body. After this special demon sword mode, the blood in his body burned at an alarming speed. After this battle, he will die completely. Once the demon sword mode is turned on, his combat power will increase dramatically. But the price paid is that all the bones in the body will be broken, the muscles will be completely shattered, and all the blood will be burned clean, becoming a complete useless person, or even a dead person. But in order to obtain the crushing power and enough to kill this little monster, Nobunaga had to do this, and he thought it was worth it. What an amazing way of fighting! Your fighting skills have improved almost 10 times, including your circle increasing from 1 meter to about 10 meters, and it's full of energy. The aggressiveness is really surprising. I didn't expect there to be such a wonderful way of fighting in this world. Chen Yo stood quietly, holding the sword in one hand, and looked calmly at Nobunaga, who looked like a beast with veins and blood vessels bulging on his body. His voice was not loud, but it fell in Nobunaga's heart like a bombshell, instantly setting off a storm. How can this guy feel his own roundness? A 10-meter circle. This should be your trump card. Circle is a very rare high-level telekinesis skill. Not every professional hunter can possess it. It can even be said that it is difficult to have one among 1,000 professional hunters. The round strong man. Having a circle means having the ability to predict attacks. As long as any attack enters one's own domain, it will be sensed instantly and then respond as quickly as possible. Hit. Even a 10-centimeter circle is enough to drastically change a person's combat effectiveness. The larger the circle, the faster the owner can respond and the more ways he can respond. Even when the enemy is within your own circle, you can directly see the opponent's weakness after a certain period of time and deliver a fatal blow. And if you want to break through the opponent's distance, you can only have your own mind power that is stronger than the opponent's. After just entering the demon sword mode, Nobunaga's own power has been increased to the extreme, including the intensity of his own telekinesis. This means that if the other party's telekinesis intensity is not as strong as one's own, it will be impossible to discover one's own circle. But the protagonist in front of him actually easily revealed the size of his circle. Doesn't that mean that I am now performing in front of others like a clown? Even the other party looked down at him with an even more terrifying attitude, completely and clearly seeing the edges of all his circles. Chapter 122. Pretending to be a ghost. I never believe it. Nobunaga roared angrily, holding the demon sword in his hand as if a god or demon had descended, filled with evil aura at this moment. This is the power of telepathy that he has been working on for decades. Now that he was stained with blood and turned on the demon sword mode, it gave him an unprecedented feeling of self-confidence. There are also the bit-by-bit hard work in the past, the hard training in spring, summer, cold, and summer without any explanation. My own strength is built step by step, and my foundation is extremely solid. This is your greatest support. Go to hell, you brat! Nobunaga roared angrily, and the demon sword in his hand burst into scarlet light. Like a huge red horse, the masonry and buildings were cut off wherever it swept. Boom! Many players onlookers opened their eyes wide and stared at the scene in front of them in stunned silence. Previously, everyone stood outside, otherwise they would be affected or even die. Nobunaga grinned and exhaled a breath of hot air. At this time, there were traces of lava-like cracks on the surface of his skin. The corners of his cracked mouth revealed white teeth, and Nobunaga looked like an evil ghost at this time. Hiss this guy! Boss Chen Yo! Hateful! This attack is so terrifying. Players on the periphery didn't dare to get close at all. Even the elites at the Guolinu level were dripping with cold sweat at this time. Because he clearly felt it. If he had just stood under that terrifying attack, there would have been absolutely no chance of survival. But Nobunaga's smile was choked just after it bloomed. He looked at the young man standing firmly in front of him in shock. A black sword like a puddle of autumn water lay in front of Chen Yo. The sharp blade of 2020 even reflected his ghostly face. Because the proud demon sword attack did not hurt Chen Yo at all. It seemed to be blocked by the opponent's insignificant horizontal sword. And Nobunaga's pupils suddenly shrank and he stared at the blades where the swords from both sides were clashing. He was shocked to find out. The blade of the opponent's black sword actually showed no signs of cracking. This is definitely not because the opponent's weapons are powerful enough. No matter how powerful and hard the weapon is, it will never be able to withstand a blow from his demon sword. This is a slashing attack packed with astonishing demonic power. The blade has been strengthened to an astonishing degree. Even steel will definitely be cut easily, and even alloys will not have any accidents. But now, there is no gap in the opponent's blade, which means, the opponent also used his telekinesis to receive his attack. Chen Yo must have attached his mind power to the black knife. Only then could he receive his own attack without any damage. This is myself in demon sword mode. Even in the Spider Brigade, Nobunaga swore that as long as he turned on the demon sword mode, even the leader Crollo, the most powerful being, would never dare to tie his Tomo head on. But, this guy. So strong. It actually blocked it. As expected of Boss Chen Yo. Amazing. As the smoke and dust dispersed, all the players saw Chen Yo standing there looking calm, and all of them couldn't help but exclaimed. Impossible. Was it just a coincidence? Nobunaga frowned, holding the long knife tightly with both hands and suddenly controlled it. An extremely powerful demon sword aura erupted again. Cut. Boom. There are no fancy moves, just simple and straight attacks. At this level of confrontation, there is no longer any technical confrontation, it is more about defeating all methods with one force, and strength has become the decisive factor in measuring everything. Chen Yo looked at Nobunaga calmly, just making a simple horizontal sword. This guy can't see any trace of the surge of mental power at all. Is it just the simplest block? Countless thoughts came to Nobunaga's mind. Boom! The sword collided and a series of sparks exploded. The shock wave visible to the naked eye spreads in all directions with the point where the swords of both sides collide as the core. The nearby players were immediately thrown away. Nobunaga also felt as if his hands had hit a huge hammer. The force of the shock from his arms almost caused his jaw to break, and he staggered back half a step. In contrast, Chen Yo, holding the black knife and Chu Shui, he still stood quietly on the spot, his feet motionless. Even holding the knife with one hand. It was a simple flat slash that withstood Nobunaga's powerful blow. This guy? Is he a monster? How can he have such terrifying telekinesis at this age? Nobunaga couldn't see the slightest emotion on his face, but there was already a storm in his heart. In a pure telekinesis competition, it was obvious that he was no match for Chen Yo. Otherwise, you will definitely not be the one to take a half step back. But now I have turned on the demon sword mode. I don't believe it. The gap between people can be so big, even a genius should have a limit. He must have used some special method to resist it, and this method must not last long. It depends on you and who of me will die first. Nobunaga roared angrily, and the red demon sword in his hand became even more violent. At this time, he was enveloped in a scarlet sword light, and the layers of sword light poured down towards Chen Yo like a waterfall. Each ray of sword light is enough to split a house apart. Rumble! 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 The deafening explosion echoed throughout the venue. The bar, which was already in a mess, couldn't withstand the aftermath of the battle. Half of it collapsed with a crash, and all the tables, chairs, and rocks collapsed. This scene made the players standing nearby turn pale with fear, because at least a dozen players had just been unlucky enough to be in the center of the collapse and were killed by the collapsed bar on the spot. The bars where the remaining players are located have not collapsed, but are already in danger. Get out of here! Crazy! This guy is a crazy person. The bar is collapsing. Oh my god! What kind of battle is this? There were constant screams and exclamations. As soon as Guo Linu, Hang Ji, and other players rushed out, the entire bar collapsed completely, including the towering lighthouse. In the astonished gazes of many players, it made an overwhelming sound of cracking and slowly tilted towards the sea, then collapsed with a crash, turned into stones, and fell into the sea water. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone, including Razor, looked at the ruins. Master! Biscuit struggled to squeeze out 2 words from his throat, but his heart was already covered with sweat. She can clearly feel how powerful Nobunaga is after the demon sword mode is turned on. It is equivalent to cells that can only output 1 in the past, but they are directly overloaded. Regardless of the danger of parts being burned, the output effect is suddenly increased to 10 or even higher. Brother Arnold! Brother Chen Nuo! Gon and Killua also exclaimed. Lord Razor, please hurry up and save Arnold. Gon requested. Among everyone present now, apart from Chen Nuo, Razor must be the strongest, and Biscuit may be weaker because Razor is the game manager. Razor, however, looked extremely solemn and stopped Gon and Killua, who were about to come to the rescue. The battle is not over yet. Chen Yo's profile picture is still on, he is still alive. Razor glanced at his friend's panel. Chen Yo's profile picture was still on, which meant he was still alive. Maybe he just suffered a lot of injuries, but he is still alive after all. And in this situation, Nobunaga's demon sword is too terrifying. Once Gon and Killua are attacked, they will definitely be cut off. Even as an administrator, he cannot revive him again. How will he face his best friend Jin and Gon's brother Chen Yo? So, he wouldn't let Gon and Gon go up there, either emotionally or rationally. It really doesn't work. If Chen Yo died because of this, then the only thing he could do was to protect Gon and Killua and get out of here as much as possible. Wait until Nobunaga runs out of energy due to the demon sword mode before returning. Cleaning up this mess is an absolutely sound tactical method. With a plan in mind, he will naturally not let the worst situation happen. Chen Yo. Whether you can survive or not depends on you. I can only help you so much. Razor murmured softly. The figure stood in front of Gon and Killua without leaving any trace. Hee hee, ha 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 ha, hoo. Nobunaga's chest heaved violently like a bellows, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the tiger's mouth of the sword in his hand cracked, with traces of blood flowing down. But at this time, his expression was full of madness and excitement, and he finally killed the monster. It's all worth it. Asterisk. I will avenge you. Ha 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 ha. Chang showed an excited smile as he got what he wanted. He is worth it. Are you happy? What makes you so happy? A calm, even sarcastic voice sounded. Nobunaga, who was laughing wildly, seemed to be choked. Gah! He looked in horror at the figure in front of him that had endured his excessive attack. Chen Yo. There wasn't even a single scratch on this guy's body. Even the clothes looked clean. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this be possible? It must be an illusion. Yes, this guy must be an illusion, deliberately bluffing to do this. Nobunaga's expression became extremely frightened, complicated, and hysterical. Go to hell! He roared angrily, and his skin was chapped. Small traces of blood emerged from his body, and the whole person looked extremely terrifying. It's just that the blood has become hot and evaporated. It looked as if a huge furnace was burning crazily inside his body, scorching him from the inside out. At this time, the temperature of Nobunaga's body had reached an alarming level. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Nobunaga's fiery scarlet sword fell on Chu Shui, but no slash could cross the black blade. Chen Yo's attack is very simple. It can even be said that there is no structure, but it is extremely strange. All his attacks accurately hit Nobunaga's weakest point. This feeling gave Nobunaga the urge to vomit blood. This BD. Can you see through your own attacks? How can it be? He covers a circle, a 10-meter circle. Within the scope of his circle, no mental fluctuations can be escaped, including close proximity. That is to say, at the moment when the other party perceives himself with mental power, he can also perceive the other party first. And in the demon sword mode, my slashes are definitely surprisingly hard. How could the other party catch them all in such an ordinary way? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Nobunaga strikes hard again and again. What made him horrified was that the Chen Yo in front of him seemed to be able to predict his own attacks. His so-called exquisite and even mystical blows were useless in front of the opponent. Escape. All were resisted. What made him even more unbelievable was that the opponent was still using one hand to resist the attack as easily and casually as if he was strolling in the garden. Every hit. Block them all. Even though no trace of blood could be seen in Nobunaga's cracked tiger's mouth, all his blood was absorbed by the demon sword. The pale flesh and blood rolled around, looking a bit ferocious and terrifying. Is this the case? It's really disappointing. The so-called Spider Brigade is nothing more than that, indeed it is nothing more than that. You don't seem to be much stronger than Yuvajin. Ah, just as weak. Chen Yo spoke calmly. The seemingly insignificant and calm voice pierced into Nobunaga's heart like a thorn. This is how Yuvajin died in his hands. Can you deal with this monster even if you turn on the demon sword mode? Is this why Hsoka ran away? Even the leader Krollo found him and persuaded him. This BD, it turns out, is really the disaster of the brigade. I really feel like a clown. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Nobunaga suddenly laughed wildly, but because of his lack of concentration at this moment, Chen Yo's sword fell. One of his arms is missing. Severe pain came from the broken arm. In the horrified eyes of many players, Nobunaga, the 03 member of the Spider Brigade, who made them extremely frightened, had his arm broken by Chen Yo. You are the strongest opponent I have ever seen, but I, Nobunaga Hamas, will never stop there. The broken arm didn't seem to hinder him in the slightest. Not only did his demon sword not slow down, it actually became a little faster. Poof! But Chen Yo's knife is faster. Nobunaga's hand holding the sword was cut off. But what shocked the other players was that this guy actually bit the handle of the knife directly with his mouth. He is like a ghost. The grin revealed sharp canine teeth, as if it were a bloodthirsty monster, full of hatred and rage, even in order to gain terrifying speed. Nobunaga's legs exploded due to excessive force. His speed also increased to the extreme in an instant. He arrived in front of Chen Yo in an instant. "Brother Arnold!" Gon exclaimed. "Hey hey!" Nobunaga grinned wildly and slashed directly at Chen Yo's neck with the sharp blade in his mouth. "Let's die together! I am the sword demon Nobunaga." His eyes were filled with unprecedented ferocity. Chapter 123. Poof! The sharp blade pierced the heart. Blood splattered. In everyone's astonished eyes, the black sword Chu Shui came out from Nobunaga's back. But Nobunaga, whose heart was pierced, seemed to have no reaction and rushed to Chen Yo with the sword in his mouth. "Hey hey!" He grinned, revealing his white teeth, and the sharp sword fell. It hit Chen Yo's neck directly. "Boss Chen Yo! Boss! That BD! Madman! Absolutely a madman!" Not only these players, but Gon, Killua, Biscuit, and others behind Chen Yo were also shocked. Chen Yo's neck was cut off by Nobunaga, and his whole head rolled to the ground. "Dead, dead!" Gon's pupils dilated and he muttered as if he had lost his mind. Killua also stood frozen. Biscuit looked even more disbelieving. "This is my master. How could a powerful being whose strength far exceeds his own die so easily? And he still died in front of everyone? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is it a clone? Yes, definitely a clone." But a full 3 seconds passed. Chen Yo's severed head still fell to the ground, and his headless body stood in place. If the clone suffered such shocking damage, it would explode on its own. But what appeared now seemed to tell her a fact. That is, what happened in front of me is absolutely real, it is not a clone, it is my master who suffered the fatal injury. And died. Boss Chen Yo. Guo Linu stayed on the spot, stupidly unable to believe it. Hang Ji and Yashida also had a blank mind. Razor also said he couldn't believe it. Is this a powerful mental pressure that is enough to support the entire GI game world? So gone? Etc. No. Chen Yo is, still online. Razor's eyes almost popped out of his head. The Chen Yo with the severed head in front of him is definitely not a clone. Because after the telepathy clone withstands such a level of air, it will naturally explode and dissipate. However, this clone has not disappeared now. Instead, it is still in place, including Chen Yo's fallen head. It still rolled to the ground, as if it were real. But how to explain that Chen Yo is still online? The online game means that players still exist. Does it mean that Chen Yo's vitality is too strong? Even if his head is broken, he can survive for a short time. Is this the only possibility? No. Brother Anyo's neck is not bleeding. What is going on? Gon, who was almost on the verge of collapse, seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. He suddenly realized an important problem. Yes. Chen Yo's headless body was standing there, but there was no blood gushing out from the broken neck. Only a golden fracture was seen. It's like the light is cut off. Ah? What did you say? Yes, Master didn't bleed? Why is this? Biscuit was also stunned. She had never seen anything like this. Mr. Razor, are there any cards in the game that can put players in Chen Yo's situation? Killua said anxiously. Is it administrator privileges? Razor. Gon said directly. Administrator rights? This word made Killua, Biscuit, and others stunned for a moment. Razor also stayed where he was. Ada, does this happen? Razor did not answer immediately, but instead asked about Ada and Elena. Because these two sisters have the ability to monitor the entire game, including monitoring the player's status. They were also the ones who discovered the disguised Hsoka and Nobunaga. According to the game data we monitored, all of Mr. Chen Yo's vital signs are very normal and there are no changes. But we can't explain why this situation occurs. Mr. Razor, please, the so-called game rules issue. There are no cards in the GI game that can do this. I think, this should be a special ability that Mr. Chen Yo has, right? Ada replied with a wry smile. Since Chen Yo joined the game, the entire game world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Although the rules of the game have not changed, Chen Yo's ability is too violent and can even violate the rules of the game, which is equivalent to a bug-level existence in the entire game. So they couldn't come up with a better explanation for these. It turns out that there are no cards or permissions in the game that can do this, but, maybe Mr. Chen Yo is still alive. Razor could only say uncertainly. Razor, let's do it together. Help Arnold deal with that guy. Gon couldn't help but said. Razor nodded. No matter what the situation was, the current situation must be broken. Then there is no need to care about the rules of the game. Chen Yo is the only source of game intelligence chosen by administrators like them that can replace or even surpass gold. Once Chen Yo dies, it means that the entire game will collapse. Because without the energy supplement of gold, GI games will eventually decline. Look. Boss Chen Yo's wound has no blood. Yes. How could this happen? The neck was clearly cut off, but not a drop of blood was seen. Is this a telepathic clone? No. If it was telepathy, the clone would have disappeared long ago. This is definitely not telepathy. Then, what exactly is going on? Other players also noticed Chen Yo's wound that had no blood flowing out. This is incredible. Totally illogical. But at this time, Nobunaga, who cut off Chen Yo's head with Itachi, was extremely excited. I finally got my revenge. Revenge for Yuvajin. He, being able to die so quickly is an advantage for you. Remember, in the next life, don't offend me, the sword demon. He. Nobunaga grinned, revealing his white teeth, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. But his skin has been chapped due to the demon sword mode, the blood in his muscles has been burned out, and the rolled muscles are grey-white. But at this time, his expression was extremely excited and crazy, as if he was in high court. Oh, it's a pity. I might have to disappoint you. I'm still alive after you fell into hell. Aren't you disappointed? Chen Yo's voice suddenly sounded. Nobunaga was stunned for a moment. The other players nearby were also stunned. Everyone looked around. I was shocked to see Chen Yo's head that fell to the ground talking. His expression was so relaxed. The whole place fell into an eerie silence. All eyes seemed to be glued to Chen Yo's head. Everyone's mind is blank. Including Nobunaga, Razor, and others. Ah, Brother Chen. Brother Chen is talking? Is his severed head talking? Gon's confused and downcast expression. No, right. Killua also opened his mouth and was completely unable to understand. Ah, help! It's haunted. Biscuit suddenly screamed. Her voice broke the silence, and she ran behind Gon and Killua in fear, trembling all over. My master is dead. Only one head is left talking. There are really ghosts in this world. As the game manager, Razor suddenly lost control of his expression management, and even heard the panic calls of Ada and Elena in his earphones. The two women were also frightened. It definitely sounded like a ghost. Who can still speak after their fallen head? Ah! Boss Chen Yo ascended to heaven. Hiss, you are indeed the boss. Even after you die, you can turn into a ghost and ask for your life. Oh my god! Amen. God save me. Hurry and invite Taishang Lejun. Guo Linu, Hang Ji, and other players were also scared to death. This scene is so scary. At least they have never seen anything so weird in their entire lives. Everything is seen with my own eyes. Nobunaga was stunned. He looked at Chen Yo's head falling to the ground in disbelief. This guy, wasn't it obvious that he had his head cut off? Why? Why can I still speak? Are you surprised? Well, I'm sorry to scare you, mortal. Chen Yo smiled lightly, and his headless body walked towards the falling head. Nobunaga seemed to have reacted, and suddenly pulled out the sword from Chen Yo's body and stabbed it through. Poof! The sword pierced Chen Yo's body. The other party had no intention of resisting at all. But there was just a shining hole in Chen Yo's body. Transparent hole. Not a trace of blood flowed out. Damn it! Why? Why is this like this? Why? Nobunaga almost collapsed. Because he found that he didn't know whether his attack would work or not. It may not work, but his fetal knife clearly poked transparent holes in the opponent's body. Such holes are absolutely fatal to ordinary people. But if it works, even though there are so many holes pierced, the other party doesn't seem to be in any pain, and even the voice of speaking is extremely smooth, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. This is definitely not a pain that can be tolerated all the time, which proves that the other party Yiping was not harmed. This was so weird, completely beyond Nobunaga's three views, that it was shattered and overturned on the spot. In everyone's shocked eyes. The protagonist, who had countless transparent holes pierced all over his body, walked to his head and allowed the opponent to attack him without making any resistance. Instead, he leisurely picked up his head that fell to the ground. A headless body holding its own head in its hands. This scene was like a frightening scene in a horror novel, making all the players present unable to help but make the hairs on their backs stand up. Even Biscuit, who is the apprentice of the protagonist, feels her heart beating violently. She is still in a state of confusion and sluggishness. The whole place was eerily quiet. Nobunaga even forgot to attack. Everyone watched in horror as Chen Yo put the head on his head. It just happened to be installed backwards. One side of the face is at the back. This feeling. The players present felt that their hearts could not bear it. Even Razor, who prided himself on being bold, couldn't help but take a step back. Nobunaga's pupils were dilated, and his face was filled with surprise and confusion. Sorry, it's the other way around. Chen Yo's head spoke, and he straightened his head with both hands and returned to normal state. That's much better. After the head was installed, Chen Yo moved his neck and even made a bone-rattling sound. The neck that was clearly cut off by Nobunaga could not even see a single wound. Killua, I am not dreaming, am I? The head is connected. I'll buy it. Chen, is Boss Chen Yo a ghost? Oh my god, what on earth is going on? Help, can someone help me wake myself up? I must have fallen asleep. This horrifying scene made all the players almost jump to their feet. At this time, in front of everyone was a monster that had just installed its own head, but its body was pierced by Nobunaga and was riddled with holes, and the light was still shining through. If ordinary people are mature enough to suffer from this disease, let alone persist. If I tell everyone while I'm standing, I'm afraid I'll burp right on the spot. However, no blood can be seen flowing out of the protagonist's body. Every transparent hole is blooming with a pale golden light, which looks like sunlight passing through a dustpan and scattering countless mottled light and shadows. Brother Arnold. Gon was already numb. Killua. Razor 967. Biscuits. Oh, this seems a bit impolite. Chen Yo glanced at himself, seeing light everywhere, especially the direction of the bird's nest, which was even more shining with golden light. I only saw him reaching out and gently flicking these areas of his body. The next moment, all light holes disappear. Those transparent holes quickly dissipated one by one and returned to their normal flesh and blood state. You can even see the delicate skin and no trace of wounds. If it weren't for the traces of holes still left in the torn clothes, no one would be able to tell that Chen Yo had just suffered astonishing injuries. Okay. Awesome. Boss Chen Yo. What ability is this? So perverted. It's just like cheating. As expected of Boss Chen Yo. How did you do that? Nobunaga couldn't help but speak. He just couldn't bear it anymore. This is absolutely hell. After killing someone for so many years, this is the first time I have encountered someone so difficult to kill. In other words, the guy in front of me is probably not a human at all. No wonder, when he decided to do this, Captain Crollo once dissuaded him. Could it be that Captain Crollo knew that this guy was a monster before this? Want to know? Chen Yo said with a smile, making an expression as if he was about to speak. Nobunaga, who was almost dead, suddenly became serious. Really? Human curiosity cannot be dispelled until death. I will not tell you. Chen Yo gave the answer. Nobunaga, pfft. Spit out a mouthful of old blood.